Welcome to the world of mist survival. From this day forth, you shall strive to survive within the realm of mist. Endeavor to persist. In this domain, wisdom and strength are your only allies. The trappings of civilization bear no significance here. This shall be a journey of survival from the very beginning. You possess but a solitary wooden cabin, which shall serve as your sole bastion of relative safety. A voice, devoid of emotion, echoed within Yuan's mind. Mist world? Survival? Wooden cabin? Upon awakening, Yuan found himself sprawled across the decaying floorboards of a dilapidated wooden cabin, with naught but a thin mat beneath him. A chill swept through him, prompting Yuan to tighten the scant clothing he wore. Surveying the cabin, he noted the sole piece of furniture, a rudimentary table at its center, with no other amenities in sight. His pupils dilated with disbelief as he gazed around, a tempest of fear and trepidation swelling within him. Just yesterday, Yuan had returned home from work, washed up, and retired to bed as usual. Yet now, he found himself in this crumbling cabin. The biting wind whistled through the fractured wooden walls, revealing glimpses of the inky darkness outside, where shadows seemed to drift ominously. A wave of dread washed over Yuan. Before he could contemplate further, the impassive voice resonated once more. Poor humanity, cast aside your cheap fears and confront the nightmares of the misty jungle. To survive in this realm, take heed of the following points. First, the wooden cabin you currently inhabit shall be your only sanctuary in this world. As long as you remain within its confines, your safety shall be maximized. You may fashion survival tools and evade beasts within its walls. However, the cabin is not impervious to damage. Beastly assaults and the onslaught of nature may ravage it, so strive to upgrade your shelter. Second, gather resources as much as possible during daylight. Water, food, wood, stone. These essentials will bolster your sustenance. Third, cherish the precious daylight. The hours of light in the mist world are exceedingly rare. Daylight is fleeting, while darkness and calamity shall be your eternal companions. Return to your refuge before nightfall, or face the endless horrors that lurk in the dark. Fourth, natural disasters shall pose your greatest challenges. Though the terrors of night may be avoided, cold, heat, torrential rain, and blizzards will undoubtedly crush you. Enhance your cabin and stockpile ample resources to endure. Fifth, friends can be both hope and peril. Choosing the right companions may enhance your survival, yet the darkness of the human heart may very well consume you. Sixth, safeguard the mist survival manual upon the table. Through it, you can communicate, trade with fellow survivors, and gain a better understanding of this world. Weak and fragile humanity, heed this counsel. Your kind is not your greatest enemy. It is the world you face that poses the true threat. Confront this reality. Strive to survive. The voice gradually faded, leaving Yuan with a furrowed brow. After a prolonged silence, he fully accepted the grim truth. All of humanity had been thrust into a perilous world of survival. Recalling the mist survival manual mentioned by the voice, Yuan rose and approached the table. Indeed, atop the weathered wooden surface lay the ancient tome, accompanied by a battered stone axe. He first grasped the archaic book. The mist survival manual bore the texture of leather, its characters inscribed in a formal script. Utilizing the faint glow of the oil lamp on the table, Yuan strained to read the contents of the leather-bound pages. Flipping through several pages, he found the information within the mist survival manual to align with the voice's proclamations. It outlined the general circumstances of this world, provided details about the day's weather, and specified the duration of daylight along with recent meteorological trends. Currently, a cold front was sweeping through, and the weather was predicted to grow increasingly frigid, with daylight hours gradually diminishing. This presented a formidable challenge for those without resources. As he turned the pages, a section titled World Chat Channel caught his eye. A public communication area for all humanity? Adjacent to it were sections for friends and regional chats, though both displays read 0. The World Chat Channel indicated that there were over 7 billion survivors. This figure corresponded precisely to the total human population. It seemed that the elderly, children, the disabled, and even the comatose had all been transported to this world. In such circumstances, survival would be nearly impossible. In the regional chat, over 10,000 participants were present, each separated by distances of 50 to 100 kilometers. The sparse population density suggested an expansive area for the entire mist world. With the mist obstructing visibility, encountering others became an exceedingly arduous task. At that moment, other survivors began to peruse the mist survival manual as well. Messages began to flood the world channel. Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me? Does anyone know where this is? I was just watching videos, and suddenly I wake up in a rundown cabin. Who are you? Earthlings or aliens? What on earth is happening? Is this some kind of show? Bro, we're probably all Earthlings, right? Given the numbers, it appears that the entire human race has been transported. This is terrifying. Outside is pitch black, and the wind is howling. It feels like something is lurking. It's freezing. Has it turned to winter? The temperature is below 10 degrees. As the initial queries emerged, an avalanche of responses soon followed in the world chat channel. With a population of 70 billion, the chat exploded with messages, rendering them nearly illegible. Yuan observed silently, refraining from hastily typing a reply. The world chat channel imposed limits on messaging. Each individual could only send 5 messages per day. To reserve opportunities for crucial communications, Yuan opted to conserve his messages. From the world chat channel, he gleaned several insights. First, it appeared that the entirety of humanity had likely traversed together. All humans had arrived in this mist world, drawn by an unfathomable force. Second, this was undoubtedly not a mere game or simulation. Such a formidable power could not possibly stem from humanity. Scattered throughout the mist world, individuals began to communicate in the chat interface after a brief period of confusion. Responses from companions offered a modicum of solace against the prevailing anxiety and fear. I thought I was dreaming. I suddenly woke up in this little cabin. Where are you all? Can we gather together? Bro, don't even think about it. Didn't you see that everyone is at least 50 kilometers apart? Exactly. That's a radius of 300 kilometers, with at most a few dozen people scattered. My God, what is happening? I finally managed to get my girlfriend to the hotel. Just pop the pill. Who's going to save me? Hang in there, bro. Stop complaining, everyone. Don't you feel it getting colder? We can't freeze to death on the first day, can we? Is it really that cold? Am I right here? It's about 10 degrees. I should make it through the night. What the heck? It's almost below 0 here. I'm just wearing a short-sleeve shirt. Ahem. The area is vast. Different locales likely experience varying climates. Some places might be particularly frigid. Am I the only one with such bad luck? Bro, stop wailing. Something's scratching at my door. I'm terrified. Good brother. Based on my analysis, this might be a starter pack. Don't be afraid. Go out and deal with it. I don't trust you at all. You old coot. Everyone, let's not venture outside. It's best to remain inside until dawn. Indeed, this is likely no joke. We face real dangers. Everyone stay alive and share information, otherwise, we might face peril. The voice mentioned that we can gather resources during the day, so let's stay in the cabin at night. As the conversation gradually shifted back to serious matters, Yuan pondered deeply. It was evident that all faced similar predicaments. Notably, some prominent figures from the realms of politics and economics were also participating in the chat. Yet their influence was minimal. No one seemed to heed their words. In this new reality, each person was starting afresh, with an understanding of their environment at virtually 0. The only power they wielded was themselves, making it difficult to rally others based on previous advantages. Seeing that both the world chat channel and the regional chat channel offered no novel insights, Yuan continued to flip through the manual. Beside the chat channels were sections for trading markets, daily information, and shelter details. Having grasped the overall situation, Yuan closed the Mist survival manual. Though his thoughts were chaotic, he endeavored to cultivate a sense of calm. In the current predicament, devoid of any useful information, the only course of action was to rest well. Since the voice had assured safety within the cabin, it seemed prudent to remain there for the time being. Thus, Yuan believes that it is highly probable that tonight will be safe, allowing him to rest easy, though he remains cautious, refraining from sleeping too soundly. For the vast majority, the first night is undeniably a sleepless one. Many find themselves vigilantly stationed in the chat channel, spending the entire night in attendance. Yuan strives to suppress his panic and unease, endeavoring to calm his mind and find respite. In this unfamiliar and perilous new world, how does one survive? Should one band together? The notably sparse population density exists precisely to prevent survivors from congregating. It is unlikely to encounter others in the short term. Under such circumstances, the most prudent course of action is to adapt to the environment and rely on oneself for survival. Soon enough, Yuan succumbed to a deep slumber amidst the cold. Only the oil lamp upon the wooden table emitted a faint glow. Outside the wooden cabin, the wind howled, producing a mournful sound as it penetrated the crevices of the structure. The inky darkness obscured all visibility, with only the occasional rustling sound breaking the silence, uncertain whether it was the whisper of leaves or the tread of footsteps. The first night in the mist-shrouded survival world swiftly passed. At dawn, warm sunlight streamed through the gaps between the wooden planks, illuminating the cabin. The cramped space brightened with the influx of light. As the rays touched his face, Yuan furrowed his brow and opened his eyes, acutely aware that today is of utmost importance. Quickly rousing himself, Yuan surveyed the wooden cabin before making his way to the window. He could now discern the scene outside the cabin. Before him lay a lush expanse of grass, verdant blades reaching a height of several centimeters. Not far off, a number of towering trees stood tall. It was a scene brimming with vitality, save for the slightly chilly weather. Reluctant to venture outside recklessly, Yuan opened the Mist Survival Manual. The weather page revealed changes. Yuan began to scrutinize it closely. Chapter 2, First Expedition. Today's weather. Today is a splendid day, bathed in sunshine. An ideal opportunity to venture forth and gather supplies. Daylight duration, 6 hours. Weather, clear. Temperature, 12 to 18. Climate trend, a cold front is approaching. Ensure to collect ample supplies for winter and take precautions against the chill. The daytime temperature has risen significantly, surpassing nighttime by several degrees. The day has already progressed by a few minutes. With approximately 5 hours and 45 minutes remaining, Yuan did not rush to go outside. Instead, he took out the Mist Survival Handbook to check if anyone else had departed from the shelter. He also wanted to verify the information regarding shelter upgrades. Although he had reviewed it yesterday, a confirmation was necessary. Shelter. Level 1 wooden cabin, 10 square meters, a dilapidated wooden cabin that barely offers protection from the elements. Upgrade your shelter as soon as possible. Level 1 shelter facilities. None shelter upgrade. 0 100 wood 0 50 stone. Seeing that the level 1 shelter had no facilities at all, Yuan shook his head in resignation. If he could not elevate the shelter's level, he would have no choice but to continue residing in the shabby wooden cabin. The goal for the next few days was clear: gather wood and stone. Upgrading the shelter should be the foremost concern for everyone. As Yuan contemplated this, the chat channel began to buzz with activity. I'm freezing to death. This dilapidated wooden cabin is too rudimentary. It even lets in the wind. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Who has food? Who has food? I'll trade 200,000 for it. Seriously, are you joking? At this time, who isn't destitute? Where would anyone find food for you? Don't even mention 200,000. Even if you had 20 million, it wouldn't matter. Do you think you can go back? I wanted to start a fire for warmth, but I discovered that the level 1 shelter has no facilities at all, brother. This tells us that our primary task is to upgrade the wooden cabin. So what are we waiting for? There are only 6 hours of daylight. We must hurry and chop some trees. Haha, brothers, I've already been chopping for 10 minutes. What? Is this really happening? Thank you so much, brother. I was worried about the dangers of leaving the wooden cabin. I appreciate you checking it out for me. Since there is no danger, I'll head out to chop trees as well. Damn it. Hurry, hurry, hurry. We only have 6 hours. Everyone, let us go. Yuan did not linger long over the situation in the World Chat channel. He closed the Mist Survival Handbook and tucked it securely into his inner pocket to prevent it from falling. He picked up the novice tool on the table, a stone axe. As he grasped the stone axe, its information appeared. Name: ordinary stone axe, item level: ordinary, good, excellent, rare. The most rudimentary axe, barely sufficient for felling trees. It is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and prone to damage. Yuan could not help but feel exasperated. This stone axe was exceedingly basic, yet it was better than nothing. Armed with the Mist Survival Handbook and the stone axe, Yuan closed the door of the wooden cabin. The outside environment was delightful, with lush grass stretching before him and verdant trees in the distance. Beyond that lay a thick layer of white mist, obscuring visibility. This had been mentioned in the Mist Survival Handbook. Within a radius of 300 meters from the shelter, there was no mist, making it relatively safe. The area between 300 and 2,000 meters was classified as a light mist zone, where visibility was diminished but exploration remained possible, albeit with increased danger. Beyond 2,000 meters lay the dense mist zone, where visibility was nearly non-existent and the risks were significantly heightened. Thus, for the vast majority, the only explorable area was within 2,000 meters. Of course, this range was not fixed. As the shelter upgraded, both the mist-free and light mist zones would expand. In summary, everything revolved around upgrading the wooden cabin. Yuan cautiously stepped into the flourishing grassland. The weeds were nearly ankle-high, with dew soaking his feet and dampening his trousers. Noticing the dew on the ground, Yuan felt tempted, having gone a night without water. However, considering the time it would take to collect it, he decided to forego it for now. As he walked, the weeds were not particularly high, yet Yuan remained vigilant, aware that this was his first foray into the misty world. Caution was paramount. The trees were not far off, and after a few minutes, he arrived. Without hesitation, Yuan commenced chopping a tree to assess the difficulty of acquiring wood. The efficiency of resource gathering was of utmost importance. The blunt stone axe struck the tree, leaving a shallow gash. Yuan found it exceedingly arduous. At this rate, how long would it take to gather 100 units of wood? The sound of chopping echoed through the forest. Approximately 15 minutes later, he managed to fell a tree, yielding 6 units of wood. 15 minutes of continuous swinging of the stone axe proved to be quite taxing for Yuan. After each tree, he needed to rest for a while. Having only chopped 3 trees, nearly an hour had elapsed. 18 units of wood lay piled beside him, and Yuan decided to take a break and transport the wood back to the cabin. Given this rate of work, it would be exceedingly difficult to upgrade the cabin to level 2 within a day. Gathering even 100 units of wood seemed implausible, let alone the additional 50 units of stone. With only 6 hours of daylight, there were many tasks to accomplish, and he could not dedicate all his time to chopping trees. Most crucial were food and water. If he could not replenish his energy promptly, he would soon perish in this misty world. Moreover, there was the pressing issue of keeping warm. Last night, he had experienced the biting cold, and this was before the cold front arrived. Once the cold front set in, temperatures would plummet to unimaginable levels. Yuan needed to find suitable warm items before the weather turned frigid. His initial gathering of wood was to gauge the time consumption of tree chopping. If the collection of wood proved efficient, he would expedite the upgrade of the shelter. However, it now appeared that upgrading the shelter was not a task that could be accomplished in the short term. Necessitating a swift change in strategy, Yuan planned to transport this batch of wood back to the cabin and then address his food and water needs. After transporting the wood back, Yuan set out once more. The grove where he had just chopped trees lay to the east of the cabin, and he saw no edible food along the way. This time, Yuan resolved to head north. Yet, just as he stepped outside the cabin, a glint of metal in the grass caught his eye. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a bronze chest. A resource box? Yuan felt a rush of excitement, unable to resist pinching himself to confirm he was not dreaming. Ensuring there were no dangers nearby, he hastened toward it. The Mist Survival Handbook had mentioned such resource boxes, in the Misty survival world. Besides manually collecting resources, there was another method to obtain precious resources. Resource boxes. Resource boxes randomly spawn and are scattered throughout the Misty world. They come in various qualities, with higher quality boxes being rarer. Resource box quality: wooden resource box, bronze resource box, silver resource box, gold resource box. Resource boxes contain various supplies essential for survival, such as food, water, seeds, tools, wood, stone, and crafting blueprints, among others. Items like blueprints can occasionally be obtained through regular gathering, but the probability is exceedingly low. The primary means of acquiring such items is through resource boxes, which generally contain high-quality and rare items. Suppressing his excitement, Yuan hurriedly picked up the resource box from the grass. The box was small, its pale blue-green bronze sheen strikingly prominent. According to the Mist Survival Handbook, wooden resource boxes have a higher appearance probability. The higher the resource box's level, the lower the probability of its appearance. Originally, Yuan had merely hoped to find a wooden resource box, so discovering a bronze one was beyond his wildest dreams. It was only the first day of survival, after all. Currently, only 2 qualities of resource boxes appeared in the Misty world: wooden resource boxes and bronze resource boxes. Their numbers were exceedingly scarce, and even when they appeared, not everyone would necessarily discover them, let alone the more elusive bronze resource boxes. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Yuan opened the bronze resource box. A blue light emanated from within. Yuan squinted slightly, yet he could not tear his gaze away. Fixated on the interior of the box, as the blue light dissipated, the items inside were revealed. There were 3 items in total. The first was an iron pickaxe. With a thought, the information about the pickaxe materialized before him. Name: Iron pickaxe, good. A good quality iron pickaxe with no additional enhancements. Used for mining ores. This iron pickaxe was not particularly remarkable, merely 1 tier above the ordinary stone axe. This was to be expected, as bronze resource boxes typically yield 3 grades of items: ordinary, good, and excellent. Receiving a good quality item was normal. Obtaining an excellent one would be a stroke of luck. If he were to find a bunch of ordinary items, he could only chalk it up to bad luck. After accepting the iron pickaxe, Yuan reached for a glowing orb. This orb resembled a transparent glass sphere, within which a small, exquisite object floated. With another thought, the information emerged. Name: flowerbed, good, used for indoor planting. Can enhance seed growth rate. Ordinary seeds. Increases by 10 good seeds. Increases by 5. This was a flowerbed item, capable of marginally increasing seed growth rates, though the enhancement was minimal. For a survivor confined to a wooden cabin, this was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Yuan could hardly contain his joy. Such unexpected gains have rapidly enhanced Yuan's survival capabilities. Even if he does not utilize them himself, selling them on the trading platform could yield a substantial amount of resources. However, both the iron pickaxe and the flowerbed are necessities in the near future, so Yuan naturally has no intention of selling them. The final item is a scroll. This the item manufacturing scroll mentioned in the Mist survival manual. Yuan murmured to himself. Unlike the already crafted flowerbed, which becomes useless once used, the manufacturing scroll allows for the perpetual possession of its crafting method. Both the crafted items and the manufacturing scroll possess their unique advantages. While the flowerbed becomes ineffective once damaged, it does not require personal crafting, thereby reducing labor costs and the time needed to gather materials. Conversely, although the manufacturing scroll offers long-term usage, gathering the necessary materials can be quite cumbersome. Without hesitation, Yuan opened the last item. To his expectation, it was indeed a manufacturing scroll. Name: Healing Potion Manufacturing Scroll, good, materials: 2 tree roots, 1 blood and flesh essence, 50 ml pure water, used for treating minor injuries, such as colds, fevers, and surface wounds. Can be ingested or applied externally. A look of delight spread across Yuan's face. In the wilderness, enduring hunger is not the most terrifying aspect. Rather, it is illness. A slight cold or a minor wound could potentially escalate into an incurable disease. With a global population of 7 billion, there are undoubtedly many who will suffer unexpected injuries. Healing potions will certainly have a ready market. The only complication lies in the materials required for crafting. Tree roots are relatively straightforward to acquire. Simply dig them up while chopping down trees. Pure water is also fairly accessible. Although he has yet to discover a water source, obtaining one should not be overly difficult, as most people would otherwise struggle to survive. What truly troubles Yuan is the blood and flesh essence. He has never even heard of it before. However, based on its name, it is likely obtained from animals. Currently, he does not even have food to stave off hunger, let alone meat. Therefore, the creation of the healing potion must be postponed. For now, the priority remains finding food and a water source. Chapter 3. Another resource chest. Yuan returned the flowerbed and the healing potion manufacturing scroll to the wooden house, placing the resource chest back as well. Since he had just found a bronze resource chest nearby, he decided to return it directly. Yuan donned his stone axe and the newly acquired iron pickaxe, planning to venture north once more. After all, having stumbled upon a bronze resource chest right after stepping outside filled him with optimism that luck would continue to favor him in the northern direction. The northern path was equally shrouded in dense weeds, which flourished exceedingly. Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering. The resources in this vicinity seem rather scarce. Aside from the weeds, there were merely a few trees, with no other resources in sight. He wondered if everyone experienced similar circumstances, or if he was merely unfortunate, having been born in such a barren area. He resolved that he must find a more resource-rich location to live in the future. As he walked, he contemplated whether it would be possible to relocate the wooden house later. Before long, Yuan reached the boundary of 300 meters. Wisps of thin mist floated in the air, imparting an air of mystery. This was Yuan's first encounter with the misty area. Previously, He had only approached the mist zone while chopping trees nearby. Standing before the misty region, Yuan found himself deep in thought. To enter or not to enter? The misty area is not entirely safe. It likely conceals dangers, though not as severe as in the dense fog zone. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to proceed. The 300-meter range was simply too small to meet his living needs. Moreover, given the barren surroundings, the yield of resources was even more limited. Thus, entering the misty area was inevitable. With the acceptance of risk came the promise of greater rewards. However, one must tread carefully. After only a few steps, Yuan made his first discovery: stones. Just 100 meters into the misty zone, he found a considerable number of stones scattered about, varying in size. Stones, as a fundamental resource, are of undeniable importance. Furthermore, they are essential for upgrading the wooden house. This assurance allowed Yuan to relax. With this stone resource, upgrading the wooden house would only be a matter of time. After noting the location of the stone area, Yuan continued on his journey. In the misty zone, Yuan remained exceedingly cautious, which significantly slowed his pace. The fog was thick, and the air was exceptionally damp. Before long, his sweatshirt and long pants were soaked with dew, making for an uncomfortable wear. Suppressing his physical discomfort, Yuan advanced cautiously through the mist. Although he encountered no dangers along the way, he remained vigilant. After nearly 1,000 meters, he had not discovered any particularly valuable resources. It was merely weeds and trees. Gazing ahead into the continued white expanse and behind him at the fog, Yuan hesitated for a moment before halting his advance. Although he had not faced danger in the misty area, the low visibility made it exceedingly easy to lose one's way. If he could not find his way back and strayed too far from the safety of the wooden house, he would find himself trapped in the mist, awaiting a grim fate. Another concern was the passage of time. 2 hours had already elapsed, leaving only 4 hours of daylight remaining. Even if he could not find food or water, he needed to make the most of his time by chopping as much wood and stone as possible. Wandering aimlessly was proving to be a waste of precious time. Concluding his exploration plan, Yuan returned to the stone mining area. He took out the good quality iron pickaxe and commenced his monotonous mining endeavor. Clink, clink, clink. The efficiency of the good quality iron pickaxe was remarkably high, making it much easier than chopping trees, allowing him to collect 1 unit of stone in just a few minutes. However, mining stones also consumed a great deal of energy. Before long, Yuan's hands were sore. There is a significant difference between stone and wood. The recoil from the stones was substantial, and often after extracting a dozen units, a break was required. After 3.5 hours, Yuan had mined a total of 163 stones. This was under the condition of using a good quality pickaxe. One could only imagine the efficiency of others. Moreover, at this moment, others did not even possess pickaxes, merely struggling with novice stone axes to chop trees. After swinging the iron pickaxe for over 3 hours, Yuan's hands trembled with fatigue, and he felt a dull ache in his back. Simultaneously, hunger and thirst began to assail him, further taxing his already weary body and mind. He needed to exercise more. Otherwise, his body would not hold up. The life of a recluse has truly taken its toll on me, Yuan lamented, clutching his waist. At this moment, there was still half an hour until nightfall, and the sky had begun to darken. Even the surrounding mist had thickened. The vast sky was cloaked in heavy clouds, casting a suffocating atmosphere over the entire misty realm. The damp air, combined with increasing humidity, caused the temperature to plummet to 0°C. Compared to yesterday, the temperature had noticeably dropped. A cold front was approaching. Aware that it was now unsuitable to remain outside for long, Yuan forcibly steeled his weary body, intending to transport the stones back to the wooden house. The current atmosphere had begun to instill a sense of fear and concern within him. It would be best to return to the wooden house as soon as possible for reassurance. Yuan utilized the bronze resource chest he had acquired earlier to facilitate the transport of the stones. Making the process more convenient and efficient, he placed the stones into the resource chest and then dragged it back. After 4 trips, he finally transported all the stones back to the wooden house. The stone mine was 400 meters from the wooden house. Not too far, yet not particularly close either. Yuan hurried back and forth, managing to return with all the stones within half an hour. Nearly collapsing from exhaustion, carrying the final chest of stones, he hastened toward the wooden house. The dimming sky enveloped the misty world like a grand curtain. Only the light from the wooden house provided a comforting sense of security. Just then, a loud thud resonated. Yuan tripped over something. What happened? I thought there was nothing here. Did I take a wrong turn? Yuan rubbed his waist, feeling a cold sweat break out. However, upon seeing the distant light, he let out a sigh of relief. Curiously, he looked down to see what had caused his fall. What the heck? A resource chest? Yuan rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to believe his sight. A wooden box lay on the ground, now toppled over after being kicked. Ha ha ha! I never expected a resource chest would come to me while I was walking. Yuan exclaimed joyfully, bursting into laughter. With the sky darkening and daylight dwindling, he scooped up the wooden resource chest along with the stones and hurried back to the wooden house. He finally returned just as darkness enveloped the land. The oil lamp inside the wooden house still flickered, casting a warm orange glow that brought a sense of comfort. This oil lamp was quite remarkable. Even without adding kerosene, it continued to burn steadily, having been alight since the previous night. The small flame resembled a beacon of hope in the darkness, feeble, yet unwavering. Much like those struggling to survive in this misty world. Panting heavily, Yuan collapsed onto the floor, disregarding appearances. Yet, his face was alight with joy. Earlier, he had lamented the lack of food and worried about going to bed hungry that night. But now he had stumbled upon another resource chest. Yuan reflected with gratitude. Although the items in the previous bronze resource chest were quite good, he had ultimately not obtained any food. He refused to believe that this wooden chest would also be empty. If it is empty, then so be it. At worst, he could trade for supplies on the trading platform. Yuan was skeptical that everyone possessed such luck. Stumbling upon two chests so easily, gazing at the wooden box in his hands, he opened it without hesitation. It was akin to unwrapping a package. There was no reason not to see what was inside. Unlike the bronze resource chest, which radiates a shimmering glow, the wooden resource chest lacks any special effects and simply opens. Indeed, it is the most rudimentary of resource chests, and its presentation is rather unremarkable. Without further contemplation, Yuan's attention was immediately captivated by the contents within the chest. Inside, there were 3 items: a bottle of water and 2 glowing orbs. Yuan seized the bottle of mineral water and gulped down nearly half of it in one go. Having gone nearly 20 hours without a drink since last night, and after exerting himself with 6 hours of labor under the sun, he was parched to the point of severe dehydration. With the half bottle of mineral water consumed, he finally felt a semblance of vitality returning. Shaking the remaining half bottle, Yuan tucked it away, knowing that in the absence of a freshwater source, it was imperative to conserve water. After all, he had no idea when he might come across another bottle of mineral water. Would he be fortunate enough to stumble upon another resource chest tomorrow? And would it contain yet another bottle of water? Such thoughts seemed far-fetched. For the vast majority, tonight would be a night of hunger and deprivation. Only a select few had managed to scavenge some food to stave off their hunger, while others were fortunate enough to find their wooden shelters near a water source. Yet, fortune favored but a handful. As for the remaining 2 glowing orbs, Yuan opened them without hesitation. One yielded a blanket, while the other produced 20 pieces of wood. The blanket, though not particularly thick, proved effective in providing warmth. Yuan immediately draped the blanket over himself, feeling significantly warmer. At the time, he had merely been clad in a t-shirt and a jacket, appropriate for early autumn. While manageable during the day, the evening chill was quite harsh, making the blanket a welcome addition. The 20 pieces of wood were unremarkable, simply added to his growing pile collected during the day. After a day of effort, his wooden shelter had accumulated a number of items. In the corner near the window, on the right side of the cabin, lay a collection of 163 stones and 38 pieces of wood. Adjacent to this was a flower bed, measuring 1 meter in length, half a meter in width, and half a meter in height, though it remained empty for the time being. Leaning against the flower bed were 2 chests, 1 bronze resource chest and 1 wooden resource chest. After being opened, Yuan repurposed these resource chests as storage. In fact, resource chests can be recycled. The bronze chest can be transformed into 5 units of bronze, while the wooden chest can yield 5 units of wood. However, at present, the chests served a more immediate utility. Recycling could always wait until later. The bronze chest now housed tools, containing a stone axe and an iron pickaxe, while the wooden chest served as a makeshift cushion. Propped behind him, lying on the straw mat, covered by the cashmere blanket, Yuan felt a surge of contentment amidst his simple living conditions. Suddenly, his stomach grumbled unceremoniously. With a sigh, Yuan rubbed his belly. He had not anticipated the surrounding area to be so barren, yielding not a morsel to be found. He wondered if the trading platform had any food available for exchange. Chapter 4. The Fog World Announcement. Lost in thought, Yuan opened the survival manual in the fog. At this moment, the world chat channel was bustling with activity. 6 hours of daylight and 18 hours of night. Even if one were to sleep for 12 hours, there would still be 6 hours of idleness within the wooden shelter. Currently, the cabin could be described as bare bones. Aside from a straw mat, a table, and an oil lamp, what else was there? Perhaps a few trees that had been chopped down during the day. How could one possibly endure the surplus of 6 or 7 hours in the cabin? The world chat channel, surviving alone in the fog world, feelings of loneliness, fear, and panic would only intensify. The presence of other survivors became a source of solace for all. Even Yuan often found himself perusing the chat channel. The humorous banter among netizens significantly alleviated the loneliness of survival in the fog. The immense pressure of survival could also be released through joking exchanges. Whether in the world chat channel, the regional chat channel, or even the trading market, countless netizens dominated the conversations. I'm starving. Does anyone have food? Confirmed. Internet beggar upstairs. If we can't find food soon, we'll all end up as beggars. Can't find food either? I thought it was just my area that was barren. Who isn't? All I see are weeds. Be grateful. I'm literally in a primeval forest. No food to be found, only mud puddles. Hey, don't say that. I am on a mountaintop. Snowflakes are starting to fall outside. So cold. Is everyone really that unfortunate? I was born by the river. Just a few steps and I found a patch of potatoes. So comfortable. What? Bro upstairs, you should go check your home. What is wrong? Your ancestral grave is on fire. By the way, does anyone nearby have food? Is it just me who is unlucky with my starting position? I'm crying. Potato bro, sell me some water. I'm dying of thirst in the desert. I don't have any water. I want some too. I want it. I'll trade you wood. 111 Hey, I'll trade my water with you. DM me for photos and videos. Is there business going on here? Can you come to my place? Not really bro. You don't have to come over. Just reach out with your tools. Get lost? The building was gradually tilting. The kind that couldn't be straightened up. However, the majority were engaged in serious transactions. Many people had found a nearby water source, but a significant number, like Yuan, had yet to catch even a glimpse of water. Water was the primary necessity for sustaining life. Thus, many began trading for fresh water. However, a problem arose. The containers for holding water. In the trading market, once a transaction was completed, the items would be transported to the respective wooden shelters by the system. If fresh water was sent without a container, it would simply spill onto the ground. This left many people in a quandary. Those buying water were frustrated, unable to drink despite having it in front of them. Those selling water were even more vexed, with resources aplenty but unable to access them. It is worth noting the issue of item crafting. Within the wooden shelter, only the upgrade of the shelter could be accomplished directly through the system. However, other tools could not be synthesized directly. For example, a cup cannot be created simply by placing materials together. The same goes for a shovel. It won't simply form from a stone and a piece of wood. Crafting items requires manufacturing scrolls. Otherwise, one must create them manually. Tools made by oneself not only perform poorly but also lack additional functionalities, such as accelerating plant growth in a flower bed. Thus, the importance of manufacturing scrolls in the future is self-evident. This design also prevents early advantages due to starting locations from leading to a windfall. Consequently, it significantly increases the difficulty of survival. Faced with the predicament of lacking cups, everyone had to seek alternative methods. Using wood, they carved out a pit to hold water. This crude yet straightforward method allowed the freshwater trade to continue functioning. Naturally, some discovered bamboo and began selling bamboo tubes as containers, thereby making a profit as well. If only there were a manufacturing scroll for disposable cups at this moment, Yuan sighed with regret. However, such thoughts were mere flights of fancy. Obtaining scrolls was already a challenge, let alone controlling the type of scroll. The trading market was bustling with various transactions, leading to disputes and chaos. Bro, how greedy are you? 1 unit of wood for 20 milliliters of water. I gather 50 to 60 units of wood a day. And I can't even afford water? Buy if you want. Water is plentiful here, and there are plenty of buyers. If you don't want to buy, stop complaining. Well, sorry, but no one is looking to buy from you. There are plenty of water sellers, right? Let's all boycott these unscrupulous merchants. Earlier, I even saw someone trading 300 milliliters for a piece of wood. The spontaneously formed trading market was quite unstable. Prices were either exorbitantly high or ridiculously low. However, the initial chaos soon settled down. The price of fresh water stabilized within a reasonable range, 100 milliliters of fresh water for 1 unit of wood. This price was acceptable to the majority, leading to a general stabilization around this figure. With only minor fluctuations, fresh water was not an exceedingly scarce resource. Roughly 5 to 6 of people could find water sources nearby. As exploration continued, many more would undoubtedly discover water sources. Other resources, apart from fresh water, exhibited considerable price volatility. While searching for blood essence and seeds, Yuan encountered numerous exorbitantly priced items. A half carrot could be traded for 100 pieces of wood or 50 stones. The bite mark is mine. Not from an animal. A pair of thermal underwear for 100 stones, essential for withstanding the cold. A chair manufacturing scroll requires 200 wood and 100 stones. 999 cold medicine. 1 packet for various foods. Basic resources. Stones preferred. Cucumber seeds, only 50 stones. Can DM. The current trading market was rife with inflated prices. Under normal circumstances, in a 6-hour workday, one could expect to gather around 70 to 80 units of wood, which still wouldn't guarantee basic sustenance. If the resources gathered daily couldn't meet fundamental dietary needs, how could one hope to withstand the cold? It wouldn't be long before they were eliminated from the fog world. Yuan had already observed significant changes in the number of people within the regional area and the overall population of survivors. Uncertain whether he had encountered a beast or faced insurmountable challenges, it became evident to Yuan that the world shrouded in mist was far from a tranquil pastoral existence. The dangers lurking within the fog were countless as Yuan perused the chat channel. He found himself intrigued by numerous topics, particularly a brother who lived by the river and could gather potatoes with just a few steps. Potatoes? Yuan mused to himself. Potatoes are tuberous plants that can be sown once cut into smaller pieces. The cultivation method is simplistic, ensuring high survival rates and substantial yields. Yuan initiated a private chat with the individual named Zhou Ming in the chat channel. Real names were displayed, with each person's nickname reflecting their actual name. Thus, when Yuan sent a message, his nickname was Yuan. Yuan, hello, how many potatoes have you found? I can trade for them with stones. He sent a brief message, refraining from elaborating further. Concerned that too much eagerness might result in inflated prices, after waiting for 2 minutes without a response, likely due to the overwhelming number of messages, Yuan continued to browse the trading market. With 163 stones in his possession, he considered himself fairly affluent. Currently, wood had become the primary medium of exchange, as most individuals only had axes and could only chop trees, resulting in the majority possessing merely 60 to 70 pieces of wood. A few had crafted their own picks to mine some stones, yet the quantities were scant, with the handmade tools proving inefficient and prone to damage. Yuan contemplated the market prices, pondering what ratio would be appropriate for acquiring wood. 1, 2, 1, 3. Perhaps by evening, he could upgrade his wooden house to level 2.at that moment. An announcement appeared on everyone's survival manual in the mist. Mist announcement. Congratulations on surviving the first day. However, this is merely the beginning. A cold wave is approaching. Please stockpile supplies and ensure warmth. On the first day, many have reaped the rewards of the Misty world. Resource boxes. Today's resource box acquisition rates are: wooden resource box, 1. 286 bronze resource box, 0.00142 below is a temporary task. Those who upgrade their wooden house on the first day will receive a beginner survival gift package. As the announcement spread, the chat channel erupted with excitement. What are resource boxes? How come I didn't know about them? I didn't see any. Did I miss something? Clearly, these must be randomly refreshed rare resources. Had I known, I wouldn't have rushed to chop trees. Perhaps a leisurely stroll might have led me to a resource box. Did anyone find one? Surely, many have received them. I just saw someone boasting about it in the chat. Yes, I even teased him, not believing it was true. Ha ha ha, I told you. Now do you believe me? Come on. I have half a loaf of bread from the wooden resource box, trading for 20 stones. Don't miss out. Don't be foolish. Without picks for mining, no one has many stones. Speaking of which, surely resource boxes contain picks or similar items, right? Exactly. Although only a fraction of people have found resource boxes, the sheer number of participants means a significant total. With 7 billion people, that 1.286 translates to over 90 million who obtained wooden resource boxes, and 0.00142, well, I can't quite calculate that. 0.00142 should be less than 100, 000, incredible. 666, I never imagined there were so many hidden lucky individuals. Alas, I intended to quietly amass wealth, yet I didn't anticipate being discovered. Ha 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 ha. A mere wooden resource box is nothing to boast about. Don't be too envious. Ha ha ha. A simple bronze resource box is trivial. As more and more resource box recipients emerged, Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Although the ratio is small, the vast population ensures that a significant number of fortunate souls acquire resource boxes. Nonetheless, individuals like himself, who have gathered 2 resource boxes, are undoubtedly rare. Big shots. What treasures lie within your resource boxes? Please share with us. Indeed, what valuable items do you possess? Why keep them hidden? Not long after, several item notifications appeared in the chat. Yuan, upon viewing, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. These individuals had struck extraordinary luck. Chapter 5. Guardian of Thorns. Name. Shelter Light Shield. Excellent. Effect. Forms a light shield with a radius of 10 meters centered around the shelter. The shielded area counts as the domain of the shelter. Within the shielded area, slightly reduces the impact of climate, temperature, wind, rain, snow, and sandstorms. Significantly wards off external attacks. Description. The unparalleled choice for safeguarding one's home. Following this, a statement quickly followed. Yang Zhenghe. This is a tool obtained from the bronze resource box, and possessing it will significantly enhance survival rates in the early stages. I plan to establish a mutual aid alliance, where members can share resources and exchange goods. Currently, I am seeking allies with special resources, such as abundant water sources, stones, or scrolls. Those who have acquired scrolls should understand that the materials for crafting are not easily collected. Within the alliance, we can provide support to one another and offer resources at prices lower than the market rate. Interested parties may message me privately. I hope everyone can survive better. Is this the beginning of a self-formed faction? Taking advantage of everyone's astonishment at the shelter light shield, Yang Zhenghe began recruiting globally. Individuals from different countries are present in the world chat channel, though their languages are translated into their respective native tongues. Personal information displays names, nationalities, genders, etc. Yuan felt somewhat tempted. With everyone dispersed across the Misty world, the resources at their disposal varied greatly. Sharing resources could significantly enhance survival abilities. Additionally, Yuan, with his healing potion scroll, could undoubtedly become an essential ally. Although the healing potion scroll was merely a good quality item, the importance of medicine is self-evident. Moreover, the items appearing in the bronze resource box on the first day assuredly have a degree of rarity. However, Yuan was not in a rush to join. He intended to observe further. Before anyone could react, more notifications of rare items emerged. Name. Dimensional backpack. Good effect. Contains a 5 cubic meter dimensional space within. Description. Strap on my dear little backpack. The perfect tool for gathering resources. While this was only a good quality item, its functional applicability was undeniable. Name. Mist Dispelling Lantern. Excellent. Effect. Creates a mist-free zone with a radius of 5 meters in the thin mist area. In the dense fog area, it creates a thin mist zone with a radius of 5 meters, while also reducing the likelihood of being detected by other creatures. Description. Dense fog cannot hinder my progress. Wow, wow, wow. 666, 666. I bow before you. Great one. Let me bask in your fortune. I want to taste too, one. Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. It appeared that many individuals had acquired valuable items. Although the probability of obtaining a bronze resource box was low, with a population of 7 billion, nearly 100,000 had still managed to obtain them. This meant that a substantial number of individuals had secured multiple good quality items. Even if the chance of a bronze resource box yielding an excellent item was merely 0.1, that still results in approximately 100 individuals acquiring excellent items on the first day. Only wooden and bronze resource boxes would appear. Given the rarity of the bronze resource box, the quality of its contents would undoubtedly be exceptional. Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of fortunate individuals. Thankfully, his healing potion scroll was also commendable. Subsequently, numerous other rare items appeared in the chat channel. Name: World Horn, Special Effect. Speak in the World channel, with your message pinned for a day. Description: ensures everyone sees your message. Name: Life Pearl, Excellent Effect. Increases the growth rate of plants within the light of the pearl, within a radius of 5 meters. Ordinary Seeds. Increase by 30. Good Seeds. Increase by 20. Excellent Seeds. Increase by 10. Rare Seeds. Increase by 5. The higher the level, the smaller the increase. Description: let us farm together. Name: Mist Torch Manufacturing Scroll, Good Materials, Hidden Effect. Creates mist torches to dispel mist in a small area. Description: there should be light even in the mist. Numerous valuable items appeared in the chat channel. Just from what Yuan observed, there were 16 to 17 distinct types. Each item was a veritable gem, igniting the desires of all present. If not for the barrier of the survival manual in the mist, many would have rushed to acquire them. Among these individuals, some were merely flaunting their treasures, while others had their own agendas, like Yang Zhenghe, seeking allies or forming small collectives. Surprisingly, the initiative proved effective. The authorities were also subtly stabilizing the situation. However, within the Misty world, one must adhere to its rules. Following this night, numerous global loose organizations would undoubtedly emerge, alongside many regional groups. Whether these would be fleeting or enduring remained uncertain. Yuan pondered for a long time, contemplating whether to join any organizations. Ultimately, he remained undecided. Yuan was not entirely convinced. The Mutual Aid Alliance for Trading seemed reasonable, serving as a platform for exchanging rare resources. However, other factions, when unrestrained, are utterly incapable of effective management. Are you to simply run over and physically reprimand those who disobey? In the realm of Mist, each individual exists as an independent entity. You cannot govern the life or death of others. Indeed, you cannot even control your own fate. Nowadays, many have acquired astonishingly wondrous artifacts, believing themselves to be part of humanity's elite, and thus dismissing the perils of the mist-laden world. Yet, Yuan has a premonition that the greatest threat within this misty domain is certainly not other humans. Rather, it is the vast, perilous, and enigmatic world of mist itself. Perhaps merely surviving is already a formidable challenge. As Yuan contemplated his future plans, he opened the information on an item: Guardian Thorns. Yuan found himself greatly intrigued by this peculiar plant. Name: Guardian Thorns, Wood Element, Good Effect. When planted outside the shelter, it effectively wards off external invaders. It grows and reproduces by absorbing plant attributes, with varying functionalities based on different attributes. Description: the guardian of the homestead, but do remember to feed it well. It has quite an appetite. This is a type of plant dedicated to the defense of shelters, sold by a woman named Qin Shuyu. Yuan had exchanged a few words with her. There are 2 of these plants in total. Aside from this wood attribute thorn, there is also a flesh attribute thorn. These thorny plants were not spawned from resource crates, but rather were discovered by Qin Shuyu near her wooden cabin. According to her, these thorns were growing on rocks, unable to draw nourishment, and were extremely weak when found. Fascinated by their peculiarity, she decided to excavate them. To her astonishment, the system revealed their attributes, allowing them to be placed on the trading market for sale. Qin Shuyu planned to trade one of them for 50 units of stone and 30 units of wood to upgrade her shelter. After all, a temporary task had just been announced by the Mist, requiring shelters to be upgraded to level 2 on the first day. The reward is a novice survival package. Consequently, the entire trading market and chat channels were abuzz with activity. The value of stone surged once more, as did that of wood. Many, recognizing their lack of prospects for the reward, opted to sell their wood at inflated prices in exchange for food and water. Meanwhile, those hopeful of upgrading their shelters were fervently acquiring wood and stone, particularly stone, as its circulation in the market was exceedingly scarce due to a lack of tools. This presented Yuan with a tremendous business opportunity. Yuan: how much for this guardian thorn? Qin Shuyu: 50 stones and 30 woods. Yuan: that's exorbitant. Are you aware of the current prices for stone and wood? Yuan understood that Qin Shuyu was undoubtedly aiming to upgrade her shelter. But her asking price was far too steep. Qin Shuyu: Someone in the chat channel has already mentioned that there may be biological attacks on shelters tonight. With this guardian thorn, safety will be greatly enhanced. Yuan, you mentioned that this thorn is quite weak and requires time to nurture and grow. Shuyu, do you have enough stones? Yuan, yes, Shuyu. I need 43 stones. The rest is negotiable. Yuan frowned, still feeling it was not worth it any other time. This price would be exceptionally favorable, but at this moment, it felt excessively high. Currently, the demand for stone in the market is immense. 50 stones could be exchanged for the vast majority of items, barring exceptions like the shelter's protective dome or dimensional backpack. Just as Yuan hesitated, Shuyu sent another message. Shuyu, I can exchange a piece of information with you. Yuan's eyes filled with skepticism, yet he remained unwilling to yield. What information? Such claims are hard to believe, especially since there are no laws here. Shuyu, I can share the information first, and if you find it suitable, we can proceed with the trade. Seemingly anxious about Yuan's potential refusal, Shuyu quickly sent another message. Shuyu, I have access to fresh water nearby. I can provide you with freshwater resources for free. If you trust me, as she spoke, a prompt appeared on Yuan's screen. Trade information. Shuyu offers 561 milliliters of river water in exchange for a piece of grass. Confirm the trade by clicking agree. Yuan plucked a piece of grass from outside and clicked confirm. Shortly thereafter, a wooden container, dug out and filled with water, was transmitted to him. Yuan, now, tell me your information, if it holds value. I am willing to trade. Yuan was not swayed by Shuyu's apparent sincerity. 500 milliliters of river water, coupled with an uncertain piece of information, was simply too trivial. Shuyu quickly sent another message. Shuyu, I actually discovered 3 guardian thorns. I traded one of the earth attribute thorns to Yang Zhenghe. This information was obtained from him. Yuan was instantly captivated by this revelation. He understood why the earth attribute had been chosen first. When faced with options of earth, flesh, or grass, the choice was clear. Moreover, it was evident that the earth attribute would possess superior defensive capabilities. Shuyu, the protective dome of Yang Zhenghe's shelter was not obtained from a resource crate. He has ventured into a secret realm. Secret realm? The mere mention of this term sent Yuan's mind into a whirlwind. Is this truly a game world? There are secret realms? Shuyu continued. Yes, Yang Zhenghe stayed awake all night last night and was the first to venture out at dawn. He discovered a stone pillar not far from the shelter, and approaching it revealed information about the secret realm. The secret realm only appears during the first 3 minutes of daylight, and each individual can enter only once. According to Yang Zhenghe, upon entering, the secret realm evaluates the rank of his wooden cabin among all of humanity and then grants rewards. Chapter 6. Level 2 Shelter. The evaluation criteria include shelter level, quantity and value of gathered resources, exploration range, and other factors. At that time, others were still too afraid to venture outside, but he ventured out and felled a tree, resulting in a high evaluation. I suspect he received more than just the protective dome of the shelter. After all, the rewards are global. Reading through this information, Yuan felt his mind buzzing. Perhaps concerned that Yuan might doubt her, Shuyu sent screenshots of their chat history. Along with it was a photo of the secret realm stone pillar, evidently captured using the screenshot function of the Mist survival manual. Seeing this, Yuan began to believe wholeheartedly. Even if it were a fabrication, it was worth a try. The rewards were simply too bountiful, and judging by the chat screenshots and the photograph, it appeared to be genuine. Yuan, I am uncertain of the veracity of your claims. Trading with you carries significant risk. Shuyu, I find it challenging to prove the truth of my words. If you don't believe me, I will have to seek out others for trading. Yuan, I lack fresh water nearby, yet I can trade with you. However, you must provide me with fresh water in the future. Yuan valued the guardian thorn greatly and was unwilling to forfeit it, so he chose to proceed with the trade. Shuyu, that's wonderful. Rest assured, I will add you as a friend, and I will handle your water needs in the future. There is a river right next to my house, and I have an abundance of fresh water. With that, Yuan initiated a trade request, exchanging 50 stones for a wood attribute guardian thorn. Based on their previous conversation, Yuan deduced that Shuyu lacked 43 stones and 30 woods. Yuan intended to engage in a long-term trade for freshwater. Delighting in the opportunity to do a favor, by offering an additional 7 stones, he could secure an ample supply of wood. Given the current market prices, 7 units of stone would easily procure 30 units of wood. Soon, the trade was confirmed successfully. A greenish thorn, roughly the thickness of an infant's arm, appeared before him. The thorn was bristling with spikes, its roots appearing frail and undernourished. Yuan plucked a handful of grass from outside and placed the guardian thorn atop it. It was evident that the roots of the guardian thorn began to subtly writhe, attaching themselves to the grass. The grass gradually wilted and was ultimately consumed and decayed, forming a substance akin to soil that accumulated around the roots of the guardian thorn. The guardian thorn appeared slightly revitalized, though only to a limited extent. Seeing that the guardian thorn was still alive, Yuan felt a sense of relief. As long as the guardian thorn is placed outside the wooden cabin, it would automatically attack any beings that do not belong to the shelter, while also preventing any accidental harm to Yuan. However, at this moment, the guardian thorn remained too fragile and would need to be placed in the flower bed to recuperate. After completing these tasks, Yuan proceeded to open the Mist Survival Manual. This is a golden opportunity for trading. Such favorable chances may not present themselves again. Ignoring several messages of gratitude from Qin Shuyu, Yuan accessed the market.ata ratio of 5:1. He easily exchanged 13 units of stone for 65 units of wood. He successfully met the conditions for upgrading his wooden cabin. Without further hesitation, Yuan flipped to the page regarding shelter information in the Mist Survival Manual and clicked on Upgrade. A beam of white light enveloped the wooden cabin instantaneously. The radiant glow persisted for approximately 5 seconds before gradually dissipating. When Yuan opened his eyes, he beheld neatly sealed wooden walls. The cold wind from outside could no longer intrude. Square stones were arranged uniformly on the ground, their sturdy textures instilling a profound sense of security. The area of the cabin had also undergone a significant transformation. What was once a 10-square-meter dilapidated shack had now expanded to 30 square meters. It resembled a proper room, measuring 6 meters in length and 5 meters in width. Overall, it appeared far more like a proper dwelling. The oil lamp upon the wooden table flickered, its glow intensifying as the wooden cabin expanded. It seemed to symbolize the flame of hope that was ablaze. In every corner of this mist-laden world, sparks danced within the foggy.at that moment. The information regarding the shelter in the Manual of Survival in the Mist underwent a transformation. Shelter. Level 2 wooden cabin, 30 square meters, wooden walls. Stone foundation. Barely sufficient to shield against wind and rain. Do not expect it to withstand greater disasters. Level 2 shelter facilities, bedroom. 350 wood, includes one single wooden bed, living room. 350 wood 50-10 stone, includes a small stove, warehouse. 350 wood, includes 2 storage boxes. Lacking dimensional storage capabilities, workshop. 350 wood, includes a small workbench, capable of crafting ordinary and good quality items, requiring a crafting scroll, kitchen. 350 wood 50-10 stone, includes 1 earthen iron pot, exterior balcony. 350 wood, included within the 30 square meters. Features a rain shelter, animal pen. 330 wood, includes a feeding trough, can only house ordinary level tame creatures. Note: only 4 facilities can be constructed in a level 2 wooden cabin. Shelter upgrade, 250 wood 5500 stone. The facilities of the level 2 shelter evidently increased in number, totaling 7. However, with only 30 square meters of space, only 4 could be selected for construction. Yuan found himself lost in thought as he considered the 7 types of room facilities: bedroom, living room, warehouse, workshop, kitchen, exterior balcony, and animal pen. Firstly, the workshop was undoubtedly essential. Otherwise, who knew where he would procure a workbench? Yuan murmured to himself. As for the other 6, the warehouse was unnecessary, as it merely included ordinary boxes, not dimensional ones. Currently, there was no need for the animal pen either, as tending to the thorned guardians was already quite troublesome. The animal pen was dismissed, that left the living room, bedroom, kitchen, and balcony. If he were to exclude one, acquiring an iron pot for the kitchen could prove difficult. It could be built. The exterior balcony was also quite necessary, as many plants required outdoor growth. The living room had a stove for warmth. Right, the living room could serve as the bedroom. Given the limited space, dividing it into 4 sections would result in a living room area of merely 7 to 8 square meters, which would surely provide adequate warmth comparable to that of a bedroom. Yuan nodded in satisfaction. However, despite his optimistic thoughts, he still lacked sufficient materials for construction. A total of 200 wood and 20 stone were required. In addition, preparations for upgrading the cabin were necessary, 250 wood and 500 stone. This was an immense quantity. Today, he had collected 163 stones, spent 50 on trading for thorn guardians, 13 on wood, and 50 for upgrading the shelter, leaving him with only 50 units. Calculating by the most conventional efficiency, using an ordinary stone axe and stone pickaxe, he could gather a maximum of 80 units of wood or stone each day. Even without food or water, it would take 10 days to collect everything. Furthermore, he would need to spend considerable time or resources addressing his dietary needs daily. For the majority, upgrading to a level 3 shelter would take at least 20 to 30 days. Yuan believed that his pace could be significantly faster, placing him among the fastest developing individuals in all of humanity. As Yuan contemplated this with satisfaction, he examined the package on the wooden table. This had appeared following the upgrade of the cabin and should be the temporary task reward mentioned in the announcement, the beginner survival package. With so many people scrambling to acquire stones and hastily upgrade their shelters, this package was the object of their fervor. Yuan was also eagerly anticipating this beginner survival package. Those who managed to upgrade their shelters on the first day were likely few in number, and such task rewards were bound to be exceptional. With an excited heart, he opened the package, a bronze resource box. Yuan gazed in astonishment at the items before him. The most prominent and familiar among them was indeed the bronze resource box. Beside the resource box, there were 3 glowing orbs. To clarify, the orbs will automatically open after 5 hours, even if left unopened. Setting the bronze resource box aside for later, Yuan first decided to open the 3 glowing orbs. The essential triad for daily needs appeared before him. A 5-liter bottle of mineral water, 8 compressed biscuit the size of a brick, a thick cotton coat. These were the 3 most practical and necessary supplies at present. The surprise came so suddenly that Yuan was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such generous rewards. With these 3 items, his early survival rate was nearly guaranteed. Suddenly, Yuan pondered that those who managed to upgrade their shelters on the first day were either extraordinarily lucky or exceptionally skilled. Now, with this batch of food, fresh water, and clothing, his early development would far surpass that of others. Of course, the number of such individuals was exceedingly rare, merely a drop in the ocean of 7 billion people. And indeed, Yuan was one such drop. Glancing at the time, Yuan noted that the manual of survival in the mist indicated it was now 8 o'clock in the evening. Daytime lasted from 10 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon. 4 hours had passed since nightfall, yet dawn still seemed a distant prospect. However, only 4 hours remained until midnight, when the temporary tasks would conclude. Yuan opened the manual of survival in the mist, seizing the last moments to procure a wave of supplies. With 50 units of stone remaining, he estimated he could trade for quite a few valuable items. Tomorrow morning, he planned to venture into the secret realm. According to Qin Shuyu, the evaluation of the secret realm would consider factors including the shelter's level, the quantity and value of collected resources, and the range of exploration. As Yuan browsed the trading market, he spotted numerous enticing items, feeling quite hesitant about which ones to exchange. The shelter's level could not be upgraded at present. The resources available for collection were limited to wood, stone, water, and food, which were also difficult to acquire in large quantities. Expanding the exploration range was equally challenging. What items could provide an advantage in the value assessment? Yuan concluded that only various special items obtained from resource boxes could offer such benefits, particularly those that appeared impractical or of little immediate use, yet held substantial long-term value. Yuan had already identified his targets. In truth, even with the allure of the beginner survival package, few people would part with valuable items from their resource boxes in exchange for wood and stone. Even if they did, the items were typically of little worth. Yuan noticed a pile of undergarments, socks, toothpicks, and cling film, among other similar items. Thus, those who genuinely sought to trade, aiming to upgrade and complete tasks, and who possessed the ability to do so, primarily chose to exchange crafting scrolls. After perusing for quite some time, Yuan discerned 2 categories of people. The first type exchanged crafting scrolls for 40 to 50 units of stone. These individuals typically had little stockpiled. They would trade a non-essential scroll if someone was willing. If not, they would simply let it go, relying on chance. The second type only sought to exchange for a handful of stone, around 10 to 20 units. These individuals were on the brink of upgrading their shelters and thus aimed for a more favorable trading price. However, Regardless of the type of person, none would part with truly high-value crafting scrolls. After all, if they possessed scrolls for crafting healing potions or other valuable items, they would undoubtedly retain them, as even without the beginner survival package, they could acquire more resources using the scrolls. Within the vast ocean of trading, Yuan spotted two promising scrolls. Chapter 7. Trading and Harvesting. Name. Charcoal crafting scroll. Good materials. Wood function. To create refined charcoal, suitable for stoves, fireplaces, etc. burns longer with less smoke. Description. High-quality charcoal, imbued with a fruity aroma. This scroll was extremely practical, providing excellent benefits against the impending cold. Furthermore, it was reasonably priced, requiring only 23 units of stone. Initially, Yuan was puzzled as to why someone would trade such a versatile scroll. However, upon reflection, he understood. Charcoal, while seemingly advantageous, was not the optimal choice for those who could barely meet their basic needs. Firstly, charcoal also consumed wood. Using wood to produce charcoal was not significantly better than burning wood directly. At most, it would burn slightly longer with a bit more smoke. These drawbacks were entirely acceptable. Nevertheless, Yuan was keen to improve his quality of life, and spending 23 stones to purchase it was undoubtedly a wise investment. However, he remained unaware that, under the influence of the crafting scroll, charcoal would perform far better than raw wood. The other scroll was rather lackluster. Name. Utility pole crafting scroll. Excellent. Materials. Stone function. Decorative item. Enhances the aesthetic appeal of the shelter. Description. Though it cannot generate electricity, it is long, straight, and robust. As Yuan read the description of the utility pole crafting scroll, he felt his lips twitch in disbelief. This was indeed an excellent grade item. Clearly, it had been obtained from a bronze resource box. Yuan could easily imagine a hapless individual finally discovering a bronze resource box, eagerly opening it only to find an excellent level crafting scroll, only to be dismayed to discover it was a utility pole. Moreover, this utility pole couldn't even conduct electricity. Who in their right mind would use a utility pole as a decorative item? Yuan could empathize with the despair of that unfortunate soul. In truth, many such peculiar items existed in the trading market. For instance, a non-functional electric toothbrush, a singing Psyduck plushie, and a roller compactor crafting scroll. Among others, most were of some minor utility but very little practical value. Yuan's interest in the utility pole crafting scroll stemmed primarily from its grade. Even if it proves to be of little use, it is still regarded as an exceptional item. This is, without a doubt, the most inconsequential piece of exceptional equipment that Yuan has ever encountered. The trade for the electrical pole manufacturing scroll requires 28 stones. Yuan is merely 1 stone short, but after a remarkably effortless negotiation, he ultimately acquires it for 22 stones. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up. It was from Brother Potato, Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming, a potato the size of a fist. In exchange for 30 grams of compressed biscuits, Yuan's pupils constricted, realizing that this potato would not be easily exchanged. Since Zhou Ming was aware of the compressed biscuits, he must have upgraded his shelter to level 2. Therefore, he likely had no need for stones. Yuan. What compressed biscuits? Did you obtain them from a resource box? In a corner of the Misty world, within a level 2 shelter, a disheveled young man wrapped in a cotton coat lay by the fireplace. Frantically typing while holding a book, the sound of incoming messages was incessant. If Yuan could see this, he would undoubtedly be astonished. He never expected that someone could upgrade their shelter to level 2 and still possess materials to construct additional facilities. Zhou Ming leaned closer to the fire circle and said, somewhat disappointed, "People nowadays are hard to deceive. If I hadn't just seen you trade away my electrical pole manufacturing scroll and charcoal scroll, I might have actually been fooled." However, after upgrading to a level 2 shelter, having so many stones left to spend in the trade market, it seems you are not an ordinary person. Could it be that you were just a few stones short and unable to gather them all? Yuan marveled at the rapid development of others. Similarly, if others were to glimpse at Yuan's stockpile, they would surely curse him. Zhou Ming. What do you have to offer in exchange? Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. I only have 1 day's worth of food. I can trade stones with you. Yuan felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that he asks everyone if they have compressed biscuits? Is this mere coincidence, or does he know I have already upgraded to a level 2 shelter? No, that can't be right. Could it be just because I spent a few stones? Many who cannot upgrade their shelters are also frantically shopping. Furrowing his brow, Qi Yuan sent another message before Zhou Ming could reply to Qi Yuan. Have we traded before? The electrical pole manufacturing scroll? Zhou Ming's mouth twitched. Had he been discovered? This seems unreasonable. Qi Yuan continued. Could it be that both are yours? Although Qi Yuan was not entirely certain, it didn't hurt to ask. In fact, upon reflection, Qi Yuan realized the likelihood of the situation. He had simply not anticipated such a coincidence. It was evident that Qi Yuan had purchased 2 scrolls, spending 45 stones, and now had some remaining to buy more items. It was highly probable that Qi Yuan had indeed upgraded his shelter. Zhou Ming must have thought of this possibility and approached it with a mindset of giving it a try. Zhou Ming, good brother, it's me. To be honest, I didn't expect anyone to actually purchase an electrical pole. Qi Yuan? Does he take me for a fool? Qi Yuan, since we are both regular customers, I won't say much. How many potatoes can I get for 5 stones? Qi Yuan was indifferent to how many potatoes he could exchange. After all, they were not for eating. As long as they could be planted, that was sufficient. Zhou Ming, eager to make a new friend, politely replied, How about this? I don't have many potatoes left. I traded a lot earlier. Let us consider ourselves friends and exchange 1 potato for 1 stone. Simultaneously, a trade request arrived. Trade request: Zhou Ming offers 5 units of potato, ordinary, for 5 units of stone. Confirm? Confirm. The price of stones actually pales in comparison to that of potatoes. It is merely due to the current circumstances that stones are in high demand, thus their elevated price. Being able to obtain 5 potatoes was quite satisfactory. These 5 potatoes were small in size and had peculiar shapes, starkly contrasting with those bought at the supermarket. They appeared to be scavenged from the riverbank. After the trade was completed, Zhou Ming sent a friend request. Qi Yuan readily accepted. More friends mean more opportunities. Qi Yuan's friend list now included 2 individuals, Qin Shuyu and Zhou Ming. After introducing themselves, Zhou Ming, 28 years old, a self-employed master's student, possessed intelligence, emotional acumen, and capability. The 2 agreed to trade special resources in the future and assist one another when needed. Qi Yuan had exhausted all materials and closed the Misty survival manual. At this moment, only one task remained. The most comforting task: opening the treasure chest. To prepare for a potential secret realm that might appear tomorrow, Qi Yuan needed to open the chest today. Though he could not guarantee finding a secret realm tomorrow, he was determined to make every effort to be prepared. The chat history between Yang Zhenghe and Qin Shuyu did not appear to be fabricated. After all, this was the Misty world, not the original world. There was simply no opportunity to forge chat records, nor any necessity to do so. More importantly, the shelter's protective dome is a game-changer compared to other items. Its quality is extraordinarily high, significantly enhancing Yang Zhenghe's survival in the early stages. Even the most troublesome cold waves would have minimal impact on him. Within the chat channel, numerous similarly high-quality and astonishing items were visible. Qi Yuan even suspected that more than just Yang Zhenghe had entered a secret realm. It was quite possible that a portion of individuals had already entered, and news of the secret realm had circulated within certain circles. Not dwelling on it any further, Qi Yuan moved the bronze resource chest closer. Rubbing his hands together, he focused intently. A glimmer of azure light appeared before him. Inside the bronze resource chest lay 4 items: 3 orbs of light and 1 scroll. Name: 10 milliliters wooden liquor cup manufacturing scroll. Good materials. Would function: a small container for holding fine wine, preserving its aroma to a certain extent. Description: good wine should not be overindulged. Upon seeing the terms cup, container, Qi Yuan admitted that he was intrigued. However, after reading the description, his heart sank. 10 ml, a liquor cup, and it retains the aroma? In this misty world, where there is no water and barely enough food to eat, who has the leisure to drink wine? Moreover, a larger cup would have been preferable. What use is such a small cup? Helplessly, he set the scroll aside, hoping the remaining 3 items would prove more useful. Name: World Horn, special function. Speak in the World channel, pinned at the top for 1 day. Description: ensures everyone sees your message. Ah, isn't this the item that appeared in the chat channel earlier? Qi Yuan examined it with curiosity and found it quite satisfactory. Name: Fence, excellent. Function: encloses a space of 10 square meters. Does not count within the original area of the shelter. Description: expanding my home. Qi Yuan was taken aback. He had struck gold. A building facility, exceptional quality. Yuan rubbed his rosy cheeks, unable to part with this fence item. This was his first time acquiring this type of item. Yet, this did not diminish his understanding of its significance. It would expand the original 30 square meter area by an additional 10 square meters. The area enclosed by this fence would also fall under the shelter's protection. Whether for planting, raising animals, or constructing a shelter, it was an excellent choice. Moreover, there was another crucial point. The view from the shelter would be significantly broadened. Previously, the windows in the wooden cabin were quite small, not allowing for a good observation of the outside situation. But now, it was different. The only downside was that the fence's defensive capabilities were inferior. The defensive strength of the fence could not match that of the wooden cabin's walls. However, these concerns were negligible. Having opened such a premium item, Yuan joyfully clicked on the final orb of light. Name: Bread 5, Good Function. Edible exquisite bread, with high satiety. Description: Gourmet food. While not overly surprising, it was certainly practical. In the Misty world, food is always a hard currency. No one would ever have too much. Contentedly, Yuan began to nibble on the bread, then kindled a fire using the oil lamp's flame. Now that the floor was made of stone, there was no need to worry about setting the entire house ablaze. Previously preoccupied with the chat channel and trading, he had not taken a close look at his new house. Now, as he settled down, he noticed the substantial transformation of the wooden cabin. All the wooden plank walls had become exceedingly neat. The once howling winds had diminished greatly. The insulation was now vastly improved. Spreading a straw mat beside the fire, Yuan donned his cotton coat and covered himself with a blanket, lying down in contentment. With still more than 10 hours until daylight, there was truly nothing left to do. The chat channel continued to be flooded with messages. Some were boasting loudly, others selling or trading, while some were seeking allies. However, nothing particularly significant was happening. Considering the need to rise early tomorrow to prepare for the search for the secret realm, Yuan decided to turn in early. Even waking a few hours earlier would be better than oversleeping. Chapter 8. Evaluation of Rewards. The night in the Misty world was eerily silent. Distant wooden cabins flickered with faint candlelight. Countless individuals, suffering from hunger and cold, huddled in corners of the floor, waiting for dawn. Meanwhile, some were striving for better survival. At midnight, a world announcement appeared in the Misty Survival Manual. Misty announcement: temporary task concluded. A total of 1,135,894 survivors completed the task. Congratulations on your successful completion. The announcement was brief, yet it ignited a frenzy in the entire chat channel. My goodness. Over 1 million people completed the task. How is that even possible? How could there be so many resources on the first day? I spent the entire day chopping trees, and I didn't even have a meal. I'm dying. Is there anyone who can save me? I want to file a complaint. It is improbable that such an abundance of resources would be available on the very first day. Indeed, we demand the truth, the truth, the truth, the truth. The system naturally paid them no mind, yet some individuals stepped forward to respond. Brothers, there is still a considerable chance. Some people are just exceedingly fortunate. Yes, those who were near the water source have reaped bountiful rewards. And there are those who found food close to the wooden cabins. Although the general landscape is rather barren, many have indeed been fortunate enough to be born in resource-rich locations. We rely on the heavens for sustenance. It cannot be compared, but the number of individuals is simply staggering. Over 1 million. Woe is me, I thought I was faring well. On the first day, I had food and drink that I never imagined I wouldn't even make it into the top 100,000. Brothers, 1 million is actually not that many. With a population of 7 billion, 1 million accounts for only about 0.014, which is a minuscule fraction of the populace. Who would have thought there were so many formidable individuals? Can any big shots share what the rewards are? A reward with a probability of 0.014 must be something extraordinary. Don't ask, it is said there is food, drink, and clothing. How envious I am. Envy, envy, envy. 1. Is there a kind soul willing to take in a young lady? Pure and unblemished, indeed. This chat channel has become quite impure. Brother, I seek a benefactor. Ready for video calls. I've added you. Truth be told, I am one of the first million. Saliva, saliva, saliva. Me too. Me too. You're just a man. How can you say that, brother? She is a young lady too. Have you ever met a girl named Long Jibiao? She is quite adorable, you know. Ugh, brothers, I can't take it anymore. At this moment, someone revealed the specific details of the mission rewards. 5 liters of purified water, a compressed biscuit the size of a brick, a cotton-padded jacket, a bronze resource chest. Any one of these is unattainable for countless individuals. Yuan was unaware of the happenings in the chat channel, for he had already slipped into the realm of dreams. What time is it? Yuan groggily opened his eyes, groping in the dim firelight. The embers in the fire pit flickered weakly. Only the oil lamp on the table continued to emit a steady, albeit feeble, glowed. He fumbled to find the Misty survival manual. This time. There was less than an hour until dawn. The sky was already beginning to brighten, and a biting cold wind raged outside the wooden cabin. Despite wearing a cotton-padded jacket and draping himself in a blanket, Yuan felt a chill throughout his body. The temperature in the air had plunged below zero, and even the second-grade wooden cabin could not fend off such frigid temperatures. Yuan rubbed his face, striving to awaken from his stupor. A mere dozen hours of sleep had not left him invigorated. Rather, he felt a dull ache throughout his body. Stretching, he muttered to himself, "It seems I can't afford to sleep so long in the future. I must find something to occupy my time. 18 hours of night only necessitates 7 or 8 hours of sleep." Yuan stirred the fire, nearly extinguishing the flames. He would have to stockpile more wood in the future. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to light a fire, though charcoal would likely become the primary fuel source. With the last 3 pieces of wood consumed, Yuan was left with only the oil lamp. He rummaged through the 3 resource chests, contemplating what items to take when he ventured out. Axe? I suppose I should bring it. Iron pickaxe? I'll take that too. On second thought, I'll just take the iron pickaxe. Traveling light. In truth, he didn't need to carry much. Yet for safety's sake, Yuan still opted for the iron pickaxe. In case of danger, the pickaxe could serve as a makeshift weapon. Time flew by. Outside the window, the gray sky began to brighten. Dense fog dissipated from the heavens, and sunlight poured over the vast, misty world. The distant woods echoed with the chirping of birds and the sounds of other small creatures. As the final second of night passed, Yuan readied himself for departure. Today's weather. The weather is clear and sunny, an excellent choice for gathering supplies. Daylight duration, 6.5 hours. Weather, clear. Temperature, 10-14. Climate trend. A cold wave is approaching. Ensure to gather sufficient supplies for winter and keep warm. The Misty survival manual displayed the daily weather, which was not much different from yesterday. The only change was a slight drop in temperature. Yuan organized his clothing, took his script, and swiftly exited the wooden cabin. The location of the secret realm is uncertain. However, it is assuredly within the fog-free zone. The existence of the secret realm is fleeting, only appearing for the earliest moments of daylight. Yuan had no effective means to locate the secret realm, so he could only search randomly near the wooden cabin. Yuan's first direction of search was north, as he had experienced great success there the previous day. Sprinting at full speed, he reached 50 meters north of the cabin. Upon glancing around, he saw no stone pillar. Centering himself at the cabin, he began to circle in a clockwise direction to search. Running swiftly through the damp grass, he scanned his surroundings. In the cold air, beads of sweat began to form on Yuan's forehead. Puffs of white mist escaped from his mouth with each breath. Where could it be? Could Qin Shuyu have deceived me? That shouldn't be the case. Yuan had already run from the north to the south. Yet he still did not see the secret realm stone pillar that Qin Shuyu had mentioned, causing him to harbor doubts. Running through the tall grass was already exhausting, and in such frigid conditions, Yuan felt his calves beginning to weaken. Suddenly, his gaze swept past something. A white stone pillar, 5 to 6 meters tall, appeared to the west of the wooden cabin. Yuan's eyes lit up, and he let out a long breath of relief. Gritting his teeth, he quickened his pace toward it. Upon approaching, the information about the stone pillar appeared before him. Secret realm stone pillar. 1. Randomly appears within the first 3 minutes of daylight. 2. Each survivor may enter once. 3. Assesses the survivor's overall strength among all peers, subsequently providing rewards. The assessment includes but is not limited to shelter level, shelter facilities, resource gathering, and the quantity and level of resource chests. 4. Assessment ranking, 1 to 1000, S, 1000-100, 000, A, 100, 000-1, 000, 000, B, 1, 000, 000-5, C, 5-20, D, 20-50, E, 50 and below, F.5. This secret realm exists for 7 days. It will completely vanish after 7 days. Do you wish to begin the assessment? Yuan understood the information regarding the secret realm, which was quite similar to what Qin Shuyu had described. The only consideration was whether to proceed with the assessment now. The assessment rules dictate that the ranking is based on one's current overall strength among all humanity. Yuan was uncertain if he would develop better in the future. Furthermore, his current overall strength certainly ranks among the best in humanity. Shelter level? At most, it's only 2nd grade. Shelter facilities? Perhaps just 1 or 2 additional rooms. As for resource chest level and quantity, 2 bronze resource chests and 1 wooden resource chest, which is virtually unparalleled. The probability of receiving a high rating at this moment is exceedingly favorable. Yuan's expression turned serious, his eyebrows lifting to display a glimmer of confidence. I confirm the assessment. The white stone pillar emanated a gentle glow, subtly connecting with Yuan. Ding. Assessment result. S. Holy smokes. Yuan's pupils constricted, utterly captivated by the letter before him. Am I truly among the top 1,000 in the world? Yuan found it hard to believe. Yet it was somewhat understandable. As only the first day had passed at this moment, 90 of his overall strength relied on luck. The differences among individuals were also minimal. The truly formidable individuals might still be preoccupied with basic survival. Conversely, many less capable individuals, blessed with immense luck, might gain an advantage in the assessment. Yuan had capitalized on the advantage of information asymmetry. If he were to wait until everyone had developed for some time, fully established themselves before the assessment, the rankings would undoubtedly differ significantly. However, that was not Yuan's concern. A wheel appeared on the stone pillar, divided into 7 segments, depicting plants, animals, scrolls, buildings, tools, natural resources, and a question mark signifying special items. S-rank assessment level, draw attempts, 2. Number of items drawn each time, 5. Guaranteed level. Excellent. Do you wish to confirm the draw? Confirm the draw. The wheel before him spun rapidly. Soon, the pointer came to a stop. Landing on plants and natural resources, Yuan felt a pang of disappointment. According to his expectations, the best outcomes would have been in the categories of buildings and special items. Alas, the heavens do not always align with our desires. At this moment, 5 plant items appeared, and Yuan realized just how generous the rewards were. All 5 plants were of excellent quality, and they were winter warmth summer coolness tree. Alters the surrounding climate slightly, keeping it warm in winter and cool in summer. Sunflower. A supportive plant that absorbs sunlight and enriches the soil, providing nutrients and life energy to other plants. Crystal rice. A food plant that, when consumed regularly, can improve one's constitution and enhance physical fitness. Flower of life. Its juice possesses healing properties, effective for both external and internal injuries. Beast-attracting flower. The fragrance attracts beasts and can paralyze them. Yuan's fingers trembled, uncertain of which to choose. Regardless of the type of plant, the effects are exceedingly practical. Yuan is not particularly prone to indecision, yet at this moment, he finds himself in a quandary. Which one should he choose? Furrowing his brow, Yuan reflects, I desire them all. Ultimately, he resorts to the process of elimination. First, he dismisses the life flower, as he already possesses a scroll for creating healing potions, making their effects redundant. Speaking of healing potions, his gaze shifts towards the beast-catching flower. This plant is remarkably effective at capturing animals, significantly aiding in the acquisition of blood essence. However, upon further contemplation, he realizes that if he selects the beast-catching flower solely for the purpose of crafting life potions, then why not simply choose the life flower instead? Chapter 9. Rice and Springs. Blood essence can be procured through other means, rendering the selection of the beast-catching flower unnecessary. The remaining 3 options are equally challenging to choose from. The winter warmth summer cool tree boasts remarkable effects, particularly beneficial against the recent cold snap. The sunflower is also commendable, nearly ensuring the healthy growth of all other plants. As for crystal rice, it is undoubtedly valuable, providing a long-term food source while also improving one's constitution. After much deliberation, Yuan grits his teeth and decides on crystal rice. He must consider what to do if food becomes scarce in the future. Crystal rice undoubtedly offers the most security. With the selection of plant-based items complete, 5 natural items emerge, all of superior quality. Miniature fire copper mine, a warm, malleable copper mine, measuring 5 square meters, which regenerates 5 of its fire copper daily. Miniature spirit mine, contains a small quantity of spirit stones, approximately 500 pieces. Hot spring pool, a hot spring rich in minerals. Spring, produces 500 milliliters of energy-rich spring water daily, which has certain health-regulating, sterilizing, and cleansing properties. Every 7 days, it yields a drop of water milk brimming with energy. Black soil, soil teeming with vitality, moderately enhancing the growth efficiency of plants, requires nutrient supplementation. Otherwise, it will degrade to ordinary soil. This round of choices proves to be relatively straightforward. First, the hot spring is eliminated. Not being familiar with fire copper and spirit mine, they are also dismissed. Thus, he must choose between the clear spirit spring and black soil. After a moment of mental struggle, Yuan ultimately selects the spring. Securing a stable, high-quality, and long-term water source has always been his aspiration. Upon making his selections, the stone pillar before him vanishes. The crystal rice and spring transform into luminous orbs that materialize in Yuan's hands. He licks his lips in anticipation, gazing fervently at the 2 glowing spheres. Today's harvest has far exceeded his expectations, firmly establishing his early advantage. Yuan does not rush to venture out to mine stones. Instead, he returns home, for there remain numerous tasks to undertake in the shelter. These include erecting a fence, planting crystal rice, and placing the thorns and spring. Upon returning, Yuan first sets up the fence. The wooden cabin is a rectangular structure measuring 5 by 6 meters. With the door facing south, Yuan encloses a long strip of land on the side with the door, resembling a corridor. This corridor is 6 meters long and approximately 1.66 meters wide, with the fence standing 0.6 meters tall. This design allows him to step outside directly into the fenced area, facilitating access in the evening. The spring occupies 0.25 square meters and is relatively small. Yuan positions the spring within the enclosed space of the fence. The clear spring water flows gently into a small pool, producing a melodious sound. Although the spring already contains water, it produces an additional 500 milliliters of clear spring water daily. Exceeding this capacity may adversely affect future yields, potentially leading to complete desiccation. Currently, the spring is not yet full. It will likely produce the 500 milliliters by evening. Yuan then moves the protective thorns to plant them at the edge of the newly erected fence. Presently, with only 1 thorn, it cannot serve its purpose effectively. Lacking an abundance of plants, Yuan gathers a handful of grass to place at the roots of the thorns, barely sustaining them, as for the crystal rice. Yuan intends to keep it indoors in the flower bed until it fully sprouts and grows before relocating it outside. The crystal rice he acquired is a complete and mature plant, adorned with dozens of translucent grains, each about the size of a small fist. After a careful count, he discovers there are a total of 33 grains. Given that he has not yet successfully cultivated any, Yuan is reluctant to consume them. He resolves to wait until he can harvest them steadily before partaking. He digs up a mound of earth from the grassy area outside to fill the flower bed. This is unavoidable, as he can only use the most ordinary soil at present. This thought brings to mind the black soil from the secret realm, stirring a wave of envy within him. How wonderful it would be to have it all! Yuan carefully plucks all the crystal rice grains, setting aside 5 to plant in the flower bed, and waters them, rather than using river water. He generously employs mineral water. The flower bed measures 1 meter in length and 0.5 meters in width, leading Yuan to arrange the 5 seeds in a single row. Having tended to everything, Yuan gazes contentedly at the newly refreshed wooden cabin. Half an hour of daylight has passed, and it is time to embark on his work. Yuan does not plan to chop wood, for the stone axe is inefficient. Furthermore, stones hold greater value at the moment. Many individuals currently lack tools, thus increasing the worth of stones. He can easily trade stones for more wood in the marketplace. Today, Yuan intends to mine stones for 4 hours before exploring the western and southern areas of the shelter, as it is vital to understand the surroundings. The pleasant sound of the iron pickaxe striking stone resonates from the northern side of the shelter. 4 hours later, Yuan, drenched in sweat, sits beside a mound of stones, panting heavily. In that time, he has mined a total of 186 stones. On this outing, he also brought an empty resource box to transport the stones. Oh, how convenient it would be to have a small cart. Transporting these would be so much easier. Yuan observes the pile of stones behind him, feeling a mix of joy and despair. The thought of moving 186 stones back home brings a wave of discomfort to his back. Considering that the remaining daylight is indeed limited, Yuan forces his weary body to begin the arduous task of transporting the stones. After nearly half an hour, he finally manages to bring all the stones back home. This time, he does not place them in the wooden cabin. Instead, he stores them within the fenced area, currently in the enclosure. The spring is on the far left, the thorns on the far right, and the stones are piled in the center, all lined against the shelter wall, leaving just enough space for a pathway. Yuan glances at the spring and notices that the water level has significantly increased. He inspects the crystal rice and thorns and finds them both healthy and unchanged. Wasting no time, Yuan strides towards the west. After upgrading to a level 2 shelter, the fog-free area has expanded to 500 meters, while the Misty zone extends to 5 kilometers. Yuan still has no intention of venturing deep into the Misty area, planning instead to explore only within a 2 to 3 kilometer radius. After walking for several minutes through the Misty zone to the west, he discovers nothing of significance. The landscape consists merely of overgrown grass. Moreover, the nearby soil appears rather barren. Despite the abundance of wild grass, it seems withered and yellow, evoking a sense of desolation. Fortunately, the sunlight bestows warmth upon the land. Yuan circles the wooden cabin, heading southward in a counterclockwise direction. Upon reaching the southwest, he spots several berry bushes. Tiny, red berries, no larger than a fingernail, dangle from the branches. Approaching, he plucks the berries, revealing their details. Name: berry, common, effect: slightly alleviates thirst and hunger. Description: if there is truly no food available, one must make do. These are merely ordinary sustenance, yet Yuan does not disdain them. He gathers all the ripe and intact berries, totaling 521 grams, a rather delightful number. Stuffing the berries into his pocket, he quickly makes his way southward, tightening his clothing. As he proceeds south, trees begin to emerge, and the ground's wild grass grows more robust. If there is to be any nearby water source, it is likely in the eastern or southern direction, with the southern area being the most probable. The eastern area is still relatively sparse in trees, failing to form a cohesive forest in contrast. The trees in the southern area appear significantly more vibrant, accompanied by a variety of other plant species. This patch of forest lies approximately 600 meters from the wooden cabin, perfectly situated within the Misty zone. Yuan refrains from entering, merely observing from the periphery, where he hears the sounds of animals within. The melodious calls of birds and rustling movements signal the vibrant life thriving within this woodland. Yuan cannot help but lament how much better it would be if this area were closer to the cabin. Then he would not need to worry about the nutrient needs of the protective thorns. Currently, relying solely on grass is insufficient. Sooner or later, he will need to gather some nutrient-rich plants to nourish the thorns. Surveying the forest, Yuan feels a sense of satisfaction, though overall, it leaves him somewhat disheartened. Surrounding the wooden cabin, there are only stones and trees, devoid of more precious resources. Even the food supply amounts to a mere 500 grams of berries, were it not for the task rewards and the food acquired from the resource box. Yuan would likely have to spend an inordinate amount of time and resources merely to secure sustenance. The overall trajectory of development would be significantly hampered. Yuan consults the survival manual in the mist. Noting that only 1 hour remains, he resolves to chop down some trees, not primarily for wood, but to collect tree roots, which are essential for crafting healing potions. Furthermore, since tree roots can be utilized in the creation of life potions, they must be rich in life energy, making them beneficial for the growth of the protective thorns. Yuan sets about harvesting in the nearby southern forest. He is not focused on acquiring timber. He seeks out smaller trees, which expedites the process considerably. After felling the trunks, he diligently excavates the remaining roots. Due to the absence of a shovel, I was compelled to use a pickaxe as a makeshift tool, which inevitably diminished my efficiency. Once the tree roots were roughly excavated, a slender, bluish-green rhizome would emerge from the ground, indicating that it was unnecessary to extract the entire root system. The size was merely comparable to that of a finger. After expending 40 minutes, I managed to unearth 5 roots and gather 23 pieces of timber. Since the selected trees were rather diminutive, the yield of wood was relatively meager. With just a few minutes remaining, I hastily secured the roots and timber before making my way back to the cabin. The twilight descended rapidly, as the sunlight dissipated within mere moments. Dense clouds loomed across the horizon, while mist thickened, enveloping every corner of this shrouded realm. Survivors gradually returned to the sanctuary of the wooden cabin, as other mysterious and menacing beings began to claim dominion over the land. I sprinted back to the cabin, covering the 600-meter distance in no time. I placed the timber within the fence outside, stacking it alongside the stones. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the candlelight within the cabin seemed to burn even brighter. Sitting cross-legged on the grass mat, I opened a bottle of mineral water and drank heartily, then took out 2 small loaves of bread for my lunch. The loaves were quite diminutive, merely the size of a palm, hardly sufficient to satiate an adult's hunger. The scarcity of food left me with no choice but to meet only my basic needs. I decided to conserve the cherished supply of compressed biscuits, recognizing the necessity of frugality in this time of scarcity. How long must I endure these days of hunger and cold? I lamented, rubbing my stomach sorrowfully. The prospect of returning to Earth was utterly impossible. My only option was to strive for a better existence in this mist-laden world. My gaze fell upon the plump grains of crystal rice, and I felt a pang of longing. How delightful it would be to savor a warm bowl of rice at this moment. Yet, for the sake of future sustenance, I resolutely turned my eyes away. That instant, the survival manual of the mist emitted a faint glow and began to beep. This was an announcement from the Misty realm. Chapter 10. The cold front approaches. Exchange for a wooden bed. Mist announcement. In preparation for the impending super cold front, all beings are amassing provisions for the winter. Starting tomorrow, the activity level of wild creatures will increase, along with their desire to attack. To assist survivors in better weathering the cold front, the probability of resource box refreshment will be heightened, as will the likelihood of finding food and clothing within them. Everyone must face the cold front with resolve, strive to survive. The contents of the mist announcement were brief, yet they instilled a sense of anxiety in all survivors within the misty world. From tomorrow onward, gathering resources during the day would no longer be guaranteed to be safe. Beasts would only emerge at night, clawing at the walls of the sanctuary in order to survive the cold front. They would begin to launch attacks on the survivors. However, the good news was that the refresh rate of resource boxes would increase. The likelihood of finding winter provisions and warming items would also rise. Upon reading the announcement, my expression turned grave. Initially, I had taken the cold front lightly, but now a flicker of concern ignited within me. The issuance of such an announcement undoubtedly indicated that the majority of humanity would struggle to endure the cold front. Hence, the reminder and preferential treatment were extended to assist survivors in resisting the cold. The focus of my goals for the coming days would be centered around confronting the cold front. First and foremost, food. I must urgently gather more provisions I needed to prepare for the possibility of being unable to venture outside during winter. Secondly, warmth. Clothing, blankets, firewood, and all heating tools must be collected in abundance. At this moment, the chat channel began to buzz with activity. Would there truly be beasts starting tomorrow? What a headache. Don't even mention it. On the first night, I was already attacked by beasts at the cabin, and the walls were covered in claw marks. Beasts are manageable as long as we stay indoors. But what about food? I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Haha. I found another resource box today and got 5 loaves of bread. Those above are so arrogant. Right, brother? Want to trade? I can offer stones and wood. Don't even think about it. Who would trade food at a time like this? Have you all noticed how much colder it has become? I'm from the north, and I feel like the current weather is already akin to winter temperatures up north. And this is just before the cold front arrives. Once it fully sets in, it will surely be even colder. Sigh. Even before the cold front has arrived, survival is becoming increasingly difficult. Over 150 people have already diminished from the regional chat of 10,000. I've lost quite a few too. So have I. When faced with the specter of death, witnessing others perish in the misty world, everyone began to realize that this was not merely a game. It was a true struggle for survival. To live. Those 3 words weighed heavily on my heart as I remained tense, pondering how to gather sufficient food within the span of just a few days. Fortunately, starting tomorrow, more winter resources would be replenished. To endure the cold front, this was my only chance. The appearance of the mist announcement instilled a sense of urgency in everyone. Even the trading market began to buzz with activity. Just yesterday, only a select few could upgrade their cabins. Today, It remained the norm. In the trading market, the value of stones remained high, though it had improved compared to yesterday. The exchange rate for stones to wood had plummeted from 1 to 3, 1. I exchanged 33 units of stone for 100 pieces of timber in the trading market. I then flipped to the page of the survival manual of the mist that detailed the sanctuary information. Do you confirm the consumption of 50 wood and 10 stone to construct a living room? Do you confirm the consumption of 50 wood to construct a workshop? Confirm. Similar to the upgrade of the sanctuary, a beam of white light enveloped the entire wooden cabin. However, in the next moment, a blueprint appeared before me, revealing the layout of the cabin. Survivor, please select the construction location. I was taken aback, not expecting such intelligence. The blueprint displayed that both the living room and workshop measured 8 square meters, far too small. My intention was to utilize the living room as a bedroom. Thus, I placed the living room at the far right of the cabin. The living room, being a 2-4 rectangle, fit snugly against the wall, leaving a 1-meter corridor. The workshop, similarly a 2-4 rectangle, was positioned parallel to the living room. As the white light dissipated, the cabin was divided into 3 sections. I rolled up the grass mat and took the survival manual of the mist into the living room. In the corner of the living room stood a stove, resembling a fireplace but notably smaller. Rubbing my frostbitten hands together, I eagerly kindled a fire in the stove. The stove's efficiency was significantly superior to that of a campfire. Not only did it consume less wood, but it also generated more heat and was inherently safer. Given that the entire base of the stove was constructed from stone, within the confines of the 8 square meter space, the stove effectively elevated the temperature. The bright flames illuminated the room. For the first time during the night in the misty world, I experienced such brilliant light. It was much warmer. I comfortably reclined on the grass mat, tugging at it with a hint of disdain. How I wished for a proper bed. I wondered if it would be possible to acquire one from the trading market. I opened the trading market and searched for the keyword bed. Instantly, dozens of pages of bed listings appeared. Hawaiian-style hammock, water bed manufacturing scroll, bed frame manufacturing blueprint, minimalist nightstand, trampoline manufacturing blueprint, bed linen. An overwhelming array of items flashed before my eyes. Excluding trampolines and water beds, I was left with several pages of beds meant for sleeping. Upon perusing them, I discovered that most were priced rather steeply. Currently, a bed was not a necessity. Therefore, it was unreasonable to demand such a price. Among all the items, one particular bed caught my eye. Forest-style minimalist wooden single bed, priced at 40 wood or 20 stone. It was not entirely outrageous. Lacking any embellishments or accessories, it consisted solely of a bed frame and a mattress. After some haggling with the seller, I successfully exchanged it for 13 stones. Don't ask why I spent 13 stones. Just accept that it was a compromise. After purchasing the bed, I had 143 stones remaining. Once I acquired the wooden bed, I was left with exactly 130 stones. I then searched for the keyword blanket. Initially, I approached it with mere curiosity, but to my surprise, numerous options were available. There were even dozens of pages. Light air conditioning blanket, for 100 stones, thick lamb's wool blanket, for 1,000 stones or food. Available for private chat. Snowflake fleece blanket manufacturing scroll, for 500 stones, food, or other special items. Dormitory cotton mattress blanket, for 9,999 stones or other resources. Winter blanket, thick version, for 200 stones and 600 wood. I realized that while some individuals had indeed found blankets within resource boxes, I had not anticipated such a plethora. Moreover, the quality was astonishing. Even more surprising was the number of people willing to sell. A thick blanket would undoubtedly enhance the chances of survival significantly. However, despite the abundance of blankets available in the trading market, none were reasonably priced. The prices were exorbitantly high, to the point of being utterly unattainable. I thought to myself that only a fool would buy. After reviewing all the blanket listings, I found no suitable prices. It seemed I would have to devise another plan. I muttered to myself in resignation. Starting tomorrow, with the increase in resource boxes, it appears I need to reduce the time spent mining and venture out more to seek additional resource boxes. I scoured the trading market for blood essence and was pleasantly surprised to find it. There were indeed over 10 pages. After inquiring with several sellers, I learned about the source of blood essence. It truly originated from animals. Ordinary grade animals yield only flesh upon demise, while those of higher quality do not drop significant quantities of meat upon death. Instead, they condense into a small vial of blood essence. Yuan could not help but marvel at the fact that so many had encountered beasts, and remarkably, some had succeeded in slaying them. Among the 7 billion populace, there exists no shortage of formidable individuals. Yuan contemplated purchasing the blood essence. If he were to wait until he gathered it himself, he could not fathom how long it would take. "Hello, how much for the blood essence?" Yuan inquired. 0.5 days worth of food plus 100 stones. Zheng replied. "Goodbye," Yuan responded. "Absolutely worth the price. I killed a nearly 2-meter-long wolf, expecting a bounty of meat. But to my dismay, it only yielded 2 pieces, the rest transformed into this vial of blood essence." Zheng exclaimed. "Surely it must have dropped other materials as well? Wolf bones? Wolf claws?" Yuan had already conversed with several sellers and was well informed. Unwilling to be easily deceived. Initially, he was astonished by this information and felt a pang of sympathy for those who had slain beasts. After much effort to kill a high-quality beast, one would expect a bountiful reward. Yet only a meager couple of meat pieces were received. If Yuan were to face such a situation, his spirit would undoubtedly shatter. These individuals were unaware of the blood essence's utility. Yet they recognized its rarity, hence the exorbitant prices. Suddenly, a trade notification caught Yuan's eye. 2 vials of blood essence in exchange for antipyretic or antibacterial disinfectant medications. Medications needed. I have those. The spring water from the fountain possesses attributes of sterilization, body regulation, and physical cleansing. Beyond the spring water, there are even more effective healing potions. Moreover, those seeking medicine are likely injured. The individual named Qin Zhanjuan was probably in dire need of treatment for an injury or fever. Under such circumstances, the price would undoubtedly not be excessively low. The value of medications far exceeds that of the unknown blood essence. Yuan opened a private chat with Qin Zhanjuan. "Hello, how much for the blood essence?" Qin Zhanjuan's response came slowly, indicating he was not closely monitoring the fog survival manual. Nearly 15 minutes passed before he replied. "Only in exchange for medication. Antipyretic and antibacterial disinfectant. The value of blood essence pales in comparison to that of medicine." Yuan stated, "Do you truly possess medicine? How shall we trade?" Yuan relaxed his brow. It indeed seemed he was in urgent need of medication. "Tell me about your situation. After all, antipyretic and antibacterial disinfectants are 2 different medications. Primarily antipyretic. If it proves effective, name your price. Blood essence is produced from high-quality animals. You should be aware of its nature. Since you wish to purchase it, you must know its purpose. I am a retired Special Forces soldier, and in the future, I will be able to kill more animals, consistently supplying you with blood essence." Fearing Yuan might decline, Qin Zhanjuan sent several messages in quick succession. "I do not possess antipyretic medication. However, how about this?" Yuan replied, sharing details about the spring water. Upon receiving the information, Yuan extracted all 500 milliliters of spring water. His daily yield. It fit perfectly into the wooden container Shuyu used for river water. Chapter 11. Trading spring water. Name. Spring water. Excellent. Effects. Energy-rich spring water, possessing certain body-regulating, antibacterial, and cleansing properties. Excellent grade. Within a secondary wooden cabin, a stern-faced middle-aged man sat upon a grass mat. His upright stature and robust muscles exhibited remarkable strength. Multiple deep scars marred his exposed forearms, emanating an intimidating aura. Upon seeing the message from Yuan, Qin Zhanjuan's expression shifted from shock to elation. Little Tong was saved. How splendid! A tender smile crept across Qin Zhanjuan's face. "I am uncertain if it will be effective, as it is not a medicine," he replied. "You can slay 2 high-quality animals. Your physical condition must be commendable. After using the spring water, it should enhance your physique to some extent." Yuan continued, "Moreover, I can provide a substantial amount of spring water. The more you consume, the better the results." Qin Zhanjuan's countenance shifted in surprise. Excellent grade items are exceedingly precious. He had assumed Yuan possessed only a small quantity of spring water, but to his astonishment, Yuan had an abundance. This led Qin Zhanjuan to speculate whether this individual could continuously procure excellent grade spring water, perhaps due to unique resources near the shelter or special items acquired. Regardless, either scenario warranted a closer relationship. In the fog-laden world, no one could ascertain each other's whereabouts. thus making it impossible to resort to forceful acquisition. Yuan was unperturbed by the prospect of exposure, even if one were aware of his treasures. Could they truly come and seize them? On the contrary, revealing his advantages could foster connections with more capable individuals, yielding greater benefits for himself. It is not for myself. My child has a fever. I am uncertain whether the spring water can alleviate her illness. Little Tong is quite severely afflicted. A child? Yuan was perplexed. How could he have a child? What is the situation? Qin Zhengjuan explained. Children lacking survival skills are assigned to the same shelter as their parents. My child is only a little over 4 years old and appeared in the same shelter as I. Yuan's understanding dawned. Now it makes sense. Among 7 billion people, many are undoubtedly very young children. If cast alone into the fog-laden world, they might not survive even a day. Thus, such children would remain with their parents in the same shelter. Yuan felt a surge of compassion. Surviving alone is already a tremendous challenge. How could Qin Zhengjuan manage with a 4-year-old child? Then why do you still require antibacterial disinfectant? Did your child sustain an injury? It was I who was injured while hunting beasts. The strength of high-quality animals far exceeds that of creatures on Earth. Even as a retired Special Forces soldier, I find it exceedingly difficult to slay them. You must be cautious. Do not underestimate wild animals. As he spoke, fearing Yuan would doubt his words, Qin Zhengjuan sent a picture of his wound, along with an image of a little girl lying on a grass mat. Wrapped in a cotton coat. Yuan had already begun to believe approximately 70 to 80% of what Qin Zhengjuan had said. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan sent a trade notification. Trade notification. Yuan uses 200 milliliters of excellent spring water to exchange for 1 vial of blood essence. Do you confirm the trade? Qin Zhengjuan, as a retired Special Forces soldier, possessed undeniable strength, and the integrity of a soldier is assured. Yuan was more than willing to cultivate this friendship. Furthermore, 2 critical points emerged. First, from what Qin Zhengjuan conveyed, the strength of high-quality animals is formidable. Even the retired Special Forces soldier could easily become injured, let alone someone like Yuan, an ordinary individual. Second, Qin Zhengjuan's urgency to save his child indicates he possesses a sense of loyalty. If he could provide timely assistance, it would likely result in a favor owed, thus establishing a benevolent connection. The other party quickly accepted the trade request. Qin Zhengjuan was astonished that Yuan did not haggle but generously exchanged 200 milliliters of excellent-grade spring water for a vial of blood essence. Try it first. If it does not work, we can think of another way, Yuan advised. Thank you, young brother. If I ever require your assistance, I will certainly not hesitate. Before Yuan could respond, another trade request arrived. Trade notification. Qin Zhengjuan trades 1 vial of blood essence, good, for 1 piece of wood. This blood essence was essentially a gift to Yuan. You should find the blood essence useful. So take it. Qin Zhengjuan added, in the future, could you provide me with a steady supply of spring water? My child is frail, and I cannot find food to supplement her nutrition. I can exchange blood essence and meat for it. Seeing Qin Zhengjuan's proposition, Yuan could not suppress his delight. For Yuan, spring water is a sustainable resource, producing 500 milliliters daily, which is not particularly rare. Moreover, having already consumed the spring water, he found the excellent-grade liquid immensely satiating. Although its effects are remarkable, only a limited quantity could be consumed daily. Yuan estimated that a maximum of 100 milliliters could be ingested in a day. Otherwise, it might lead to digestive issues. Thus, exchanging a portion of spring water for blood essence and meat is undoubtedly a lucrative deal. For Qin Zhengjuan, blood essence and meat would surely be less valuable than the spring water. It possesses certain healing and disinfecting properties. Its value is astoundingly high. This long-term trade would yield immense benefits for both parties, ensuring a win-win situation. Yuan readily agreed, stating he would provide 20 milliliters of spring water daily in exchange for 1 piece of ordinary-grade meat. If there were high-quality meat steaks, he would trade 50 ml. For blood essence, 200 ml of spring water would suffice. Qin Zhengjuan happily accepted the arrangement. The two exchanged friend requests, promising to keep in touch and assist one another in the future. Subsequently, Qin Zhengjuan went to tend to his child, while Yuan continued to peruse the chat channels and trading markets. The trade with Qin Zhengjuan had reminded Yuan, whether it be spring water or healing potions, both are highly valuable healing items in the perilous and frigid fog-laden world. The priority of medicine may not be any less than that of food, especially for those who have secured their basic needs. Would they not stockpile items like spring water? Qi Yuan believed they would. Body regulation, physical cleansing, antibacterial properties. These are all immensely practical benefits. No one can predict whether injuries may occur in the future, whether one might suffer from colds or fevers, or if they might face issues with the local environment. Qi Yuan felt it prudent to release a batch of spring water, exchanging it for high-quality items. At the same time, he could also release information about healing potions, regarded as rare treasures in scant supply. With this thought, Qi Yuan promptly wrapped himself in his garments and made his way to the studio. Within the studio stood a table of half a person's height, serving as the workbench. Approaching it, he examined the workbench's details. Name: workbench, common, function. Utilizes crafting scrolls to create items ranging from common to excellent quality. Craftable items list: 1. Healing potion, good 5 2 tree roots, 2 1 flesh essence, 350 milliliters pure water. Excellent quality spring water is superior to pure water, enhancing the quality of the final product. 2. Charcoal, good 23 1 wood. 3. Decorative electric pole, excellent 130 tin stone. 4.10 ml wooden wine cup, good 23 0.25 wood. All available crafting scrolls were displayed on the workbench's list. Qi Yuan chose to create 2 healing potions, which the workbench indicated would take 20 minutes. He watched as 4 tree roots, 2 flesh essences, and 100 milliliters of spring water vanished in a flash from the workbench. Subsequently, the workbench commenced its task. Capable of crafting only 1 item at a time, Qi Yuan wished to produce charcoal in a 10 milliliters cup, but would have to wait until the healing potions were completed. During the wait, Qi Yuan took out the Misty survival manual, flipped to the friends page, and contacted Qin Shuyu. Qi Yuan, could you help me promote something? Qin Shuyu, also utilizing the Misty survival manual, quickly responded. Qin Shuyu, what is it? Qi Yuan sent over the details of the spring water. Qin Shuyu, you actually possess such a valuable item? Where did it come from? It didn't take long for Qin Shuyu to realize. Is it a reward from the secret realm? Can this spring water be obtained continuously? After asking, she felt her question was foolish. If it couldn't be consistently obtained, how could Qi Yuan possibly sell it? Qi Yuan, yes, but the quantity is limited. I will only exchange it for high-quality items. Qin Shuyu, this item should be quite in demand. I can help you reach out, however, I don't know many people, so there may not be many who can offer similar resources. You might consider promoting it in the chat channel, preferably using a world trumpet-like item. Qi Yuan was reminded. Previously, he had obtained a world trumpet, which could indeed be used for promotion. Qi Yuan, thank you. How did your secret realm rewards turn out today? Qin Shuyu, not bad. I received an A-grade evaluation. Qi Yuan, did you acquire any rare resources? We could exchange what we have. Qin Shuyu, sorry, the items I obtained aren't resource-based. By the way, I promised to send you some water. I'll send it now. Noticing Qin Shuyu's reluctance to elaborate, Qi Yuan refrained from pressing further. Soon, a bucket of 5 liters of water arrived, contained in a finely crafted wooden barrel. Ah? Qi Yuan gazed at the barrel in astonishment, quite intrigued. Qin Shuyu, you can keep this wooden barrel. Next time you need water, just send me back the empty barrel. Qi Yuan, all right, where did you get this wooden barrel? Did you make it yourself? Qin Shuyu, no. Someone has already crafted a wooden barrel manufacturing scroll, and it's available in the trading market for a reasonable price. Qi Yuan, thank you very much. To express his gratitude, Qi Yuan reciprocated with 30 milliliters of spring water as a token of appreciation. Initially, Qi Yuan intended to ask Zhou Ming and Qin Zhengjuan for assistance in promoting as well. However, after Qin Shuyu's reminder, he felt that localized promotion would ultimately yield limited results. Moreover, everyone had only recently arrived in the Misty world, and their acquaintances were exceedingly few. The best option at present was undoubtedly to utilize the world trumpet. As Qi Yuan pondered this, a message suddenly arrived. Qin Zhengjuan, do you have more spring water? Qi Yuan, what's wrong? Is it ineffective? Qin Zhengjuan, my injury should be fine now. However, Xiao Tong's fever hasn't subsided. Although her mental state has improved, her temperature remains elevated. Qi Yuan furrowed his brow, silently contemplating. Indeed, it is not so simple. The effects of the spring water cannot entirely replace medication. The spring water's benefits merely strengthen the body and enhance constitution. At best, it can serve as an antiseptic for wounds. For severe colds like Xiao Tong's, the spring water's efficacy is insufficient. Qi Yuan weighed the pros and cons. Should he provide Qin Zhengjuan with a bottle of healing potion? Was Qin Zhenjuan worth such a price? Was he truly a person of loyalty? What value could he offer? If he were to turn his back after receiving the potion, could Qi Yuan afford the loss? Chapter 12. Black Beetle Droppings. Ding! The sound of the workbench completing its task interrupted Qi Yuan's thoughts. Qi Yuan smiled wryly. Very well, the value of a healing potion is neither trivial nor grand. After producing the healing potion, he need not worry about mass production in the future, Qi Yuan. Since 200 milliliters of spring water was ineffective, using more would not yield better results. Qin Zhenjuan anticipated such a reply, approaching it with a trial-and-error mindset. Children naturally possess weaker constitutions, and in such a frigid environment, they are susceptible to severe colds. Even in a hospital, they would require several weeks for recovery, let alone in the current dire survival conditions. Ding! Another message arrived, bringing a glimmer of hope to Qin Zhenjuan's previously despondent expression. Qi Yuan, however, I have another type of medical item that should cure Xiao Tong's illness. Qin Zhenjuan, what is it? Qi Yuan sent the details of the healing potion. Name: Healing Potion, Good Function. Offers substantial recovery, hemostatic, and cooling properties. It has limited detoxifying and analgesic effects. Can be applied externally or ingested, or consumed with food. Description: a potion brimming with vitality. Grade and materials used are equivalent. Tree roots are common grade, flesh essence is good grade, spring water is excellent, resulting in a good grade potion. Qin Zhenjuan was taken aback by the information before him. A glimmer of hope amidst despair. He had not expected Qi Yuan to possess such high-quality medicinal items. However, he quickly regained his composure. Such life-saving items would undoubtedly hold immense value, perhaps shockingly high. Yet since Qi Yuan had offered it, there was certainly hope for a trade. Qin Zhenjuan fell into contemplation, his expression a mixture of seriousness and dilemma. After all, only 2 days had passed, and most people had barely seen wooden resource boxes, let alone rare resources. Ding! Several messages arrived. Qin Zhenjuan, the most precious items I currently possess are these. You may take whatever you need. Qi Yuan gazed in astonishment at these items, surprised by the value of Qin Zhenjuan's inventory. Among them were a crafting scroll, a dozen pieces of meat, and a blanket. Just the meat alone comprised 13 pieces, including rabbit, roe deer, and wolf meat, with 3 pieces of wolf meat being of good quality. What Qi Yuan envied most was the autumn blanket. Though not as thick and heavy as the winter ones, it was still quite commendable. Judging by these items, Qin Zhenjuan could undoubtedly be considered among the most successful individuals. Had it not been for the burden of a small child, he would likely have thrived even more. Qi Yuan had initially not intended to exchange for much, simply valuing Qin Zhenjuan's strength, hoping to foster goodwill. However, upon seeing these fine items, he naturally felt a pang of envy. After some contemplation, Qi Yuan ultimately decided not to take too much. After all, Qin Zhenjuan was caring for a child, and the child was gravely ill. Taking away the blanket and all the meat would indeed seem rather unkind. Ultimately, Qi Yuan sent a trade request. Trade request. Qi Yuan offers a healing potion in exchange for 5 pieces of meat and a cast iron pot blueprint. Qin Zhenjuan had prepared himself for Qi Yuan to take everything, but upon seeing the trade request, he was momentarily stunned. Qin Zhenjuan, young brother, what is this? Qi Yuan, you can keep the blanket and the remaining meat. Don T let the child fall ill again. Qin Zhenjuan felt a lump in his throat, glancing at the child on the straw mat, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, eyeing his past on earth. Qin Zhenjuan had endured the ravages of war and experienced the treachery of humanity. Only when it came to his child did he reveal a softer side, remaining indifferent to other strangers. Yet today, this stranger chose to extend a helping hand during his most helpless moment. Qin Zhenjuan, young brother, thank you. Truly, thank you. Xiao Tong and I will remember your kindness. There were no grand promises or vows. Yet Qi Yuan could feel the sincerity. Qi Yuan, I am not particularly strong. If I acquire meat or flesh essence in the future, you may sell it to me. Qin Zhenjuan, I will certainly do so. I cannot guarantee much, but ordinary meat will be plentiful. Qi Yuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seemed his generosity would not go unrewarded. At least he would not have to worry about meat in the future. Moreover, for Qi Yuan, the cost of the healing potion was indeed low. In his eyes, the value of meat was not necessarily inferior to that of the healing potion, especially meat of good quality or above. Qin Zhenjuan provided Qi Yuan with all 3 pieces of good quality meat. Name: wolf meat, Good function. Rich in energy, wolf meat provides significant satiety and can enhance constitution and strength with prolonged use. Description. A creature that only brave warriors can hunt. The value of good quality wolf meat is exceedingly high, categorically a rare item. Common grade animals merely resemble ordinary terrestrial creatures, while good grade animals exhibit a significant enhancement in strength. It is only individuals of formidable strength, like Qin Zhangjuan, who can capture opportunities at this stage. Qin Zhangjuan administered a healing potion to Xiaodong, and before long, her high fever subsided. Even her skin, which had been flushed red from the heat, returned to its original state. The worry that had burdened Qin Zhangjuan's heart finally lifted. Following this incident, the bond between Qi Yuan and Qin Zhangjuan deepened rapidly, marking the formation of a sincere friendship in this perilous and nebulous world. Qi Yuan, manipulating the remaining vial of healing potion in his hands, felt a surge of emotion. He hadn't anticipated that he would use a vial so soon after it was crafted. After completing the healing potions at the workbench, Qi Yuan produced a batch of charcoal and 10 10-milliliter wine cups. The 20 10-milliliter wine cups consumed 5 pieces of wood, while the remaining 18 pieces were transformed into 18 units of charcoal. 1 unit of wood yields 1 unit of charcoal. However, charcoal is smaller yet burns longer. By replacing the wood in the stove with charcoal, the temperature in the room rose significantly. Lying on the newly purchased wooden bed, Qi Yuan felt lethargic all over. Compared to the frigid nights before, life had elevated to several tiers. He took out a piece of wolf meat, skewered it with a wooden stick, and placed it on the stove to roast, intending to have it for dinner. While savoring life, Qi Yuan also pondered the sale of spring water and healing potions. The world trumpet is not a common commodity. Qi Yuan possessed only one, and once used, it would be gone. Thus, he needed to deliberate carefully. Ultimately, Qi Yuan resolved to test the waters. The value of spring water and healing potions is exceedingly high, ensuring a steady demand. He could initially sell them in the trading market to establish a reputation, which would also yield many valuable resources. Furthermore, there was one crucial point. The world chat channel was overcrowded, and even if everyone became aware of the spring water and healing potions, Qi Yuan did not possess enough stock to satisfy the demand. The thought of billions of friend requests sent a shiver down his spine. Thus, Qi Yuan listed the spring water under the healing category. With billions online simultaneously, he was certain it would not go unnoticed. However, to his surprise, the response was far greater than he had imagined. Due to the extremely cold environment of the Misty world, many had already begun to exhibit mild cold symptoms. Those who had secured basic necessities were not averse to stockpiling healing items. Who could guarantee that they would never fall ill or sustain injuries? In the market, any healing items that appeared, provided their prices were not exorbitant, would be swiftly snatched up. Consequently, as soon as the spring water was available, it garnered considerable attention. Qi Yuan had set a trading method where individuals could submit trade requests, and he would select the trading counterpart from those requests. Mere minutes passed before his survival manual in the mist began to chime incessantly with countless trade requests. Faced with numerous perplexing trade requests, Qi Yuan felt a headache coming on. Trade request: would 1 message, private chat for a surprise. Trade request: stone 10 message, brother, please agree, my cold is quite severe. Trade request: black ant egg 1 message. This black ant can be kept as a pet, in exchange for 100 milliliters of spring water. Trade request: triangle underwear 1 message, brother, IVE use this. I can perform more. We can video chat privately. Qi Yuan's face darkened as he decisively activated the filtering function, rejecting those attempting to exploit him with basic resources like stones and wood. He also dismissed the black ant request, initially excited by the mention of a pet, only to find it was just an ordinary ant. By filtering out these mundane requests, the number of remaining inquiries diminished significantly. Yet there were still several hundred left. He could only proceed by eliminating all ordinary level information, prioritizing the display of superior level items. The individuals seeking trades for superior level items were markedly fewer, leaving only a handful. After all, superior level items could only be obtained from bronze resource chests, which had a very low probability of yielding such treasures. Upon calculating, only about 1 million individuals would receive bronze resource chests daily. Even considering the rewards from the first day's tasks, the maximum number of individuals who had ever received one was just over 300,000. Given the chances of superior level items appearing, it was likely that only a few thousand possessed such items. Seeing dozens of superior-level items among the friend requests made Qi Yuan's eyes widen. Some were exceptionally valuable and practical, while others were akin to the telephone pole manufacturing scroll, which were rather useless. Qi Yuan disregarded most of the flashy scrolls and items, selecting only those that were genuinely practical. Ultimately, he found that truly useful items were few and far between. Qi Yuan favored resources with sustainable utility, like the spring water. While a buyout might be challenging, long-term trading appeared feasible. Even if a trade did not materialize now, there would always be future opportunities. After careful consideration, Qi Yuan chose to accept these 3 trade requests. Trade request: Black Beetle Droppings message. Long-term provision of Black Beetle Droppings for mutual trade. Accompanied by details about the Black Beetle Droppings. Name: Black Beetle Droppings, good effect, rich in nutrients. Significantly improves soil quality. The lower the soil grade, the greater the enhancement. Also slightly increases plant growth rate. Introduction: all-natural, non-toxic organic fertilizer. The benefits of Black Beetle Droppings could effectively address soil infertility issues. Qi Yuan had cultivated numerous plants but lacked suitable soil, using only dirt dug up from the entrance, which could barely sustain ordinary level plants. However, for crystal rice and guardian thorns, mere survival was a struggle, relying solely on the superior level spring water. Therefore, these Black Beetle Droppings would be beneficial for both crystal rice and guardian thorns. Qi Yuan added the friend named Wang Yu. The friend request was quickly accepted, and both parties expressed interest in long-term trading, leading to a swift agreement. Ultimately, they settled on an exchange rate of 10 milliliters of spring water for 50 grams of Black Beetle Droppings. The black beetles, being small creatures, were abundant in number, making 50 grams a considerable amount. Qi Yuan was very pleased with this trade, enriching his limited resource channels. He was curious whether Wang Yu cultivated the black beetles or collected them from the wild. Chapter 13. Wisteria and Fences. Wang Yu currently had 250 grams of Black Beetle Droppings and only traded 50 milliliters of spring water in return. The second resource was a type of plant. Trade request: Wisteria message, superior grade wisteria, abundant quantity. Qi Yuan surmised that this wisteria was likely not cultivated by the seller but found near the shelter. Otherwise, the quantity would not be so plentiful. Moreover, it seemed that the seller, lacking healing potions, only possessed scrolls, indicating they were unaware of the root's potential. Name: Wisteria, superior effect. A vine plant adorned with purple flowers, featuring an exceptionally developed root system. Wisteria flowers possess certain insect-repelling properties. Introduction: an exceptionally beautiful ornamental plant. This was not a particularly practical plant. Neither its flowers nor roots held significant importance. Its main feature was its aesthetic appeal. The description clearly stated it was an ornamental plant. However, Qi Yuan noted one thing. The root system was extraordinarily developed. After adding each other as friends, Yang Ku proposed, "Brother, how about a whole vine in exchange for 200 milliliters of spring water?" Qi Yuan naturally would not agree, as it was merely a plant for repelling insects and for ornamental purposes. Qi Yuan replied, "That price is unreasonable. Propose a fair one." The wisteria flowers were indeed beautiful, and he wished to plant one. Yang Ku countered, "Although the wisteria has no special uses, it is still a superior grade plant. Just the branches of a whole wisteria would provide a substantial quantity of superior grade wood." Qi Yuan responded, "While superior grade wood is nice, it remains a basic resource with limited utility." Yang Ku pressed, "What about 100 milliliters?" Qi Yuan retorted, 50 milliliters is fair. If that works for you, let us proceed." Yang Ku acquiesced, "All right, but the trade can only happen tomorrow." Qi Yuan inquired, "Shall we cut it in the wild?" Yang Ku hesitated, Just don't backtrack. The 50 milliliters mustn't be short." Qi Yuan, with no other option, agreed to the arrangement for the next day. The final trade request was for a familiar item, a fence. This time he did not add a friend but proceeded directly with the trade. An excellent grade fence was exchanged for 100 milliliters of spring water. Qi Yuan did not haggle, recognizing the true value of the fence. After the transaction, he had 150 milliliters of spring water remaining. He placed another 50 milliliters on the shelf, hoping to exchange for more valuable resources in the future. Following this round of trading, Qi Yuan could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, the truly precious items are those resource-type goods like spring water, which can continually yield certain resources. Whether it be Black Beetle Droppings or Wisteria, they can also be considered sustainable resources, particularly the Black Beetle Droppings, which are easy to collect and yield significant amounts." Yuan was confident that Wang Yu was likely engaging in trades with others as well, possibly already reaping substantial profits. After completing the trades, Yuan found himself at a loose end. However, before leaving the trading market, he exchanged all his stones for wood. With 130 stones, he obtained 390 units of wood. Yuan needed to take advantage of the high stone value to acquire more wood. Whether for upgrading the second-level shelter or for crafting charcoal and wine cups, a substantial quantity of wood was essential in preparation for the winter. Yuan resolved to produce a substantial quantity of charcoal for future use. As luck would have it, the workbench had become vacant, allowing him to place 190 pieces of wood upon it, transforming them into charcoal. After 4 hours had elapsed during the night, Yuan was savoring a freshly grilled pork chop, which he found somewhat tough. The dark, charred surface of the meat exuded the enticing aroma of charcoal. Although his grilling skills left much to be desired, the flavor of the quality meat was undeniably delightful. The rich, meaty essence was irresistible, especially for Yuan, who had subsisted on bread for the past 2 days. It felt akin to a grand feast. The substantial chop weighed over a pound and offered a far greater sense of satiety than ordinary meat. After consuming nearly half of it, he felt pleasantly full, warmth radiating throughout his body. His mental and physical states had returned to their peak, and he even sensed a surge beyond that. The effect of the quality pork chop was surprisingly beneficial. Feeling invigorated, Yuan mused silently to himself. If he were to venture out with 2 of these chops, he would hardly fear fatigue while working. Moreover, the pork chop not only replenished the energy required by his body, but the blood within it also provided essential trace elements, such as salt. Prolonged deprivation of salt could lead to health issues. Yuan resolved to stockpile more quality pork chops for future excursions into the woods or mines, where he could snack on them when hunger struck. After satisfying his hunger, he found he still had ample time left. Unlike the previous day's idleness, today presented numerous tasks within the shelter. First, he decided to retrieve the fencing and expand the shelter's boundaries. Outside the previously enclosed area, he delineated an additional 10 square meters, forming a small courtyard with a total area of 20 square meters, measuring 6 meters in length and 3.3 meters in width. This space combined with the wooden house created a rectangular area of 6 meters by 8.3 meters. Observing that the courtyard had reached 20 square meters while the wooden house was merely 30 square meters, Yuan began contemplating upgrading the shelter. However, the resources required for such an upgrade were considerable. The facilities for a level 2 shelter had yet to be fully constructed. He had initially planned to build a workshop, a living room, a kitchen, and an external balcony. Yet, with the newly fenced courtyard, the need for an external balcony diminished. Thus, he only needed to construct a kitchen, as the built-in stove and iron pot would suffice for cooking. Although Yuan had obtained a iron pot manufacturing scroll from Yuan, he lacked iron. More importantly, even if he crafted an iron pot, who could he sell it to? At that moment, Yuan felt a pang of regret. The iron pot manufacturing scroll seemed appealing, but in reality, it was a trap. Constructing the kitchen required 50 pieces of wood and 10 stones. However, he had just exchanged all his stones for wood, leaving him with none. Reluctantly, Yuan decided to reconsider the kitchen's construction on the morrow. Entering the fenced courtyard, he found the doubled space much more spacious. Yuan buried 50 grams of black beetle dung at the roots of the guardian thorns, which had appeared to be languishing. Without sufficient plants to absorb nutrients, they naturally lacked the energy to grow and thrive. He also buried the remaining tree root at the base of the guardian thorns. The energy from the tree root was far richer than that of weeds, and the weak root system of the thorns slowly began to absorb it. Before long, the once dismal thorns showed remarkable improvement, standing taller and more robust. Tenderly, Yuan stroked the thorns, planning to gather more plants to nourish them the next day. He had hoped to cultivate the guardian thorns to propagate a vast expanse around the shelter. However, he was now struggling to keep even one alive. With 200 grams of black beetle dung remaining, Yuan divided it into 5 portions of 40 grams each, burying them beside 5 seeds of crystal rice. Crystal rice is an excellent grade plant that finds it challenging to grow in ordinary soil. Yuan also intended to exchange more black beetle dung to enhance the soil quality in the flower bed as swiftly as possible. The cultivation of crystal rice would be a vital aspect of his future sustenance. Food had always been Yuan's weak point. With no food resources near the shelter, he had to rely on his own cultivation. Currently, he could still obtain food through resource boxes and trading markets, but once the cold wave arrived, it would become nearly impossible to purchase food. Suddenly, Yuan recalled that he still had 5 unplanted potatoes. Potatoes are an ordinary grade plant and can thrive in the soil of the fenced courtyard. Additionally, they are easy to cultivate, grow quickly, and yield a generous harvest, making them a highly cost-effective crop. However, the frigid weather raised concerns about their survival. Yuan cut the potatoes into small pieces and planted them in a straight row, far from the guardian thorns. After watering them with river water, he patiently awaited their germination. Yet, Yuan clearly lacked practical experience in gardening. The potatoes had yet to sprout. Standing in the courtyard, Yuan felt an intense chill in the pitch-black night. The biting cold wind howled, as if the eyes of some terrifying creature were watching him. He tightened his cotton jacket around himself, feeling a sense of trepidation towards the darkness of the misty world. After tending to the courtyard, Yuan quickly retreated into the wooden house. Upon seeing the gentle glow of the oil lamp and the vibrant red embers of the charcoal in the stove, he felt the long-awaited warmth envelop him. His racing heart gradually calmed, dissipating the fear and cold he had experienced. Lying on the small wooden bed, tightly wrapped in a blanket, he listened to the howling wind outside the house. Yuan's heart suddenly found tranquility, and he slowly drifted into slumber, warmed by the stove's glow. The nights in the misty world had become increasingly arduous. Yuan curled up tightly beside the stove, shivering from the cold. The chill of the misty world possessed a strange power, feeling far colder at the same temperature than on Earth. Logically, within the enclosed shelter, with a fireplace and warm items, the cold should not be so severe. Yet, in reality, Yuan found himself repeatedly waking from the cold and dozing off, managing only a little over 7 hours of sleep before waking up trembling. The cold had severely affected his sleep quality, causing him to experience symptoms such as coughing, dizziness, and weakness. Yuan realized he was likely suffering from a cold. Fortunately, he had access to spring water. Even if it had no effect, he still had healing potions to sustain him. After drinking some spring water, he felt a slight alleviation of his cold symptoms, though he remained somewhat weak. He placed the remaining half of the pork chop on the stove to warm. In the frigid temperatures of -10 degrees, the pork chop had frozen solid. Defrosting and then cooking it did not yield the same tenderness as the previous night. After consuming half of the chop, Yuan once again felt a comforting warmth enveloping him. This sensation was one of being filled with energy. His physical recovery significantly improved his mood. With less than 4 hours until dawn, Yuan resolved to engage in some exercise. Remaining curled up in bed would only exacerbate his weakness. He strained to recall the limited number of exercises he knew. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, stretching. It seemed he would need to consult Qin Zhenjuan for some proper workout routines. Gasping for breath, Yuan was performing a plank. Previously on Earth, he had never developed a habit of exercising, resulting in poor physical condition. Consequently, even after only a few sets, he was already struggling with muscle soreness. Nevertheless, Yuan's determination was commendable. He managed to persevere through each session, exercising for several minutes, resting for a few. Thus, he continued this intermittent routine until dawn began to break. Checking the time, he realized that full daylight was not far off. Yuan consumed the last 2 pieces of bread for breakfast to replenish his energy. Then, he began preparing the items he needed for the day ahead. In terms of packing, it essentially consisted only of a pickaxe and a stone axe. Perhaps a resource box for transporting materials. Yet, Yuan meticulously made his preparations, determined to face the day with the best possible approach. In truth, most capable individuals would rise several hours early to engage in light warm-ups and preparations before venturing out to mine, chop trees, or search for resources. Even if the first couple of days presented no dangers, they remained vigilant. This was how they maintained their advantage. Yuan adopted a similar attitude, carefully confronting the perils of the misty world. Starting today, he aimed to significantly increase the probability of resource boxes appearing. Simultaneously, he hoped to enhance the likelihood of food appearing within resource boxes containing warm items. Thus, today was of utmost importance. Yuan was fully prepared for a day of hard work. Chapter 14. Quality White Cedar. Today's weather. Daylight duration. 6 hours weather. Overcast temperature. 5-9 climate trend. The cold wave is drawing closer. Be sure to gather sufficient supplies for winter and maintain warmth. Yuan routinely checked the weather for the day. The temperature was steadily decreasing, and and the cold wave was approaching. Today, Yuan's primary objective was to find boxes. Along the way, he would also explore a bit further. With only 6 hours available, time was of the essence. Yuan zipped his cotton jacket up to the very top, steeling himself against the biting wind as he stepped outside. The misty zone surrounding the Level 2 shelter extended for 5 kilometers. Yuan planned to thoroughly explore a 3-kilometer radius while also searching for suitable food sources. Covering a radius of 3 kilometers was no small feat. Beginning from the eastern side, he walked counterclockwise. Before long, Yuan discovered a wooden resource box beneath a tree in the northeast direction. He refrained from opening it immediately, opting to let it marinate a little longer. Planning to open it all at once upon returning to the wooden house. Battling the cold wind, Yuan trudged onward, his pace considerably slowed. To the east of the shelter, beyond a forest located 500 meters away, lay a low mountain range. The forest was dense, with white mist swirling through the trees, creating an air of mystery. Yuan did not dare to venture recklessly inside. Instead, he circled the perimeter before heading north. To the north of the shelter, beyond the stone quarry, lies an expanse of untamed weeds, seemingly stretching into infinity. Aside from this, sporadic stones from the quarry can be observed. Yuan pondered whether he might uncover other types of ore. But ultimately, his efforts yielded no results. It is also quite plausible that the minerals lie buried deep underground, hidden from view on the surface. To the west, a region Yuan had initially deemed the most barren held little promise. However, to his surprise, he stumbled upon a cluster of a dozen pod trees 2,000 meters to the west. The trunks of the pod trees were parched, their leaves entirely shed, leaving only a multitude of shriveled pods dangling from their branches. Upon inspecting the information, it read, Name, pod, common, function. Grows in semi-arid regions, low in nutrition and singular in variety, offering moderate satiety. Description, abundant and filling. Most of the pods appeared shriveled, with some reduced to mere shells, yet their numbers were indeed substantial. While their nutritional value was not high, they served as an excellent reserve for winter sustenance. Yuan, troubled by insufficient food supplies, intended to procure a batch at the trading market before the full force of the cold wave set in. Unexpectedly, he discovered food in close proximity to the shelter. Yuan possessed only an unopened wooden resource box. And given the circumstances, he decided to open it. A faint glow flickered as 3 luminous orbs materialized within the resource box. A set of winter fleece pajamas, a pair of leather gloves, and a bag of 1 pound of white rice. Yuan was astonished. He had not anticipated such a bounty within the wooden resource box. Is this a reward before the arrival of the cold wave? He mused as he stowed the 3 orbs in his pocket and used the wooden resource box to collect the pods. Considering the abundance of shriveled pods and the inconvenience of transportation, Yuan opted to extract only the peas from the pods. With a gentle flick of his hand, peas tumbled into the wooden box. He grasped a dozen pods, and the sound of peas cascading into the box was music to his ears, filling him with contentment. Before long, the box was filled, having harvested from just a single tree. This grove of pod trees represented the most bountiful food source Yuan had encountered near the shelter. The sheer quantity and productivity brought him immense joy. After noting the location, he returned to deliver the box of pods, estimating its weight at around 7 to 8 pounds. He then retrieved 2 additional boxes from the wooden cabin, allowing him to transport 3 boxes of pods in total. With 13 pod trees and filling 2 boxes from each, he managed to gather 7 boxes in 3 trips, despite the pods being considerably shriveled and their numbers diminished. Had he harvested them at peak ripeness, the yield would likely have doubled. Nevertheless, Yuan was already quite satisfied. 13 boxes of pods piled in the corner outside the workshop formed a small mountain. Upon checking the specifics, the total weight amounted to 52 pounds. Although it seemed substantial, he had not expected it to be just over 50 pounds. Yuan muttered in complaint, yet his heart brimmed with happiness. This batch of pods would serve as crucial sustenance during the cold wave. With this windfall, Yuan continued southward, intending to venture into the forest in search of more suitable food sources. As he approached the forest's edge, he spotted a tree crown aglow with a bluish light. A bronze resource box. Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried over. Chopping down trees, digging roots, and collecting the resource box followed in a seamless sequence of actions, culminating in the successful acquisition of the treasure. Yuan could not help but exclaim, The odds have significantly improved. I never expected to casually find 2 resource boxes. The occurrences Yuan experienced mirrored those throughout the entire Misty world. An increasing number of individuals discovered resource boxes, with almost everyone managing to find at least one. Some even stumbled upon 2 or 3. Many who had previously possessed nothing began to acquire food and clothing for the winter. Although the quantities were small, they nonetheless ensured the survival of many. Yuan observed the regional chat channel, which boasted 10,000 participants, noticing a reduction of around 200 individuals. This was merely one area. If one were to consider the entire Misty world, it could mean that over 100 million people had vanished, perishing in various dangers. Most of those who perished were the elderly, weak, or infirm. Individuals with lower physical resilience. They succumbed to hunger and cold in the early stages of survival, leading to their immediate elimination. Of course, some met their demise by venturing into perilous locales, such as deep mountains, swamps, or bodies of water, falling victim to either nature or beastly attacks. Yuan stepped into the fog-laden forest, surrounded by commonplace flora, albeit in unusually abundant quantities. Due to the cold wave, most leaves had withered, and the branches appeared limp. The crisp air mingled with the scent of decaying leaves in the soil and the fragrant aroma of pine resin, forming a unique olfactory signature of the forest. Armed with an iron pickaxe, Yuan tread cautiously upon the thick layer of fallen leaves. Suddenly, amidst the withered flora, a flash of vibrant green caught his eye. Curious, he approached and, upon ensuring there was no danger, moved closer to investigate. Name: white fir, good function. The wood is white, lightweight, and resilient, suitable for construction and crafting tools, providing enhanced defense and insulation, with a pleasant aroma that aids sleep. Description: high-quality building material. To his astonishment, he had discovered high-quality wood. Yuan marveled at this grove of white fir trees, realizing it was exceptional timber for construction, capable of improving defense and insulation. The unexpected delight overwhelmed him. In the trading market and chat channels, Yuan had seen numerous high-quality resources found near shelters, such as Yanka's wisteria, Zhoming's potatoes, and Qin Shuyu's guardian thorns, all uncovered in the vicinity of their respective shelters. It could be said that he had struck a windfall upon stepping outside. Yuan had envied others for several nights, believing his own region was particularly desolate and resource-poor, even contemplating relocating. Yet, unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a treasure trove of high-quality resources. While he was still uncertain of the specific uses for high-quality resources, their value was undoubtedly significant. Since excellent-grade spring water could substitute for ordinary mineral water in the crafting of healing potions, it stood to reason that high quality wood might also replace standard materials for wooden products, or even upgrades to the shelter. Yuan surmised it was highly probable. The distance from the shelter was not great, and gathering the wood would not prove cumbersome. He could easily utilize the white fir as materials to elevate the shelter to level 3. If he could achieve this before the cold wave struck, life during the harsh season would undoubtedly be more comfortable. Taking immediate action, Yuan drew his axe and began felling trees. His original plan for the day had been to explore the vicinity of the shelter. Seeking out all resource boxes, he had also intended to venture north to mine stone. However, given the discovery of superior resources, it was only fitting to remain and harvest the fir trees. Yuan had contemplated dedicating the entire day to searching for resource boxes, as the likelihood of their appearance was higher today. Nevertheless, resource boxes were ultimately a matter of chance, carrying too great a risk. Thus, Yuan opted to focus on gathering high-quality wood. At this moment, he acutely felt the inadequacy of his stone axe. The blade, which was not particularly sharp, had developed numerous uneven notches. It seemed that after a few uses, it would soon be rendered useless. The ordinary stone axe struggled to fell the high-quality white fir trees. Yuan toiled for nearly 30 minutes before finally bringing down a single white fir. Gazing at the axe, now significantly worn, he could not help but shake his head. It seems I must purchase a new axe at the trading market upon my return. Currently, with the increasing prevalence of crafting scrolls in the trading market, tools like axes and pitchforks have begun to appear more commonly. However, due to the scarcity of iron tools remained relatively limited. It appeared that this axe was nearing retirement. On its final day of service, it would strive to contribute as much as possible by felling more white fir trees. Although the white firs were challenging to cut down, the yield of wood was substantial. After all, a single white fir could reach over 30 meters in height. making it easy to imagine the quantity of wood it could yield. The first tree provided 22 units of wood, a significant increase in efficiency compared to ordinary trees, over double the yield. This remarkably high harvesting rate and the resulting abundance of wood were likely among the advantages of these high-quality white fir trees. As the remaining daylight dwindled, Yuan resolved to continue felling trees until darkness fell before returning home. As the stone axe dulled, the task became increasingly arduous. Yuan managed to fell only 4 trees by the time dusk settled, accumulating 85 units of wood and 4 white fir roots. On his journey back, he fortuitously stumbled upon another wooden resource box. Today had indeed turned out to be a fruitful day, battling the biting cold. He hurried home under the cover of night. Along the way, Yuan sprinted at nearly full speed. From somewhere in the distance, a long, menacing roar of a beast echoed, accompanied by the mournful howl of wolves. Reverberating deeper within the southern forest, a shiver of fear coursed through Yuan. He lacked the strength of Qin Zhenjuan and could not contend with high-quality beasts. The thought of having lingered there for several hours sent a chill down his spine. Fortunately, he safely returned to the wooden cabin. Beneath the warm glow of the orange oil lamp, his racing heart gradually calmed. An announcement had been made yesterday, warning that the onset of the cold wave would lead to an increase in wildlife. Yuan had not encountered any animals, so he had not thought much of it. However, after this experience, he recognized the need for vigilance. In future excursions, he must take special care to guard against beast attacks. It would be prudent to acquire a weapon to ensure a measure of self-defense. Chapter 15. Resource Inventory. Once again, a protracted night enveloped the world. This marked the 4th evening since Yuan had arrived in the Misty realm. Yet, these 4 nights seemed to stretch longer than all the nights he had ever known combined. Feeling utterly exhausted, he lay despondently on his small bed, gazing up at the wooden ceiling. After resting for a while, he resolved to muster his spirits, for the night held many tasks ahead. Yuan first retrieved 2 resource chests, intending to reward himself with a little treat. Today had proven fortuitous, as he had miraculously stumbled upon 3 chests, 1 bronze resource chest and 2 wooden ones. The first wooden chest he had found was already opened, revealing a cozy set of plush pajamas, a pair of gloves, and a pound of white rice. Now, with 2 resource chests before him, Yuan decided to practice with the wooden chest first. A flash of light illuminated his surroundings as 3 items materialized from within. A blanket, a pair of thermal pants, and 5 apples. As anticipated, they were the customary warm items and food, yet surprisingly practical, exactly what he needed at that moment. Yuan promptly consumed an apple, replenishing his body's much-needed vitamins. While eating, he mused, given the probability of items appearing from resource chests today, it seems nearly everyone will acquire 1 or 2 warm items, significantly bolstering their cold resistance. Without hesitation, Yuan shattered the glowing orb, and 3 items appeared before him. The blanket was essentially a cotton mattress, a standard thickness for a small-sized quilt, weighing about 4 pounds. He immediately placed it on his single wooden bed, and it fit perfectly, and no longer would he have to sleep on the cold, hard planks. The thermal pants were unremarkable, simply a symbol of maturity. Long johns. The 5 apples were fresh, a rare find in the Misty realm, where fresh fruits and vegetables were scarce during the long winter months. Rich in vitamins essential for human health, Yuan was careful to store them, planning to consume them over time, including the berries he had previously gathered. Pleased with the wooden chest's offerings, Yuan swiftly opened the bronze resource chest, hoping his good fortune would continue. A blue light enveloped him, and similarly, 3 items emerged before his eyes. 12-pound thick lamb wool blanket, excellent. 5 pounds of high-quality flour, good. Snow boots, good. Luck was still favoring Yuan. The word excellent always stirred excitement within him. He had seen a lamb wool blanket in the trading market before and had envied it for quite some time, though that one was merely of good quality. This one was excellent. Its quality, weight, and thermal efficiency had all been elevated to a higher tier. As the 12-pound lamb wool blanket appeared, it completely covered the small bed. Just gazing at the thick quilt brought an overwhelming sense of comfort. The pristine wool exuded warmth, and its substantial weight offered a feeling of security. Yuan could hardly wait to burrow beneath it, but decided to clean himself first, having gone 3 days without a wash. He feared that once he climbed into bed, he might never wish to rise again. The remaining 2 items were equally practical: the snow boots for outdoor expeditions and the flour for making dough, both of which would significantly enrich Qi Yuan's inventory. After the initial joy, however, a wave of concern washed over him. The abundance of quality items from the resource chest must mean that others were also receiving similarly bountiful rewards, if not better. This raised a troubling question. What kind of cold front would compel the system to deem these resources insufficient for survival? It could not merely be a few snowstorms. It was unlikely to be ordinary low temperatures. This was undoubtedly a cold front that exceeded anyone's imagination. The term cold front may sound innocuous, yet it belied a terrifying natural disaster that many might underestimate. Qi Yuan silently reminded himself to remain vigilant. Even as one of the more affluent and well-prepared individuals, he could still fall victim to the cold. Qi Yuan meticulously organized and stored the items from the resource chests. He placed all warm clothing and blankets in the bedroom, while the food items were stored in the workshop. Currently, he had 8 warm items: a blanket, a cotton jacket, a set of winter plush pajamas, a pair of leather gloves, a quilt, thermal pants, a 12-pound thick lamb wool blanket, excellent, and snow boots, good. Qi Yuan felt quite satisfied. It was unlikely many could boast such wealth. He had also accumulated a fair amount of food: meat chops, brick-sized compressed biscuits, 521 grams of berries, 4 apples, 5 pounds of flour, good, 1 pound of white rice, 52 pounds of pea pods, 28 fist-sized crystal rice grains, and several uneaten meat chops. This represented all of Qi Yuan's current inventory, a considerable fortune amassed over the past few days. After categorizing and neatly stacking the items in the corner, he collected today's 500 milliliters spring water, then watered his plants. The crystal rice, potatoes, and guarding thorns were growing moderately, clearly affected by the low temperatures. Suddenly, he remembered that his trade with Yang Ku had yet to be finalized. Qi Yuan hurriedly opened the Misty survival manual and discovered Yang Ku's trade request had arrived. Trade request: Wisteria 1 message. A complete wisteria plant? As agreed upon yesterday, my 50 milliliters spring water cannot be shortchanged. Qi Yuan did not hesitate and promptly accepted the trade. The wisteria was quite large, towering over 3 meters high, with its roots occupying nearly half its length. In the yard, near the potatoes, Qi Yuan dug a large hole to plant the wisteria. Since the wisteria was not a primary cultivation target, he proceeded casually. Given that the flowers were abundant, they could easily consume too much nutrition, hindering the wisteria's growth. He thus pruned away the majority of the flowers and branches, leaving only the essential main stem. In total, he collected 13 stems and several wisteria flowers, all piled beside the guarding thorns as nourishment for their growth. After slowly absorbing the wisteria's nutrients, the overall condition of the guarding thorns improved significantly. The thorns entwined around the fence became sturdier and more robust, with sharper spikes. Qi Yuan estimated that with a couple more feedings, the guarding thorns would soon begin to reproduce. Currently, their individual strength was not impressive. They primarily relied on their collective power for hunting. The information indicated that within a colony of guarding thorns, there would typically be one mother plant responsible for breeding. Surrounding the mother thorn, numerous offspring would gather to hunt for food and protect their progenitor. This survival strategy resembled that of ants more than plants. Thus, only the mother thorns held value. Only they could reproduce, while the offspring lived but a single generation. Otherwise, Qi Yuan could have easily profited from selling the thorns. After addressing the wisteria situation, Qi Yuan contacted Wang Yu to finalize a trade for black beetle droppings. He exchanged 20 milliliters of spring water for 100 grams of black beetle droppings. Qi Yuan divided this 100 grams into 5 portions, burying them beside the crystal rice in the flower bed. Noting that the crystal rice seeds still showed no signs of growth, he watered each seed with 10 milliliters of spring water. With that, all his plants were tended to, and he simply had to await the harvest. However, he wondered how long it would take to see the fruits of his labor. Just as he completed his tasks, a message from Qin Zhenzhuan arrived. Without preamble, Qin Zhenzhuan sent 6 pieces of ordinary meat chops. Qi Yuan felt both satisfied and astonished, pondering to himself, Qin Zhenzhuan is incredibly strong. How could he hunt so much food every day? Until now, Qi Yuan had only heard distant roars of beasts. The disparity was striking, piquing his curiosity. Qi Yuan, are there so many beasts near you? Can you hunt every day? Qin Zhenzhuan, I possess special tools that enable me to locate wild beasts. However, it is quite perilous, as the beasts' grades are not displayed, so I might encounter formidable foes. So that was it. With Qin Zhenjuan's explanation, Qi Yuan understood that it was entirely normal for resource chests to yield various items, including tools for tracking beasts. Qi Yuan traded 120 milliliters of spring water for the 6 meat chops. He speculated that since Qin Zhenjuan hunted daily, he likely had little time to forage for food. Moreover, the meat he obtained was exchanged for spring water, leaving him to ponder where his winter provisions lay. Concerned, Qi Yuan asked, "Have you had time to store food for winter while hunting every day?" Qin Zhenjuan smiled casually and sent a list of dozens of food items: fruits, vegetables, grains, nuts, everything one could imagine. Qi Yuan stared in shock at the assortment of food, the variety and quantity surpassing his own, leaving him with an indescribable bitterness. Qin Zhenjuan. Most animals have stored provisions for winter. After I hunt them, the food naturally becomes mine. Qin Zhenjuan. Do you need me to share some with you? I have plenty. Qi Yuan clicked his tongue. It seemed many had their own means of acquiring food. He likely belonged to the group with lower food reserves. He politely declined Qin Zhenjuan's generosity, jesting, "If there are times when I'm short on food, I'll reach out to Brother Qin." After spending these past 2 days together, their bond had grown significantly. Qin Zhenjuan is a person of genuine character, possessing a commendable temperament. After generously offering assistance to Qi Yuan in treating his child's ailment, Qin Zhenjuan expressed profound gratitude, fully embracing Qi Yuan as one of his own. Thus, a foundational friendship was established between them. Having attended to his immediate affairs, Qi Yuan resolved to cleanse himself. Presently, he had 5 liters of river water at his disposal, yet lacked a container for boiling it. Although he could construct a kitchen, his resources were insufficient, necessitating a temporary exchange with spring water. Therefore, Qi Yuan meticulously selected a copper basin from the trading market, trading 50 pieces of wood for it. The shelter had few water containers, and this basin would serve to replenish their stock. However, the price was indeed steep, equivalent to the labor of chopping trees for most of a day. Nonetheless, there was little recourse, as wood was inherently the least valuable material, easily gathered with time. Even stones faced a similar predicament. Despite the increasingly frigid weather necessitating wood for warmth, the quantity required for heating was merely a fraction of the total gathered. With the number of writings accumulating, the price of stones gradually diminished, aligning closely with that of wood, both considered fundamental resources. Qi Yuan surmised that someone might very well upgrade to a level 3 shelter today. For those possessing substantial assets, acquiring 250 pieces of wood and 500 stones was not an insurmountable task. The exchange ratio for high-value resources, whether good or excellent quality, was notably favorable in comparison to wood and stone. For instance, if Qi Yuan were to exchange spring water for wood and stones, he could swiftly gather the materials needed for an upgrade. Chapter 16. Making noodles. Not dwelling further on the matter, Qi Yuan commenced preparing his bathing water, utilizing the copper basin to boil it. He heated 3 liters to a boil, subsequently blending it with the remaining 2 liters. The water temperature was perfectly around 50 degrees. Ideal for a refreshing shower. Lacking a drainage system at home, Qi Yuan had to wash himself at the entrance, pouring the used water outside to nourish the plants. The wind was rather brisk, causing him to shiver, prompting him to seek refuge behind the wooden door. His washing was rather casual, merely soaking a cloth to wipe down his body, yet he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Finally, he no longer felt sticky, and donning a fresh set of pajamas left him feeling rejuvenated. Such a simple yet luxurious existence is, for many, but a distant dream. For the ordinary individual, a day is spent laboriously chopping trees and mining stones, scarcely able to pause for a moment, utterly exhausted by nightfall. Consequently, they find themselves embroiled in disputes over trivial matters in the trading channels, arguing over a single piece of wood. In such circumstances, there is little room for concern regarding personal hygiene. Although Qi Yuan, too, was busy and toiling each day, he was fortunate enough to be among the vanguard in terms of development. Hence, both his physical and mental states were relatively relaxed. Comfortably adding charcoal to the fireplace, he reclined on his bed. Deep down, Qi Yuan understood that he should seize the moment to engage in some exercise and enhance his physical fitness. However, the biting cold made vigorous activity inadvisable, as the indoor temperature had plummeted to 0 degrees, rendering it unsuitable for strenuous exertion, which would significantly deplete his energy and possibly lead to illness. Moreover, the allure of a 12-pound plush blanket was simply too tempting. Alas, this weather was hardly conducive to physical training. Breaking a sweat could easily result in a cold. Snugly ensconced in his blanket with only his face exposed, Yuan welcomed the fourth night in the fog-laden world, finally having resolved the issue of warmth, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful slumber. With hours still to go before dawn, Yuan retrieved the Fog Survival Manual. The chat channel remained bustling with excitement. Ha ha ha, I found 2 resource boxes. Who's luckier than me? Sorry, I found 3. Whether 2 or 3, what about my bronze resource box? What did you find? It must be something good. My wooden resource box yielded a blanket. Woe is me, I found nothing at all. Who wants good quality firestone ore? It makes excellent fuel, burning for an entire night. 1 piece for 150 stones. 2 pieces of ordinary meat can be exchanged for a good quality blanket and bedding. Come, Qingshan Alliance is recruiting daily contributions of 1 unit of stone or wood required. Join the Qingshan Alliance, we are brothers. Here comes that deceptive Qingshan Alliance again, claiming high-quality resource exchanges. Yet there's hardly anyone inside, brother. You actually believe that? Buying various food items, rice, flour, beans, and meat, prices via private message. One cannot help but marvel at the remarkable adaptability of humanity. Merely 3 days and 4 nights in the fog-laden world. And they have begun to acclimate to this unique environment. The social classes and regulations that once governed society have dissipated in this realm. People have started to abide by the laws of the fog world, adapting to the primal societal structure of the survival of the fittest. With the rising sun, they labor, and at sunset, they return home, seeking hope amidst the treacherous wilderness. An increasing number of individuals are adjusting to this new way of life, giving rise to social forms distinct from those of civilized society. A plethora of resource trades and exchanges intertwine everyone high in the marketplace. Wood and stone serve as currency, facilitating the exchange of various resources, items, and scrolls. Yuan's current contemplation revolves around upgrading his shelter. Before proceeding with the upgrade, he intends to construct a kitchen. Having traded all his stones for wood the previous day, he currently possesses none. However, stones, being a fundamental resource, are not difficult to procure. Yuan decided to list spring water at a rate of 10 milliliters for 50 stones. He placed a total of 110 milliliters on the market, with each portion contained in a 10 milliliter wooden wine cup. To his astonishment, the spring water was snatched up within mere seconds of being listed. While Yuan was confident that spring water would be among the most sought-after items, he never anticipated such a rapid sellout. Unbeknownst to him, nearly everyone who managed to acquire spring water felt they had struck gold. Stones and wood could be obtained through various means, but spring water, capable of enhancing physical health and preventing illness, was a rare commodity. In the current harsh environment, where the temperature was dropping and cold symptoms were becoming increasingly frequent, possessing some healing items was of utmost importance. The chat channel often buzzed with individuals seeking to acquire such items, ready to exchange them for substantial resources. Yuan gathered 550 stones, but due to the constraints of his living space, he could only temporarily stack them within his wooden cabin. Presently, he had 550 stones, 150 pieces of ordinary wood, and 85 pieces of white fir wood. Yuan estimated that he would likely be able to upgrade his shelter the following day, and for now, he could focus on constructing the kitchen. On the shelter page, he clicked to establish the kitchen. A brilliant light enveloped the wooden structure, and moments later, a kitchen appeared adjacent to the workshop. Inside the kitchen, a stone-built stove awaited, equipped with a brand-new iron pot. Upon witnessing the completed facilities, Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Had I known earlier, I would have simply exchanged spring water for materials instead of boiling water in the copper basin." Once he accumulated an abundance of ingredients, he could embark on the culinary adventure of preparing various delectable dishes. However, for now, the priority was merely to satisfy his hunger. The prospect of rich ingredients could wait for another day. Having yet to dine that evening, Yuan resolved to prepare himself a meal. The day-night cycle in the fog world differed entirely from that on Earth, resulting in disruptions to everyone's routines. Yuan was no exception. Typically, he would consume some dry rations before heading out in the morning. It was only upon returning to the shelter at night that he would enjoy a proper dinner. Although referred to as dinner, it was more akin to the lunchtime of his previous life. Nevertheless, this routine was relatively regular, unlike some who would eat when hungry and sleep when tired, and some even went without food entirely. Yuan decided to make a simple bowl of vegetarian noodles using flour. In the hearts of the Huaxia people, No meal can be deemed complete without staple foods such as rice or noodles. As he opened the 5-kilogram bag of flour, a fine, white powdery dust enveloped him, the dry particles swirling into his nostrils with each breath. Although not a pleasant scent, the familiar aroma of this food evoked a myriad of emotions within Yuan. Finally, he could enjoy a warm meal. Yuan grasped a handful of fine flour, relishing its silky texture, and a sense of security and fulfillment washed over him. This only heightened his anticipation for crystal rice. If he could harvest crystal rice on a regular basis, he would no longer need to worry about food shortages. Besides the 5 seeds of crystal rice he had planted, he also had 28 well-preserved ones. Yuan contemplated the possibility of cooking one to taste in the future. Despite being just a single grain, it was substantial, about the size of half a fist, and classified as excellent quality food, containing immense energy. He retrieved approximately 500 grams of flour and placed it in the basin meant for boiling water. Taking out his precious 5 liters of mineral water, he poured it into the flour, mixing it thoroughly as he kneaded the dough with his hands. Given the limited conditions, lacking salt or oil, he had to make do with a simpler approach. Once the dough was kneaded, he rolled it out into a large, thin sheet, cutting it into shapes resembling noodles. Due to the absence of cutting tools, the noodles varied greatly in size and thickness, resembling strips of dough more than actual noodles. However, in the fog world, one could hardly afford to be picky. He filled half the iron pot with water and brought it to a boil before immersing the noodles. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan grilled a piece of good quality wolf meat. A high-quality steak can significantly enhance one's physical constitution, augmenting both strength and stamina. After consuming a superior steak yesterday, Yuan felt a notable increase in his power. Whether traversing the wilderness or chopping wood, his endurance had improved immensely. If circumstances permit, Yuan intends to indulge in ingredients of ordinary quality or above in the future. Although a single steak may not yield a substantial enhancement, a sustained diet of high-quality food is bound to result in remarkable transformations. Perhaps anyone could evolve into a superhuman. The steak sizzled on the fire, while noodles danced in boiling water, the savory aroma of meat mingling with that of the noodles. Yuan's mouth watered, saliva pooling in his mouth as his stomach churned in anticipation. This seemingly simple meal of steak and noodles bore extraordinary significance, symbolizing a life in a fog-laden world. Having officially departed from a primitive existence, with the ability and resources to prepare even the simplest of meals, he felt a sense of accomplishment. However, it was regrettable that he lacked bowls and had to make do with a basin. And there were no scallions, cilantro, or soy sauce, which detracted from the overall flavor. Fortunately, the steak was of good quality, and the flour used was also of high standard. Even in the absence of additional seasonings, the dish remained exquisitely delicious. Slurping the tender noodles, Yuan felt as though he had returned to a civilized society, back to a once comfortable life. All the previously unremarkable, even disdainful aspects of simple living now became distant dreams. As the food entered his belly, a profound sense of satiety washed over him, and a warm current coursed through his body. The fatigue that had weighed him down vanished in an instant, and his previously empty physique was revitalized with energy. Although this was not his first experience of such a feeling, it still left him in awe. Yuan sensed a surge in his physical strength, as if his constitution had slightly improved. After consuming 1/3 of the steak and half of the noodles, he found himself unable to move further, gazing at the steaming noodles left in the pot. An idea struck him. Yuan, burdened with the responsibility of raising a child, relied on hunting wild beasts for sustenance, and his resources were undoubtedly limited. He likely did not possess flour or similar provisions. Among his few friends, only he shared a closer bond with Yuan, and Yuan had intended to cultivate this friendship. Thus, he decided to send the remaining noodles over. Deep within a forest, in a wooden cabin, a resolute-looking man sat at a wooden table. Opposite him sat a delicate little girl, both cradling a piece of steak, with a bowl of nuts placed in between them. "Daddy, I don't want to eat steak and nuts anymore. I want rice," the little girl lamented, her head resting forlornly on the table. Yuan, equally helpless, replied, "Shoutong, be good. Daddy will find you some wild fruits to eat tomorrow. For now, ding. Daddy, there's a message." Yuan, puzzled, wondered, "Who is trying to buy steak from me again? Didn't I already say I wasn't selling anymore?" Relying on his limited supply of steak, He had carved out a niche in his trading circle. However, after trading with Yuan, he rarely sold steak to others. Each day, he would reserve a piece of good quality steak, consuming 4/5 himself and giving 1/5 to Xiaodong. The bulk of what remained was sold to Yuan, while their winter provisions primarily depended on collected dried fruits and foraged foods. As one of the earliest consumers of high-quality food, Qin Zhenjuan understood the immense value of such nourishment and sought to partake in it as much as possible. Chapter 17. The Iron Axe and the Machete. When Qin Zhenjuan first tasted a good quality steak, he immediately recognized its exceptional nature. As a top-tier special forces operative, he was acutely aware of his physical condition. The deterioration of his physique, stamina, and flexibility, which had been gradually declining due to age, had suddenly experienced a remarkable resurgence. It seemed that these foods possessed a magical force, exerting an astonishing effect. From that moment on, he seldom sold steaks of good quality or above, reserving them for himself and his child. Since Xiaodong did not consume much, he decided to let her eat a little, believing it would greatly benefit her health. Qin Zhenjuan was convinced that if Xiaodong could maintain a diet of high-quality food, she would likely never suffer from colds or fevers in the future. As for his aging body, he anticipated a gradual restoration, potentially surpassing his peak strength. If good quality food had such an effect, what might excellent quality food entail? The first time he drank excellent quality spring water, he was astounded by its miraculous properties. The hidden injuries, blockages, and ailments from his battles began to warm slightly, accompanied by a tingling sensation. Although the effects were not immediately pronounced, they were undeniably tangible. Moreover, the changes brought about by the excellent quality spring water penetrated even deeper than those from the good quality steak. Unfortunately, the supply of spring water was limited. Qin Zhenjuan was willing to trade steak for spring water, especially since Yuan had once saved his child's life. He always remembered this kindness. When he saw the message from Yuan, he felt a surge of curiosity. "It's the uncle who treated you," he said gently. Upon opening the chat channel, a trade notification suddenly appeared. A portion of noodles sent by Yuan. Having not finished his own, Yuan sent the remaining noodles, broth included, to Qin Zhenjuan. Upon receiving the noodles, Qin Zhenjuan was pleasantly surprised. "I didn't expect Yuan to be so generous. He even managed to enjoy warm noodles," Yuan explained. "I cooked too much, so I saved a portion for the little one to supplement her nutrition." Qin Zhenjuan smiled gratefully and said, "Xiaodong, uncle has brought you some noodles to eat. Didn't you say you didn't want any more nuts? Noodles?" The little girl's eyes lit up, and she hopped off her chair to run to Qin Zhenjuan's side. As the trade was completed, a copper basin filled with noodles appeared on the wooden table. White steam wafted up from the broth, releasing the fragrant aroma of wheat. The little girl's bright eyes widened with delight. Qin Zhenjuan thanked Yuan, then transferred the noodles to his own bowl, returning the copper basin. After tasting a bite, he was astonished to discover that these were indeed good quality noodles. He quickly stopped Xiaodong, who was eagerly devouring the noodles, fearing she might overindulge. Although the noodles lacked seasoning, the little girl still exclaimed, "They're delicious, Daddy." After sending the noodles, Yuan headed to the trading market to stock up. Scrolling through the chat channel and trade market while sipping from a wooden cup filled with spring water, he understood the advantages of excellent quality spring water and planned to reserve 100 milliliters for himself each day. It was not due to reluctance to drink. Rather, the surplus energy from the spring water often left him feeling notably satiated after just 100 milliliters. The more he consumed these good quality foods, the more he appreciated their value, and he felt increasingly grateful for his wise decision to source from the spring. A daily supply of 500 milliliters was undoubtedly a significant fortune. Additionally, with a drop of essence every 7 days, Yuan grew ever more curious about the effects and benefits of the essence. With 500 milliliters of spring water already proving to be highly valuable, he could only imagine the worth of the essence that came just once a week. Savoring the crisp taste of the spring water, he browsed through the trade market information. With the increasing dangers of venturing outdoors, he needed to acquire a suitable weapon. Moreover, his stone axe had become obsolete. He required an axe of good quality or higher. Initially, he perused the trade applications for spring water, but nothing particularly enticing caught his eye. He had listed 50 milliliters of spring water, divided into 5 portions of 10 milliliters each, so the proposed trade items were not exceptionally valuable, and he found little interest in them. Ding, a message appeared. "Oh, what does Brother Qin want from me?" Qin Zhenjuan. "I've collected some items. See if you can find something useful. He sent over 7 or 8 items. Sling manufacturing blueprint, good. Iron axe, good. Stone spear, ordinary. Animal trap, ordinary. Wolf fang dagger, good. Duh. Most of the items were unfamiliar to Yuan, and he had seldom encountered them. Yuan replied, Brother Qin, where did you get all these items? Qin Jinjuan. From resource boxes, Yuan. How many boxes did you open? Qin Jinjuan. You probably haven't hunted any wild beasts. All beasts drop resource boxes upon death. Yuan. What? All wild beasts drop resource boxes? He was taken aback, knowing that acquiring even a single resource box was extremely difficult for others. Relying solely on luck. Qin Jinjuan. Yes, ordinary wild beasts drop wooden resource boxes, while good quality beasts drop bronze resource boxes. However, the resource boxes obtained from hunting beasts rarely contain food, clothing, seeds, or furniture. Most contain weapons and tools. With a rather limited variety, listening to Qin Zhenjuan's explanation, Yuan began to understand. Having never hunted wild beasts, he was naturally unaware of these details. He had always thought that the probability of obtaining weapons and tools was low, not realizing it was due to the incorrect method of acquisition. Qin Zhenjuan. Take whatever you want. I have plenty of these. Also, Xiaodong really enjoyed the noodles you sent. Since Qin Zhenjuan had said so, Yuan did not intend to be polite. Yuan. Brother Qin, to be honest, I do need an axe and a weapon. Qin Zhenjuan. An axe is no problem. I don't chop wood anyway, so you may take this iron axe. As for a weapon, what do you prefer? Yuan. Well, I'm not really sure. I just need a weapon for self-defense. I have no practical combat experience. What do you think would suit me? Qin Zhenjuan. No combat experience. Huh? In that case, I recommend a knife, simple, practical, and powerful to Yuan. I also find the knife quite impressive. Do you have any bladed weapons there? A common grade will suffice. A trading message arrived, detailing an iron axe and a well-crafted cleaver. The blade resembles a watermelon knife, approximately 50 centimeters long and 3.5 centimeters wide. It is long and straight, square in shape, and exudes an air of dignity and grandeur. Yuan was taken aback by Qin Zhenjuan's generosity in directly offering a well-crafted knife. Qin Zhenjuan. This knife is excellent. Even without a solid foundation, it can unleash significant power. When I have the time, I shall teach you a few techniques. Yuan. All right, thank you, Brother Qin. Qin Zhenjuan. Since you have called me Brother Qin, there is no need for formalities. Yuan smiled faintly, filled with gratitude, and reflected on how he had indeed chosen the right ally. Qin Zhenjuan's straightforward character, marked by a sense of vengeance for grievances and gratitude for kindness, is truly suited for friendship. Yuan did not wish to take advantage. Brother Qin, allow me to share a piece of information with you. Yuan relayed all he knew about the secret realm to Qin Zhenjuan. Each individual can enter the secret realm once, and should Qin Zhenjuan achieve great gains there, Yuan, as both ally and friend, would also benefit significantly. Qin Zhenjuan. Is there really such a thing? Then I must venture out tomorrow to give it a try. Yuan. The secret realm will only appear for a few minutes at dawn. You must seize the opportunity. Qin Zhenjuan. Understood? I will remember. Thank you for the information. Yuan. No need for thanks. Yuan toyed with the cleaver, the menacing blade gleaming with a bright light. Even without expertise, Yuan recognized this as a fine knife. It was certainly not a mere trinket from a roadside stall. Were it in a civilized society, it would likely land one in a detention center for a couple of days. Yuan placed the iron axe and cleaver alongside his stone axe and iron pickaxe, all secured within a resource box. After organizing these items, Yuan lay down on the small wooden bed. The weather was turning increasingly frigid, particularly the nighttime temperatures, which had plummeted to an astonishing degree. Resting and recuperating was of utmost importance, crucial for his mental and physical state the following day. Yuan cocooned himself entirely within the thick quilt and soon fell into a deep slumber. The night stretched on interminably, and when Yuan awoke, dawn had yet to break. He couldn't tell if it was merely an illusion, but he felt that the morning chill had intensified, making him reluctant to stir from his warm cocoon. The charcoal in the stove had dwindled, leaving only a faint glow. Yuan forced himself to rise, donning his not-so-thick clothing. First, he added a few pieces of charcoal to the stove to stoke the flames. Then he headed to the kitchen to prepare some breakfast. Boiling a pot of water, he tossed in some bean pods, allowing them to steam for a few minutes until they were ready to eat. Though the flavor was rather poor, the starchy texture proved quite filling. making it a somewhat acceptable breakfast. After exercising in the shelter for about an hour, daylight finally broke. A brief 6 hours of daylight commenced. Yuan equipped himself with the iron axe and cleaver, along with the resource box for transporting wood, and set out. Today's task was straightforward: to fell trees in the white fir forest. Upgrading the shelter required an additional 250 units of wood. Having already gathered 85 units the previous day, he needed to collect at least 165 units today. Yuan arrived at the white fir forest early. This vast expanse of lush white fir trees represented immeasurable wealth, with the enhancement of the well-crafted iron axe, efficiency sword. What once took nearly 30 minutes to fell a tree could now be accomplished in under 20. The time spent harvesting white firs far exceeded that for other types of trees. Even the time required for other well-crafted trees was not as lengthy. This was due to two reasons. Firstly, white firs possess a more resilient wood structure and firmer fibers, making them difficult to cut. Secondly, white fir trees are exceptionally tall, resulting in thicker trunks. Although the felling process took longer, the yield from each tree was also significantly greater. One white fir could yield nearly 20 units of wood. Early in the morning, before the sun had risen, the sounds of chopping echoed through the white fir forest. 1 tree, 2 trees, 3 trees. Yuan panted, wiping the sweat from his brow, laboriously shaking his hands. Even with gloves on, the areas where his palms gripped the axe handle were blistered, sending waves of pain through him. After 4 hours of relentless chopping, Yuan was utterly exhausted. He had successfully harvested 220 units of white fir timber and 11 tree roots, exceeding his daily quota. Additionally, during the tree felling process, a bronze resource box had dropped, a delightful surprise indeed. Finally, today he could return and upgrade the shelter. Yuan laughed heartily. The previous day, he had seen in the chat channel that someone had already upgraded their shelter to level 3. Many expressed astonishment, admiration, and envy, with the entire chat buzzing about shelter upgrades. Yuan had envied this for quite some time, and now he too could finally achieve an upgrade. Chapter 18. Level 3 Shelter. Yuan glanced at the time and noted that he still had over an hour remaining. Considering the time it would take to transport all the wood and resources back home, he realized it would take quite a while. Therefore, he resolved to commence transporting promptly, with the joy of being able to upgrade the shelter. Yuan felt lighter on his feet as he worked. In just over 50 minutes, he successfully returned with 220 units of wood, 11 tree roots, and the bronze resource box. Taking advantage of the fading daylight, Yuan watered the potatoes and wisteria in the yard, checking on their growth. The potatoes showed no significant response. The weather had taken a severe toll, leaving him uncertain of their survival. The wisteria, having had most of its flowers and branches cut away, had developed numerous scorched yellow wounds and appeared somewhat wilted. However, Yuan was not overly concerned about the wisteria, as it held no practical value and merely served as a source of roots. So long as the roots remained intact, the thorny guardian, on the other hand, was thriving. As long as he occasionally placed some plants nearby, it would automatically absorb their nutrients to meet its growth requirements. Nevertheless, to propagate more shoots, it would require an even greater supply of energy. After some contemplation, Yuan placed 3 of the 11 white fir tree roots next to the thorny guardian. The well-crafted roots were absorbed at a much slower rate, indicating an abundance of energy. After observing for a while, it became evident that the thorny guardian's growth had accelerated significantly, with new branches sprouting forth rapidly. Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of this organism. Capable of absorbing nutrients so swiftly, indeed, it is a living being. The thorny guardian does not belong to the traditional realm of plants, but rather exists as a hybrid between animal and plant species. Thus, after absorbing sufficient plant nutrients, the thorny guardian can grow rapidly and even bear flowers and fruits. Suddenly, Yuan had an idea and retrieved the Mist Survival Handbook to locate Wang Yu. Yuan, do you still have any black beetle dung? Wang Yu. Only 100 grams. Black beetle dung is quite rare, and the price may increase in the future. Yuan frowned. It appeared she was attempting to inflate the price. Selling 100 grams daily in bits was clearly an indication that she didn't want to engage in extensive trading. Wang Yu? In the future, 20 milliliters of spring water in exchange for 50 grams of black beetle dung. If you agree, we can trade in large quantities. Yuan's expression darkened entirely. Does she take me for a fool? Yuan did not respond but simply closed the chat channel. The value of black beetle dung was indeed significant. The soil in the flower bed had already undergone considerable transformation and would soon become high-grade soil. However, such items were not exclusive to her. In fact, his excellent-grade spring water held greater value than black beetle dung. Furthermore, Wang Yu's attempt to raise prices was quite off-putting, and he had no desire to continue trading with her, that moment. Yuan realized that in the current environment, self-interest was the only constraint maintaining relationships. The same applied to Qin Shuyu. She had previously promised to supply Yuan with water. However, in recent days, her responses had diminished significantly, and even attempts to purchase from her had gone unanswered, leaving Yuan once again short of fresh water. If he truly found himself in a bind, he would have to seek assistance from Qin Zhenjuan. Currently, he shared the closest bond with Qin Zhenjuan, who was also more reliable. Logically, Yuan, possessing excellent-grade spring water, should be a worthy ally. While not seeking flattery, it was certainly worth maintaining a good relationship. Yet, for reasons unknown, Qin Shuyu seemed indifferent to her relationship with Yuan, and her demeanor had been rather perfunctory since their first transaction. The matters involving Qin Shuyu and Wang Yu had disrupted Yuan's steady progress. The issues of soil and fresh water were dire, necessitating a new, more stable source. The wind outside grew increasingly frigid, biting through to the bone. Reluctantly, Yuan completed his collection of spring water for the day and hurried back indoors. The fire in the hearth had gone out, leaving the room dim and the temperature plummeting to several degrees below zero. Yuan hugged his cold arms and quickened his pace to gather some charcoal, reigniting the fireplace. The orange glow of the flames flickered in the bedroom, casting a soft, warm light. The charcoal crackled gently as it burned, releasing a faint layer of smoke infused with the scent of burning wood. Yuan's unease dissipated significantly, and his stiff body began to warm. Half an hour later, the entire bedroom was comfortably warmed. Yuan rose, intending to prepare something to eat. The weather was too cold today, and the kitchen was even chillier without the fireplace, so he opted not to make noodles. Instead, he simply prepared some food. Taking about a pound of bean pods, he boiled them in water until cooked, then set them aside to cool. They could also be stored for a longer time, serving as snacks in the bedroom. Whenever hunger struck, he could grab a handful to munch on. Once he had eaten his fill, Yuan remembered that he had already gathered all the materials needed to upgrade the shelter. With a sudden realization, he acknowledged his poor memory, having spent a considerable amount of time freezing in the secondary wooden shelter. Skillfully retrieving the Mist survival manual, he navigated to the shelter upgrade page, which indicated that he had accumulated sufficient resources, 250 units of wood and 500 units of stone. However, the wood used this time was sourced from white fir trees. He clicked to upgrade. "Are you sure you want to upgrade the shelter?" Confirmed. Once again, a familiar white light enveloped the entire shelter. This marked Yuan's second experience of upgrading his shelter since arriving in the Mist world. Each upgrade represented a significant advancement in the shelter's development, signifying that Yuan was adapting to this world, with his chances of survival steadily increasing. After a brief wait, he opened his eyes to behold the rejuvenated shelter. The shelter, level 3 wooden cabin, 100 square meters, comprising 80 square meters of living space and 20 square meters of yard, along with an additional 20 square meters of fencing, totaling 120 square meters. Primarily constructed of stone, with wood as a supplementary material, exquisitely crafted, a premium stone dwelling. It now possesses the essential resilience against risks. The insulation effect has been significantly enhanced. Level 3 shelter facilities, wall, 4,200 stone, substantially increases shelter defenses. Warehouse, 4,200 stone, moderately slows the decay rate of food. Garden, 55-100 quality wood, somewhat accelerates crop growth rate. Animal pen, 4,200 stone, 150-200 wood, allows for the breeding of animals of good quality or lower, with a slight chance of taming wild beasts. Workshop upgrade, 4,200 stone, upgrade of workbench. Living room upgrade, 4,200 stone, upgrades the stove to a fireplace. Acquired shelter relocation scroll 1, allows movement within 10 kilometers of the original shelter. Level 4 shelter upgrade conditions, unmet. This upgrade of the shelter brought forth several remarkable changes. Firstly, the shelter relocation scroll made it feasible to move the shelter over a small distance, granting him the opportunity to escape this barren land. Secondly, the construction facilities available for the level 3 shelter had surprisingly diminished. However, the available facilities were highly practical. This phenomenon indicated that the facilities associated with wooden cabins would increasingly become scarce. Most special facilities, such as springs, flower beds, and fences, would need to be obtained from resource boxes. This undoubtedly heightened the difficulty of survival and accentuated the importance of resources like springs. Yuan had an inkling that both resource boxes and system-upgraded facilities would diminish over time. If there came a day when neither resource boxes nor system assistance were available, he must possess the ability to survive independently. Therefore, even if cultivating crystal rice proved challenging, he resolved to persevere. Achieving self-sufficiency would bolster his chances of survival. Chapter 19. Winter wheat seeds. As he contemplated his future plans, he surveyed the just-upgraded shelter. On the fourth day since arriving in this world, he had finally upgraded the shelter to level 3, expanding its area to 120 square meters, with 40 square meters designated as yard space and 80 square meters as living quarters. The previously cramped room now felt spacious. Compared to the level 2 shelter, the materials used in the level 3 shelter incorporated a greater proportion of stone, raising the foundation by a full 30 centimeters, rendering it sturdier in appearance. The interior wood was crafted from pale yellow-white fir, characterized by its exquisite, minimalist grain, exuding a faint aroma of timber. The entire shelter was infused with a primitive ambience reminiscent of the forest, evoking a refreshing sense of detachment from the mundane world. Returning to the bedroom, the size remained unchanged, but the walls had transformed into white fir material, appearing much brighter. It seemed the system had been more generous with resources, resulting in thicker walls that greatly improved sound and heat insulation. The sealed bedroom, aided by the fireplace, had seen the temperature rise above freezing. At least he no longer had to contend with the discomfort of numb fingers and uncontrollable shivering. Yuan silently rejoiced, grateful for the fireplace that came with the shelter upgrade. Its chimney connected directly to the outside, effectively venting all smoke. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning, with no one the wiser. As Yuan's thoughts wandered, a sudden series of beeping sounds interrupted him. It was the Mist survival manual, indicating a message from a friend. He casually picked it up and discovered it was from Yuan. The message contained details of an item. Name: Animal Trap 3, good function. Captures wild creatures with a certain success rate. Description: suitable for catching small animals. Do not expect to hunt large beasts. Upon seeing this item, Yuan's heart leaped with joy. He had received animal traps. Though they appeared small and somewhat rudimentary, their system certification assured their effectiveness. Yuan replied, "Brother Qin, it seems you had a fruitful day." Acquiring such a fine item, Yuan responded promptly, "I opened a box and obtained the crafting blueprint for animal traps, but I lack materials, so I only made a few. I thought you might find them useful." Yuan replied, "Thank you. Let me see what materials I have." Yet, deep down, he thought, given the barrenness of his surroundings, he likely wouldn't find much. Yuan inquired, "Do you have resilient vines?" Yuan regrettably replied, "I haven't seen any, but I will keep an eye out for them and let you know if I find some." After receiving the 3 animal traps, Yuan exchanged them for 50 milliliters of spring water. The establishment of their relationship relied on mutual benefit, a give-and-take understanding. Once he closed the Mist survival manual, he retrieved the resource box obtained from tree felling earlier that day, hoping it would yield quality items. With great anticipation, he approached this bronze resource box, as it was his first reward from chopping down trees, and he wondered what special resources it might contain. As the green light shimmered, Yuan's heart raced with excitement. He fixed his gaze intently on the box, which revealed 3 items. He eagerly examined them. Name: tomato seeds, good function. Nourished by the spiritual energy of the Mist world, these tomato seeds are richer in nutrients and can slightly enhance physical constitution. Replenishing vitamins. Description: organic vegetable. Name: winter wheat seeds, good function. Nourished by the spiritual energy of the Mist world, these winter wheat seeds can survive in low-temperature environments, offering high satiety and yield. Description: a precious and practical crop. Name: fertilizer crafting scroll, good function. Crafts good quality fertilizer, slightly enhancing crop growth rate and yield. Description: organic fertilizer with superior effects. Wow! Wheat. Yuan, typically composed and rarely using expletives, found himself unable to contain his excitement. The 3 items, while individually modest in value, held immense potential for future gains. Tomato seeds, winter wheat seeds, and a fertilizer crafting method may seem simple, Yet their long-term significance was immeasurable. Particularly, the winter wheat seeds held strategic value that rivaled that of springs. The harsh environment of the mist world posed severe challenges, with cold waves looming like the sword of Damocles over every survivor. Under such conditions, no plant could thrive. Often, they would perish before even sprouting. Yet, winter wheat was different. It could germinate at temperatures as low as freezing, albeit with a low survival rate, and its growth and yield rates were disappointingly low. Nonetheless, this indicated its remarkable cold resistance. As long as temperatures could be maintained above 7 or 8 degrees, winter wheat could flourish. Moreover, having been enhanced by the spiritual energy of the mist world, this superior variety of winter wheat had a high likelihood of thriving even at 0 degrees. This meant that once winter wheat was successfully cultivated, Yuan could ensure a steady supply of flour, bringing him closer to the freedom of homemade noodles, stowing away the 3 items and securing the 2 packets of seeds in a box for future planting. Since there was currently no suitable space for cultivation within the shelter, he resolved to search for a flower bed to purchase. Bursting with uncontainable excitement, Yuan changed into his pajamas, snuggled into bed, and began browsing the trading market and chat channels. This had become a daily ritual for every survivor. On one hand, to procure essential supplies, and on the other, to alleviate feelings of loneliness and fear. The chat channel buzzed with activity. I found 2 resource boxes today. Ha 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 ha. Don't get too cocky, you never know what you might open. Just be jealous. Ha 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 ha. It's getting colder. Without warm clothing, I can't even step outside. I advise everyone, if it's too cold, don't force yourself to go out to chop wood. A friend of mine caught a chill yesterday and logged off today. Logged off? So this really is a game, bro. Could it be that when he says logged off, he means he kicked the bucket? Don't joke about death. This is a serious matter. Let's observe a moment of silence. Brothers, are there any wild beasts near you? There's a bear 3 meters high next to my shelter. I haven't dared to step outside for days, and I'm starving. Why not eat? Not eating is bad for your health. If you have no food, why not eat meat? Is meat unpalatable? If you're really unable to find food, make sure not to let the bear brother go hungry. Having been rained on myself, I must hold an umbrella for others? Serving as a model for others, let the mist world be filled with love. Silence befalls. Let us terminate the chat channel, for it is replete with insipid exchanges devoid of any value. Open the trading market. Search for flower beds. The results yield nothing. Yuan finds himself in despair, realizing that the yield of flower beds is rather meager. It is also possible that even if they were to appear, no one would be willing to sell them, as everyone is acutely aware of the significance of cultivation. Having endured the initial days of hunger, it has become rare to unearth bargains in the trading market. The annals of human evolution have already elucidated how we transitioned from the primitive era to the tribal stage, through agriculture. Relying on foraging wild fruits and hunting beasts is the most rudimentary way of life. Most of each day must be spent contemplating how to secure sufficient sustenance, leaving no time for the development of other pursuits. Chapter 20. Gaohanji. Thus, planting and breeding are inevitable processes. I believe many survivors, even without flower beds, would cultivate some crops in their yards. Though initially requiring substantial investment with minimal returns in the long run, it bears profound significance. Disheartened by the futility of acquiring a flower bed, Yuan searched for other living necessities. He searched for quilts and blankets. A few pages appeared. Yet the prices were exorbitantly high, levels unattainable even after a lifetime of toil. He searched for cotton quilts, exchanging 99,999 good-quality meat chunks. Yuan's eyelid twitched, and he cursed inwardly. He searched for cotton clothing, pants, and shoes. The results were similar, with prices universally inflated to an egregious extent. In utter frustration, he listed a batch of spring water, still at 10 milliliters per portion, hoping to encounter something that would catch his eye. To his astonishment, just minutes after posting, the Fog survival manual emitted a series of beeping sounds. Oh? Is someone waiting specifically for this? Yuan was astonished to check the message. Gaohanji, are you Yuan? Gaohanji? Yuan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. But soon, memories of high school began to flood back. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face here. Yuan murmured to himself. She was his high school classmate, a tall girl with a cool demeanor, her most striking features being her high ponytail and jeans. Yuan, Class 4. Gaohanji, Yes, I can't believe it's really you, Yuan. What a coincidence, I never expected this. It seems fate has a hand in it. Though their exchange was brief and devoid of emotion, Yuan felt an uncontrollable excitement in his heart, a living acquaintance. To meet a familiar old friend in such a harsh environment is truly a rare blessing. At this moment, in a corner of the fog-laden world. Within a level 2 shelter, a girl around 20 years old, with an unusually pale complexion, tied her hair in a refreshing high ponytail, draped in a moderately thick blanket. Gao Hanji's face also bore a look of surprise. Her slender fingers tapping on the fog survival manual. I never expected this. It's truly wonderful. She had been in this foggy world for quite some time, yet had not encountered a single familiar face. The chat channel was bustling with too many people. With billions of messages flooding in, there was barely time to even glance, let alone at friends. Now that she finally saw an old classmate, she felt an extraordinary thrill. Yuan, why do you want to buy spring water? Are you unwell? After exchanging pleasantries, Yuan finally broached the subject. Gao Hanji replied, the weather is too cold. I've caught a bit of a cold and I'm afraid it will worsen, so I thought of purchasing some medicine, but everything is just too expensive. Yuan nodded. The current temperatures were frightfully low, with nighttime dropping to levels that normal individuals found almost unbearable. Most people, with their frail bodies accustomed to urban life, struggle to maintain their health in the fog-laden world. Colds and fevers are exceedingly common, and many have lost their lives because of them. Gao Hanji, how much spring water do you have? I'll trade you for this. As she spoke, she sent over an item description. Name, thermal cotton, ordinary, effect, offers decent insulation. Description, an essential for wilderness survival. Oh! Yuan gazed in astonishment. While thermal cotton cannot provide direct warmth, its effect is undeniably significant in greatly enhancing indoor temperatures and preventing heat loss. Yuan, Gao, how much of this thermal cotton do you possess? Gao Hanji quickly responded. There's one roll left, which should be about 15 square meters. Yuan frowned. For optimal effectiveness, the thermal cotton should ideally cover all 6 surfaces of a room, top, bottom, left, right, front, and back. Otherwise, its efficacy would be greatly diminished. 15 square meters might not even be sufficient to cover the walls of a bedroom. However, after a moment of contemplation, Yuan decided to proceed with the exchange. Trade information, 50 milliliters of spring water for thermal cotton. Gao Hanji, initially anxious, realized that her remaining thermal cotton was of little value since she had already used up much of it. Thus, upon seeing the trade information, she felt quite delighted. My old classmate is indeed generous. Gao Hanji, thank you. If I come across other resources later, I will make it up to you. Yuan, no worries. You should use it first. Falling ill here is far more serious than before. The two conversed for a considerable time, only parting ways at around 9 in the evening, closing their private chat channel. Yuan recalled that Gao Hanji had always been aloof in high school, and they rarely interacted. Perhaps due to the unique circumstances of the fog-laden world, Gao Hanji seemed much more talkative, clearly in a good mood upon encountering him. From their conversation, it was evident that Gao Hanji's living conditions were far inferior to his. She had only managed to upgrade her shelter to level 2 just yesterday. This level of development could only be deemed average among humanity. As for her food situation, it was exceedingly sparse. She relied solely on the wild fruits near her shelter to stave off hunger, a plight considerably worse than his own. After concluding their chat, Yuan's listing of 50 milliliters of spring water on the trading market had all sold out. He exchanged them for wooden barrel manufacturing scroll and set of wooden utensils. The wooden barrel manufacturing scroll consumed 50 milliliters of spring water, priced steeply yet worthwhile. The wooden utensils were likely from a seller with blueprints, categorized as mass-produced, easily acquired with minimal resources. The emergence of numerous manufacturing scrolls has significantly enriched the trading market, with various wooden living utensils available. Additionally, as these are necessities, the market demand is substantial, eliminating concerns about sales. It is evident that this batch of individuals has undoubtedly profited handsomely. This prompted Yuan to ponder whether he should commence selling charcoal and wooden barrels. Presently, while there were numerous sellers of wooden barrels, charcoal was relatively scarce, and its price was quite high. A block of charcoal required 5 units of wood, with the price increasing 5-fold, categorizing it as highly profitable. However, charcoal sales were currently lackluster, as many individuals preferred to use wood for heating rather than indulge in the luxury of purchasing charcoal at inflated prices. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that 1 unit of wood could only burn for less than an hour, whereas 1 unit of good quality charcoal could burn for over 3 hours. To a certain extent, as long as the price of charcoal remained below that of 3 units of wood, it was undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. Unfortunately, this knowledge was privy only to those who had utilized charcoal. I also possess a world horn. If Yuan contemplated, if he were to utilize the world horn to disseminate the information that charcoal burns longer, produces better heat, and generates less smoke, and then sell it at a price lower than the market rate, he would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. Thus, during this period, he could stockpile a batch of charcoal. Even if it did not sell out, he could still use it himself. Having pondered these matters, time had grown late. Yuan added 2 pieces of charcoal to the fireplace and retired to bed. As night passed, the cold encroached upon every creature in the fog-laden world, claiming countless lives. The following morning at 7 o'clock, when Yuan awoke, the sky remained dim. Feeling the chill in the air, he wished to steal a few more moments of slumber. However, ultimately, he harnessed his formidable will and indomitable spirit, and only dozed for another half-hour. Upon rising, Yuan sensed the temperature had dropped further. The air seemed to be filled with icy shards. Each breath felt like a knife against his respiratory passages. Braving the cold, Yuan rose to prepare breakfast. Simple fare, a piece of good quality meat. Yet, with Yuan's appetite, he found himself satiated after consuming a substantial portion. Warmth began to radiate through him, energizing his limbs, and the sensation of cold diminished significantly. Next, Yuan commenced an intense workout. This regimen was learned from Qin Zhenjuan, designed to efficiently and effectively enhance physical fitness. It is a scientifically validated training method, meticulously researched within the military. Chapter 21. Relocating the shelter. As his training progressed, Yuan distinctly felt an enhancement in his physical prowess, and even his spirits felt invigorated. He discovered that after consuming good quality meat, if he did not exercise, digestion could take an extended period, yielding minimal benefits for his body. However, if he began to exercise immediately after eating, the energy from the meat was swiftly utilized, leading to significant improvements in his physical condition. Yuan had verified this finding with Qin Zhenjuan, who confirmed its accuracy. The energy from good quality meat is exceptionally abundant, and even he found it challenging to absorb quickly without sufficient exercise. The food in the fog-laden world is unique, especially those rated above good quality, containing a special kind of power beneficial to the human body. According to the system, this is likely what is referred to as spiritual energy. Merely half an hour of exercise alleviated Yuan's feeling of fullness, while simultaneously restoring his mental state, leaving him in excellent condition. At this moment, daylight broke, and a new day dawned. Today's weather. Today promises to be a splendid day, an impeccable choice for venturing out to collect resources. Daylight duration, 6 hours. Weather, clear. Temperature, 6-10 C. Climate trend. A cold front is approaching. Be sure to gather sufficient resources for winter and pay attention to warmth. Although it remains a sunny day, the temperature continues to drop, now falling below 10 degrees. Yuan has prepared for today's 6-hour outing. This time, he does not intend to wander aimlessly, but rather to head directly towards the southern forest. The other 3 directions are barren, devoid of any visible resources. Only to the south has he discovered a vast expanse of excellent white fir trees. Furthermore, deeper within, the vegetation is lush and diverse, accompanied by the sounds of birds chirping and beasts roaring. This indicates that the area is not a wasteland. The presence of numerous living creatures suggests the existence of various essential resources. It is evident that if he remains stationary without sufficient resources, his rate of development will significantly diminish. Therefore, relocating the shelter is imperative. Yuan readied his machete, axe, and pitchfork, embarking on his journey southward with a light load. The dry grass beneath his feet crunched softly, each step producing a faint sound of friction. Yuan had traversed this path several times, yet he remained exceedingly cautious in a world shrouded in perilous mist. One can never be too careful. After several minutes, he reached the white fir grove, and from a distance, he could still see the remnants of yesterday's logging. However, today, Yuan did not immediately fell any trees. Instead, he planned to explore the forest first. He needed to ascertain what lay beyond the white fir grove and whether there were richer resources to be found. If so, he would seek a suitable location for relocation. If it remained barren, he would have to consider venturing further afield. As he passed through the white fir grove, Yuan continued deeper into the forest, where the vegetation gradually became more abundant. Towering coniferous trees stood tall, while low shrubs and grasses flourished. The primal wilderness enveloped him in the earthy scent of flora and soil. Beneath the lofty trees, the faint sound of birdsong echoed through the open woods. Ethereal and distant, Yuan dared not be careless, taking each step with particular caution. He could not help but marvel at how, were it not for the struggle for survival, this environment would be perfectly suited for a tranquil retirement. The scenery was beautiful, untainted by pollution, far removed from human habitation. As he ventured further, the mist in the woods thickened, dimming his vision, with deep green foliage surrounding him. Was he nearing the edge of the Misty area? Yuan pondered silently. Given the lush vegetation and the presence of animals, there must be a water source nearby. His purpose this time was to locate such a source and find suitable land for relocation. Surveying the terrain around him, he noted that the eastern area sloped gently, with trees leaning towards broadleaf varieties. The soil underfoot was somewhat more moist, although, at this temperature, dryness was inevitable. Yuan altered his course, heading eastward. After approximately 15 minutes, he knew he had made the right choice upon spotting a squirrel, no larger than a palm, darting across the forest floor. Turning over the soil revealed the presence of earthworms. The increase in wildlife indicated the proximity of a water source capable of sustaining life. After another 15 minutes, he had fully entered the Misty region, gripping his machete tightly and remaining exceedingly vigilant. Suddenly, he faintly heard the sound of flowing water from a distance, soft yet remarkably clear. The sound of flowing water. Yuan halted, straining his ears to listen, and the sound persisted. It must be a small river. His heart raced and a smile crept onto his lips. He had finally found it. One of the essential elements for survival, water. To thrive in the wild, the four essentials are indispensable: fresh water, fire, food, and shelter. Among these, fire and shelter were provided by the system. Thus, Yuan's ongoing goal was to seek fresh water and food. Filled with excitement, he pressed onward, and soon a crystal-clear stream appeared before him. Approximately 2 meters wide, the current was gentle, and the water was remarkably clear, allowing him to see the bottom. Upon closer inspection, he even spotted tiny fish, though they were merely the size of his fingertips. After all, this water source could only be deemed a woodland stream, with a minimal flow, thus accounting for the small size of the fish. Yet compared to the barren surroundings of his current shelter, this place could only be described as paradise. At least it wasn't an expanse of desolate weeds. Following the stream upstream, Yuan noticed the creek widening slightly, with the terrain on either side becoming level and the presence of more stones nearby. Indeed, it appeared that the source of the stream was relatively stable and unlikely to dry up suddenly. Yuan nodded in satisfaction. As he continued, he found himself deep within the Misty region. Closer to the area of dense fog than he had ever ventured before, however, he felt no apprehension. Once he relocated the shelter, all problems would be resolved. Looking around, the trees remained lush, although many leaves had fallen. Their dense branches shading the sky, Yuan's gaze swept over the forest, and he noticed a fractured hillside not far away, with a considerably elevated terrain and sparse trees surrounding it. The area was relatively flat, covered only by withered yellow grass. This place seems promising, Yuan thought to himself. Not only was it near the water source, but it also boasted a flat terrain, backed by the hillside, which would provide some concealment for the shelter, mitigating dangers from the forest. Additionally, the area was sufficiently large. By clearing a few trees, it could easily accommodate the shelter. Yuan had already decided to relocate the shelter. However, to be prudent, he would first conduct a thorough inspection of the surroundings, clearing all the weeds and fallen trees to prepare the land. Only after confirming that there were no issues would he choose to move the shelter, as the white light enveloped him. A surge of mystical energy surged forth. When Yuan opened his eyes again, his shelter had already appeared before him. The surrounding mist dissipated, and his vision cleared. Chapter 22. The Beehive. Upon seeing the familiar shelter, Yuan felt a sense of calm wash over him, alleviating the panic of being in the wilderness. Now that the shelter had been relocated, he needed to explore the vicinity for usable resources. Yuan first returned to the shelter to retrieve 3 hunting traps to carry with him. The forest surrounding the shelter was much livelier than the barren land he had previously encountered. Just on this journey, he had observed numerous animals. This was still during winter, with many creatures entering hibernation, resulting in a decrease in numbers. Had it not been for the cold snap, a more diverse array of wildlife would likely be present. Yuan was not particularly adept at setting traps, so he could only rely on his instincts. The grassy areas of the forest were marked with signs of wildlife activity, such as pine nuts nibbled by squirrels, berries pecked by birds, various animal footprints, and fresh droppings left in the grass. These traces of activity, scattered among the tangled underbrush, revealed the typical routes taken by the animals. Wild animals often followed fixed paths. So setting traps along these routes would yield a higher probability of success. In a patch of withered grass, there were several red berries, most of which had been consumed by birds, leaving only a few undernourished ones behind. It was evident that some of the peck marks on the berries were fresh, indicating that birds still visited this spot for food. Thus, Yuan placed 1 trap here. The other 2 traps were set by a mouse hole and beneath a pine tree. The advantage of traps is that once set, he could attend to other tasks. For the time being, Yuan intended to gather timber to prepare for charcoal production. The duration of the cold snap was uncertain, and ample charcoal was a strategic resource. Returning to the white fir grove, it still lay within the Misty region, with a faint haze swirling around. This time, Yuan began cutting trees from the opposite end of the grove. Closer to the shelter, thud, thud. Once more, it was the unadorned labor of tree felling, and the efficiency of gathering white fir was commendable in no time. Several stacks of timber had accumulated on the ground. However, before long, an unexpected situation arose. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A thumb-sized bee buzzed around the forest, emitting a heart-wrenching sound. Yuan furrowed his brow and looked up, noticing a significant number of bees fluttering in a nearby grove. Was there a beehive here? Curious, Yuan gazed over, yet he dared not approach too closely for fear of being stung. From a distance, he could see the bees circling a locust tree, where, 3 meters up, there was a tree hollow the size of a basin. The swarm of bees buzzed in and out of this hollow, creating a dense, low hum. It's bees. Surely, there must be honey. Yuan's heart leaped with joy as he contemplated the possibility of indulging in honey today. Encountering a swarm of bees in the wild could be perilous. If approached incorrectly, one could easily be stung all over. A relatively effective method was to use smoke. Setting down his axe, Yuan hurried back to the shelter to gather firewood. However, to produce a substantial amount of smoke, merely having fire was insufficient. The generation of smoke required incomplete combustion of materials. Yuan collected damp leaves and soaked wood shavings in water, intending to burn them in the flames. Crackle! With a few popping sounds, thick black smoke billowed upwards, quickly enveloping the entire grove. The fire was lit beneath the trees, and the rising black smoke wafted through the hollow, just in time for the bees to encounter it. In truth, placing the burning material directly into the hollow would have been more effective, trapping all the smoke within. However, the inherent risk was evident. Should the swarm be startled, they would rush out and fly wildly, potentially causing harm to him. Thus, it was wiser to proceed cautiously. Yuan did not fixate on the fire, allowing the flames to continuously waft smoke while occasionally adding more combustible materials. Meanwhile, he continued to gather timber. After nearly an hour had passed, he felled a white fir tree, acquiring 98 units of high-quality wood. Approaching the beehive, he found the results quite satisfactory. Numerous bees had fallen to the ground, rendered incapable of movement. The remaining bees that could still fly appeared feeble and lethargic. Clearly, the smoke had proven to be quite effective. At that moment, Yuan suddenly recalled that bees could be classified as ordinary beasts certified by the system. Thus, could he perhaps receive a wooden resource box for slaying a bee? Although the likelihood seemed slim, it was certainly worth attempting. He drew near to the hive. The bee's desire to attack had significantly diminished, and although he was clad in heavy attire, he felt little fear. Lifting his right foot, he crushed a dazed bee beneath it. 3 seconds later, no resource box materialized. It seemed that his imagination had run wild. Such a bug was hardly plausible. Yuan sighed in resignation. However, he did not cease his actions, continuing to squash the bees on the ground. After all, being close to the shelter and the white fir forest posed a considerable threat to him. As the number of eliminated bees increased, a sudden flash of light appeared on the ground, revealing a wooden resource box. Yuan's eyes lit up, delight evident on his face. It appeared that resource boxes were not entirely absent. They were simply rare. After clearing all the bees from the ground, another bronze resource box emerged, exceeding his expectations. This left Yuan in a quandary. Should he completely eradicate the hive? With such an effortless method, he could acquire both a wooden and a bronze resource box. Missing out on such a fortuitous opportunity could mean an indefinite wait for the next one. After a struggle with his thoughts, Yuan ultimately decided to show restraint, merely eliminating the bees on the ground without destroying the tree hollow. After all, a stable source of resource boxes was immensely tempting. In the time that followed, Yuan resumed chopping trees, and when half an hour remained, he began his return to the shelter. Transporting the wood took considerable time, but the proximity to the white fir forest made it much more convenient. Rushing back to the shelter, Yuan immediately went to check the traps. If he could capture prey, it would indicate a resource-rich environment, potentially ensuring a stable supply of meat in the future. Although Qin Zhenjuan could hunt beasts and provide him with meat, it was prudent to establish his own sources of sustenance. No one could guarantee that their bond would remain unbroken forever. And should a conflict arise, he would not want to find himself in dire straits without meat. Arriving at the first trap, he found the ropes utterly still, indicating that it had not been triggered. Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment, but steeled himself to move to the next location. At the second trap, he discovered that it had indeed been triggered. Yuan's heart leapt with joy as he hurried closer to inspect it, only to be met with profound disappointment. The trap was empty, save for a small tuft of grayish-white fur that resembled rabbit fur. It seemed that an animal had passed through, but fortune had not favored him this time. Yuan felt somewhat reassured. At least it indicated that rabbits inhabited the area. Moreover, the placement of his traps appeared to be sound. If a rabbit had passed once, it could certainly do so again. He proceeded to the third trap. This time, from a distance, he heard a piercing cry. There was indeed a catch. Chapter 23. Beast Domestication Scroll. Yuan had nearly given up hope when he was unexpectedly met with delightful news. Parting the grass that concealed the trap, he discovered a wild chicken, slightly smaller than a domestic hen, ensnared by the ropes and struggling fiercely. Upon noticing a creature approaching, the wild chicken became extremely agitated and intensified its efforts to escape. A flurry of red and yellow feathers filled the air, stirring up a cloud of dust and leaves. To his astonishment, he had truly captured a wild chicken. Yuan was elated, unable to contain the smile that spread across his face. This trap was the very first he had set, positioned beneath a berry bush, and it had indeed succeeded in attracting a bird. It appeared that his strategy for trap placement was quite effective. Yuan quickly sprang into action, expending considerable effort to subdue the wild chicken. He then bound its legs with the ropes attached to the trap and, grasping its wings, made his way back to the shelter just as darkness descended. Reflecting on his day's accomplishments, Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Firstly, he had relocated the shelter to a forest abundant in resources, resolving the issue of water supply. Secondly, his daily wood gathering had yielded a lesser quantity today. With only 118 units of high-quality timber. In terms of resource boxes, he had obtained one wooden resource box and one bronze resource box from the slaughter of the bee swarm. Lastly, the most gratifying achievement was capturing a wild chicken using his trap. Upon returning to the yard, Yuan set to work without delay. He first constructed a fence from wood to create a pen for the wild chicken, confining it while securing the ropes to a wooden post. As is well known, wild chickens, like birds, are capable of flight. Thus, if their wild instincts were not subdued, taming them would be impossible. Additionally, to prevent the wild chicken from succumbing to the cold at night, Yuan utilized the insulation cotton he had exchanged from Gao Hanji the previous day to create a rudimentary half-enclosed chicken coop. Beside the coop, he placed a wooden barrel filled with fresh water from the nearby stream. As for food, after much contemplation, he reluctantly offered a handful of pea pods. He also resolved to gather the spoiled berries the following day, which would serve as sustenance for the wild chicken. Having addressed the matter of the wild chicken, he proceeded to water and fertilize the various plants in the yard. However, the quantity of fertilizer was limited, so he could only provide it to the crystal rice for the time being. Previously, he had acquired a blueprint for fertilizer production. The materials required were not entirely fixed, only needing to include one of the following: decayed leaves, biological waste, or remains of plants and animals. The higher the quality of the materials, the more nutrient-rich the fertilizer produced would be. Yuan collected some decayed leaf vines and daily waste, crafting several bags of fertilizer, just enough to enhance the growth rate of the crystal rice. While inspecting these plants, Yuan noticed that their growth was less than satisfactory, particularly the wisteria, which was nearly withered and unlikely to survive the cold snap. After careful consideration, Yuan decided to cut down all the wisteria, also excavating the rich roots. He obtained 11 roots along with a considerable number of branches. These discarded plant remnants were all offered to the guardian thorns as nourishment for the winter. Yuan kept 3 of the roots for himself, discarding the remainder beside the guardian thorns. He believed that by absorbing the full nutrients from the wisteria, the guardian thorns would likely begin to reproduce, truly fulfilling their role of protecting the shelter. After completing these tasks, darkness had fallen, and the diminishing light made it difficult to continue working in the yard. Thus, Yuan returned to the shelter. Habitually, he ignited the fire to raise the temperature within the shelter before commencing dinner preparations. A bowl of pea pods and a piece of meat were simple yet filling, with a surprisingly pleasant flavor. Many survivors still struggled with hunger, so he felt quite fortunate not to have to worry about food, albeit it was wise not to be overly greedy. After his meal, he exercised for half an hour to digest the energy from the meat. With the high-quality meat consumed, he was left with only ordinary grade meat. He wondered if Brother Qin had managed to hunt any high-quality beasts recently. After exercising, Yuan transported the white fir wood from the yard into the workshop. Moving 80 units to process into high-quality charcoal, he then returned to his bedroom to embark on the sacred ritual of opening boxes. Rubbing his hands together and chuckling, he cheerfully opened the wooden resource box. With a crack, the box sprang open, revealing 3 items: honey bread 5, ordinary, stone shovel, ordinary, fishing rod 1, ordinary. These plain items were neither surprising nor disappointing. They were simply average. Not too shabby, he mused. Saving his luck for the bronze resource box, he hoped to uncover something of greater value. As the azure light surged forth, the bronze resource box opened in response. Again, 3 items emerged. Beast Trap Production Scroll. A jackpot. The moment Yuan laid eyes on the scroll, his eyes widened in astonishment. Just earlier, Qin Zhenjuan had gifted him 3 beast traps, and now he had obtained another. While beast traps may be somewhat lackluster for Qin Zhenjuan, they were of immense significance to Yuan. Given his relatively weak strength, even with the enhancements from consuming high-quality food over the past few days and his daily exercise, he still lacked the capability to hunt beasts. Thus, he relied on beast traps to procure rare meat. Today, the 3 traps had already yielded 1 wild chicken, indicating a favorable success rate. If he could create them independently, he could set up dozens of traps, significantly increasing his harvest while alleviating Qin Zhenjuan of the burden. Riding the wave of good fortune, Yuan eagerly examined the next item. The second item, bicycle 1, good. Upon seeing this, Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then felt a wave of frustration. What would he do with a bicycle in the forest? It was hardly rideable here. He couldn't help but reflect on the peculiar assortment of items contained within these resource boxes. Slightly disheartened, he was suddenly struck silent upon glimpsing the third item, inhaling sharply, an exceptional grade item. The probability of obtaining an exceptional grade item from a bronze resource box was exceedingly low. Yuan rubbed his eyes to ensure he had not misread it, then erupted into joyful laughter. Ha ha ha, I am indeed a lucky one. This fortune is truly unparalleled. Lifting the luminous sphere, the information about the item swiftly materialized before him. Name: Beast Taming Scroll, excellent, effect, tames beasts of excellent grade and below. After taming, they can comprehend simple commands. Ordinary beasts have a 100 success rate for taming, good grade beasts have an 80 success rate, while excellent grade beasts have a mere 30 success rate. Description: a precious item, crafted through special techniques. The Beast Taming Scroll. Such an extraordinary object had truly manifested in his hands, and Yuan could not help but feel as though he were dreaming. It was simply inconceivable. However, more than disbelief, he was filled with curiosity and delight. Yuan could already envision that if he were to tame a good or even an excellent grade beast, his safety would be significantly assured, allowing him to venture outside without trepidation. Yet, he realized he must carefully consider which beasts to tame. Currently, he had not encountered any formidable wildlife near the shelter. Although the deep forest often echoed with the roars of beasts, as his exploration range expanded, it was inevitable that he would encounter larger beasts in the future. Chapter 24. Boss Chi while pondering the matter of taming beasts. A sudden notification chimed from the Fog Survival Manual. Chi Yuan glanced down to find a message from Gao Hanji. Gao Hanji. Chi Yuan, you mentioned yesterday that you were seeking vines. I scouted around the shelter today and collected some. I'll send them to you. Accompanying the message were several green vines, each the thickness of an infant's arm. Chi Yuan could not help but exclaim that fortune had truly smiled upon him today. Gao Hanji's vines were like a timely gift in the midst of snow. Just as he had begun to craft animal traps, someone had delivered the necessary materials right to his doorstep. Gratefully accepting the vines, Chi Yuan expressed, "How considerate of you. I was just lamenting the lack of materials." After a brief exchange of thanks, Chi Yuan sent over 50 milliliters of spring water as a token of gratitude. At the same time, he inquired, "Is your shelter still at level 2? How is the material collection going? Will you be able to upgrade before the cold wave hits?" After a moment's hesitation, a reply came. "Gao Hanji, we have enough wood, but still lack over 200 units of stone. I'll try to gather them in the next couple of days, but it may prove quite challenging." The matter of upgrading the shelter weighed heavily on Gao Hanji's mind. The environment was growing increasingly harsh, with temperatures consistently plummeting below zero. If they did not upgrade to a level 3 shelter soon, the difficulties of survival could only be imagined. Every survivor understood the importance of upgrading their shelter, yet only a select few could accomplish this task with ease. Chi Yuan furrowed his brow and asked, "Is your pickaxe inadequate? Or is there a scarcity of stones around the shelter?" Gao Hanji explained. "Both factors are at play. My shelter is situated in a marsh, where stones are relatively scarce, and my pickaxe is merely of ordinary grade." Upon reading this, Chi Yuan felt a twinge of sympathy. If there were a worse starting point, the marsh would undoubtedly be among them. The rainy and humid environment, if endured for too long, would inevitably lead to rheumatic pain, making it an unsuitable place for long-term habitation. Moreover, the excessive moisture in the air rendered the cold even more biting. The same temperature felt at least 5 degrees colder in the marsh. Most concerning was the lurking danger of mud pits, where a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Compared to his own starting point, which was merely somewhat barren, Chi Yuan found it manageable. However, Gao Hanji's shelter location was evidently far more perilous. After a brief contemplation, Chi Yuan suddenly sent a message suggesting, "Isn't the soil next to your shelter quite fertile? It's decent, I suppose. It looks quite loose. However, the sunlight here is quite poor, making it unsuitable for growing most crops." Chi Yuan's expression brightened with understanding. Marshlands are often rich in vegetation, with soil predominantly made up of leaf mold, serving as a natural fertilizer. "Gao Hanji, I will help you gather the stones you lack. And in return, could you collect some soil for me over the next few days?" Collecting soil? Gao Hanji was slightly puzzled, but soon grasped Chi Yuan's intent. Although her own progress was slow, she had observed many similar requests in the chat channels. Numerous survivors, having resolved their dietary needs, sought sustainable sources of food through agriculture and animal husbandry. Hence, they would purchase soil, various seeds, and young beasts at considerable prices. Recently, a foreign survivor had spent a fortune acquiring a pair of rabbits. It was evident that Chi Yuan belonged to this category. "Yes, you can help me gather some fertile soil, and then trade it to me." Feeling as though she had missed something, Chi Yuan added with a playful tone, "I can treat you to a meal." Upon reading this, Gao Hanji could not help but raise an eyebrow. "Chi Yuan, is your family in the landlord's surplus? Huh? Are you trying to support me?" Upon receiving the message, Chi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't he help but smirk. "Helping me with some work, meals included but no lodging, hardly qualifies as support. It's more akin to a labor contract." "Haha, all right then, Boss Chi." In another part of the marsh, at a level 2 shelter, Gao Hanji chuckled, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth. Having been in the fog world for so long, she had been constantly on edge, her spirit perpetually taut. Now, being able to chat with a familiar face alleviated her stress considerably. Chi Yuan, not neglecting his old classmate, directly exchanged 50 milliliters of spring water for 200 units of stone in the trading market. "You should upgrade your shelter. From my observations, if you don't reach level 3 before the cold wave, it will be very difficult to endure the low temperatures," Chi Yuan reminded her. The insulation of a level 2 shelter was terribly inadequate. Even with a fireplace, the indoor temperature hovered near freezing, making survival exceedingly challenging. Understood, Boss Qi. Thank you, Gao Hanji replied with a smile. This response left Qi Yuan somewhat astonished. In his memory, Gao Hanji had always been serious and cold during their high school days. It seemed that having endured the adversities of the fog world had made people more open-hearted. One could stubbornly claim, I can live perfectly well on my own, without needing anyone else. Most ordinary individuals, when faced with fear and pressure, yearned for the company of their peers. Qi Yuan could fully empathize with this sentiment, as he too had trembled in a level 1 shelter when first arriving in the fog world. No need for thanks, Gao Hanji. Just work diligently and gather more fertile soil. We need a considerable amount. Understood, boss. After conversing with Gao Hanji, Qi Yuan felt significantly lighter, his burdens eased. The ensuing time was dedicated to perusing the trading market. With so many individuals in the chat channel constantly flooding the screen, it became dizzying after a while. Therefore, Qi Yuan spent most of his time browsing the trading market. As the cold wave approached, the prices of warm clothing and food items surged dramatically. A cotton coat could fetch over 300 stones, while a loaf of bread reached 100 stones or wood. Furthermore, prices continued to rise, with the market showing signs of collapse. On one hand, this was due to high market demand. On the other, the value of wood and stone had depreciated. Previously, due to the need to upgrade shelters, wood and stone were considered hard currency. However, once a level 3 shelter was achieved, the system ceased to display the materials required for a level 4 upgrade. Thus, for those who had reached level 3, the demand for wood and stone diminished. Conversely, the prices of other items plummeted, and no matter how excellent the item, it could not compare to the necessity of a full meal, as food was exceedingly scarce. Therefore, Qi Yuan's objective was to acquire quality items, preferably those with long-term benefits for future development. Before long, amidst the vast array of goods, he spotted an item that caught his eye. Name: Basement, good effect. Establishes a 20 square meter basement, complete with a ventilation system. Description: dimly lit with insufficient light. This item, akin to a fence, could expand the area of the shelter and was situated underground. Compared to above ground, the basement offered superior insulation, greater concealment, and was more suitable for habitation. Although lighting issues would need addressing, otherwise, daily life would be quite inconvenient. Yet, these were minor issues. Upon checking the price, Qi Yuan found that the seller required food and clothing, which posed a significant dilemma for him. These strategic resources were something Qi Yuan was reluctant to part with. No one could predict how long the cold wave would last, and the more food he possessed, the better. Ultimately, Qi Yuan sent a probe of 100 milliliters of spring water. However, the seller did not respond immediately. Qi Yuan continued to browse other products. Chapter 25. Taming the Black Tiger Queen. After over an hour of browsing, Qi Yuan's eyes grew weary, yet he had not made a single purchase. It was not due to a lack of good items, but rather the exorbitant prices. In frustration, he once again listed 5 portions of 10 milliliters spring water, waiting for a fortunate soul to come along and trade. Just as he was about to check for a response from the seller of the basement, he received a message from Qin Zhenzhuan. 3 pieces of ordinary meat, 1 piece of good-grade honey, and a message. Qi, little brother, do you still have any healing potions? Qi Yuan's heart tightened, and he asked, Brother Qin, have you been injured again? Qin Zhenzhuan did not elaborate but sent a selfie. In the photo, his face was swollen, eyes reduced to mere slits, wearing an expression of despair. Qi Yuan, Brother Qin, can the old hunter really have moments of failure? Qin Zhenzhuan, I had no choice. I walked past a tree, and the beehive just fell on my face. I didn't even have time to run. Qi Yuan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, easily picturing Qin Zhenzhuan's helplessness. No one could have anticipated that a beehive would simply drop from a tree. Whom can we blame? We can only attribute the fault to the bees for their shoddy workmanship in constructing their abode. Incidentally, Qi Yuan could not help but marvel at the abundance of bees in the forest. After all, he had just discovered one today. Fortunately, he had evaded injury. Qi Yuan, Brother Qin, do you still have any blood essence? I am left with merely 1 bottle of healing potion. Qin Zhenzhuan felt somewhat embarrassed and replied, I do not have any either. There are relatively few good quality beasts, and given my current strength, it would be quite challenging to deal with them, with a high probability of sustaining injuries. However, I do possess a good quality venomous bee queen. I wonder if it might yield blood essence. Upon hearing this response, Qi Yuan felt quite helpless, yet resigned. For for the scarcity of good quality beasts was undeniable. If there were an abundance of such beasts near the shelter, the survivors would have little hope of survival. However, in the next moment, Qi Yuan's gaze fell upon a certain term, a good quality, venomous bee queen. Given Qin Zhenjuan's formidable strength, he had previously managed to hunt good quality beasts. Yet today he had fled in disarray from the swarm's assault. This indicated that the swarm's strength was considerable. Moreover, the swarm could propagate, thereby increasing their numbers and enhancing their power. The more he pondered, the brighter Qi Yuan's eyes became. Qi Yuan, Brother Qin, did you bring back the beehive? Are there still bees inside? Qin Zhenjuan, I have already taken the honey from the hive. The hive itself is in the courtyard outside. Do you need it? Qi Yuan excitedly replied, Brother Qin, could you give me the queen bee and the remaining swarm? Although Qin Zhenjuan was puzzled, he acquiesced, no problem, take it if you wish. It would be of no use to me. Thus, Qi Yuan traded his healing potion for the bee queen and swarm. The beehive he received was already in tatters, and the bees inside were barely alive, so there was no need to worry about being stung. This swarm had a darker hue, larger in size, with long stingers at their tails, appearing even more formidable than the swarm Qi Yuan had previously encountered. Upon checking through the system, he found that this type of bee was called the black tiger bee. The overall strength of the swarm was good quality, akin to that of the black tiger bee queen. Meanwhile, the ordinary black tiger bees within the swarm were of common quality. The black tiger bees were quite large, with the common ones the size of an infant's fist, while the queen was the size of an adult's fist. They possessed significant toxicity and were known to be an aggressive species. Qi Yuan took out a beast taming scroll and chose to use it on the black tiger bee queen. With an 80 success rate, he hoped for a stroke of good fortune. Qi Yuan muttered to himself. Despite the high success rate, he felt a tinge of worry. Soon, a white light enveloped the black tiger bee queen, seemingly conducting some sort of ritual. After several breaths, without the need for a system prompt, Qi Yuan could distinctly sense a mysterious connection forming between himself and the black tiger bee queen. It worked. Qi Yuan was overjoyed, attempting to issue commands to the black tiger bee queen, who indeed seemed to comprehend them. However, the queen still lacked intelligence, only able to follow the simplest of commands, such as attack, do not harm the master, gather honey, and reproduce. What it could adhere to were generally its original habits. It was hardly likely to paint, write, or sing in this regard. The black tiger bee queen could only be described as having the desire but lacking the capability. Qi Yuan's delight was palpable as he enthusiastically directed the queen, but before long, she collapsed onto the table, motionless. According to the feedback he received, the queen had suffered severe injuries prior. Currently, her stamina was critically low, necessitating time for recuperation. It seemed Brother Qin had indeed put them through quite a bit. She must have been stung severely. Otherwise, she would not have sought my healing potion. Qi Yuan pondered, feeling a pang of sympathy. Of course, it was not for Qin Zhenjuan, but for the lost black tiger bees. One could only imagine how powerful an entire swarm of intact black tiger bees could be. However, that remained a mere beautiful fantasy. For without subduing the black tiger bees, capturing the queen would have been impossible. He instructed the black tiger bee queen to return to the hive to rest, while also urging her to restore the hive as much as possible. Preserving any unscathed bee eggs within, Qi Yuan intended to rely on these eggs and larvae to quickly replenish the swarm's numbers. After providing the swarm with some spring water and preparing some food, he placed them by the window in the living room, allowing them to recover their vitality. After all, the window was far from the bedroom, so he was not concerned about the buzzing disturbing him. Upon returning to his bedroom, Qi Yuan checked the trading market once more. Many people were offering spring water, yet the items they presented were rather mundane, which Qi Yuan found unappealing. Consequently, he rejected all offers and continued searching the market. Eventually locating stone materials, however, he sought not ordinary stones but rather good quality stones akin to white fire. It seemed that good fortune was not limited to him alone. Other survivors had also discovered good quality resources in the vicinity. Moreover, there was a substantial quantity. Name: Qingwen stone, good function. An extremely hard blue pattern mineral, suitable for construction purposes. Name: Qihang stone, good function. A special mineral found near volcanic craters, infused with a hint of volcanic energy, capable of emitting a faint warmth. Name: Jingyang stone, good function. A steel mineral rich in impurities. Refined steel possesses excellent conductivity and hardness, ideal for weapon crafting. Name: Jinhashashi. Each mineral possessed extraordinary properties, making Qi Yuan's eyes glisten with desire. However, after considering practicality, he ultimately opted for the Qingwen stone. He intended to use these minerals to construct the shelter's facilities, making building materials the most suitable choice. Furthermore, the price of Qingwen stone was quite reasonable, allowing for a 1-to-1 exchange with wood of the same quality or a 1-to-10 purchase with common materials. However, Qi Yuan did not plan to trade white fir wood, as he also needed timber to produce charcoal, which held greater value than raw wood. Thus, he intended to trade directly with charcoal. Chapter 26. The walls and the basement. Qi Yuan sent the information regarding the charcoal, explaining its benefits, and then quietly awaited a response. Just as he exited the trading channel, the Mist survival manual emitted a series of beeping sounds. Oh? A reply so swiftly. Qi Yuan was astonished to open the message, only to find it was not concerning Qingwen stone but rather a trade for the basement. The seller decisively rejected the trade request, responding instead, 400 milliliters of spring water, along with sufficient food for 5 days, and I will exchange with you. Upon seeing this person's demands, Qi Yuan felt a headache coming on. To be honest, if the asking price were exorbitant, there would likely be room for negotiation. However, if the price was both specific and not overly unreasonable, it indicated that this was the seller's bottom line, making it difficult to lower it significantly. The price was still too high. Qi Yuan shook his head, feeling somewhat hesitant. The 400 milliliters of spring water was not an issue. Considering he had 500 milliliters daily, he could spare a day's worth without trouble. Moreover, over the past few days, Qi Yuan had not fully utilized his daily quota and had already amassed over 1,500 milliliters. Thus, for him, spring water was abundant. However, 5 days' worth of food was quite a burden. Qi Yuan attempted to respond. You are asking for quite a bit of spring water, and now you want that much food. I cannot provide so much, the other party replied. I can accept a little less spring water, but the food cannot be reduced. Seeing this response, Qi Yuan felt even more troubled. The other party clearly exhibited rationality, understanding precisely what they needed, without being overwhelmed by the excellent quality of the spring water. With a resigned sigh, Qi Yuan had no choice but to explore other avenues, sending information about a trapping device. Qi Yuan, I can offer this in exchange. There are plenty of wild animals in the mist world, which you can capture yourself. After sending the message, he waited for a long time without receiving a reply. As if the other party were in contemplation. 5 minutes later, a message finally came through. You should know that the success rate of traps is not particularly high. Otherwise, you would not be willing to offer only traps instead of food. Qi Yuan replied helplessly. Indeed, however, compared to food, the basement is also dispensable. If the price is too steep, I will not pursue it. 400 ml of spring water for 10 trapping devices. Upon seeing the other party finally present a price, Qi Yuan exhaled in relief. This price was still within a bearable range. Nevertheless, Qi Yuan attempted to negotiate. After some back and forth, they settled on a deal of 400 milliliters of spring water for 7 trapping devices. Meanwhile, the Qingwen stone trade also received a response. Zhang Yueming, is charcoal truly so useful? Qi Yuan, good quality charcoal lasts for 6 hours, burns hotter, and produces less smoke. I can give you a unit for free for you to try. Zhang Yueming, all right, however, the exchange rate for charcoal to Qingwen stone needs to be lowered further. This mineral is difficult to collect, and a 1:3 ratio is too disadvantageous for me. Qi Yuan, how about 3:7? Zhang Yueming, 1:2 would be fair, and we can establish a long-term trading relationship. After contemplating for a moment, Qi Yuan agreed. Qi Yuan, all right, let's add each other as friends. I hope we can cooperate for the long term. However, whether this cooperation could indeed be sustained was uncertain for Qi Yuan, given the examples of Qin Shuyu and Wang Yu. Thus, he remained cautious in his trust towards this seller he had just met. Ultimately, Qi Yuan exchanged 100 units of charcoal for 200 units of Qingwen stone. He intended to use this batch of Qingwen stone to construct the walls. Among the facilities that could be built in a level 3 shelter were walls, storage rooms, gardens, beast pens, and upgradable workshops and living rooms. Among these 6 facilities, Qi Yuan deemed the walls to be of utmost importance. Especially after relocating to the forest, the nearby wildlife has noticeably increased, and the level of danger has risen significantly. Therefore, the establishment of a protective wall is of utmost urgency. Moreover, If crops are to be cultivated and livestock raised, it is essential to guard against external influences. Consequently, Yuan made the decision to erect the wall without delay. A radiant glow enveloped the shelter, and 200 units of azure stone vanished. Moments later, a wall of azure stone bricks rose around the shelter. Standing 2.5 meters high and 30 centimeters thick, remarkably sturdy and solid. The once expansive view of the shelter was instantly enclosed, yet it offered a profound sense of security. With such a wall in place, ordinary and even formidable beasts would find it challenging to compromise the safety within. Simultaneously, Yuan completed the establishment of the basement. The basement is a tool. No materials were required. It was simply constructed with a click. Seconds later, a staircase leading downwards suddenly appeared near the window inside the house, shrouded in darkness. This marked the emergence of the new basement. Curiously, Yuan entered, only to find the visibility was exceedingly poor. Thus, he returned upstairs, retrieved an oil lamp, and descended once more, finally able to discern the interior's layout. The basement was quite rudimentary, square-shaped with no adornments, approximately the size of a room, likely around 20 square meters. However, according to the information provided by the tool, this basement was equipped with a ventilation system, making it suitable for prolonged habitation. Nevertheless, he had no intention of moving down just yet, as the lack of sufficient lighting tools severely hindered visibility. More importantly, the fireplace was integrated into the bedroom, connected to the walls, with the ventilation ducts arranged to the outdoors, making it impossible to relocate the entire fireplace into the basement. Until the issues of lighting and heating were addressed, it was highly improbable that Yuan would reside there. This led him to ponder whether utilizing the basement as a bedroom seemed somewhat impractical. Could the basement serve another purpose? Yet, after much contemplation, he could conjure no better ideas and resigned it to remain vacant for the time being. Now, upon reflection, the total area of the shelter had reached 140 square meters, providing ample space to consider further utilization. Upon returning upstairs, Yuan was not particularly fatigued, but in order to better conserve energy for the challenges of the following day, he compelled himself to retire early. A night of silence passed, and the sixth day dawned. Upon awakening, the sky remained dark. Before fully waking, Yuan sneezed thrice in succession, feeling a slight dizziness in his head. Could it be a cold? Yuan sniffled and rubbed his temples, sensing a degree of weakness in his body. Rallying his spirits, he rose and took several hearty gulps of spring water, a refreshing wave sweeping over him, restoring some of his vigor. It was imperative to find a way to gather essence from flesh and blood to prepare a healing potion. Otherwise, should he fall ill, recovery would be challenging. Yuan inwardly fretted. Fortunately, it was merely a mild cold, posing little threat to his health. Were he to develop a severe fever, it would be troublesome indeed. To keep warm, he donned sleepwear underneath a heavy coat, wrapping himself snugly before getting out of bed. He rinsed his mouth, washed his face, and prepared breakfast. Since physical labor awaited him during the day, breakfast typically consisted of meat. From the box, he retrieved a handful of beans, 2 meat steaks, and 2 honey breads for today's meal, along with a portion for Gao. Of course, for Yuan, a steak paired with a bread constituted a single breakfast. However, for Gao, it would serve as sustenance for an entire day, a luxury Yuan could scarcely afford otherwise. Even so, this fare was far superior to what the vast majority of survivors consumed in a day. In fact, to date, over 95% of survivors have yet to taste meat. After finishing his meal, he adhered to his usual routine of exercising for about an hour, by the time the day fully brightened. Today's weather: it is cold today. Please take care to keep warm while going outside. Daylight duration: 6 hours. Weather: overcast. Temperature: -1 to 3 C. Climate trend: a cold front approaches. Remember the 3 essential elements: food, warmth, beasts. Today marks the only overcast day in the past 6 days. The day's minimum temperature is merely -1 C, while the maximum only reaches 3 C, as winter has truly set in. Yuan gathered the items he would need: 7 animal traps, a good quality axe, a good quality machete, and the black tiger bee swarm. Thus, an unusual scene unfolded in the forest. A young man, armed with weapons, was flanked by a throng of enormous black bees, which posed no threat but followed closely behind. Such a phenomenon, if witnessed in the civilized world, Yuan would have found utterly unbelievable, yet here, In the Misty realm, that young man was none other than himself. Feeling the hum of the swarm behind him, though somewhat noisy, he could not deny the profound sense of security it provided. After stepping outside, he immediately set the 7 traps in suitable positions, awaiting the arrival of prey. He hoped that today would bring good fortune in capturing some game. He also checked the 2 traps from yesterday. Regrettably, they showed no signs of having been triggered. Lying quietly in the grass, it seemed that the success rate of the animal traps was indeed rather low. Yuan was undeterred. As the number of traps increased, so too would the likelihood of capturing prey. After arranging the traps, Yuan directed the black tiger be king and hurried towards the white fir grove. Following a night's rest, particularly aided by the healing properties of the spring water, the black tiger be king had recovered considerably, its injuries nearly healed, though its spirit appeared somewhat lacking. He wondered if success was attainable. As Yuan walked, he quietly mused. After subduing the black tiger bee king, he suddenly thought, since the black tiger bee swarm could be tamed, could the beehive he encountered yesterday also be tamed? With the black tiger bee swarm suffering significant losses, now numbering fewer than 100, it was uncertain how long it would take for them to naturally repopulate. If he could integrate other bee swarms to expand the black tiger bee population, it should rapidly increase in number. However, he was unsure if different species of bees would have communication barriers. After all, even among the same human species, hundreds or thousands of languages can evolve. Bee language should be similar, right? Upon returning to the tree hollow where he had discovered the bees, he could hear the buzzing from a distance. However, after Yuan had extensively hunted there yesterday, the number of bees had dramatically decreased. Comparatively, the size of the bee swarm was roughly equivalent to that of the black tiger bee swarm. However, the black tiger bees were significantly larger, towering over the local bees, undoubtedly exhibiting greater strength. After issuing commands to the black tiger bee king, it wiggled its substantial abdomen, leading its entourage toward the tree hollow. From the simple impressions relayed by the black tiger bee king, it showed no fear of the swarm within the hollow, but rather appeared quite relaxed. It seemed the individual strength of the black tiger bee swarm considerably surpassed that of the hollow bees. As the ensuing battle unfolded, it indeed showcased a one-sided conflict. The individual black tiger bees were several times the size of the hollow bees, akin to the difference between a tennis ball and a ping-pong ball. A dozen or so hollow bees struggled to overpower a single black tiger bee, with many of the hollow bees being defeated and falling from the fray. The strength of the black tiger bees was impressive. Yuan concealed himself in the nearby foliage, watching this scene with delight. However, witnessing the continuous casualties among the bees, he could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Yet, there was no alternative. As long as the black tiger bee king could subdue the hollow bee king, this battle would swiftly conclude. Unfortunately, the black tiger bee king evidently lacked the intelligence for such strategy, leading the swarm into a full frontal assault, aiming to capture the hollow bee king en masse. This was unacceptable. Upon recognizing this situation, Yuan attempted to communicate with the black tiger bee king, directing it to adopt a more effective tactic. After considerable effort, the black tiger bee king finally grasped Yuan's instructions and began charging toward the hollow, intending to locate the hollow bee king. This scene left Yuan gritting his teeth in frustration. "This bee king, are you a tiger? Why charge alone so recklessly? Did you not think to bring along some comrades?" Yet, upon reflection, it was only natural for the creature to be called the black tiger bee king. It was to be expected of its fierce nature. Initially, he believed the name suggested a commanding presence, but now it seemed more a matter of being both dark and fierce. Fortunately, the black tiger bee king possessed sufficient strength, and despite charging into the swarm alone, it sustained no injuries. Under Yuan's remote guidance, the black tiger bee king finally understood to assemble a small squad of its more robust kin to charge into the hollow. Although numerous bees attempted to intercept, they proved utterly incapable of halting the advance, with only a couple of black tiger bees sustaining minor losses, ultimately aiding the black tiger bee king in breaching the hollow. Success! Yuan's excitement surged as he clenched his fists, eyes fixed on the battlefield. Once the hollow bee king was subdued, the conflict would come to a swift resolution. After a tense 3 minutes of anticipation, the black tiger bee king emerged from the hollow, its massive abdomen wriggling, clutching a yellow bee in its grasp. This yellow bee was considerably smaller than the black tiger bee king, roughly the size of an ordinary black tiger bee. Moreover, It lacked the hard exoskeleton and stinger, resembling an ordinary bee. However, upon examining its information, Yuan discovered it too possessed good quality strength. Name: Hollow Bee King, good quality. Description: the queen of the hollow bees. The swarm possesses good quality strength, primarily feeding on nectar and tree sap. It appeared that even among beasts of the same quality, there existed substantial disparities in strength. Yuan commanded the Black Tiger Bee King to restrain the Hollow Bee King and return to the shelter. Due to the absence of beast taming scrolls, direct taming was not feasible. Thus, the only option was to utilize the beast enclosure. This enclosure, an attachment of the Tier 3 shelter, required 200 units of high-quality wood and served the purpose of taming wild beasts. Yuan glanced at his survival status and noted that he was still short by 30 units of wood. Consequently, he casually felled 2 trees in the white fir forest to procure the necessary timber for the beast enclosure and then returned to the shelter. A radiant white light enveloped the courtyard of the shelter, and moments later, a wooden shed materialized. Was this the beast enclosure? Yuan regarded the rudimentary structure with curiosity. A circle of 2-meter-high white wooden stakes formed a 5-square-meter space. Topped by a wooden rain-covered it appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary wooden shed. He wondered how such a humble structure could confine wild beasts. Nevertheless, Yuan placed the beehive of the tree hollow bees atop one of the stakes and arranged for the bees to take residence there. The beast enclosure was intended for taming beasts, yet could only tame those of good quality or below, making it highly unlikely to tame the tree hollow queen bee. However, Yuan was not overly concerned. Once the ordinary tree bees were tamed, he could simply dispatch the old queen bee, and the swarm would naturally give rise to a new queen. Upon entering the beast enclosure, the tree bee swarm indeed became significantly calmer. The enclosure appeared to possess a unique ability to confine the swarm within its vicinity, preventing them from escaping. Observing this scene, Yuan felt considerably reassured. It seemed that the system facilities were indeed quite effective. Now, all that remained was to wait for the tree bees to be tamed. At the same time, Yuan placed the captured wild chicken into the beast enclosure, hoping it would adapt swiftly. Chapter 28. Pond cultivation. Under the influence of the beast enclosure, the tree bees did not attack the wild chicken. Instead, they distinctly segregated into 2 areas, coexisting peacefully. The black tiger bee swarm was also left behind in the beast enclosure. In the following days, Yuan departed the shelter, intending to continue felling trees. However, upon stepping outside, a delightful surprise awaited him. Not far away in the creek, a glimmer of azure light caught his attention. Drawing his gaze at a bronze resource chest, the unexpected joy momentarily left Yuan in a daze. Fortunately, having acquired a bronze resource chest before, he managed to maintain his composure. He hastened to the creek's edge and used a wooden pole to retrieve the bronze resource chest. This marked his first time discovering a resource chest in the water. Based on prior experience, the items within resource chests varied depending on their location. For instance, chests obtained from hunting beasts typically contain tools and weapons, while those acquired from tree felling often yielded seeds. The resource chests found on the ground, however, could include nearly all types of items, encompassing food, fresh water, clothing, and tools. What treasures might lie within the chest submerged in the water? Yuan mused as he lifted the chest from the creek. Curiosity piqued. Since it was near the shelter, Yuan decided against waiting until nightfall to open it, choosing instead to do so immediately. A radiant blue light enveloped him, and his heart raced. 3 items emerged from the resource chest. Pond, good. Crucian carp, good. Tin. Clear moon algae, good. All 3 items proved to be quite practical. Yuan initially assumed the pond functioned similarly to the beast enclosure, only to discover through the information provided that it resembled a flowerbed or basement, capable of expanding the shelter's area. Name: Pond, good function, serves as a water reservoir, allowing for the cultivation of aquatic life. Comes with a drainage feature. Description: 20 square meters, not included in the shelter's area. This was an excellent item. Especially for survivors lacking water sources, it was akin to a miraculous tool capable of storing fresh water in abundance. However, for Yuan, its significance was somewhat limited. Coincidentally, the second item was 10 crucian carp, which could be raised in the pond. Although he was uncertain if they could thrive, it at least offered a glimmer of hope. The third item was a type of aquatic plant, clear moon algae. Yuan initially believed it to be a mere ordinary water algae, not paying it much heed. Yet, upon reading its description, he was left utterly astounded. He soon realized that the clear moon algae was, in fact, the most valuable item within this resource chest. This algae possessed tremendous worth. Name: clear moon algae, good function. 1. Purifies water quality, ensuring it remains clean and potable. 2. Maintains water temperature. Areas fully covered by clear moon algae are isolated from water and air, helping to preserve underwater temperature to a certain extent. 3. Once fully matured, clear moon algae can be consumed as a vegetable, providing various vitamins. Description: a multifunctional economic crop. This plant boasts 3 distinct functions, each of which is remarkably practical and durable. The ability to purify water quality is self-explanatory. Since the system claims it can maintain the water in a drinkable state, it must surely meet potable standards. In the future, Yuan could transfer water from the creek into the pond, utilizing the clear moon algae's purifying properties to cleanse the water before consuming it. The second function was even more extraordinary. It maintained water temperature. Previously, Yuan had wondered how, despite having a pond and fish, the low temperatures would inevitably freeze the water, making fish survival improbable. The second function of clear moon algae perfectly resolved this dilemma, ensuring that the pond would not freeze even in winter, thereby facilitating aquaculture. The third function further elevated the value of clear moon algae. In the eyes of survivors, what constitutes absolute hard currency? Undoubtedly, it is food. All survivors, having entered the Misty world, have been striving for sustenance. Clear moon algae itself is a high-quality food source. Gazing at the 3 items, Yuan could hardly believe his luck. Was today truly this fortuitous? The pond, crucian carp, and clear moon algae interacted synergistically, establishing a complete aquaculture system almost from scratch. Yuan felt as though he were dreaming, unable to suppress the tingling sensation on his skin. Since such splendid items had emerged, why bother felling trees? Is food not more valuable than wood? Casting aside his heavy axe, he had grown weary of the daily toil of chopping wood, a life fraught with hardship. Henceforth, he could simply purchase timber or hire Gao Hanji to assist him with the felling. Yuan believed he could engage in far more meaningful endeavors, rather than squandering time chopping trees daily. He discarded all his tools back at the shelter and began to arrange the pond. He intended to place the pond adjacent to the shelter's courtyard, right next to the beast enclosure. In the current 40-square-meter courtyard, the upper left corner near the house was piled with materials such as wood and stone. The upper right corner housed the spring and protective thorns. Meanwhile, the lower left corner, beneath the wood and stone, contained the newly established beast enclosure. Yuan planned to construct a 4-5 pond just outside the courtyard to the left of the beast enclosure. As he utilized the item, white light enveloped the land and the left wall. Moments later, the scene before him transformed dramatically to a pond measuring 4-5 meters, approximately 1.5 meters deep, crafted entirely of azure stones, emerged, complete with a grid drainage outlet in one corner. It appeared neat and orderly. Yuan retrieved 2 wooden buckets from the house and transported water from the creek to the pond. Given that the shelter was only about 50 meters from the creek, it was not a difficult task. Moreover, thanks to the training he had undergone these past days and the benefits conferred by good quality food, Yuan's physical condition had significantly improved. He completed the task with ease, barely breaking a sweat. After making approximately 40 to 50 trips, the pond's water finally reached a depth of 1 meter. Despite Yuan's good stamina, he was now considerably fatigued. Yet, gazing at the shimmering surface of the pond, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He released the 10 crucian carp into the pond, simultaneously adding the clear moon algae. The crucian carp, measuring about 15 centimeters, appeared robust and lively, swimming energetically in the pond. Its quality seemed excellent. The clear moon algae was a larger type of algae, resembling lotus leaves. The numerous sheets of clear moon algae instantly covered the entire pond, giving it a somewhat crowded appearance. Consequently, Yuan removed 2 or 3 sheets of clear moon algae, leaving just enough to blanket the entire surface of the pond. The clear moon algae he extracted were all sizable, each measuring half a square meter. If consumed solely as vegetables, each could last a week. Excellent. Tonight, he could alter his menu, supplementing with some vitamins, and offer a taste of this delicacy to Qindage and Gao Hanji. Yuan mused happily. However, for the crucian carp in the pond to survive and reproduce successfully, one essential condition remained: oxygen. The water in the pond could not flow, lacking sufficient oxygen to support the fish's survival, thus necessitating an oxygen supply. Yuan contemplated two potential solutions. Chapter 29. Good quality soil. The first option was to construct a water wheel. However, the crafting process seemed complex, and the underlying principles were unclear. Therefore, Yuan temporarily set this idea aside. The second option involved connecting a pipe to the upper creek, channeling creek water into the pond. Additionally, he would open some drainage channels to ensure the pond's water remained as dynamic as possible while maintaining a balanced water level. This method was relatively straightforward, and its operation appeared more manageable. Promising to be effective, Yuan scoured the nearby forest for bamboo of similar thickness, stripped the branches, and trimmed the roots and tips to ensure uniformity. Finally, he punched through the bamboo joints to facilitate smooth water flow, thereby creating a functional pipeline. The brook meanders towards the shelter, spanning a distance of nearly 60 meters. Yuan employed 12 bamboo poles, interlocking them together. Simultaneously, he secured the bamboo to the ground with stones to prevent any movement that could cause the poles to separate. However, during the flow of the stream, a significant portion of the water inevitably spilled onto the ground, failing to reach the pond entirely. The gentle trickle of water, having traversed the 60-meter passage, finally flowed into the pond. Concurrently, Yuan opened a small outlet at the bottom of the pond to drain a portion of the water. At last, the pond was able to function smoothly. After completing these tasks, a considerable amount of time had elapsed, leaving just over an hour of daylight. In this remaining time, Yuan resolved to inspect the traps for catching animals. After examining a total of 9 traps, he was rewarded with 2 catches. One was a deceased bamboo rat, weighing a substantial 5 to 6 pounds, yielding 2 pieces of ordinary grade meat. The other was a still-living gray rabbit, which, during its struggle, had sustained multiple fractures and was clearly not long for this world. Consequently, Yuan swiftly ended its life, collecting 3 pieces of ordinary grade meat, a rabbit pelt, and a wooden resource box. The haul was quite satisfactory, marking a promising beginning. On his way back to the shelter, Yuan fortuitously stumbled upon another wooden resource box. As the cold front approached, the frequency of resource box appearances had increased, allowing most survivors to find such boxes. He returned to the shelter without encountering any dangers. Upon his return, he inspected the flora and fauna in the yard, finding that most were thriving healthily. However, the potatoes had yet to sprout, and upon digging, he discovered they had succumbed to frost. The potatoes, being an ordinary grade plant not acquired through the system, lacked quality assurance and struggled to survive in such harsh conditions. Suddenly, he pondered whether the garden accompanying the level 3 shelter could enhance the survival rate of seeds. Yuan promptly retrieved the Misty survival manual, only to find that the garden required 100 units of good quality wood, which he clearly lacked. With no time to fell trees, he decided to purchase the materials directly from the trading market. After expending 20 milliliters of spring water, he successfully gathered the necessary materials and initiated construction. As expected, a familiar glow enveloped the area, and soon a garden appeared beside the animal enclosure, covering an area of approximately 9 square meters in a 3 by 3 square layout. This marked the third facility in the yard, the garden. Stepping into the garden, Yuan scooped up a handful of soil, noting its significantly improved quality. Yet, upon further inspection, he regrettably discovered it still classified as ordinary grade. It left him wistful, wondering if the soil from Gao Hanji might possess superior quality. As he muttered to himself, he opened the Misty survival manual once more. Gao Hanji had already procured the soil, weighing over 300 pounds, indicating she had indeed not been idling. Yuan examined the soil, finding it to be quite commendable, dark brown, moist, and enriched with a plethora of decaying leaves, indicating it was excellent leaf mold. Yet, to his dismay, the quality remained ordinary grade. Furrowing his brow, he pondered how to acquire good quality soil. Was it only attainable from natural good quality soil or through the system? He felt a twinge of frustration. This was the best soil he could find. However, it prompted him to contemplate the true distinction of good quality items. He suddenly recalled that the primary difference between good quality meat and ordinary grade meat was the presence of spiritual energy. This energy seemed unique to the Misty world, enhancing food with greater vitality and rendering items remarkably potent. Wood, stone, and other materials also gained various characteristics due to spiritual energy. Almost all good quality items surpassed ordinary grade limitations due to their spiritual essence. But how could one increase this spiritual energy? Perhaps allowing good quality flora and fauna to decompose in the soil would allow it to absorb the essence. While this appeared a feasible method, the consumption might be excessive, considering he himself couldn't afford good quality food. What if it were spring water? An idea struck Qi Yuan like lightning. Excellent grade spring water. The superior quality of the spring water would contain more spiritual energy, thereby yielding better results. As this thought crystallized, Qi Yuan felt invigorated. This method had a high probability of success and was worth a try. Upon returning to his dwelling, he retrieved his treasured 800 milliliters of spring water and attempted to irrigate the soil with it. He meticulously monitored the information regarding the spring water, and as it blended with the soil, the latter became increasingly moist and vibrant. After pouring nearly 10 ml, the soil's status suddenly shifted. Good quality soil. He had succeeded. Qi Yuan was elated. The soil had indeed transcended its original grade, now classified as good quality. Name: Spiritual Spring Soil. Good function: good quality soil that protects seeds and roots, enhancing their survival rate. It can accelerate plant growth, contingent on the concentration of spiritual energy. Description: high-quality soil catalyzed by excellent grade spring water, protecting roots and seeds, accelerating growth. These were the hallmark features of good quality soil. He had cultivated numerous plants, with only the crystal rice and the good quality flowerbed capable of thriving under such adverse conditions. It was evident that good quality soil had a significant impact on plant life. Yet, another dilemma confronted Qi Yuan. Approximately 10 milliliters of spring water could transform 100 grams of soil into good quality soil. With 800 milliliters of spring water and an additional amount used from today, he had a total of 1,300 milliliters. Reserving 300 milliliters for personal consumption, he was left with 1,000 ml, which could only convert 20 pounds of soil into good quality. Although it seemed ample, it was insufficient for the garden. It could not fully cover the area and would diminish its efficacy if mixed with ordinary grade soil. Consequently, Qi Yuan retrieved 2 previously used resource boxes, placing the transformed good quality soil within them. As for what to plant, he had already made up his mind. Winter wheat. In each of the 2 resource boxes, he dug 3 holes and buried 4 or 5 winter wheat seeds. With the good quality soil and good quality winter wheat seeds, the germination success rate should be quite high. Having resolved the soil issue, there was no need for Gao Hanji to continue digging tomorrow. He could instead have her assist in gathering vines. He pulled out the Misty survival manual and sent Gao Hanji a message to assign her a new task. She readily agreed. Tomorrow marked the 7th day, and after midnight, the cold front would arrive in full force. Although Qi Yuan felt confident about his rapid development and the food he had gathered, which could sustain him for quite some time, an inexplicable panic loomed within him as the disaster approached. Fear of the unknown. Only by preparing more thoroughly did he feel a semblance of security. Chapter 30. Plant Catalyst Liquid. As he returned to his dwelling, he contemplated the tasks ahead. First, he entered the trading market, exchanging 200 milliliters of spring water for 1,000 units of ordinary wood and 200 units of good quality wood, all of which he placed in the workshop to convert into charcoal. During the waiting period, Qi Yuan prepared dinner. Tonight's meal consisted of bean pods and meat, accompanied by a dish of boiled Qinghua algae. While preparing the algae, Qi Yuan intentionally made extra, utilizing 2/3 of the batch to create 3 plates. He sent 1 plate each to Gao Hanji and Qin Zhenjuan. Gao Hanji, observing the plate in her hands, assumed it was merely ordinary vegetables meant to supplement her vitamins, reflecting, Qi Yuan's menu is indeed diverse. It includes meat, legumes, and vegetables. Casually, she took a bite, but moments later, her face flushed. The Qinghua algae, being a good quality plant, contained potent spiritual energy, providing a rapid surge of vitality. Even Qi Yuan would not consume it hastily. It required slow digestion. Considering Gao Hanji's weaker constitution, consuming it too quickly would only lead to discomfort. What is happening? Gao Hanji clutched her stomach, beads of sweat forming on her brow, clearly suffering from overeating. She swiftly sent a message to Qi Yuan through the Misty survival manual. Gao Hanji. Qi Yuan? Is it safe to eat the dish you sent? I don't feel well after eating it. Not well? Qi Yuan was taken aback, pondering, could Qinghua algae not be consumed directly? But I felt perfectly fine after eating it. It was energizing and delicious, Qi Yuan. I felt great after eating it. What's wrong with you, Gao Hanji? I feel so stuffed, but I only ate a little over half the Qi Yuan's lips twitched. The girl seemed rather unfortunate, evidently unaccustomed to good quality food. He offered a reassuring response. Don't worry, it's good quality food. so it's quite rich in energy. Just take your time eating. If you overindulge, a bit of exercise should help with digestion. Ding ding ding. Upon seeing the reply, Gao Hanji felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, realizing she might have made a fool of herself. Yet, she truly had never consumed good quality food before, nor had she encountered many good quality items. To date, she had only found a bronze resource box once, yielding 3 winter warmth items, and had never obtained other good quality items. Oh, how embarrassing. After several minutes of exercising, Gao Hanji collapsed onto the floor of the shelter, her body drenched in sweat, her fair skin flushed with color. With a resigned shake of his head, he felt the abundant energy coursing through his body and touched his firmer skin. Unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Is this the effect of superior grade food? The results are astonishing. It must be incredibly valuable. My old classmate truly is a wealthy landowner. As for Gao, he pondered her thoughts while he began his physical training after finishing his meal, also downing the remaining 100 milliliters of spring water to enhance his physical condition as much as possible. Once he absorbed the energy from the food and water, Yuan felt his strength had significantly increased, and his physique had become even more robust. Initially, when the room temperature hovered around 5 to 6 degrees, he felt quite cold. However, after days of training, he found that even temperatures dipping below 0 were bearable, indicating a noticeable improvement in his physical condition. Yuan estimated that his current strength was comparable to that of an ordinary beast. At that moment, the Mist survival manual emitted a sound, prompting Yuan to pick it up. It was a message from Gao Hanji. After expressing gratitude for the previous assistance, she mentioned that the Qinghua algae had a delightful taste. Yuan replied succinctly, "You're welcome. Improving one's physique will make it easier to endure the cold wave." Gao Hanji continued, "Today, I opened a wooden resource box and obtained a superior grade item that I cannot use. Would you like to take a look?" Accompanying her message was information about the item. Yuan initially thought it was just an ordinary superior grade tool and paid little attention. However, upon reading the details, his eyes widened in surprise. Name: Growth Catalyst, Superior Effect. Catalyzes the growth rate of plants. Ordinary grade plant catalysis effect. 100 superior grade plant catalysis effect. 80 excellent grade plant catalysis effect. 20 description. A plant catalyst made from a miraculous formula that accelerates the maturation of plants. Gao Hanji, I have no use for this. You must have crops to plant, right? Absolutely. This is immensely beneficial. Yuan could hardly articulate his excitement. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon him unexpectedly. He never anticipated that his old classmate would possess such luck, uncovering such a remarkable item from a mere wooden resource box. The presence of the growth catalyst indicated that his various crops could have the opportunity to grow rapidly and be harvested in a short time. He slapped his thigh in elation and exclaimed, "Gao, I want this item. Just let me know what you desire in return." Gao Hanji replied, "It's a gift. You treated me to superior grade food, so consider it my way of repaying you." Yuan was astonished that a single superior grade food could be exchanged for 100-fold more valuable superior grade item. He quickly and generously declared, "All right, for the next 7 days, I'll provide you with a meal each day." "Ha, then I shall rely heavily on you." Not a problem." Yuan agreed without hesitation, his joy evident as he beamed widely. The prospect of exchanging ordinary food for more superior grade sustenance was a foolproof deal. As he toyed with the growth catalyst, Yuan's mind began to whirl. How should he utilize it? Crystal rice? Winter wheat? Guardian thorns? These 3 plants were currently in his cultivation, with crystal rice being of excellent grade and winter wheat and guardian thorns of superior grade. Considering that the catalyst had only a 20 effect on excellent grade plants, he decided to exclude the crystal rice from consideration. As for winter wheat and guardian thorns, one represented food while the other signified shelter security, both being of utmost importance. After much internal deliberation, Yuan chose a compromise. He would plant half of each. He divided the growth catalyst into 2 portions, pouring 1/2 over 6 winter wheat seeds. As the liquid soaked into the soil, the seeds began to absorb it. What followed was a truly miraculous sight. The seeds that absorbed the catalyst underwent germination, sprouting, growing, flowering, and fruiting in just a few minutes. As if influenced by the catalyst, each pit yielded more than 1 stalk of winter wheat, and the proximity of the plants did not hinder their growth. This resulted in dozens of winter wheat stalks sprouting from a mere resource box, each brimming with verdant, yellowish grains. These winter wheat plants were strikingly different from ordinary ones, as they were exceedingly large. Each grain was the size of a thumb, and the entire ear of wheat was heavy and exceptionally plump. Additionally, Yuan discovered with astonishment that he had perhaps overused the catalyst, as the winter wheat was nearly fully mature. This bottle of catalyst should have catalyzed 30 to 50 stalks of winter wheat, but due to his hasty application, the nutrients had become excessive, causing these few stalks to ripen prematurely. Yuan felt a pang of regret. Had he used it separately, he might have garnered even more. To mitigate his loss, he swiftly harvested the mature winter wheat, then hurriedly sowed new seeds. Chapter 31. Guardian Thorns Reproduction. The newly planted seeds, absorbing residual nutrients, quickly sprouted tender green shoots, but after reaching a height of merely 5 centimeters, their growth ceased. It appeared the catalyst's energy had been entirely expended. Although he hadn't catalyzed a second batch, he successfully triggered germination in the second batch, which was a delightful surprise. Yuan gathered up all the harvested winter wheat, totaling 13 stalks, each yielding over a pound of grain. An astonishing yield. In total, he harvested 15 pounds of winter wheat. Truly, it was a superior grade crop. The immense yield from the winter wheat left him eager for the maturation of the crystal rice. If a superior grade crop could yield such results, what could be expected from an excellent grade one? Moreover, each grain of crystal rice was larger, and the yield from a single plant would undoubtedly surpass that of the winter wheat. However, the freshly harvested winter wheat could not be consumed directly. It needed to be converted into flour. After removing the husks from the collected winter wheat, he had to grind the grains into flour, which was the true essence of flour. Lacking a mortar, Yuan resorted to using the blunt side of his axe to crush the wheat, painstakingly grinding each grain into powder. This monumental task consumed over 5 hours, leaving Yuan drenched in sweat. Nevertheless, he felt a blend of pain and joy. What farmer could resist the delight of a bountiful harvest? All the wheat was successfully transformed into flour and stored in a resource box. The final weight reached 14.5 pounds, a truly fruitful endeavor. Witnessing the catalyst's remarkable effect on the winter wheat heightened Yuan's anticipation for the remaining half bottle. The guardian thorns had always exhibited a steady but lackluster growth rate. Previously, during his nurturing of the wisteria root, he had hoped to propagate offshoots, yet he had seen no signs of progress. He hoped that this half bottle of catalyst would finally enable the guardian thorns to flourish. Yuan poured the remaining half bottle of catalyst onto the guardian thorns. Much like the winter wheat, the guardian thorns began to rapidly absorb the nutrients. However, their rate of absorption was even swifter than that of the winter wheat. Within mere seconds, the guardian thorns grew as if they had caught a whiff of fish. The largest mother plant shot up to over 2 meters, nearly touching the roof of the shelter before it ceased its ascent. The entire guardian thorn plant had undergone a remarkable transformation, its thickness now akin to that of an arm, and it was covered in numerous sharp thorns the size of fingernails, exuding an aura of danger. Simultaneously, the guardian thorns displayed a newfound vitality, gently swaying their robust vines as if a delighted child reveling in a candy reward. The behavior of the guardian thorns was markedly different from ordinary plants. They seemed to possess a degree of sentience. Around the mother plant, several slender green tendrils began to sprout, each as thick as a chopstick and adorned with sharp spines, resembling smaller versions of the mother guardian thorn. They had begun to reproduce. Yuan was overjoyed. On his very first day in the mist world, he had acquired the guardian thorns and placed high hopes on them to safeguard his shelter. Although the quality of the guardian thorns was merely superior grade, he always believed they were far from ordinary. Thus, he invested considerable resources, and even when they failed to respond for an extended period, he did not lose hope. Until today, the guardian thorns had finally commenced reproduction. Surrounding the right wall of the shelter, a dozen smaller guardian thorns thrived, perfectly encircling the wall. Once they reached a height of 1 meter, they ceased to grow. The entire cluster of guardian thorns formed a protective barrier around the central mother plant, presenting a formidable sight. Yuan had no doubt that the guardian thorns now possessed superior grade strength. Should any ordinary beasts approach the shelter, the guardian thorns would be capable of providing defense. Alas, what incredible fortune! Who would have imagined that such a remarkable item could be unearthed from a wooden resource box? Yuan gazed at the thriving guardian thorns, his heart brimming with emotion. Even among superior grade items, there were distinctions in quality, and the growth catalyst undoubtedly ranked among the finest. At tea that moment, Yuan recalled that he had also obtained 2 resource boxes today. Returning to the shelter, he solemnly retrieved the 2 wooden boxes, hoping to bask in Gao Hanji's good fortune. Crack, crack. The boxes opened with 2 soft sounds. Wool sweater, ordinary. Cotton pants, ordinary. Instant noodles 5, ordinary. The first resource box contained items he had found along the way, thus yielding practical and conventional items for warmth and sustenance. The second wooden box was obtained from the prey caught in his hunting trap. Leather coat, ordinary. Soap 1, ordinary. Scratch card, ordinary. As expected, all the items were of ordinary grade, and their quality was quite mediocre. However, there was one particular item of interest, the scratch card. Yuan's expression darkened. Have I once again unearthed something bizarre? Upon perusing the information, I realized that I had wrongfully accused the system. This is an exclusive scratch card from the Misty world. Name: Scratch card, common, function. Can yield a reward of 0 to 10 spirit coins. Description: earn a small amount of universal currency for the Misty world. Universal currency for the Misty world. Spirit coins. Upon seeing this term, Yuan couldn't help but pause momentarily. Until now, survivors had mostly engaged in barter, with the most common trade goods being timber and stone. However, due to the frequent fluctuations in the trading market, the exchange rates were highly unstable. Moreover, the system had never regulated the trading market, nor had it established a unified currency. Yet, this ordinary scratch card bore the inscription of spirit coins. Additionally, it referred to them as the universal currency of the Misty world. Could this imply that the system is likely to introduce a universal currency soon? It is quite possible, although certainty eludes us at the moment. This trend undeniably seems promising. Yuan tucked this matter away in his mind and scratched off the card, discovering he had garnered 8 spirit coins. 8 white coins appeared in his hand. Ancient in style and devoid of any patterns, possessing a somewhat jade-like texture, resembling artifacts. Attempting to view specific details, he found that only the term currency was displayed. With no other choice, he decided to store them for future use. After attending to all his affairs, Yuan was just about to retire for the night when he received a message from Gao Hanji. Gao Hanji. Yuan, you must see this, it's snowing. Snowing? Yuan was taken aback, though not overly surprised. Given the current extreme cold, snowfall was to be expected. It was merely a matter of time. Opening the Misty Survival Handbook, he found the chat channel in an uproar. The rapid flow of information rendering it impossible to decipher. Yet, amidst the fleeting phrases, he managed to catch sight of words like snow, cold, and food. This sudden yet unavoidable snowfall stirred the emotions of all survivors. The heavy snow has arrived, and the cold front is imminent. This sentiment resonated with every survivor. Amidst the mist, flickering candle flames danced, and everyone fell asleep with a heavy heart. For tomorrow marks the final day before the cold front arrives. Survivors are left with merely 5 to 6 hours to prepare. Even Yuan felt a surge of inexplicable panic and unease. Just then, a message from Qin Zhenjuan popped up. Chapter 32. Forming an alliance. Qin Zhenjuan. Yuan. Do you still need food? Yuan replied. I have prepared quite a bit, but I'm uncertain how long the cold front will last and whether it will suffice. Qin Zhenjuan. You're right. We can't predict the nature of the cold front until we experience it. We must seize the last moments to stockpile more food. Yuan was curious, unsure of what Qin Zhenjuan meant by stockpiling food. Yuan, brother Qin, what do you have in mind? Qin Zhenjuan quickly sent over details of 2 items. Name: Beast Exploration Scroll, good function. Explore the traces of beasts within a 20-kilometer radius. Description: a hunter's artifact. Yuan pondered and inquired. Brother Qin, are you suggesting? Qin Zhenjuan directly traded the Beast Exploration Scroll, stating, the beasts near my shelter have nearly been hunted to extinction, and it is highly unlikely we will encounter many tomorrow. However, there should still be a substantial number of beasts around your shelter. My idea is to use the final day to help you clear out the vicinity of your shelter and stockpile some meat. Yuan felt a surge of joy but then furrowed his brow, responding, Brother Qin, your idea is commendable. However, my strength is far inferior to yours, and I am unlikely to handle the beasts. I might very well end up as their prey. Oh, I almost forgot to send this to you. Qin Zhenjuan slapped his thigh and sent over another item. Name: Ally Scroll. Excellent. Function: used to form an alliance between both parties. Allies possess the following privileges. 1. Small teleportation arrays appear at both shelters, allowing transportation to each other's shelters, usable once per week. Point 2. Allies cannot harm each other. 3. In times of danger, allies may call for assistance. Description: true companionship and mutual support. Qin Zhenjuan remarked, I spent quite a bit of food to acquire this item, which reportedly came from the secret realm. Yuan was taken aback, marveling at his own lack of knowledge. He hadn't imagined such items existed. Yet, considering there are over 7 billion survivors, countless items are generated daily, including many gift items. Similar to shelter shields, dimensional backpacks, plant catalysts, and the current ally scroll. Qin Zhenjuan completed the necessary details and then traded the scroll to Yuan. After carefully reviewing the terms of the contract, Yuan also signed his name. The alliance was officially established. The identities of Qin Zhenjuan and Yuan as allies were recognized by the system. Within the shelter, near the entrance to the basement, a circle of silvery light appeared, exuding an air of mystery and authority. This was the teleportation array. Allies could utilize this array to transport to one another's shelters. Of course, the number of teleports was strictly regulated, limited to once per week. With the alliance formed, the plan to clear the beasts around the shelter the following day could proceed smoothly. Yuan anticipated that this endeavor would yield substantial rewards. After agreeing on the actions for tomorrow, Yuan chose to retire early, ensuring he was well rested and revitalized. It was a tranquil night. Outside the shelter, the snow fell steadily, though not heavily, yet it showed no signs of abating, indicating that this snowfall was anything but ordinary. Experienced individuals understood that sudden blizzards were not to be feared, as they seldom lasted long. Rather, it was the incessant snowfall that heralded a protracted winter. Throughout the night, the white snow gradually enveloped the earth, and the temperature plummeted, reaching freezing point. The temperature outside the shelter had already dipped to -20 degrees Celsius. The vast expanse of the misty world fell into a profound silence. Wild animals, whether as fierce as wolves, bears, lions, or tigers, or as meek as mice and rabbits, all curled up in their warm burrows, trembling in fear. Even the most resilient creatures sought refuge at home. Countless cold-resistant plants withered away during this night. Only a few plants of good quality could withstand such frigid conditions. This was not an isolated incident, but a phenomenon occurring in every corner of the misty world. This was not merely a change in weather, nor was it simply a climatic shift. It was a large-scale ecological transformation reminiscent of a mini ice age, challenging the very fabric of the natural environment. In the scattered shelters, tragedies unfolded. In many secondary shelters, frail middle-aged individuals shivered in the cold, curling up and succumbing to the frost. Women afflicted by the cold lay feverish and unconscious, ultimately never to awaken. Many others, listening to the howling winds outside, found themselves unable to sleep for hours. The following morning, Yuan rose as usual, only to find the world still shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Outside, oppressive cold winds howled, the sound resembling the muffled roars and screeches of a wild beast. Weighing heavily on Yuan's heart, the cold front had yet to arrive, but even this prelude was daunting, leaving him to ponder the true nature of the incoming cold front. Furthermore, he wondered if today's actions would be impacted. Yuan sighed deeply, enduring the biting cold as he extricated himself from the 12-pound cashmere blanket. After adding several pieces of charcoal to the fireplace, he began to prepare breakfast. This time, he intended to make extra, inviting Qin Zhenjuan over for a meal. After all, not only had he provided the valuable ally scroll, but he had also traveled a considerable distance to assist in clearing the beasts around the shelter. It would be remiss not to treat him to a meal. Retrieving enough flour for 4 servings, he proceeded to make noodles. He took 2 pieces of meat, cutting away the fatty portions to render oil in the pan, then sliced the lean meat into even strips to salt in the rendered fat. The enticing aroma soon filled the air. After plating the meat strips, Yuan poured the remaining fat over the noodles to enhance their flavor. Finally, he tore the Qinghua algae into small pieces, briefly boiling them in water, and quickly plated them while they retained their vibrant green color. This simple and unpretentious cooking process gradually calmed Yuan's restless heart. Outside, the snow fell in a flurry, while inside, smoke curled around him. In the desolate wilderness, where not a single bird soared, the rising smoke mingled with the savory scent of food, infusing the air with a touch of homeliness. Yuan hummed a tune as he sought out Gao Hanji and Qin Zhenjuan in the Misty Survival Handbook, requesting their dining bowls. He divided the noodles, meat strips, and Qingyue algae into 3 large portions and 1 small, trading them to each in turn. He also checked in on Gao Hanji, advising her to be cautious when venturing outside the snow-covered landscape. The marshes would only be more treacherous. Yuan could not bear the thought of his 2 closest friends meeting with untimely accidents. Should Gao Hanji truly lack supplies, Yuan would gladly offer assistance, given his own abundance of resources. After finishing breakfast and completing his daily exercise, he received a request from Qin Zhenjuan, seeking to use the teleportation array to come over. Transporting to the other's shelter required the owner's consent. It was not an arbitrary entry. Upon granting permission, Qin Zhenjuan could then utilize the teleportation array. Though they had only known each other for 6 days, Yuan felt their bond surpassed that of long-standing friends, as they had shared trials together. This was his first time meeting Qin Zhenjuan in real life. Chapter 33. The final day. Yuan, my friend, your shelter is quite impressive. It even has a basement. Before he could see anyone, a hearty voice resonated. Qin Zhenjuan, tall and imposing, sported a stubbly beard and was enveloped in thick garments, topped with a gray-black beast skin coat. Exuding a wild aura, Brother Qin, welcome. Yuan greeted him with a smile, and no need for pleasantries, and I must thank you for the breakfast. Xiaotong hasn't had a warm meal in ages, and she was overjoyed to eat noodles today. Qin Zhenjuan said cheerfully as he found a chair to sit down. If she enjoys it, make sure to take some flour back with you, Yuan suggested with a grin. Haha, that's too kind. I wouldn't know how to prepare such things. The 2 men shared a hearty reunion, exchanging pleasantries before diving into serious matters. Brother Qin, given this weather, can we still hunt beasts today? Yuan asked anxiously, glancing at the swirling snow outside. Qin Zhenjuan furrowed his brow and replied, if the snowfall doesn't intensify, we should be able to venture out. My concern lies with the possibility of the snow becoming heavier, blocking our return to the shelter, which would be perilous. Yuan nodded, pondering for a moment. Since the system indicated a cold front won't arrive until 7 days later, we likely can embark today. Let us reassess the situation as daylight breaks. Indeed. With less than an hour until dawn, Yuan used this time to prepare the necessary tools for their expedition and sought Qin Zhenjuan's advice on using a machete and some training techniques. Under Qin Zhenjuan's expert guidance, Yuan corrected minor flaws in his training, and his proficiency with the knife improved significantly. 40 minutes later, the wind and snow outside ceased, and the sun emerged, casting a brilliant light. The yellow-white rays illuminated the snow, brightening the entire world. It seems my assumptions were correct. We can indeed venture out today, Yuan exclaimed, his smile radiant. That moment, the chat channel buzzed with excitement. Wonderful. I thought we wouldn't be able to go out today. Let us hurry. Given yesterday's conditions, this cold front is rather terrifying. Oh no, I slipped as soon as I stepped outside. The ground is so slick. Have you all gone out to work? On such a cold day, it's better to stay home and sleep. Brother upstairs, just stay home. Don't starve in the shelter. Can anyone lend me a piece of clothing? It's too cold to go out. If I find food, I'll share half with you. So, who will lend me a piece of clothing? Dream on. There's no guarantee. How could we lend you anything? On the last day of exploration, everyone cherished the opportunity, braving the cold to head out. After a week of trials, those who survived were undoubtedly intelligent. Most had shed their lazy habits. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it this far. Today's weather. The weather is clear today, but the temperature remains low, so dress warmly when going out. Daylight duration. 4 hours weather. Clear temperature. -8 to 0 climate trend. The last day before the cold front arrives. Clear skies. 4 hours, Brother Qin. Let us set out promptly. We don't have much time today. After checking the weather, Yuan turned to Qin Zhenjuan. All right, Qin Zhenjuan replied, retrieving the beast exploration scroll to begin searching for information on the beasts. The scroll displayed a radar-like map illuminating a 20-kilometer radius around the shelter, with numerous red dots appearing on it. Simultaneously, the surrounding terrain was also revealed. Yuan was captivated by the displayed information. Realizing that the forest where they resided was far larger than he had imagined, the 20 kilometers barely revealed its entirety, with their shelter situated at the forest's edge. This realization brought him relief. Such a vast forest indicated abundant resources with great exploration potential, alleviating concerns about future resource depletion. However, it also meant that within this extensive forest, formidable beasts were not scarce, and the danger factor increased dramatically. The scroll displayed a multitude of densely packed red dots, sending shivers down his spine. "Brother Qin, are there really that many beasts around our shelter?" Yuan gasped in disbelief. Qin Zhenjuan, while observing, explained, "It's not as many as you think. The beast search scroll does not differentiate strength and shows all signs of life. Thus, it displays not only large beasts like wolves and tigers, but also smaller creatures like ants, mosquitoes, rabbits, and mice, making it appear more numerous. But there's no need to worry. We can actually infer the general types of beasts from the distribution of the red dots." As he spoke, Qin Zhenjuan pointed to a cluster of red dots, saying, "For instance, this cluster is located in a dry, yellowish area, where the dots are densely packed and heavily overlapped. Most likely, they are ants. Now, look at this dot, situated near a rocky hillside, with no other animals around. Most likely, it's a large beast residing in a cave. And these dots, concentrated in the forest with a spreading trend, are likely a swarm of bees. If we follow these patterns, we can locate large beasts." Yuan squinted, beginning to grasp Qin Zhenjuan's point. Although this method had its drawbacks, the risks remain manageable. "All right, let us set out." After explaining the situation, Qin Zhenjuan stated, "Let us first approach a stationary red." Yuan nodded in agreement, but suddenly recalled something as he reached the yard. "Brother Qin, wait a moment. I'll bring a helper." "A helper?" Qin Zhenjuan paused, looking back in confusion, and the next moment, he spotted a most unwelcome sight. A black bee with a wiggling rear. It was none other than the black tiger bee king. Yuan, this is... Qin Zhenjuan recalled his unfortunate encounter with the creature, his expression darkening. Yuan seized the black tiger bee king and explained, "This is the bee king you gave me last time. I managed to tame it using a special scroll." Noticing Qin Zhenjuan's disdainful gaze fixed on the black tiger bee king, Yuan awkwardly suggested, "Brother Qin, why don't you give it a beating? It won't fight back now." Qin Zhenjuan waved his hand helplessly, "Forget it. Since you've tamed it, it's one of us now. This little fellow is quite formidable. Without the healing potion, I might not have withstood its venom." Yuan was surprised to hear Qin Zhenjuan acknowledge the black tiger bee king's strength. "With the bee king's assistance, our actions should proceed more smoothly," Qin Zhenjuan remarked, then inquired, "How is its bee swarm recovering? Can it form a substantial group?" Yuan shook his head. "The numbers aren't significant, only a bit over 100. However, I supplemented it with other bee species, and the quantity is quite reasonable. Currently, the black tiger bee swarm has about 150 individuals, while the tree bee swarm has around 800. Typically, a bee colony should contain over 5,000 bees. So, both swarms are in a severely weakened state." Chapter 34. A bountiful harvest. Once they were prepared, the two entered the forest to search for beasts, followed by 2 bee swarms, totaling around 1,000 bees. The group marched boldly through the snowy terrain toward a cave located 500 meters south of the shelter. An area Yuan had yet to explore. The scroll indicated a cave with 5 or 6 red points clustered together. Qin Zhenjuan speculated that this might be a wolf den, housing a small pack of wolves. These small wolf groups residing at the forest's edge suggested they were not particularly strong and likely struggled to find sufficient food, resulting in their frailty. As they approached the cave entrance, Qin Zhenjuan explained, "Before long, we indeed spotted a modest cave entrance, shallow enough for plenty of wind and snow to drift inside. It was clear that 5 curled-up wolves lay deep within, their frames resembling ordinary wild dogs, even more emaciated. What a perfect opportunity!" Qin Zhenjuan's eyes lit up. "This pack of wolves is very weak and has been affected by the weather. We should be able to deal with them easily." With that, he drew a bow from his back, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the wolf pack inside the cave. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, whistling as it shot toward the cave's interior. By the time the arrow approached, one of the wolves had finally sensed the danger, but it was too late. A woo! It had been hit. Blood gushed forth as the wolf let out a pained, mournful howl, collapsing helplessly within the cave due to the agony and weakness. The remaining 4 wolves were instantly alerted, struggling to rise and cautiously surveying their surroundings. "Yuan, they are weaker than I imagined. They must not have eaten for several days. Let us rush in," Qin Zhenjuan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Absolutely." Yuan responded without hesitation, having already discreetly commanded the black tiger bee king to lead the swarm toward the cave. The tamed bee swarm seemed to possess an external brain, acting with greater intelligence and coordination. Yuan directed the swarm to avoid the wolves' teeth and limbs, focusing their attacks on the carotid arteries. This strategy not only maximized their lethality, but also reduced the likelihood of the swarm being harmed. Witnessing the bee swarm encircle the four wolves, Qin Zhenjuan wasted no time, dashing out of the bushes with his machete in hand, moving even faster than the swarm. The wolf pack, ensnared by the swarm of bees, found itself utterly powerless, as Qin Zhenjuan severed a head with a single stroke, causing blood to spurt forth in torrents. Yuan was secretly astonished. Although he was aware of Qin Zhenjuan's formidable strength, he had not grasped the full extent of it until witnessing it firsthand. Now, he had a clearer understanding. Qin Zhenjuan's prowess likely reached the good tier. And even among those of that caliber, he was far from weak. After days of training and the enhancement provided by good tier sustenance, Yuan felt that he had brushed against that very tier himself. While he might not be able to claim victory against a good tier beast, he could at least hold his ground for a few exchanges, though he still paled in comparison to Qin Zhenjuan. In mere minutes, Qin Zhenjuan dispatched 5 wild wolves without sustaining a scratch. Wiping the blood from his blade, he remarked with a smile, "This swarm is indeed impressive. Having their assistance makes hunting beasts considerably easier. It seems we shall need to collaborate more often. Haha, now that we are bound as allies, we shall surely engage in joint hunts for beasts in the future." Yuan, chuckling, emerged from the thicket and entered the cave. After examining the data on the 5 wild wolves, he noted that 4 were of the ordinary tier while 1 was of the good tier. Oddly, only 5 wooden resource boxes had been dropped, likely due to the weakness of the good tier wolf king, which rendered it less valuable. Collecting the wolves' bodies, they obtained 12 pieces of ordinary meat and 2 pieces of good meat, along with 3 wolf fangs, a meager haul, to say the least. Qin Zhenjuan shook his head, lamenting, "The cold wave affects us significantly, but it also takes a toll on the beasts of the Misty world, perhaps even more severely than on us. Indeed, we at least have a shelter, resource boxes, and the guidance of the system, while the creatures of the wild must fend for themselves." At this point, Yuan could not help but feel a sense of relief. For humanity, the situation was not yet the worst. There remained a chance for survival. After storing the meat, wolf fangs, and resource boxes, Yuan exclaimed, "Today's opportunity is rare. Most beasts are suffering from the heavy snow and are in a weakened state. If there are survivors daring enough to venture out and hunt, they could reap significant rewards." With such a bounty already in hand, the confidence of the 2 men soared as they continued their search for the next beast. This time, Qin Zhenjuan pinpointed a bamboo grove about 1,000 meters from their current cave, where several luminous points were clustered together. He surmised that this was likely a nest of bamboo rats, which he had previously hunted near his shelter. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, they indeed discovered dozens of rat holes scattered throughout. To flush out the concealed bamboo rats, the 2 employed a simple method: smoke. They blocked most of the holes, leaving only 2 open, then ignited a fire at one of the entrances, allowing thick smoke to billow into the tunnels. Yuan and Qin Zhenjuan took their positions at the other entrance. As the smoke filled the burrows, the bamboo rats grew uneasy, and the search scroll indicated dozens of red dots beginning to move. After several attempts to escape through various passages, they finally darted toward the only open hole, an act of self-sabotage. As soon as a bamboo rat emerged, Qin Zhenjuan struck it down with a swift blow. Surprisingly, the bamboo rats were not as emaciated as the wolves. Instead, they were plump and well-fed, indicating that this nest had fared well, stockpiling food for the winter. Ultimately, 9 bamboo rats fled from the burrow, meeting their demise at Qin Zhenjuan's hands. 5 others, however, managed to escape through an undiscovered hole. Unable to pursue them, they had to settle for the 9 captured rats, which yielded 9 pieces of meat and 9 resource boxes. By now, they had amassed a total of 23 pieces of meat and 14 wooden resource boxes, a staggering haul. The 2 then excavated the earth, uncovering the bamboo rat's food stash, which contained a fair amount of stored provisions. However, upon inspection, Yuan found that most had already been nibbled away, and their quality was subpar, though just adequate to serve as sustenance for the wild chickens. Having hunted 2 waves of beasts in just over an hour, they decided to return to the shelter to deposit their bounty, considering the ample time left and the inconvenience of carrying so many resource boxes. After replenishing their strength, they set out once more. Qin Zhenjuan retrieved the beast search scroll to identify suitable targets for their next hunt, given that the majority of red dots were densely clustered and scattered, making it difficult to discern the types of beasts. they could only eliminate many from consideration. They aimed to find solitary creatures, as only large predators would choose to live alone, exhibiting heightened territorial awareness and presenting a greater likelihood of being detected on the scroll. After deliberation, they selected a cave 2 kilometers away, which contained only 4 red dots, with a vast expanse surrounding it devoid of other beasts, suggesting the presence of a large predator akin to a wolf. Chapter 35. Expanding the swarm before departing, Yuan suddenly suggested, "Brother Qin, let us detour here." He pointed toward a densely clustered area of red dots within the forest. Qin Zhenjuan immediately grasped his intent. A swarm? Very well, this one appears small, numbering less than 3,000, just enough to bolster your own hive. With a slight alteration to their route, the two proceeded deeper into the forest. Along the way, Yuan discovered a patch of good-tier wood, birch trees, albeit in limited quantity. After marking the location, they pressed on. Soon, they reached the heart of the forest, where they encountered a scattering of bees, seemingly lethargic due to the weather. Judging by their appearance, they belonged to the same species as the tree bees. Characterized by their yellow and black bodies and diminutive size, exhibiting little desire to attack, primarily subsisting on nectar. This observation eased Yuan's mind. Should these be over 3,000 black tiger bees? Engaging would be futile, as their own 1,000-strong tree bee swarm would scarcely stand a chance, and they might even face a severe beating themselves. Approaching the towering tree that housed the beehive, they finally glimpsed the swarm in detail. A massive hive hung from the tree, which towered dozens of meters high, surrounded by a dense cloud of bees. The number of bees far exceeded that of their previous tree hollow hive. Though their strength was likely not formidable, to save time, Yuan decided against inciting a battle between the two swarms, opting instead to employ fire. Indeed, they would set the hive ablaze, beneath the tree housing the hive. They accumulated plenty of combustible materials, which took considerable time to gather due to the recent snowfall. This was no simple smoking tactic. They would ignite the entire tree. A fire was kindled at the roots, and the flames rapidly spread up the trunk. The dry bark caught fire readily, while the inner wood, being more moisture-laden, burned slowly. Soon, the flames climbed the trunk, engulfing the area near the hive. Many bees, unable to evade the inferno, perished in the flames. Yuan's intent was clear: to force the queen bee out. Before long, a fist-sized figure emerged from the hive. There it was. Yuan's eyes lit up as he commanded the black tiger bee queen to charge at the tree bee queen. Initially, he believed they would easily vanquish her, but unexpected complications arose. Among the swarm, 3 bees, nearly the same size as the queen, emerged, only slightly smaller tree bees. Yuan surmised that these 3 were likely of good tier strength as well. Despite the black tiger bee queen's formidable power, she found herself stymied by the 4 good tier tree bees. The battle quickly descended into a stalemate. Furrowing his brow, Yuan sensed trouble. Their side swarm was outnumbered, and their overall strength paled in comparison to the opposing force. Victory could only be secured through a decisive strike. If the confrontation dragged on too long, it would be detrimental for their hive, risking annihilation at the hands of the vastly superior enemy swarm. "Brother Qin, it seems we will need your assistance." "Sure, no problem," Qin Zhenjuan readily agreed, drawing his bow. With a swift pull, he released an arrow. Thwack! The arrow struck one of the good-tier tree bees. To his surprise, it did not pierce through but sent the bee flying several dozen meters away, where it lay still. Qin Zhenjuan was taken aback. Although it was merely an ordinary tier arrow, it had previously penetrated wolves with ease. He had not anticipated that it would be halted by a bee. Such a tough exoskeleton. Truly, the disparity between good-tier beasts and ordinary ones is astounding. Qin Zhenjuan marveled. Although the tree bee that had been hit was likely near death, the hardness of its shell was indeed remarkable. After 2 more shots, one found its mark while the other missed, resulting in yet another good-tier tree bee crashing to the ground. Now, only one good-tier tree bee and the tree bee queen remained in the fray. The black tiger bee queen, relieved of some pressure, unleashed a flurry of blows upon the tree bee queen, soon subduing her. Following the capture of the tree bee queen, the battle between the 2 swarms came to an abrupt halt. As before, Yuan temporarily controlled the tree bees by leveraging the captured queen. To truly dominate the swarm, they would need to return to their shelter, place the bees in the beast enclosure, and domesticate an ordinary tier tree bee into a queen. a process that would require considerable time. However, for the moment, the swarm was under Qi Yuan's control. The tree bee population swelled to over 2,300, bolstered by one or two good-tier tree bees, significantly enhancing their strength. As for the two tree bees that had fallen, fearing that two additional good-tier bees might prove too powerful to manage, Qi Yuan opted to eliminate them outright. Unfortunately, no resource boxes were dropped. After dealing with the casualties among the ordinary tier bees, they secured only 2 ordinary resource boxes. Qi Yuan gazed at the expanding swarm and the scattered resource boxes, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Brother Qin, I truly did not anticipate such a bountiful harvest from hunting wild beasts. Yet, it is not entirely surprising. It merely happens that there are numerous small beasts in your vicinity, and our strength is relatively formidable. For ordinary survivors, lacking beast search scrolls and swarms, and possessing insufficient personal strength, they would not only refrain from hunting wild beasts, but would scarcely dare to wander aimlessly in the wilderness. The 5 emaciated wolves we encountered, despite their frailty, would not be manageable by an ordinary person. Qin Zhenjuan solemnly elucidated that hunting requires ample caution. Any notion of underestimating the situation could prove fatal. He recounted an experience of being ambushed by a swarm of black tiger bees, acknowledging that had it not been for Qi Yuan's healing potion to treat his wounds and prevent the toxin from spreading throughout his body, he might not have survived that ordeal. Qi Yuan nodded in agreement. The ability to roam freely in the forest today was the result of the combined strength of the 2 individuals, both of whom were exceptionally well developed. With that thought, Qi Yuan subdued his smile, restoring his cautious demeanor as they pressed onward. 20 minutes later, the duo arrived at a towering cliff, several meters high, adorned with verdant vines. Upon closer inspection, they discerned the faint outline of a cave hidden behind the foliage. Instead of recklessly approaching, they concealed themselves nearby to observe. Qin Zhenjuan surveyed the surrounding environment and skillfully located a pond. Clearing the accumulated snow revealed several footprints imprinted in the soil. Wild boar? Both Qin Zhenjuan and Qi Yuan recognized them simultaneously, their hearts racing with anticipation. Exchanging a glance, they silently retreated from the vicinity of the cave, returning to a relatively safe distance. With a grave expression, Qin Zhenjuan remarked, "It appears to be a wild boar den. Wild boars typically prefer residing in caves or near rivers. They sleep during the day and forage at night, so they should be resting now, and we need not be overly concerned. However, we ought to discuss whether we should take action. You also notice those tracks? They are significantly larger than ordinary wild boars, indicating that these creatures are exceptionally strong." Qi Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation and inquired, "Brother Qin, based on your experience, what is the exact strength of wild boars? If it is an adult male wild boar, it should possess a top-tier good level of strength." "My current strength ranks in the upper middle of the good level." Qin Zhenjuan pondered for a moment before responding. Qi Yuan's heart sank. This implied that, in a one-on-one confrontation, it was highly likely that Brother Qin would not be able to contend with even a single wild boar, let alone the 4 that resided there. Suddenly, Qi Yuan posed a question. "Brother Qin, with 4 wild boars inside, they cannot all be adult males, can they?" "Indeed, if I am not mistaken, there should be 1 male, 1 female, along with 2 piglets," Qin Zhenjuan replied before asking, "Qi Yuan, are you considering taking action?" Qi Yuan contemplated for a long while before asking, "Brother Qin, do you believe we have a chance of success? If we include the swarm, there is still a possibility, but the casualties would be substantial. The swarm can be replenished. That is not the issue. The real question is whether the cost of hunting the wild boars is worth it." Qi Yuan's gaze turned resolute as he continued, 2 adult wild boars would yield an unimaginable amount of meat, representing a significant fortune. As for the 2 piglets, they could be brought back to the shelter for breeding. If it is 1 male and 1 female, their value would increase even further. If the cost is merely the loss of a portion of the swarm, I believe it is entirely worthwhile. Qin Zhenjuan's eyes flickered with interest, and he added, "Not only that, but the resource boxes dropped by top-tier good-level beasts are sure to be of exceptional quality. You may not understand, as you have hunted relatively few beasts. Although they are all classified as good-level resource boxes, there are slight differences in quality. From my observations, the stronger the beast, the more likely it is to drop high-quality items. The beast search scroll I possess was obtained from the resource box dropped by a good-level beast I hunted earlier." It was evident that if given the opportunity, Qin Zhenjuan was also inclined to hunt these 2 wild boars. However, Relying solely on his strength was far from sufficient. Though he harbored a strong dislike for the black tiger bee queen, he had to admit that the swarm was quite powerful, particularly the toxins of the black tiger bees, which even formidable good-level beasts had to approach with caution. Brother Yuan, I have no objections, but I need you to first utilize the swarm to deplete them. This will likely result in significant losses. Qin Zhenjuan posed the question back to Yuan. Yuan pondered briefly. The swarm can be replenished as long as the black tiger bee queen remains alive. This deal is worth pursuing. With their decision made, the two began to formulate a plan to hunt the wild boars. Though termed a plan, it was quite simple. The swarm would launch the initial assault to wear down the boar's condition. The tree bees, using their stingers, would inflict considerable external injuries on the wild boars. Subsequently, the black tiger bees would strike, enlarging the wounds and injecting copious amounts of venom. Through the combination of external injuries and toxins, the wild boar's stamina would be significantly depleted. Finally, Qin Zhenjuan would step in to deal with the weakened boars. Throughout this process, the most crucial factor was the poison, especially that of the black tiger bee queen. This was due to the fact that the ordinary level tree bees found it exceedingly difficult to inflict effective damage on the wild boar's thick hides. This realization plunged Yuan into deep thought. Toxins? Toxins? Seeing Yuan lost in contemplation, Qin Zhenjuan inquired, Yuan, what are you pondering? Yuan sighed. If we had access to potent poison, we could execute our plan with greater ease, but alas, we lack any. Poison? What are you implying? To poison them? Qin Zhenjuan asked, intrigued. No. My thought is that while tree bees lack poison, we could coat their stingers with poison and have them perform suicide attacks on the wild boars, increasing the likelihood of poisoning them, Yuan explained. However, the primary issue remained that he had no poison. Poison? Qin Zhenjuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Unfortunately, I do not possess any toxic substances, Yuan sighed. Who says you don't have any? It doesn't mean I lack them. Qin Zhenjuan laughed heartily, slapping Yuan on the shoulder. Glancing at the time, he remarked, we still have enough time. Let us hurry back and have Shoutong trade for the items. Yuan's mist survival manual was still at the shelter, so the two quickly returned. Through a private transaction, they soon contacted the solitary Shoutong at home, requesting her to bring the items over, a dark green poison sac. Qin Zhenjuan explained, this came from a venomous snake we encountered earlier. Its strength is at a good level, about the thickness of a finger, yet its toxicity is terrifying. I witnessed it incapacitate a good-level giant wolf in mere minutes. Yuan's eyes widened in shock before he quickly asked, with such potent toxicity, won't it affect the wild boar meat? No worries. This is a paralyzing poison, akin to anesthetics. Upon hearing this, Yuan nodded in agreement, approving of the strategy. Now, with everything in place, they awaited only the right moment. Back at the entrance of the wild boar's cave, the two began preparations. They selected 1,000 tree bees from the swarm and coated their stingers with the venom. The poison tree bees were essentially a suicide squad. Even if they didn't engage the wild boars, they would soon succumb to the snake venom. Thus, the pace of their attack had to be swift. Due to time constraints, they could not coat all the tree bees with the snake venom simultaneously. Therefore, Yuan had to divide them into batches, with each 100 tree bees being saturated with the venom before immediately launching an attack. One batch after another. Upon issuing the commands, the mindless ordinary level tree bees surged into the cave in a frenzy. Soon, furious roars erupted from within, shaking the very ground and sending debris flying. However, the commotion quickly subsided. Clearly, it was not that the wild boars had perished, but rather that the first batch of tree bees had met their demise. Still, the second batch was already assembled and swiftly charged in. Following this, the third, fourth, and fifth batches followed suit, as anticipated. The stingers of the ordinary level tree bees found it exceedingly difficult to penetrate the wild boar's thick hides. Thus, the initial batches of tree bees inflicted minimal damage before meeting their grim fate. However, by the fifth and sixth batches, the wild boars began to sustain tangible injuries. Before long, the wild boars bolted from the cave. Indeed, there were one male and one female wild boar, accompanied by 2 piglets. Prior to the assault, Yuan had already commanded the swarm to target the largest one, the adult male wild boar. At that moment, it was evident that the male wild boar had been injured. With the poison gradually coursing through its body, it could feel an intense pain surging through its back, accompanied by a profound numbness. These conflicting sensations intertwined, creating an overwhelming sense of unease, driving it into a furious rage. Witnessing the towering, 2-meter-tall wild boar, Yuan and Qin Zhenjuan could not help but swallow hard. Confronting such a colossal creature head-on would require more lives than they possessed. They would likely become mere fattening fodder for the wild boar's winter sustenance. It is truly formidable. Thank goodness you devised this method of using poison. Otherwise, we would have never been able to take down this behemoth. Qin Zhenjuan exclaimed in awe, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Initially, he had believed he could still put up a fight. It was only upon seeing the size of the wild boar that he realized he had overestimated his strength. As the enraged wild boar charged, it knocked the swarm down and trampled the ground in a frenzy. Yet the swarm's movements, guided by Yuan, were not entirely mindless. Instead, they were remarkably orderly. Nearly 80% of the tree bees converged on the wild boar's hindquarters, its blind spot for attacks, rendering it unable to effectively strike or eliminate the bees in that area. The wild boar could only attempt to shake off the bees by crashing into the stone walls and trees, but the effect was minimal. Chapter 37. A bounty of wild boar meat not long after. The back of the male wild boar was drenched in blood, the crimson liquid flowing down and dripping onto the white snow. To this point, the attacks from the tree bees proved effective. Their stingers could pierce flesh, allowing the snake venom to easily enter the bloodstream. Yuan's plan was thus deemed a significant success. As the venom coursed through the boar's veins, its effects began to manifest. The wild boar, in its struggle, could distinctly sense its body growing increasingly uncontrollable, numbness spreading throughout. It rammed against the rocky wall, desperately attempting to regain its composure. Yet this was futile, inadvertently exacerbating its wounds in the process. The female wild boar, initially observing curiously, let out a heavy mournful cry upon realizing something was amiss, yet was at a loss as to how to assist. The efficacy of the snake venom exceeded expectations. Within mere minutes, the male wild boar leaned against the stone wall, gasping for breath, nearly motionless. A look of joy appeared on Yuan's face. Success? Next, he intended to employ the same method to deal with the remaining female wild boar. The remaining venom was scant, sufficient for only 600 tree bees to deliver their toxic payload. However, after the assault of the 600 tree bees, the female wild boar too had nearly lost its combat capabilities. Witnessing the two colossal beasts incapacitated by snake venom, Yuan and his companion cautiously approached. Qin Zhenjuan personally took action to deliver the final blow to these formidable creatures, to prevent the snake venom from permeating the flesh. Rendering the pork inedible, the two immediately set to work, beginning the dismemberment of the carcasses on site. Fortunately, the snake venom did not affect the collection of the meat cuts. The two massive beasts yielded a total of 38 pieces of good quality meat cuts. 6 portions of blood essence, 8 large bones, 15 pounds of lard, and 2 bronze resource chests. The bounty was exceedingly rich. Yuan estimated that had it not been for most of the meat cuts being condensed into blood essence, they would have easily collected over 100 pieces of good quality meat cuts. Yet, this was unavoidable. Simultaneously, the 2 young wild boars were bound and added to their hold. At this moment, they could see the information about the wild boars. Name: Ironback wild boar, good quality, description: a powerful forest predator, possessing a hard and thick iron back, with a massive physique and formidable strength. An exceptionally powerful good quality wild boar. Without the massive suicidal assault of the bee swarm, Qin Zhenjuan would undoubtedly have been no match for them. Qin Zhenjuan could not help but exclaim, "The beasts here have completely surpassed those on Earth, and this is merely the good quality variety." Yuan responded with a wry smile. Indeed, in this cursed misty world, merely striving for sustenance and warmth, just to survive, has become exceedingly difficult. As they conversed, the two gathered vines to bind the 2 young ironback wild boars. These juvenile wild boars were merely ordinary level beasts. Standing only 30 centimeters tall and weighing no more than 20 pounds in the hands of the two, they posed no challenge. After securing the 2 young wild boars, Qin Zhenjuan looked towards the cave, which was the lair of a family of 4 boars. He spoke, "Let us go inside and see if they have stored any food." The two stepped inside. The cave was not deep, allowing light to penetrate and clearly reveal the interior. Before their eyes lay a bundle of dry, withered straw, presumably where the family of 4 had slept. still warm to the touch, at the end of the cave. Instead of finding stored winter provisions, they instead discovered a pile of broken sword and blade remnants. Yuan's eyes widened in horror as he hurried forward to inspect, utterly astonished. How could there be swords here? Are there other survivors nearby? Countless questions brewed in his mind, accompanied by a profound sense of unease. Yuan also furrowed his brow and crouched down to examine. After a thorough inspection, he remarked with confusion, "These swords are abnormal, abnormal?" Yuan's expression mirrored his puzzlement, quickly realizing the issue at hand. Firstly, the craftsmanship of these blades was far from refined. Rather, they were exceedingly crude, containing a plethora of impurities in their materials. This indicated that these weapons were not products of the system. System items are always exquisitely crafted and of high quality, never resembling such shoddy work. Furthermore, the remnants of these swords and blades had severely rusted and decayed, bearing the unmistakable marks of time. Thus, these were not recent remnants at all. They were a batch of weapons preserved from a long, long time ago. This discovery relieved Yuan, yet new questions arose. Where did these weapons come from? Could it be that, aside from humans from Earth, other indigenous inhabitants exist in this misty world? Or perhaps, hundreds or thousands of years ago, a civilization akin to that of Earth was transported here by some great force. All of this remained shrouded in mystery. Yuan reassured himself that at least this was not the worst discovery. After all, these weapons were undoubtedly over 100 years old. Even if there had been people here before, that would have been centuries ago, and there was no need for him to worry. As it stood, there were only traces of their own activities around the shelter, and no other survivors had ever been discovered in the misty world. Temporarily setting aside the matter of the broken weapons, the two continued to scour the cave, finding nothing of significance. They then returned to the cave entrance, packing all their gains. The 4 hours of daylight had already passed more than halfway. The sun was once again obscured by thick clouds, casting the surroundings into darkness. Yuan, we should hurry back. Judging by the weather, it seems it will snow again, Yuan said gravely, gazing at the sky. All right, today's haul is sufficient. Let us return quickly. Xiaotong is waiting for your return. The journey back took nearly half an hour, as the weight of the meat cuts made transportation quite cumbersome. Indeed, there was a notable difference in the cuts of meat. The pork from these ironback wild boars weighed more than twice that of the bamboo rat and wild rabbit cuts. Moreover, the rich aroma of the pork was incomparable to that of ordinary beasts. Upon returning to the shelter, the two collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Yet the physical fatigue was far outweighed by their inner satisfaction and joy. This exhaustion, Yuan expressed, he would willingly endure 10 more times. Once all the meat cuts, materials, and resource chests were laid out in the yard, they finally felt at ease. Yuan, possessing significantly greater stamina, still gasped for breath and remarked, Yuan, I hadn't realized upon arrival. But your shelter has developed remarkably well. A basement, a yard twice the size, animal pens, a vegetable garden, and even a substantial pond. Let me see, there are even fish in here. Recovering some stamina, Yuan began to explore Yuan's shelter. Its area was far larger than other shelters, and its exceedingly rich facilities left him in shock. TSK, 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 is this rice being cultivated? There's even wheat here? This is winter wheat. And don't touch that rice. It's of excellent quality and quite precious, Yuan reminded him, feeling a pang of concern. Yuan gasped, retracting his hand. This is actually of excellent quality? Wow, there's even a wild chicken here. And these 2 beehives must contain quite a bit of honey, right? And this pond, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 fish, and these lotus leaves, they must be the Qinghua algae you served me yesterday, right? TSK, TSK, all of it is good quality. What's this? Why is there a patch of thorns? Did you plant this on purpose? Chapter 38. Dividing the spoils. Yuan marveled at the various astonishing items in the yard. He had always believed that he was progressing rapidly, as his formidable strength allowed him to hunt beasts and acquire resource chests far surpassing those of other survivors. Regarding Yuan, the young man who had saved his daughter's life, he had always thought of lending a helping hand. His offer to assist in clearing the beasts near the shelter stemmed from friendship and concern. In his view, how quickly could Yuan develop by merely chopping trees? How much food could he possibly store? Thus, he had spent a considerable sum to purchase an ally scroll, intending to help Qi Yuan eliminate dangerous beasts and stockpile food. However, upon arrival, he realized he might have been mistaken. Qi Yuan's rate of development seemed to rival his own, and in certain aspects, even surpass it. Who would have thought that despite Qi Yuan's lack of strength, he possessed such remarkable luck? His progress had been exceptionally smooth, and resource chests had never ceased to appear. Observing Qin Zhenjuan's naive astonishment, Qi Yuan could only smile helplessly. "Brother Qin, the sun is setting. We should hurry to divide the spoils." "Oh, right, the spoils." Qin Zhenjuan slapped his forehead, finally recalling the matter at hand. Initially, he had planned to reserve all the food for Qi Yuan if the haul was modest. However, it now appeared that this was entirely unnecessary. They organized all the gains from the day. First and foremost, concerning the crucial food items, there were a total of 21 ordinary meat cuts. The good quality meat cuts totaled 40, with 2 smaller pieces obtained from the wolf. In addition, they had collected 6 portions of blood essence, 8 large bones, 15 pounds of lard, 3 wolf fangs, and the 2 young wild boars. After discussion, they agreed to split the spoils evenly. Qi Yuan received 11 ordinary meat cuts, 20 good quality meat cuts, 3 portions of blood essence, 4 large bones, 8 pounds of lard, 2 wolf fangs, and 1 wild boar. For all the food items with odd quantities, Qin Zhenjuan generously offered Qi Yuan an extra share. Amidst the essence of flesh and blood, healing potions were crafted on the spot, with each individual receiving 3 bottles. After the distribution of food, what remained were merely resource boxes. 14 wooden resource boxes and 2 bronze ones, perfectly divisible in pairs. Just as the 2 were engaged in their allocation, immersed in joy, the daylight came to an abrupt end in an instant. The remaining light in the sky was devoured, as heavy clouds descended like colossal mountains, shrouding the entire mist-laden world. Not only here, but all survivors were plunged into darkness at that very moment. Except for the faint glow within the house, the outside was terrifyingly dark, devoid of any light or scenery. The air seemed to congeal, a chilling breath invaded the nostrils. Even with thick clothing, it felt as though one had plunged into an icy cavern. Qi Yuan could not suppress a shiver, his gaze directed towards the window. Betraying a hint of unease, Qin Zhenjuan furrowed his brow and spoke. "I must return quickly. I am uneasy leaving Xiao Tong alone at home." With the gathered supplies in tow, Qin Zhenjuan's figure vanished into the teleportation array. This prompted Qi Yuan to commence his final preparations before the impending cold wave in the yard. The domesticated animals were already sheltered. The bees had retreated to their hives, and the wild chickens nestled in their coops. With the protection of walls, the wind and snow in the yard were significantly less fierce than outside. The bees, possessing strong cold resistance, should manage to survive under low temperatures, albeit with difficulty. Thus, Qi Yuan constructed a windbreak out of wood, encircling the hive to mitigate the impact of the storm. The chicken coop, already insulated with thermal cotton, required only a bit of hay for additional warmth. The sole remaining concern was the wild boar. This untamed pig posed a considerable threat, so Qi Yuan decided to confine it in the basement to prevent it from disturbing the other animals. The crucian carp in the pond, thanks to the protective Qinghua algae, maintained a miraculous water temperature of 0°C, ensuring the pond did not freeze. The thorny guardian's cold resistance had always been robust, with its own methods of enduring the chill, alleviating Qi Yuan's worries. Having tended to agriculture and animal husbandry, Qi Yuan felt a significant weight lift off his shoulders. As the wind and snow intensified, he found it impractical to linger in the yard and thus returned indoors. With temperatures plummeting, even inside, the temperature had dropped to a frigid -20°C, subjecting Qi Yuan to great discomfort. Consequently, he retreated to the bedroom and hastily lit the fireplace. To raise the temperature, Qi Yuan deliberately added 5 pieces of charcoal, maximizing the fire within the hearth. The crackling of the blazing wood contrasted starkly with the howling, oppressive winds outside, as if he were inhabiting 2 disparate worlds. The cozy, cramped refuge provided him with a rare sense of security. As he basked in the warmth of the fireplace, Qi Yuan's frozen body began to recover, yet he still felt an overwhelming chill. Therefore, he removed his outer clothing and burrowed into a 12 cashmere quilt. After cocooning himself for several minutes, he finally felt less cold. He retrieved the Mist Survival Manual and began perusing its contents to ascertain the status of other survivors. The first message that caught his attention was from Gao Hanji. She had sent 23 vines, presumably her haul for the day. Gao Hanji. These are the vines I collected today. Sent over to you. Gao Hanji. It has grown dark here, and the temperature has plummeted. The snow outside is quite heavy, freezing even the small river. Yuan, how are things on your end? Yuan quickly replied. It is the same here. The temperature is dropping rapidly. This change appears to affect all survivors. This is truly terrifying. The snowflakes are larger than fists, accumulating to half a meter in just a few minutes. Gao Hanji's message revealed her trepidation regarding the cold wave. Just as Yuan was about to offer words of comfort, the system issued an announcement. Missed announcement. Congratulations to the surviving survivors for successfully completing the 7-day novice period. You are now about to face the first trial, the cold wave. We trust you are prepared to confront this calamity. Furthermore, the novice protection mechanism will be entirely lifted after today. The changes are as follows. First, the mist protection zone will vanish. There will no longer be distinctions between the fog-free, light fog, and dense fog areas. Beasts will no longer be restricted by the mist. Survivors, please brace yourselves for formidable beasts. Of course, many powerful survivors have already begun to face and even hunt these beasts. Keep up the good work. The second point is the cancellation of item information prompts. Henceforth, when encountering various resources in the wild, the system will not provide information regarding names, grades, or functions. The third point is that silver resource boxes will now appear. And the quality of resource items will include excellent and rare grades. Survivors, prepare yourselves. Additionally, at midnight tonight, a comprehensive evaluation of all survivors' progress will be conducted, accompanied by rewards. Evaluation criteria include shelter level, shelter facilities, total resource acquisition and rarity, quantity and quality of items, resource box acquisition and rarity, shelter strength, exploration degree of the Mist World, among other aspects. Chapter 39. New Mist Announcement. This system announcement immediately captivated the attention of all survivors. The new information within the announcement compelled everyone to read it word for word, unwilling to be careless, as it signified future changes. The main content of this announcement was quite clear, comprising 3 points. Firstly, the boundaries between light fog and dense fog areas would be abolished, and survivors would no longer be restricted by zones. However, similarly, beasts would also no longer be constrained. During these 7 days, aside from a few unfortunate survivors, most had encountered very few beasts, and when they did, they were mostly of ordinary grade. Naturally, powerful individuals like Qin Zhenjuan, who actively hunted beasts, were an exception. This shift indicated the removal of system protection, diminishing intervention for survivors, granting greater freedom but also introducing more peril. Secondly, concerning information prompts, in the future, encountering resources in the wild will not yield any information prompts, rendering survivors unaware of resource names, functions, or grades. This further underscored the conclusion of the novice protection period, as the system's intervention for survivors gradually decreased. The final point pertains to the opening of resource boxes, materials, and beast grades. During these 7 days, only wooden and bronze resource boxes had appeared, with item qualities limited to ordinary and good grades. There was only a slim chance of obtaining a small number of excellent grade items from secret realms or bronze resource boxes. Similarly, the highest level of beasts encountered was merely good grade, with the iron-backed wild boar being the most formidable. However, this situation would soon change, with an overall increase in quality. Excellent and even rare grade items would emerge. These updates marked a system enhancement, and thereafter, there would be phase rewards. At midnight tonight, a comprehensive assessment of all survivors' progress during this period would take place. Similar to the evaluations in the secret realms, it would encompass all survivors, and the rewards were sure to be substantial. Yuan was also curious to know how his progress compared to others in humanity. At this moment, the chat channel began to buzz with activity. What does this announcement mean? Does it imply that we will no longer be restricted by the mist? Are you actually happy about this? The mist clearly served to protect us from beasts. Isn't that a fool's errand? Sigh. With the system reducing assistance, survival will become even more challenging. Exactly. Let's find a big shot to cling to. Help, big shot. Help, big shot 1. Help, big shot 2. I strongly suggest the system release a video guide. Otherwise, we can't even cling to a thigh. Hey, the sister above, your previous profession must have been extraordinary. Let's add each other as friends and have a good chat. Ahem. Actually, there's a type of scroll that allows one to visit another's shelter, completely providing door-to-door service. Wow, such an indecent item exists. Go away. Such a precious item is being used for that. What a waste, brothers. Stop chatting. Don't you feel the wind outside is fierce? I sense the house is moving. Indeed, I see many large trees blown away outside, but my house remains steady. Oh, right. What level is your shelter? Level 2. I think level 2 is quite good. No thoughts of upgrading. Resources should be used wisely. Take your blade to the heavens. Brothers, are you confident about tonight's comprehensive evaluation? Absolutely. I find a resource box almost every day, so I should rank moderately high. 1 resource box a day? You might not know that hunting beasts can directly yield resource boxes. Along with meat? Wow, big shot. Daring to hunt beasts alone? Big shot. I am the belle of the finance department at university, a 9-layer new model, capable of being charming, seeking sponsorship. Me. I'm a divorced woman with 2 kids, embodying a mature and gentle lady vibe, and I am strong and capable. So hunting beasts can directly yield resource boxes. Knowing that, I still wouldn't dare. The beasts here are much larger than those on Earth. Many engaged in casual chatter, though the content was rather insipid. Simultaneously, several golden pin messages appeared, broadcasted through the world speaker. Most were about buying or selling resources, but a few particularly caught Yuan's attention. The names of the senders were those of certain national leaders from the original society, names that were familiar to the majority of the populace. The messages conveyed were distinctly different from others. This particular communication served as a scientific post regarding methods to resist the cold wave, prevent frostbite, avoid catching colds, and enhance warmth retention. It contained numerous practical suggestions, along with blessings and encouragement for all survivors. There were several similar posts, many of which were sent by individuals with foreign names. This stirred a sense of emotion within Yuan. Despite the collapse of civilization, there remained those who endeavored to preserve and assist those suffering. With a sense of nostalgia, he meticulously reviewed all the useful information, gaining a wealth of knowledge. It was then that he recalled he also possessed a world horn, originally intended for promoting charcoal. However, in the final days, he had not felled trees, resulting in a limited stock of timber, insufficient for producing a significant amount of charcoal. Contemplating this, Yuan accessed the trading market. At that moment, the market was experiencing an extraordinarily extreme phenomenon. The prices of food and warming supplies had skyrocketed to an unbelievable extent. Timber had depreciated slightly, while stone had plummeted drastically, to the point where it was often given away without anyone wanting it. Even high-quality timber and stone had not fared much better in the market. After all, for all survivors, timber was the easiest resource to obtain, and its quantity was the most abundant. Even with daily consumption, the supply remained plentiful. Those possessing high-quality axes could fell 300 to 400 units of timber daily, ensuring an ample supply for warmth. Conversely, food and warming items were hard to procure and scarce in number. Yuan's interest was piqued as he searched for timber. A plethora of timber sales appeared. The cheapest offer was for 100 units of ordinary timber, priced at merely 100 grams of food. Without hesitation, Yuan made the purchase. His food supply was substantial, with over 20 pounds of flour, more than 30 pieces of meat, and a variety of other foodstuffs, including wild chickens, small mountain pigs, crucian carp, honey, Qinghua algae, and crystal rice. Particularly, the energy contained in high-quality food was several times that of ordinary food, often meeting daily needs with a minimal quantity. Consequently, he regarded some ordinary food with disdain, particularly over 50 pounds of bean pods, which were not only lacking in nutrition but also had a dry, unpalatable taste. Thus, Yuan planned to trade the bean pods in the market for a large quantity of materials. 300 ordinary timber exchanged for 500 grams of food, exchanged. 50 ordinary timber exchanged for 100 grams of food, exchanged. 200 high-quality timber exchanged for 2 pounds of food, exchanged. 300 high-quality water-patterned stones exchanged for 1.5 pounds of food, exchanged. Toilet 1 exchanged for 2 pounds of food, exchanged. Beast taming scroll 1 exchanged for 10 pounds of food. A bit pricey, but worth it. After some haggling, he ultimately settled on 8 pounds of grain. The over 50 pounds of bean pods were entirely traded for various materials. Filling his living room to the brim. In total, he acquired 5,380 units of ordinary timber, 140 units of high-quality timber, 360 units of high-quality stone, along with toilet 1, beast taming scroll, high quality, 1, and upgrade scroll, high quality, 1, aphrodisiac powder, high quality. Chapter 40. The marvelous use of upgrade scrolls. The stone and timber need no further elaboration, as they are common materials, now quite inexpensive. The beast taming scroll had been previously acquired, having successfully tamed the black tiger bee queen. This time, it was a lucky find to acquire another. The remaining 3 items were carefully selected by Yuan. The toilet was a facility-type item that could create a restroom within the shelter. Complete with plumbing leading to the outdoors, Yuan had long been troubled by sanitation issues, often having to rush outside at night, shivering uncontrollably in the cold. Upon discovering this item, he immediately secured it. The second item was the aphrodisiac powder. Name: Aphrodisiac powder, high quality, effect. Stimulates desire in beasts, enhancing their reproductive drive and increasing breeding efficiency and success rate. Description: an early arrival of spring. This item may seem somewhat redundant for most survivors, but for Yuan, who had been raising numerous animals, particularly a large population of bees, it held significant value, enabling rapid increases in their numbers. He planned to use it on the black tiger bee colony once the weather warmed up, facilitating their breeding. The third item, the upgrade scroll, held variable worth. Name: Upgrade scroll, high quality, effect. Upgrades ordinary items to high quality. Usable 3 times. Description: completing the leap of life. To be frank, this scroll appeared quite powerful. Yuan initially perceived its potential. If applied to a highly effective item, its value would undoubtedly multiply. However, once he acquired it, he found himself at a loss regarding its application. All the ordinary items he had obtained were indeed very mundane, and even if upgraded to high quality, they still seemed rather lackluster. Upgrading a stone pickaxe to high quality? That seemed unnecessary, as Yuan had plenty of tools. Upgrading food to high quality? That was also unnecessary, as he already possessed a good stock of high-quality meat. Upgrading seeds to high quality? That was a decent idea, yet he already owned excellent crystal rice and good-quality winter wheat. Most other seeds were also of good quality. It appeared that only the less desirable items were of ordinary quality. Yuan scratched his head in confusion for quite some time, yet could not conjure a suitable idea. Thus, he shared the information about the upgrade scroll with Gao Hanji and Yuan. Seeking their opinions, upon reviewing the item details, their reactions mirrored Yuan's. Gao Hanji: what an extraordinary item, so impressive. Yuan: wow, Yuan, did you pull this from a resource box? The quality is incredible. Yuan, feeling somewhat helpless at their responses, inquired, what do you think this item is suitable for? This question left both of them momentarily perplexed. After deep contemplation, they could not identify a suitable ordinary item. The inexperienced Gao Hanji even considered upgrading ordinary instant noodles to high quality. Yuan ignored this suggestion and sent a photo instead, showcasing his overflowing stock of meat and flour, nearly all of which were high quality. Upon seeing this, Gao Hanji's fleeting hopes of high-quality instant noodles were dashed, and his expression stiffened, clearly feeling ridiculed. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of despair. Comparing oneself to others was truly disheartening. That moment, Yuan sent over several suggestions, all of which were reasonably good ordinary items, such as water purifiers, bandages, lighters, binoculars, multifunctional knives, and so forth. The vast array of items left Yuan in AWE.IT was evident that Yuan's development level was quite commendable, far surpassing Gao Hanji. Nonetheless, some items merely offered slight increases in value, lacking any stunning appeal. This left Yuan in a state of hesitation. Had the scroll been of excellent or even rare quality, it would have undoubtedly been a miraculous item. Unfortunately, it was merely of good quality. While Yuan was in a quandary, Yuan sent another message. Yuan, may I ask if this item has any applicable limits? What do you mean? Yuan squinted, seemingly gaining an insight. Could it be used on living beings? Indeed, on living beings. Yuan's eyes brightened, as a realization struck him. Ordinary items may lack value, but if an ordinary black tiger bee could be upgraded to high quality, how much would its strength increase? Moreover, he also possessed an ordinary iron-backed mountain pig. Yuan, don't rush. Try it on yourself first. I suspect it might not yield significant results. If it fails, then use it on the black tiger bee. If successful, it would indicate its applicability to beasts, allowing the remaining chances to be reserved for the little iron-backed mountain pig, which, as I recall, happens to be a male and female pair. Upon reading this, Yuan's heart surged with excitement, though he endeavored to maintain composure. He mused. As expected, the old foxes are truly cunning. Their ideas are quite clever. Qin Zhenjuan's logical reasoning was evidently more meticulous and imaginative. Yuan steadied himself and began the attempt. He used the upgrade scroll on himself. After a few seconds, regrettably, it indicated that it could not be used. Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Having initially hoped to become a high-quality expert directly, reluctantly, he shifted his hopes to the black tiger bee. With eager anticipation, Yuan left the house, braving the heavy snow and biting wind, making his way to the yard. He selected a previously tamed ordinary black tiger bee from the beast pen and used the upgrade scroll. Holding his breath, he focused intently. 0.5 seconds later, the black tiger bee's size increased, its black exoskeleton gleaming more brightly, and its musculature appeared more powerful. Ultimately, it reached a size comparable to that of the black tiger bee queen. It worked. It truly succeeded. Yuan's face lit up with joy. This black tiger bee had become the second high-quality combatant within the black tiger bee colony. Just then, the black tiger bee queen emerged from the hive, gazing curiously at the transformed bee, its small mind struggling to comprehend. How did this little one, who was just a weakling yesterday, suddenly become like me today? Noticing its leader's gaze, the now empowered black tiger bee felt a surge of confidence, defiantly letting out a fierce buzz. This is a signal of competition among the dominant leaders. The black tiger bee queen could hardly endure this provocation. She emitted a sharper shriek and swiftly charged at the black tiger bee. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Yuan did not intervene, as it was customary for bees of similar strength to contend for the position of queen. If one was not decisively subdued, conflicts would inevitably arise in the future. The battle commenced rapidly and concluded just as swiftly. The black tiger bee, having only recently achieved a good status, was far inferior to the queen and soon found itself fleeing in all directions. The black tiger bee queen, relentless in her pursuit, demonstrated a clear intent to silence her rival. Observing this, Yuan could not allow the queen to inflict fatal harm, and thus stepped in to halt her aggression. Both black tiger bees were in a domesticated state. They quickly complied with his command, ceasing their conflict and returning to the hive. To facilitate distinction, he named them. The queen was called the Hei, while the newly promoted black tiger bee was named Hei. Chapter 41. Market Harvest. Upon receiving confirmation, Yuan was ecstatic, returning to his dwelling with a sense of exhilaration that even dulled the chill he felt. The significance of the upgrade scroll was monumental. If it could be employed on the black tiger bee, it surely could be utilized on the ironback mountain boar as well. Once the young ironback mountain boar was domesticated in the beast enclosure, he could leverage the scroll to swiftly elevate it to a good status. This represented not merely formidable combat strength, but also long-term development prospects. If there was only one ironback mountain boar, it might be manageable. However, it was worth noting that he had acquired two, one male and one female, allowing for mating and reproduction once they reached maturity. The value of this upgrade scroll had already surpassed that of numerous good-level items. Yuan had undoubtedly struck gold. After lying down on his bed, Yuan's emotions remained in a state of fervent excitement. After sharing the successful experiment with Qin Zhenjuan, he opened the Mist Survival Manual to explore the trading market, eager to see if more of such scrolls were available. To his surprise, a considerable number were indeed for sale. It appeared that while this item was rare, many had managed to obtain it, and it was not classified as a non-saleable item. For many, its value was not particularly high, merely considered a reasonably good-level item. It paled in comparison to some exceptional items, which were almost exclusively non-saleable, such as the Shelter's Protective Aura Fountain Healing Potion Crafting Scroll and Qin Zhenjuan's Bee Search Scroll. These items were foundational to the development of every survivor, essential for the rapid growth of the shelters and their individual characteristics. If Qin Zhenjuan were to lose the Beast Search Scroll, his development efficiency would be significantly hampered. Similarly, Yuan would lose his impetus for rapid development without the fountain and healing potions. However, the upgrade scroll was distinct from these items. For the majority of survivors, it still fell into a somewhat lackluster category. Of course, this was only the case previously. Now, having discovered the scroll's unique efficacy on beasts, its true value had been unveiled. If other survivors also recognized this utility, they might leverage this method as the foundation for their shelter's growth, swiftly amassing a formidable array of beasts. Seizing the opportunity before others uncovered this secret, Yuan promptly made his purchases. Among those selling upgrade scrolls, 3 offered them at relatively low prices, requiring merely some food, and the quantities were within Yuan's means. He easily exchanged compressed biscuits, bread, and a portion of flour to acquire all 3 scrolls. Thus, he secured 3 more upgrade scrolls to AS for the remaining few. Their prices were exorbitantly high, far exceeding their intrinsic value, and Yuan had no intention of being taken advantage of. Nevertheless, he did not abandon hope. Instead, he offered each seller a piece of ordinary meat steak as a test of their limits. Yuan felt somewhat confident, as this item was not particularly precious to these individuals. It was not long before he received responses. After all, they were currently in the midst of a cold wave, with all survivors holed up in shelters, likely refreshing the Mist survival manual, ensuring swift visibility of messages. This is a good level item. You think a piece of ordinary meat steak will suffice? Yuan, how many pieces? 10 pieces. Yuan, a fair price. Wait for a destined buyer. Regarding those who recklessly quoted prices, Yuan showed no indulgence, ignoring them completely. If you truly wish to sell, how about 9 pieces? Where did everyone go? This is truly a valuable item. I can hardly bring myself to part with it. Fine, fine. 8 pieces, 7 pieces, I've been reasonable. It can't go lower. Are you really leaving? Hey, big brother? How about 5 pieces, 4 pieces? Please don't leave, I was wrong. 2 pieces. Just 2 pieces, big brother. With this scroll, you can turn an ordinary meat steak into a good level steak. You won't lose out. Yuan, deal. Seeing the price drop, Yuan decisively exchanged for the 4th scroll. He then similarly utilized a piece of meat steak and a pound of flour to acquire the 5th scroll. Initially, he believed he could smoothly obtain the remaining scrolls using this method. Yet, reality dealt a harsh blow. In subsequent transactions, sellers remained unwilling to lower their prices, even if they chose not to sell. They refused to reduce their asking price. These sellers were presumably doing well, lacking in food supplies, thus not falling for Yuan's tactics. Ultimately, 4 upgrade scrolls remained in the market, each priced above 5 pieces of meat steak, which was beyond Yuan's capacity. However, Yuan did not relent. He relayed this information to Zhengjuan. Given that Zhengjuan likely possessed a substantial amount of food, he might be able to acquire a few scrolls. After all, collecting as many of these highly valuable items as possible was prudent. Even if Yuan could not secure them for himself, leaving them for his allies would still be beneficial. Upon hearing the news, Zhengjuan was equally resolute, expressing his intention to procure as many as possible, even if it meant paying a premium. Hearing such extravagant sentiments, Yuan couldn't help but marvel. It seemed that Brother Qin's food reserves were unimaginably vast. 30 minutes later, when Yuan searched for upgrade scrolls again, he found none available. It appeared that Zhengjuan had indeed secured them all. Yuan calculated that Brother Qin must have expended at least 20 pieces of ordinary meat steak in this endeavor. Truly a display of financial might. After acquiring this batch of upgrade scrolls, Yuan chose not to use them immediately but rather to store them carefully. Currently, the Black Tiger bee colony consisted of just over 100 bees. Possessing too many good-level Black Tiger bees could lead to disputes, which would not bode well for future development. The most prudent course of action would be to wait until the Black Tiger bee population expanded sufficiently before utilizing the scrolls to gradually increase the proportion of good-level Black Tiger bees. Moreover, given that the cold wave had just arrived, with temperatures plummeting alarmingly, the bees were struggling to survive, let alone thrive. Thus, most of these plans would have to wait until the cold wave subsided. Checking the time, he noted it was still just past 9 in the evening. With 3 hours remaining until midnight, it was evident that he would need to stay awake, as a comprehensive evaluation by the system was scheduled for midnight, along with the distribution of rewards. Consequently, nearly all survivors had opted against sleep. Another reason for this was the cold wave, which made it highly likely that tomorrow would be a day of confinement indoors. Negating the need for an early rise, with over 3 hours remaining, Yuan pondered whether he should find something to occupy his time. Lying idly on his bed, he felt restless. Ultimately, he decided to open the resource boxes to see what resources and items he could obtain. Originally, he had intended to save the resource boxes for a moment of boredom to add some excitement to his life. However, after some contemplation, he resolved to open them all. Chapter 42. Mist Pearl. There were a total of 7 wooden resource boxes and 1 bronze resource box. Yuan arranged all 8 boxes in front of the fireplace, creating a spectacular display. Under the glow of the flames, they exuded a faintly sacred aura. He decided to test his luck with the wooden resource boxes first. Rubbing his hands together, Yuan adjusted his posture, carefully opening the wooden boxes. Snap, 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 snap. The 7 crisp sounds of boxes opening resonated like the most melodious music, filling Yuan with joy. 22 items lay neatly before him. Although they were all of ordinary level, their abundance was notable. Yuan inspected each item and found that their quality was generally mediocre, but notably, one good-level item emerged. He recalled that a weakened good-level wild wolf had only dropped a single ordinary resource box. This sole good-level item was likely extracted from this resource box, a wolf bone bow. Name: Wolf bone bow, good-level effect, crafted from the bones of a good-level wild wolf. It possesses formidable lethality. This was a powerful bow, though Yuan was not adept at archery. He had previously witnessed Qin Zhenjuan using a bow and arrow while hunting beasts. Although it was merely an ordinary level bow, its power was considerable. Given that he had drawn a good level bow, Yuan found himself contemplating whether he should practice archery more diligently to enhance his own capabilities. Although his physical condition had improved, his combat proficiency remained lacking. During battles, he typically stayed in the background. If he could master precise archery skills, he would not be entirely devoid of combat ability. Resolute in his decision, Yuan planned to begin archery practice the following day. The remaining items are of rather ordinary quality and can be broadly categorized into food, warm clothing, and tools. Among the food items, there are noodles, instant noodles, potatoes, chips, cucumbers, and so forth. The quantities are limited, and while the quality is mediocre, it is better than nothing and adds some variety to the menu. There is a considerable number of warm clothing items, totaling 13. This includes 5 pairs of warm socks, a box containing 5 pairs of cotton underwear, a fleece hat, a scarf, a thin quilt, thermal pants, and a fleece blanket. However, there are also some peculiar garments, such as fishnet stockings, bras, and women's dresses, which leave Yuan feeling somewhat bemused. What on earth would he need these items for? Finally, there are 2 pieces of furniture, a set of table and chairs, and a bedside cabinet. While they may not hold great significance, they do enhance the furnishings of the shelter, lending it a more lived-in atmosphere. Additionally, there is a final bronze resource chest obtained from the adult ironback wild boar. According to Qin Zhenjuan, although they are all bronze resource chests, those dropped by stronger beasts tend to contain superior items. Yuan has witnessed the formidable strength of the ironback wild boar, which ranks among the elite within the good tier. Thus, the chest it drops is bound to be of exceptional quality. With a snap, a green light shimmered as Yuan opened the resource chest. 3 items emerged, and judging by the color of the luminous spheres, they should all be of good quality. Mountain boar skin blanket, good tier. Premium snow boots, good tier. Fog pearl, good tier. The first 2 items are quite commendable warm clothing, whereas the fog pearl is rather special. Name: Fog pearl, good tier, effect. Within the shelter where the fog pearl is located, a fog will shroud a radius of 2 kilometers, causing other creatures entering the area to easily lose their sense of direction. Description: to a certain extent, it will also provoke the curiosity of wild beasts. An area-type item? Yuan was taken aback. This was the first time he had obtained such an item. It is hard to determine whether it is merely a trifle or a treasure. The fog created by the fog pearl could indeed effectively protect the shelter by obstructing the vision of incoming wild beasts. However, it has its drawbacks. As this peculiar area may attract curious creatures, Yuan decided to wait until the cold spell passed before considering the use of the fog pearl. Currently, the defensive capabilities of the shelter are rather weak. He can only wait for the weather to warm up, focusing on cultivating the bee swarm and guarding the thorns, allowing their population to expand to effectively deal with any approaching beasts. At that point, he could use the fog pearl to envelop a 2-kilometer radius in fog, establishing it as his territory. With this thought, Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It seems that the prospects for the development of his shelter are indeed bright. After opening all the chests, he felt quite satisfied with his harvest. It was undoubtedly a bountiful day. Next, he awaited the arrival of midnight. With nothing to do, Yuan casually flipped through the fog survival manual, meandered through the trading market and chat channels, letting time slip by. Today was the most active day for all survivors in the past 7 days. The initial panic and fear upon arrival had dissipated, and people were gradually adapting to the foggy world. At the same time, It was not as hectic as the previous 7 days. One must admit. The adaptability of humanity is indeed remarkable. In just 7 days, life in the civilized world seemed to have completely faded away, fully integrating into the survival rules of the foggy world. The chat channels buzzed with discussions about food, survival, items, resource chests, beasts, and battles. Everyone was striving to survive. Yuan noted that initially, there were over 7 billion people. However, now, the total number of participants in the chat channel had dwindled to just over 5 billion. Although this still seemed substantial, it also indicated a grim reality. In just 7 days, 20 billion lives had perished. Nearly 300 million people died each day, some from starvation, others from the cold, some from illness, and others from being killed by beasts. In countless unseen places, shelters were collapsing, and lives were slipping away. Yuan gazed into the darkness and chill outside, feeling a sense of confusion wash over him. We call ourselves survivors, but where does our path to survival truly lie? Is it in this foggy world, where we rebuild a new civilization? Or will we succumb to the ravages of nature and mankind, fading into oblivion? As his thoughts drifted aimlessly, the clock struck 12. Amid the eager cheers of all survivors, the system's announcement resounded once more. The system's deep and resonant voice echoed in everyone's ears. Poor survivors, congratulations on enduring 7 days in this wondrous world. Many weaklings have perished, yet many still remain. The next step would be a comprehensive evaluation for all survivors, a direct verification of your achievements over the past 7 days. Whether you are merely one among the masses or an outstanding figure among all survivors, everything is about to unfold. As the announcement concluded, a table appeared before everyone. Rating standards: top 10,000, S10, 000, 500,000, A 500,000 to 5 million, B 5 million to 50 million, C 50 million to 60, D bottom 40. F. The system would now commence rating all survivors, ultimately displaying the results in the form of grades S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The evaluation began. At that moment, 50 billion shelters simultaneously radiated a faint white light, scrutinized under an overwhelming power. Everyone held their breath, fixated on their fog survival manual, awaiting the system's assessment. Yuan maintained a composed demeanor. Yet his rapidly beating heart betrayed him, revealing an undeniable tension. Qin Zhenjuan sat solemnly at the table, his expression devoid of emotion, while the little girl beside him wore a serious countenance. Gao Hanji sat up from her bed, her hands tightly clasped, palms already damp with sweat, her gaze filled with quiet concern as she awaited the outcome. In a forest somewhere, within a shelter resembling a great tree, a young man with bright eyes anxiously awaited the results. On a towering ice mountain, within an ice house crafted from frost, a stern-looking foreign man gripped his fog survival manual tightly. In an oasis amidst endless desert, within a shelter enveloped in a protective dome, a middle-aged man gazed upward in silent anticipation. At the bottom of a vast lake, within an underwater shelter constructed entirely from water-resistant stone, a woman in her 30s waited silently. In the depths of the earth on a small island in a lake on the branch of a towering tree with a diameter of 10 meters and a height of 100 meters at the mouth of a volcano in a mountain cave. Chapter 43. Lingzhao Pool across the foggy world. In various types of shelters, all survivors awaited the results. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. By the 5th minute, the fog survival manual finally displayed a change. A massive letter appeared before everyone. Is it A, or B, or perhaps C, D, F? Everyone's eyes widened, some rejoicing while others wore frowns. Upon seeing the letter, Qin Zhenjuan smiled faintly, a hint of understanding crossing his previously stern face. Unexpectedly, it's S, ranking within the global top 10. 000. I wonder how Xiaoqi is faring. Gao Hanji's face fell as she beheld the large D before her, letting out a resigned sigh. Yuan reclined on his bed, exhaling deeply, a look of relief crossing his face. What luck, being within the global top 10,000. What rewards await for an S-grade rating? As anticipated, his development speed remained among the forefront, although it might be challenging to secure a spot in the top tier. The hope of being within the top 10,000 remains substantial. This is the third instance of global evaluation, the first being the upgrade to a Tier 2 shelter on day 1. The second being the evaluation in the secret realm, and now, the current evaluation. In both previous instances, Yuan had ranked commendably, receiving exceedingly rich rewards. excellent grade spring water and excellent grade crystal rice were among the treasures he obtained then. At that time, the highest quality was only excellent, so he received excellent grade items. Now, following the system update, rare grade items have begun to appear. Yuan speculated that since this evaluation encompasses all survivors, and he ranks among the global top 10, the reward should undoubtedly be of rare grade. As expected, another system message swiftly followed. Rating rewards, name, Yuan rating, S rewards, 1. Random resource scroll 1, rare grade, 2. Random shelter facility scroll 1, rare grade, 3. Silver resource chest 2. 4. In public chat channels, trading markets, and private chat channels, his name will turn red for a duration of 1 month. Note: all survivors will have different name colors corresponding to their ratings. S, red A, purple B, blue C, yellow D, green E, gray F, white WoW. Aside from the silver resource chests, the rest are all rare grade. Although Yuan had prepared himself, he was still astonished at the generosity of the rewards. It was unexpected to suddenly receive so many rare grade items, especially since he had yet to encounter a single rare grade item throughout this journey. Moreover, this newfound abundance is not exclusive to Yuan. All survivors are experiencing the same. None of them had previously encountered rare grade items. However, following this event, nearly 20,000 rare grade items will emerge, all concentrated among the top 10,000 survivors. The excitement is palpable. Not just for Yuan, but for the other 9,999 recipients of the S-grade evaluation, who share in this exuberance. Even the most composed among them find themselves dizzy with exhilaration from this wave of rewards. As the evaluation concluded, the rewards were dispatched. Before Yuan appeared 2 silver-white resource chests, alongside 2 golden-yellow scrolls, which were the random resource scroll and the random shelter facility scroll. Happiness descended upon Yuan unexpectedly, leaving him in a state of indecision, unsure of which item to open first. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he chose to grasp the scroll for the random shelter facility, true to its name. The scroll promised a rare-grade shelter facility, akin to a bedroom or kitchen. Upon selecting the scroll, the golden parchment gradually transformed, revealing the silhouette of a structure where none had existed before. It was a semicircular pool. The spirit pool, rare grade. Yuan examined it closely, unfamiliar with this edifice, which seemed not to belong to Earth. However, upon reading the introduction, realization dawned upon him. This was a biogas pool, a compact 10-square-meter structure, yet one of remarkable efficacy. Name: Spirit Pool, Rare Grade. Function: filters items of good grade and above, extracting residual spiritual energy to form pure spiritual matter. After poring over the introduction several times, Yuan finally grasped the purpose of the Spirit Pool. It was designed to separate the spiritual essence from items of good grade or higher, whether they be plants, animals, or tools. This should belong to the unique biogas pools of the Mist world, capable of recycling waste into something beneficial. Yet, after reading through the information, Yuan felt no surge of excitement. The rare-grade structure did not provide him with the anticipated thrill. Instead, it left him somewhat perplexed. After all, he had no understanding of the utility of this so-called spiritual essence. Moreover, where would he acquire a surplus of good-grade waste for recycling? It wasn't until he recalled his experience of creating good-grade soil by mixing spring water with earth that clarity washed over him. The spiritual energy contained within the excellent-grade spring water was merely a fraction, while the spiritual essence extracted by the spirit pool would undoubtedly be far purer. Thus, it appeared that by utilizing the spirit pool, he could procure an even more refined spiritual essence, enabling him to cultivate more good-grade soil. This structure certainly held considerable value. After making his choice, Yuan established the spirit pool at the rear of his shelter. He also expended some minerals to modify the surrounding walls, incorporating the spirit pool into the design. Curiosity piqued within Yuan. What could this rare-grade structure truly look like? Resolute, he braved the biting wind to step outside for a glimpse. To his disappointment, the spirit pool bore no distinctive features. It was merely a 10-square-meter structure, with a dome resembling a loaf of bread, unremarkable in appearance. Yuan could only console himself. After all, it was a rare-grade building. Surely it possessed functions yet to be discovered. There was no need for haste. Indeed, the most precious things often appeared the most humble. With this thought, he felt a measure of calm wash over him. He decided to test the capabilities of the spirit pool by tossing in a piece of good-grade wood, eager to observe its effects. Soon, the spirit pool emitted a faint, muffled hum, commencing its purification process. Minutes later, it ceased operations, revealing two items at the rear of the pool. One was a piece of wood, and the other, a small vial of liquid. The principle was straightforward. The good-grade wood, through purification, had its internal energy and spiritual power absorbed, transforming into an ordinary grade wood. Meanwhile, the extracted spiritual energy was collected into the glass vial as spiritual liquid. Of course, Yuan would need to replenish the small vial within the spirit pool manually. Whether using a wooden barrel or a cup as a substitute, as he picked up the vial, he noticed only a few drops of liquid at the bottom, glistening with transparency, yet the quantity was disappointingly scant. This was understandable, considering it was derived from merely a single unit of wood. How much spiritual power could one expect? Lifting the vial to his nose, Yuan took a gentle whiff, and the scent was strikingly familiar. Was this not the aroma of the spring water from the spring eye? Only much more concentrated and viscous in nature. However, if some water were added, the flavor would likely resemble that of the spring water. Had he acquired an alternative spring eye? Yuan found himself at a loss for words, but upon further reflection, he realized the implications were not so straightforward. The spiritual liquid from the spirit pool could not only be mixed with water, but could also blend with other substances. When combined with water, it could yield a spiritual spring. When mixed with soil, it could produce good-grade soil. Applying it to plants could potentially provide them with abundant spiritual energy. What if it were used on animals? Or even consumed by himself? Gradually, Yuan seemed to unlock the true value of this rare-grade structure. It could facilitate the artificial creation of good-grade items. Chapter 44. The Door-to-Door Service Scroll. With this revelation, Yuan's initial dissatisfaction dissipated entirely. Such a powerful spirit pool held immense potential for future operations, offering boundless possibilities. The first rare-grade reward left him quite satisfied. Upon returning indoors, Yuan retrieved the second scroll. The Random Resource Scroll. It was evident that this would likely yield a resource-type reward akin to that of a spring eye. The hallmark of resource-type rewards lay in their capacity for sustained, long-term acquisition, fostering enduring development. Upon confirming its use, the Random Resource Scroll slowly morphed into the shape of a bamboo shoot, a bamboo grove. This was a rare-grade bamboo grove resource. Name: Yunshi Bamboo Grove Resource Scroll. Rare grade. Function: rare bamboo grove spanning 2 acres, yielding Yunshi bamboo and Yunshi bamboo shoots. Harvesting in excess at once may affect future yields. At just the scroll, Yuan could not ascertain the specifics and thus was unable to judge its true value. However, given that it could produce the rare-grade material Yunshi bamboo and the rare-grade food Yunshi bamboo shoots, it seemed to hold significant worth. Considering the present chill, he decided against using the scroll now, as it would likely hinder the growth of the bamboo grove. Therefore, Yuan opted to store it for later, intending to wait until the cold front passed and the weather warmed before employing the resource scroll. During the time Yuan was contemplating these rewards, the entire chat channel erupted into a frenzy. The names of all survivors appeared in varied colors. Among them, a few vibrant red names stood out amidst the multitude, catching the eye. Everyone understood that this flash of red indicated that these individuals ranked within the top 10,000 of all survivors. Out of over 5 billion survivors, being in the top 10? 000. What did this signify? It meant that these individuals were the true powerhouses. Thus, once the rankings concluded, all red-name survivors were met with frenzied admiration. Wow, what level of big shot is this? Top 10,000 globally. I actually have a red-named big shot among my friends. I hadn't even noticed. I'm out. I need to cling to this big shot. Bro, let us be friends. Let us stick together. I want to stick too. This is amazing. I can't believe I know someone in the top 10. 000. I just killed my friend, and he won't admit he has a big shot. My friends are all gray names. I'm in tears. Are there really red names? I haven't seen a single one. At that moment, a red name appeared. Hey, good brother, is this the color? Big shot, look over here. Slurp, slurp, slurp. What are you doing upstairs? While you all hesitate. I am already clinging on. Damn, bro. You're fierce. Oh, there's also a purple name here. Don't run away. Let me have a taste. Dear red name brothers, could you spare a piece of meat for me? Thank you. Internet beggar? Thinking of getting something for nothing? Scram. Mind your own business, brother. I have a teleportation talisman. I can come to you. Cough cough. Private message for the photo. Red name. Amidst the throngs of sycophants, there were also a number of cynical voices. Listen to me. This is a global disaster. We are all victims of this catastrophe, mere survivors. I propose that red and purple named survivors share their stored food with those in need. Yes, well said. Share it. Share it. Share it. Share your ma. Such thoughtless individuals were ultimately in the minority, quickly drowned out by a wave of curses. Yuan was contemplating opening the silver resource chest when he was interrupted by a flurry of messages. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Opening his private chat, he found messages from 6 or 7 individuals. Aside from Gao Hanji and Qin Jinjuan, he could not recall the other names. Opening the chat with Gao Hanji and Qin Jinjuan, he noticed that Gao Hanji's name was green, suggesting a ranking of D, indicative of an average level. As expected, Qin Jinjuan was a vibrant red. Gao Hanji, red name, red name, red name. Yuan, you're the real big shot. Just from the messages received, Yuan could discern her excitement. Gao Hanji was indeed astonished. While she knew Yuan was flourishing and quite affluent, she had no clear understanding of his true capabilities. She assumed he was merely at the level of an A, perhaps managing to secure a purple name. But to her surprise, upon opening her friend list, she was greeted by an exceptionally vivid flash of red. Yuan. It was then she realized that her boss Qi was indeed a true big boss. Yuan replied, don't get too excited. Your green name is also quite attractive, Gao Hanji. Gao Hanji, what rewards did you get? Were they impressive? Yuan replied, they're decent, 2 scrolls and 2 resource chests. Gao Hanji paused, that sounds rather ordinary. I also received 2 scrolls and 2 chests. Yuan, would you mind sharing specifics? Gao Hanji, a good quality teleportation scroll, a good quality wooden basin manufacturing scroll, a wooden resource chest, and a bronze resource chest. What do you think? Not too shabby, right? Yuan gazed at these meager offerings, secretly lamenting the system's stinginess, yet consoled himself by saying, it's quite decent. The teleportation scroll is particularly valuable. And what about you? After pondering for a moment, Yuan replied, the items are fairly similar, just of a higher quality, rare grade. Rare grade, Gao Hanji's mind momentarily faltered, struggling to recall the price. After 5 seconds, clarity returned. Ordinary grade, good grade, excellent grade, rare grade. Gao Hanji slapped her forehead, realizing her blunder. There's a 2-grade difference, Gao Hanji exclaimed. Is that what you call similar? Yuan reassured her, it's not just about the grades. Practical value matters too. For instance, your teleportation scroll is something I've never obtained. Don't try to fool me. Even if it's practical, it's still only of good quality. Gao Hanji wasn't naive and felt that Yuan was pulling her leg. Yuan, unfazed, chuckled. How about using a teleportation scroll to visit my home? Gao Hanji pursed her lips, refraining from answering, and instead inquired. Do you know that the teleportation scroll has another name? It's also called the home delivery scroll. Home delivery service? Yuan thought carefully and realized it might indeed be so. There exists a type of business that thrives extraordinarily well, regardless of time, place, or circumstances, and remains ever prosperous. That would be the flesh trade. As survivors in the fog-laden world, everyone faces immense daily pressures, and the need to vent desires is inevitable. Thus, the unique function of the teleportation scroll has been thoroughly exploited. However, the teleportation scroll carries a significant drawback. Unlike ally scrolls, which prevent 2 individuals from harming each other, the teleportation scroll imposes no such restrictions. Numerous instances have emerged where women, upon being teleported, found themselves stripped of both wealth and beauty, and in worse cases, even lost their lives. Although Gao Hanji had obtained a teleportation scroll, she certainly wouldn't dare to use it lightly. Chapter 45. The luring melody. After exchanging a few words with Gao Hanji, Yuan also took the opportunity to respond to Qin Zhenjuan's message. Qin Zhenjuan, not bad. Yuan, also S-grade. What facilities and resources did you acquire? Yuan was genuinely curious about the items obtained by other red name survivors. He replied, a biogas pit and a bamboo grove. What about you, brother Qin? Soon, Qin Zhenjuan responded, my shelter facility is an incubation chamber, and my resource point is a dark fine iron mine. Qin Zhenjuan went on to elaborate on the functions of the incubation chamber and the dark fine iron mine, causing Yuan to drool with envy. The dark fine iron mine is a rare grade iron mine. While its specific functions remain unclear, it is undoubtedly of immense value. The incubation chamber, however, was something that Yuan greatly coveted. Its purpose is to accelerate the hatching, breeding, and growth rates of beasts while also improving the survival rates of the young to a certain extent. This shelter facility is tailor-made for Yuan's swarm. Had Yuan acquired the incubation chamber, his swarm would have taken off rapidly. First, he would use the chamber to quickly increase the population of ordinary black tiger bees. Then, he could domesticate them in the beast pen, immediately utilizing upgrade scrolls to elevate them to good quality. With each increment in the number of bees, a good quality black tiger bee queen would emerge to lead, forming a new swarm. An utterly satisfying prospect. Yuan sighed, "Brother Qin, I can't help but envy you for that incubation chamber." Seemingly aware of Yuan's thoughts, Qin Zhenjuan replied, "Don't be envious. I'm feeling a bit down myself. I finally drew a rare grade facility. Yet it's one you would utilize. What terrible luck." Upon hearing this, Yuan felt a mix of gratitude and confusion. "Brother Qin, are you not considering raising a swarm with an incubation chamber?" "It should be quite straightforward," Qin Zhenjuan answered. "I think I'll pass. If I need it, I'll ask to borrow your swarm. Moreover, since we are allied, it's best to avoid overlapping development directions to prevent resource wastage." Yuan nodded, understanding that Qin Zhenjuan had his own considerations. Yet, he also grasped an important unspoken point from Qin Zhenjuan. If both were to pursue the same development direction, they could easily become rivals, jeopardizing their cooperative relationship. Yuan felt profound gratitude, realizing that a simple bottle of healing potion and some spring water had forged such a deep friendship. This was undoubtedly a stroke of great fortune. Both being S-grade survivors, they were able to completely trust and collaborate with each other, an incomparable advantage. After their discussion, Yuan divided about 50 black tiger bees from the hive and traded them to Qin Zhenjuan, allowing him to rear this batch in the incubation chamber. And of course, Yuan also sent over the hive, where the bee eggs should hatch quickly within the chamber. The remaining black tiger bees then occupied the tree bees' hive as their new residence. Following this, Yuan perused other information. He had a total of 6 friends. Aside from Gao Hanji and Qin Zhenjuan, there were also Qin Shuyu, Zhou Ming, Wang Yu, and Zhang Yueming, whom he had known the longest. Qin Shuyu was the one who initially sold protective thorns to Yuan, and he helped her upgrade her shelter to level 2 on the first day. She had promised to provide him with a steady water source, but he had lost contact with her afterward. Zhou Ming sold potatoes and utility poles, while Wang Yu dealt in black beetle dung, but their cooperation ended due to price hikes. Zhang Yueming sold azure stones, and their current trade relationship remained relatively stable. The 4 of them sent messages in succession. Zhou Ming and Zhang Yueming's messages were relatively normal, offering admiration and praise. Zhou Ming, "My goodness, brother, you're ridiculously strong. I never expected one of my friends to be a red-named powerhouse. Teach me your ways." Zhang Yueming, "Bro, I can't believe you're in the top 10,000 globally. Truly impressive. Let us collaborate moving forward." Yuan replied to both, expressing his willingness to cooperate. If either had precious resources, he would be eager to make more friends, as both were formidable. Zhou Ming being an A-grade purple name and Zhang Yueming a B-grade blue name. In the eyes of many ordinary survivors, they were also targets of flattery and alliance. Conversely, Qin Shuyu's message carried a significantly subdued tone, especially as she was only a C-grade yellow name. Qin Shuyu, "Brother Yuan, I apologize for the past. If possible, I hope to collaborate with you. My shelter is near a river, and I have quite a bit of good quality wood." Yuan glanced briefly at the message and simply replied, "No need. I don't lack water at the moment." ATM modestly arranged shelter by a small river. A 27.8-year-old alluring woman looked at the response from the fog survival manual in her hand, feeling a twinge of frustration as she clenched her fist. She had previously joined a mutual aid alliance, believing that with the allies inside, she could rapidly develop and thus paid little attention to this ordinary fellow. However, the alliance eventually collapsed, leading her to lose a considerable amount of resources and slow her progress. To her surprise, after the recent raiding, she checked her friend list again only to discover an S-grade red-named friend. It dawned on her that this was the same person she had initially met and promised to provide water for, only to subsequently back out. This realization made her cheeks burn with embarrassment as she opened the chat channel, revealing a series of messages from Yuan inquiring about her, while her own went unanswered. After closing the chat with Qin Shuyu, Yuan promptly deleted her in stark contrast to the previous 3. Wang Yu's message was utterly shocking. She sent a video that lasted a staggering 20 minutes. Yuan, intrigued, opened it, astonished to find that the Fog survival manual could also record videos. As he clicked play, a melodious and sultry tune resonated throughout his bedroom, the sound twisting and turning like the sweet chirps of 100 birds, at times soaring with fervor, at others descending into sorrow. The screen displayed a woman in her early 20s with short hair and flawless skin, writhing on a dimly lit bed. Snap! Yuan's face turned dark, and he hastily shut the Fog survival manual, an avalanche of curses flooding his mind. Is this what they call testing the leaders? Which leader can withstand such trials? The 7 days in the fog-laden world had been fraught with immense survival pressure. Being cooped up had already left him quite irritable, and he could hardly bear such provocations. Grabbing a bottle of spring water from the table, he took a hefty swig, forcing down his unseemly thoughts with the invigorating energy. After sending a brief reply, he promptly deleted Yuan. Sorry, I prefer mature women. Only after the sultry melody faded completely from the shelter did Yuan let out a long sigh of relief, musing, even if I were to seek out a woman, it should be on my terms. What do you mean by teasing me? With my current standing, I could have my pick of partners. However, this experience led Yuan to contemplate the various chaotic phenomena emerging among survivors, driven by the pressures of survival, necessitating greater caution and vigilance. Even through chat channels, various aberrations could surface, making it nearly impossible to guard against them. Moreover, he realized that he had likely been cooped up too long, as the mere sound had nearly overwhelmed him. Chapter 46. The Silver Resource Chest. After such a tumultuous episode, Yuan found himself utterly unable to sleep. He decided to rise from his bed and open the remaining 2 silver resource chests, initially intending to wait until the next day to do so, especially since today's harvest had been exceedingly bountiful and he needed time to digest it. He figured he might as well occupy himself with something. This marked the first time he had acquired silver resource chests, leaving him quite exhilarated. According to reason, the silver resource chest should likely yield excellent grade items, with a small chance of obtaining rare grade items. With a feeling of trepidation, Yuan opened the silver resource chest. A brilliant white light burst forth from the opening of the chest, dazzling him to the point where he could barely keep his eyes open. Although he understood the value of the silver resource chest, there seemed to be no need for such an intense luminosity. Yuan lamented helplessly. Once the light gradually diminished, he turned to inspect the contents. There were still 3 items, each gleaming in silvery white hues. At first glance, they all appeared to be excellent grade tools. There was no stroke of luck in acquiring a rare item, nor was there any misfortune in obtaining a good grade item. Upon closer examination, he noted, Ally Scroll, excellent. Prophecy Scroll, excellent. Dry-wet separation bathroom, excellent. The first silver resource chest indeed produced exceptionally fine items. The Ally Scroll, needless to say, was the very tool he and Qin Zhenjuan had utilized to become allies. This is how Qin Zhenjuan managed to arrive at Yuan's shelter on the last day before the cold wave, to hunt beasts together. For ordinary survivors, the value and significance of the Ally Scroll merely lie in the camaraderie it fosters, allowing them to support one another. However, for 2 individuals of considerable strength, its meaning transcends the ordinary. Tasks that one person cannot accomplish can be easily achieved with mutual assistance. Just as Yuan and Qin Zhenjuan, both S-grade survivors, could hunt formidable beasts like the ironback wild boar without sustaining injuries. Without the Ally Scroll, both Yuan and Qin Zhenjuan would undoubtedly face defeat if they encountered the ironback wild boar alone. Yet, Yuan hesitated. Where should this Ally Scroll be utilized? Gao Hanji. But she was too weak to be of much use. As for others, apart from these 2, Yuan had no close relations. Thus, he resolved to temporarily hold onto the Ally Scroll. The other item, the dry-wet separation bathroom, was straightforward in its purpose. Yuan already possessed a toilet, albeit of a lower grade and rather rudimentary. Consequently, upon acquiring this excellent grade dry-wet separation bathroom, he chose to set it up directly across from his bedroom, creating a 15-square-meter bathroom, larger than his bedroom itself. After climbing out of bed for what felt like the umpteenth time, Yuan explored this newly appeared bathroom. The bathroom featured a dry-wet separation design, with a bathtub for soaking and an outer section containing a toilet and a wash basin. Yuan, filled with curiosity, turned on the faucet and was astonished to find hot water flowing. Where did this hot water come from? Did it just appear out of thin air? Yuan pondered, inspecting the plumbing. Eventually, he discovered the source. The bathtub was connected to a hot water heater pipe that wound around the fireplace. Utilizing its heat to warm the water. Of course, once the water in the tank was depleted, it would still require manual replenishment. Yuan planned to take a proper bath the following day. Having been in the mist world for so many days, aside from occasionally boiling water for a quick wash, he had yet to take a real bath. For now, he decided to finish opening the resource chest. In addition to the ally scroll and the dry-wet separation bathroom, there was an extraordinarily unique item, the prophecy scroll. The term prophecy was shrouded in mystery, leaving Yuan puzzled about its significance. Upon seeing the specific information, he finally understood. Name: Prophecy Scroll, excellent. Function: foretells the next disaster to occur. Introduction: the divine will not forever remind you. Its function was deceptively simple. Yet it left Yuan in shock. The next disaster? Did it refer to the natural calamity following the cold wave? Yuan had initially believed that the cold wave was merely a trial. After enduring it, he thought a relatively peaceful period would follow, free from the worries of extreme weather. He could not fathom that such a severe cold disaster would become a regular occurrence. However, it now seemed that the situation might be worse than he had imagined. Taking a deep breath, Yuan slowly extended his fingers and activated the prophecy scroll. The originally inscribed text on the white scroll gradually faded until it became a blank sheet. Subsequently, a line of words emerged, two enormous black characters glaring back at Yuan. High temperature. Yuan's pupils constricted, and a flood of thoughts surged through his mind. The next natural disaster would be extreme heat? Yuan could not possibly regard this as a mere pair of words. The high temperature referred to here would undoubtedly be beyond imagination. Regardless of its truth, preparations needed to commence swiftly. Yuan murmured to himself, burying the matter of high temperature deep within his mind. His mood grew heavy as he silently opened another silver resource chest. Compared to the excitement of the first, Yuan felt much more composed this time. Promptly turning his head to avoid being blinded by the light. 3 items emerged. Ally Scroll, excellent. Storage Box 5, excellent. Dimensional Backpack, excellent. Another Ally Scroll. Yuan suddenly realized the frequent appearance of transportation and ally scrolls. Did it signify something? Would the upcoming disaster be so dire that mutual assistance among survivors would be essential for survival? Or perhaps it indicated a hope for survivors to band together? Unable to comprehend, Yuan tucked the questions away in his mind. The remaining 2 items were also of exquisite quality. Name: Storage Box, excellent. Function: a storage box measuring 0.3 meters in length, 0.2 meters in width, and 0.2 meters in height, yet containing 5 cubic meters of space. Introduction: a miniature warehouse. Name: Dimensional Backpack, excellent. Function: contains an 8 cubic meter dimensional space. Introduction: strap on my dear little backpack, the ultimate tool for resource collection. Both of these items were space-related tools capable of storing more supplies, making them exceedingly practical. Yuan had now fully accepted the rewards rated S. The Spiritual Marsh, Bamboo Grove, 2 ally scrolls, the dry-wet separation bathroom, the prophecy scroll, 5 storage boxes, and the dimensional backpack. Each of these items, if presented to other survivors, would undoubtedly elicit envy and admiration. Yet Yuan understood that the other 9,999 S-grade survivors had received the same rewards as he had. Moreover, some fortunate individuals might have even acquired superior tools. While he might possess a sense of pride in front of ordinary individuals, Yuan felt it necessary to remain cautious in the presence of true powerhouses. After storing all acquired items, Yuan burrowed into his bedding and began to sleep. Listening to the howling winds and snow outside the shelter, feeling the warmth from the fireplace in his bedroom and the soft glow of the flames, Yuan felt a faint sense of comfort. As the heavy snow fell throughout the night, Yuan slipped into a deep slumber. However, for many other survivors, it was undoubtedly a night of insomnia. The external temperature plummeted to -37°C. Indoors, it was -23°C. Even with the fireplace, the bedroom temperature dropped to -13°C. For many survivors lacking adequate warm clothing and without coal for heating, the warmth within their bedding was hardly sufficient. Such extreme cold was already lethal. Some drifted into a comfortable sleep, while others shivered through the night, and some lay with their bodies already stiff. Chapter 47. Super low temperature. When Yuan awoke the next day, The shelter was enveloped in a terrifying darkness, with scarcely a glimmer of light. Only the faint embers of charcoal in the fireplace flickered intermittently, casting a dim glow. How long have I slept? What time is it now? Yuan's mind was foggy, and his body felt weak, clearly having overslept. He retrieved the Mist survival manual to check the time and discovered it was already noon on the second day. This was the first time he had indulged in such a lazy sleep since arriving in the Mist world. Feeling a hint of hunger, Yuan rose to leave his bed and head to the kitchen to prepare something to eat. After all, he had promised to provide Gao Hanji with meals for a week. He wondered if she had starved by this time. However, just as his hand reached out from under the covers, the frigid air made him retract it instantly. This temperature, why is it so low? So cold? Yuan quickly withdrew, his exposed arm covered in goosebumps. The indoor temperature must be below -20 degrees, right? How low could it be outside? A trace of concern crept into Yuan's expression. In such super low temperatures, the insulation of ordinary clothing had become woefully inadequate. It was only due to the high quality of Yuan's blankets that he could enjoy a good night's sleep. 2 layers of bedding, a 12-fold cashmere quilt, and an outer layer of a wild boar skin blanket, along with a sweater and cotton pants. Furthermore, to retain warmth, Yuan had piled his plush pajamas, cotton jacket, and cotton trousers at the foot of his bed, ensuring no heat escaped, which allowed him to sleep comfortably. All of these were precious warm items that Yuan had acquired after opening dozens of boxes, totaling more than a dozen. But what of the other survivors? A sense of heaviness settled in Yuan's heart as he opened the chat channel in the Mist survival manual, discovering that the total population had fallen below 5 billion. In one night, 700 to 800 million survivors had perished. Yuan finally comprehended that the so-called cold wave was not merely about stockpiling food for the winter. Such low temperatures could directly claim lives. Merely a few minutes of skin contact with the air could result in frostbite. Moreover, the likelihood of wind chill had significantly increased. It was easy to imagine how many would perish from starvation, freezing, or illness during the cold wave. With a heavy heart, Yuan dressed in all his clothes while still nestled in his bedding. Even so, he felt a chilling draft, as if icy hands were reaching through his thick garments, leaving a shivering sensation across his body. The temperature in his bedroom was colder than it had been before the onset of the cold wave when he ventured into the wilderness. With trepidation, Yuan trembled as he stuffed the charcoal into the fireplace, adjusting the flames to their maximum intensity. He seated himself upon a resource box, pressing closely against the warmth of the hearth, his hands nearly reaching into the fire before he felt a semblance of warmth. His legs shivered uncontrollably within his trousers, numb from the cold, and his muscles quivered involuntarily. Fortunately, the high-quality charcoal proved remarkably effective, radiating substantial heat and elevating the temperature of the entire bedroom. At this juncture, Yuan felt as though he had been revitalized. Glancing at the chat channel, it seemed others were likely suffering from the cold as well. Yuan steeled himself, retrieving the survival manual in the Mist, and began to peruse the chat channel. It's so cold. Even wrapped in my blanket, it feels as though I'm ensconced in an ice cavern. Enough of this, laying beside the fireplace would surely feel better. My feet are numb, turning blue and stiff. To my brothers upstairs, you're frozen solid. Perhaps amputation is in order. I'm not joking. I can hardly move. I am serious too. I'm the head of a level 1 hospital. Good grief. If this frigid temperature persists for days, how many will survive? Only the S and A ranks. I thought my warming supplies were sufficient. Yet even clad in garments, wrapped in blankets and hugging the fireplace, I still feel cold. Enough of this talk. Forget about S-rank red names. It's useless no matter who comes. Who can withstand such abominable cold? A red name survivor chimed in. Yuan concurred wholeheartedly. Ordinary warming supplies were scarcely effective in such frigid conditions. Is there any esteemed individual with a better heating method? Please, do share. I'm willing to pay. Indeed. We need salvation. I once heard of a type of fire sun or that burns at high temperatures. An old chap near a volcano was selling it. I must purchase it, no matter the cost. I truly cannot endure any longer. I feel the same. Count me in one. I'm also in 2. You all are merely cold. I've been suffering from a cold for 2 days, and now my fever is at least 40 degrees. I might not last much longer, brother. Hang in there. Hang in. It's actually quite splendid. In such cold weather, at least I could have a complete corpse that might not decay for centuries, good heavens. Brother, how can you be so optimistic? The plight of the others was little better than Yuan's. Perhaps even more dire it was then that Yuan recalled the stash of charcoal he had accumulated, which seemed to have finally found its purpose. Feeling his body warm up, he exited the bedroom and made his way to the workshop to inspect the charcoal production. Yesterday, he had purchased a substantial amount of wood, 380 units of ordinary wood and 2,140 units of good quality wood. After a night of manufacturing, the wood had been transformed into charcoal at the workbench. Upon examining the quality of the charcoal, he found it to be quite impressive, especially the good quality charcoal, which appeared dark and lustrous. Yuan decided against selling it outright, instead preparing 200 units of good quality charcoal to send to Gao Hanji and Qin Zhenjuan. Qin Zhenjuan primarily relied on hunting beasts for sustenance and likely had few warming supplies. This batch of charcoal should be of assistance to him. Moreover, Qin Zhenjuan had greatly aided Yuan, whether in slaying monsters or expanding the beehive in the hatchery, establishing a close collaborative relationship, making the gesture of assistance entirely justified. As for Gao Hanji, her progression was inherently slow, and her lack of warming supplies meant Yuan could not simply stand by and watch her succumb to the cold. Before long, messages of gratitude from both individuals flooded back. Gao Hanji expressed her profound appreciation, nearly moved to tears. Subsequently, Yuan began contemplating the methods of selling charcoal. I still believe that utilizing the World Trumpet for promotion would yield better results. He retrieved the World Trumpet and the survival manual in the mist, commencing to organize his thoughts. 10 minutes later, he broadcasted, World Trumpet. Yuan. The cold wave has arrived. Temperatures have plummeted drastically. Indoor temperatures have reached -20 degrees Celsius, and ordinary warming supplies are proving ineffective. However, everyone can attempt to use charcoal produced through system scrolls. Its heat output and burning duration significantly surpass that of wood. From my research, 1 unit of ordinary wood burns for less than an hour, while good quality would last for 3 hours. In contrast, ordinary charcoal can burn for 3 hours, yet good quality charcoal burns for 6 hours, showcasing efficiency and effectiveness far superior to wood. I will be placing a batch of charcoal up for sale in the trading market. Feel free to purchase if you need it. Despite the plethora of golden messages from World Trumpets in the chat channel, Yuan's announcement, marked by the striking presence of a red-named survivor, garnered immediate attention. Chapter 48. Selling charcoal. Is charcoal truly this effective? Has anyone used it and can explain? Don't believe it. It's a scam. I've made charcoal myself, and it's not nearly as effective. How absurd. A red-named S-rank survivor is attempting to deceive us. Do they think we are fools? Are you blind? That charcoal is produced using manufacturing scrolls. Can the system be mistaken? Isn't it all the same? I think wood works just fine. How much difference could there be? I don't understand. Has anyone actually used it? Same question. I feel that burning wood is still quite cold and provides no heat. Same here. Same here. 1. Quickly, individuals began to step forward to clarify. The charcoal manufacturing scroll was not particularly rare. Many survivors had obtained it. Thus, it followed that a number of individuals had indeed used it. However, everyone had their respective trading circles, and many highly effective items circulated within small groups, seldom gaining widespread recognition among all survivors. To be frank, the effectiveness of charcoal is indeed quite remarkable. It is certainly better than burning wood directly. Yes, I agree. Not only does it burn longer, but it also produces more heat. Not bad. Tossing a few pieces overnight keeps burning for quite a while. Many voices echoed in agreement. Observing this scene, Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that his efforts were bearing fruit. Yuan was acutely aware that not everyone would be convinced, nor did he require universal belief. As long as discussions began, the popularity of charcoal would naturally increase, leading survivors to purchase it with a mindset of experimentation. Out of 100,000 individuals, as long as one person decided to buy, he could sell all his charcoal. Eventually, those who had utilized the charcoal would inherently recognize its benefits, ensuring that future purchases would only increase. After sending out the World Trumpet announcement, Yuan transitioned from the chat channel to the trading market, listing over 5,000 units of ordinary charcoal and 2,000 units of good quality charcoal for sale. As for the exchange rate, he arrived at a decision after thorough contemplation. 1 unit of ordinary, or good quality, Charcoal could be exchanged for 2 units of ordinary, or good quality, wood or other items of equivalent grade. This 1:2 ratio was significantly lower than other market prices for charcoal and was within the means of most survivors. Moreover, the effectiveness of charcoal was 2 to 3 times that of wood. As long as the price remained below 3 times that of wood, buyers would be profiting. Even amidst the heated debates in the chat channel, the moment charcoal was listed, it was met with overwhelming demand. Soon enough, Yuan received a multitude of trade requests. Not only him, but many other survivors possessing charcoal manufacturing scrolls seized this opportunity, fervently purchasing wood to produce and sell charcoal in no time. The trading market was inundated with charcoal. However, Yuan had established a reputation through the world trumpet, being a red-named survivor and among the first to sell charcoal, thus attracting many eager buyers without concern for unsold stock. Before long, Yuan had sold out all his charcoal, reaping a substantial bounty of resources. In total, he garnered 9,230 units from ordinary wood and 3,285 from good quality wood, along with a small quantity of other items of equivalent grade. Albeit of poor quality and minimal utility, Yuan stashed the acquired wood into the workshop, gradually transforming it into charcoal. Currently, the most significant limitation was the sluggish production speed of the workstation, resulting in insufficient quantities of charcoal for sale. However, this was an unavoidable predicament. Others selling charcoal faced the same issue. While producing charcoal, Yuan remained industrious, first inspecting the progress of his farming and breeding endeavors. He fed the iron-backed mountain pigs in the basement some ordinary food, which consisted largely of leaves and weeds. The crystal rice and winter wheat in the living room appeared somewhat wilted in the cold. Yet they still managed to survive. Diluting the spring water, he watered them cautiously, fearing it might freeze if too much was applied. Just as Yuan intended to venture outside to check on the beehive and wild chickens, a gust of relentless wind surged through the door, causing him to stumble backward. The frigid wind roared like a lion, swirling with dead branches and dust, blanketing the world in a flurry of snow. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld an abyss of darkness outside, devoid of any light. Today, there was no daylight, only an unending shroud of blackness. The howling snow fell relentlessly, and the piercing cold wind swept through in gusts. Yuan instinctively recoiled, tightening the collar of his clothing. The air was saturated with an overwhelming chill and dryness. He had no inkling of how long such a condition would persist. Through the light filtering from the shelter, Yuan vaguely glimpsed the wild chickens huddled tightly within the beast enclosure, as well as the beehives piled high with snow. Perhaps due to the harshness of the environment, Yuan discovered that both the bees and the wild chickens had been successfully domesticated. Consequently, to prevent their demise in the cold wave, he relocated them all to the basement. Thanks to their domestication, most had become relatively docile, exhibiting no behaviors of escape or aggression. Upon returning indoors, Yuan commenced the preparation of lunch. He made a meal of ordinary grade steak, noodles, and clear moon algae, also sending a portion to Gao Hanji. However, both his own serving and that of Gao Hanji were slightly reduced. Since most of the ingredients were of good quality, they contained substantial energy, allowing for a modest quantity to sufficiently meet his bodily needs. After finishing lunch, Yuan began his physical training. He retrieved the wolf bone bow acquired a few days prior, intending to practice archery during this time. After consulting Qin Zhenjuan for some techniques, Yuan commenced his practice in the living room. He suspended a piece of wood beside the window as a target. Standing at the opposite end of the room, Yuan held the wolf bone bow, aiming to shoot. According to Qin Zhenjuan, the shooter's chest should be perpendicular to the line connecting the person and the target, with feet slightly apart, positioned somewhere between a J and an H shape. The bow should be held at its center, using the 3-finger shooting method, with the arrow resting on the side of the bow held by the shooting hand. In other words, if he was holding the bow with his left hand, the arrow would rest on the left side of the bow. The thumb shooting method is the opposite. The arrow's nock should be placed between the index and middle fingers, while the ring finger assists the middle finger in stabilizing the draw hand. Finally, it was time to draw the bow. Yuan meticulously executed each movement as instructed. Whoosh, the arrow, like a streak of white light, swiftly pierced toward the distant wooden stake. With a loud smack, Yuan's heart involuntarily tightened. Why house? The arrow, as expected, missed its mark, striking the adjacent wooden wall and embedding itself firmly. This was merely a distance of 10 meters, and he found it exceedingly difficult to hit effectively. It was truly embarrassing. Nonetheless, Yuan was at a loss. This was his first encounter with archery, and his understanding of the techniques was merely superficial, lacking any practical experience. Fearing another miss on the wall, he arranged a row of wood in front, ensuring that even if he failed to hit the target, he would not strike the wall. In the ensuing time, Yuan continued to practice shooting, repeatedly drawing the bow and releasing arrows. As his practice intensified, his shooting form became increasingly refined, and his accuracy improved, allowing him to successfully strike the wooden stake in no time. Although his aim remained somewhat skewed, the overall progress was significant. Chapter 49. Rare-grade water milk. After practicing for over 5 hours, Yuan finally paused, taking a seat in the kitchen to rest. After such prolonged exercise, he felt the chill in his body diminish, no longer as piercing as it had been at the outset. Next, Yuan had 2 important matters to attend to, both of which promised to uplift his spirits. The first was a bath, and the second was the water milk. He turned on the faucet in the bathroom, allowing steaming hot water to flow into the tub, while he made his way outside to the spring. Daily output of 500 milliliters of energy-rich spring water, possessing certain health-regulating, sterilizing, and cleansing properties. Every 7 days, it produces a drop of water milk rich in energy. Yuan had already experienced the benefits of the daily 500 milliliters of spring water, which, as an excellent grade water source, greatly improved his physical condition. Moreover, during the initial stages of development, he had exchanged a significant amount of resources for spring water, providing numerous conveniences in various aspects of his life. It was one of the most crucial resources within his entire shelter. Additionally, the spring had another function. Every 7 days, it would yield a drop of water milk. Today marked the 7th day since acquiring the spring. Approaching the spring, Yuan illuminated it with a dim kerosene lamp, searching for the water milk within. Finally, at the bottom of the spring, he discovered a pearl-like, irregularly shaped object, appearing no larger than a soybean and exuding a jade-like quality. As he reached out to touch it, he found it to be indeed a solid, warm to the touch, and not cold. After securing it, Yuan promptly returned indoors. In less than 30 seconds, he felt the cold penetrate through his thick clothing, causing him to shiver. Once back inside, he carefully examined the information. It was indeed water milk. Name: water milk, rare grade. Effect: a crystal-rich and spiritual water source. It can provide a substantial amount of spirituality to living beings, enhance physical qualities, and cleanse bodily impurities. Caution advised for use below good grade. Can be diluted for external application. Description: a natural miraculous remedy. To his astonishment, it was a rare grade item. Yuan had not anticipated that an excellent grade spring could yield a rare grade product. This signified a further enhancement of the spring's value. Moreover, the effects of the water milk were undeniably significant. Simply its capacity to enhance physical qualities elevated its value to the pinnacle, since discovering that good grade food could subtly improve physical attributes. Yuan had been particularly attentive to this aspect, striving to supplement his diet with good grade food daily while maintaining a rigorous exercise regimen to enhance his own strength for better survival. However, encountering an item explicitly labeled with the phrase "enhance physical qualities" was a first for him, and it was a rare grade item. At that point, one could only imagine the potency of the water milk. As for the subsequent note, caution advised for use below good grade, can be diluted for external application, it only underscored its efficacy, suggesting its strength was considerable. Currently, Yuan's strength was still a bit shy of good grade, hovering near its threshold, thus he could not consume it directly. Instead, he would have to adhere to the note's instruction and dilute it for external application. However, Yuan had a better method: taking a bath directly. Dilution plus external application was equivalent to soaking in the bath. After all, once the hot water filled the tub to 2/3 full, Yuan tossed the water milk into the water. The pearl-like stone quickly dissolved in the hot water, transforming into a pale liquid. As the water milk gradually dissipated, a fragrant mist wafted up from the tub, lending the pure hot water an added brilliance. Breathing in the vapor around him, Yuan felt instantly rejuvenated. The effects of the rare-grade water milk were astounding. Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, closing the door behind him, shedding his outer garments, and stepping into the tub. The scorching water enveloped his entire body, banishing all traces of cold, and the warmth penetrated through his skin into his muscles, reaching his very marrow. The fatigue, exhaustion, and tension accumulated over the past 7 days vanished in that moment. Yuan could feel a delightful tingling sensation in every joint, as if the strain lodged deep within his body was gradually being eradicated. Reclining amidst the swirling mist, Yuan sensed the miraculous power altering his physique. However, before long, he began to feel a peculiar sense of saturation within his body. Gradually, his skin turned a vivid red, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and an unbearable heat coursed through him, compelling him to rise from the tub. Although the water's temperature was not excessively high, merely around 50 degrees, he felt as though it were scorching, akin to 60 or 70 degrees. Yuan understood that this was most likely due to the effects of the water milk. Just as good-grade food alters the body, excessive consumption leads to an overwhelming sensation, necessitating exercise for relief. That was merely good grade, while the water milk, being 2 grades higher, exhibited even more astonishing effects. Yet, Yuan could distinctly feel that this overwhelming heat was not entirely intolerable. It felt as if a powerful force was accumulating within him. As the heat intensified, he furrowed his brow, preparing to rise from the tub at any moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 30 seconds, 3 minutes. Finally, the energy within him seemed to reach a critical point, and a surge of unreleased energy erupted, coursing through every corner of his being. His skin, muscles, blood, bones, tendons, and even spirit became invigorated at that moment. A breakthrough, good grade. Yuan opened his eyes, a look of joy illuminating his face. He had not anticipated achieving good grade strength so swiftly. At last, he possessed the capability for self-preservation. Yuan flexed his robust arms, feeling in peak condition. Simultaneously, the unbearable heat that had engulfed him dissipated, replaced by a warm and comfortable sensation. Water milk, truly a remarkable substance. Yuan closed his eyes, calmly absorbing the power within him. Murmuring to himself that moment, he was certain that food above good grade indeed possessed incredible power. Based on various signs, it must be the so-called spiritual energy. Why were there so many miraculous items in the Misty world? Why were there creatures far surpassing ordinary beasts? Why were there such potent foods? All of it stemmed from the presence of spiritual energy. Now, with his physical enhancement and the significant transformation following his entry into good grade, Yuan felt even more confident in this hypothesis. Continuing to recline in the tub, a steady stream of power flowed into him, coalescing in every part of his body. Yuan sensed that after breaking through to good grade, there seemed to be a flow of energy within him. It must be the elusive spiritual energy, in other words. If he were to die now, could he decompose into good grade steak? The corner of Yuan's mouth twitched. It seemed quite possible. He might very well be considered a good grade beast now. Clearing his mind of these nonsensical thoughts, Yuan resumed absorbing the energy. By his estimation, the power of the water milk had only consumed about 4 layers. No wonder the system had noted that one must be at least good grade to consume it directly. Otherwise, one would be unable to absorb the energy within, after soaking for over an hour. His physical quality significantly improved once more, and the energy within him grew even more potent. Yuan estimated that his strength had now reached the mid to late stages of good grade. Disregarding specific combat prowess and merely comparing physical attributes, one might conclude that he is roughly on par with Qin Jinjun in Chapter 50, Yang Zhenghe. Yuan felt that his physical enhancements had reached their zenith. Any further absorption would be a futile endeavor. Thus, he rose from the bathtub, which still contained approximately 30% of its energy. Discarding it would indeed be wasteful. However, it could serve well for irrigating plants and providing drinking water for bees, wild chickens, and wild boars. After donning his attire, Yuan proceeded to craft a dozen wooden barrels in his workshop, meticulously storing the bathwater for future use in the living room. When compared to high-quality spring water, the diluted essence of water and milk is, in fact, distinct. The water-milk blend is in essence derived from the condensation of spring water, making its composition notably finer and purer. Once diluted, it becomes more readily absorbable than spring water. Scientifically speaking, the molecules in the water-milk mixture are smaller and possess a higher purity. Thus, utilizing this mixture for irrigation yields superior results. Stretching lazily, Yuan felt invigorated, his physical and mental states in exceptional form. Upon consulting the Mist Survival Manual, he noted that it was already past 6 in the evening. Suddenly, he noticed a notification. an application for friendship. While such requests were commonplace since the announcement of the global trumpet, with many seeking to ally themselves with the strong, this particular applicant stood out. His name was rendered in red and belonged to Yang Zhenghe. The term Shelter's Protective Dome and Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance surfaced in Qi Yuan's mind. On the very first night in the Mist World, Yang Zhenghe had disseminated information about the Shelter's Protective Dome in the chat channel and established the Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance. However, it remained uncertain whether he had ultimately succeeded, as many similar alliances ended in disarray and garnered a reputation for deceit. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Yuan accepted the friend request. A short while later, Yang Zhenghe sent a message. Yang Zhenghe, hello? Brother Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan. Greetings. Is there something you need? Yang Zhenghe. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yang Zhenghe, the leader of the Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance. Qi Yuan inquired. Which Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance? There are quite a few with that name. Indeed, since Yang Zhenghe first proposed the Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance, numerous others had attempted to establish various alliances, frequently adopting similar names such as the Survivor Assistance Society and the Mist Survival Alliance. With many even sharing identical titles, however, the structure of these alliances did not suit the realities of the Mist world. With individuals separated by distances of dozens to hundreds of kilometers, there was little chance for mutual restraint, leading to rampant deception within these supposed aid networks. In fact, many alliances were founded solely for the purpose of trickery, tarnishing the reputation of the term alliance. This predicament was particularly embarrassing for Yang Zhenghe, who earnestly sought to establish a Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance, only to face significant setbacks. With a hint of resignation, he replied, the current Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance comprises over 100 carefully selected individuals, all of whom are trustworthy. Qi Yuan responded. So, you seek my participation? Yang Zhenghe. Precisely. I hope you will consider it. Each individual's development possesses unique characteristics, and no one excels in every area. Mutual assistance could expedite our growth. While Qi Yuan was not entirely dismissive of collaboration, he remained skeptical about the current form of partnership. If all members utilized ally scrolls for cooperation, he would be quite willing to join. Qi Yuan replied, my desire to join is limited. However, could you elaborate on your alliance's mode of cooperation? After several minutes, Yang Zhenghe sent a lengthy message. Yang Zhenghe, I have developed a special scroll that enables the formation of a group chat, which is why I initiated the Mutual Aid Alliance. Consequently, most communications take place within the group. Each member notes their specialties, indicating the resources they can provide. If someone requires assistance, they may privately add each other as friends for trading. You could consider it a miniature marketplace. Qi Yuan, puzzled, asked, if your trading circle is already quite established, why do you wish to include me? Yang Zhenghe carefully considered his response. The development of the alliance necessitates the strength of individuals. Ordinary survivors require the high-quality resources we offer, and we, in turn, need their conventional resources. Therefore, we are always eager to welcome powerful survivor individuals. Once you join the alliance, you can sell your materials within the group and purchase the resources you lack. Whether it be weapons, daily necessities, various scrolls, tools, or even superior-grade food and life-saving medicines, as long as you can afford the price, transactions can occur. Yang Zhenghe believed that most survivors would be drawn in by the allure of diverse resources and would be keen to join. Unfortunately, Qi Yuan was not among them. The resources Yang Zhenghe mentioned were already in his possession, and he had even better alternatives. Moreover, such a mutual aid alliance would not be as flawless as Yang Zhenghe suggested. With more members, complications were inevitable, and he had no interest in squandering his time and energy on other survivors. Thus, Qi Yuan ultimately declined, replying, no, I shall not join the alliance, but if you genuinely wish to collaborate, we could engage in trade. As for ordinary resources, Qi Yuan naturally found them unworthy of his attention. However, as an S-grade red-name survivor, Yang Zhenghe surely possessed valuable items. After all, among the rewards for the top 10,000 were rare shelter facilities and resources of immense worth. Upon seeing Qi Yuan's response, Yang Zhenghe felt somewhat surprised but refrained from pressing further. He replied, very well. I am open to collaboration. Should you wish to join in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Certainly, if you require cooperation or assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. Qi Yuan responded courteously. The two then exchanged information regarding tradable resources. Yang Zhenghe's developmental focus leaned towards agriculture, which aligned with his possession of the shelter's protective dome. His foundational approach was to transform the shelter into an agricultural hub, leading him to cultivate an abundance of high-quality food, including various vegetables, fruits, and grains. This suited Yuan's needs well, as he had only grown crystal rice and winter wheat, lacking in vegetables and fruits. However, during the current cold wave, Yang Zhenghe's cultivation faced significant challenges. Although he could barely maintain his crops under the protection of the shelter's dome, a bountiful harvest was out of the question. As such, he was unable to offer an abundance of food at present. Nevertheless, according to Yang Zhenghe, he could provide a substantial quantity of high-quality fresh water, which constituted another resource near his shelter. When it was Yuan's turn to share his resources, he thoughtfully sent over details of 4 items: healing potions, spring water, charcoal, and meat steaks. He also included a message: spring water and charcoal are available for direct purchase from me. Meat steaks will not be provided during the cold wave. The healing potions are highly effective yet exceedingly rare. If you possess flesh essence, I can craft them for you, charging only a processing fee. After sending this, Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and added, "Oh, if there are any high-quality wild beasts near your shelter that you cannot handle, feel free to reach out to me, but a teleportation scroll will be required." In Chapter 51, The Pig Fat Residue. The wild beasts near the shelter are indeed limited. Following this hunt, it remains uncertain when they will replenish. Without a sufficient supply of prey, the source of meat steaks is compromised, presenting a significant loss in terms of sustenance. If he could undertake some tasks hunting wild beasts near other shelters, it would be a commendable idea. The only concern is the potential for betrayal. After all, venturing into another shelter presents unknown variables. If someone harbored ill intentions, Yuan could not predict the outcome. However, he could enlist Qin Zhenjuan's assistance. Brother Qin's shelter likely had its wild beasts nearly cleared out, and he would be eager for tasks. While one person might falter, 2 collaborating would likely face few adversaries. Furthermore, by that time, the bee colony would likely have expanded, and the iron-backed wild boars would presumably have matured. Yuan's strength would have undoubtedly seen a significant enhancement. Beside a modest lake in a desert oasis, a spacious shelter stood, enveloped by a white, semicircular protective dome. In the shelter's courtyard, 3 rows of greenhouse structures lined up, housing an abundance of vegetables and fruits. Each plant appeared remarkably robust, bearing green fruits that were more than twice the size of ordinary produce. Should anyone behold this sight, they would surely marvel, recognizing these as superior-grade flora, with many being of exceptional quality. This was indeed Yang Zhenghe's shelter, a sanctuary nestled within a desert oasis. At that moment, Yang Zhenghe sat at a table, the Mist survival manual before him, engaged in a video call with 6 individuals. These 6 were the administrators of the Survivor Mutual Aid Alliance, each boasting a rank of B or higher, either blue names or purple names. One burly man inquired, "Brother Yang, did that S-grade survivor agree to join us?" "No, he dismissed the offerings of our alliance, showing little interest even in my high-quality fruits and fresh water," Yang Zhenghe replied with a calm demeanor. "How could that be? Fruits and vegetables, meats, weapons, tools, life resources, medicines. With such an abundance of items, surely there must be something he requires." Yang Zhenghe sighed and remarked, "He must have his own circle of friends. He should not be lacking in the essentials of daily life. Otherwise, he could not possibly rank among the top 10,000 globally. What a pity." A graceful woman, around 27.8 years of age, lamented. "Well, it's not too bad. Although he hasn't joined the alliance, he has agreed to collaborate with me." Yang Zhenghe responded, simultaneously mentioning the resources Yuan was willing to sell. Upon hearing this, the others fell into deep contemplation. Premium-grade spring water, life-saving healing potions, meat, charcoal. Each item is exceedingly precious, highly sought after by survivors. No wonder he is reluctant to join. Not only does he possess these resources, but their quality is also superior. Someone exclaimed in Arado. By the way, Yang Zhenghe added, he also mentioned that if anyone has a well-behaved beast near their shelter that they cannot handle, he can assist in resolving the issue. Hiss. Everyone inhaled sharply. The distinction between being able to confront beasts, barely hunt them, and effortlessly eliminate well-behaved ones is monumental. A middle-aged man furrowed his brow and remarked, "Such confidence? It seems he not only develops rapidly but also possesses formidable strength. Assisting others in clearing beasts suggests that he has likely eradicated all nearby threats. Truly impressive. Indeed, the bear near my shelter is extraordinarily powerful. I hardly dare to venture outside." "Me too," The large snake around here is elusive and I cannot overpower it. Yang Zhenghe interjected. We needn't belittle ourselves. While our individual strengths may be somewhat lacking, our collective power is certainly not inferior to his. Let us maintain a cooperative relationship with him, but without excessive enthusiasm, lest we be underestimated. If he proves to be genuinely capable, we can consider bringing him into our fold later. As nightfall approached at 8 o'clock, Yuan retrieved a sizable chunk of snow-white lard and placed it on the kitchen countertop. This lard was sourced from the Ironback Mountain pig, totaling 15 pounds, of which Yuan received 8 pounds. He meticulously chopped the lard into small pieces with a knife before placing it into a preheated iron pot. As the lard hit the hot surface, it sizzled, releasing a fragrant aroma of rendered pig fat. Under the intense heat, the fatty meat yielded its internal oils, transforming into a golden hue that appeared tantalizingly appealing. Inhaling the enticing scent, Yuan reflected on how he previously disliked the taste of lard, finding it overly greasy. Yet now, he found himself irresistibly drawn to its fragrance. As the lard continued to render, 90% of it was extracted, leaving behind diminishing remnants. He fished out the lard remnants, now no larger than a fingernail, placing them into a wooden bowl set aside. The rendered lard was then stored in an unused wooden barrel for future culinary endeavors, as the absence of various seasonings rendered their meals bland. Thus, they relied on lard to enhance flavor. From the 8 pounds of lard, he managed to produce 6.5 pounds of pure lard and a considerable amount of remnants. The remnants tasted quite good, prompting Yuan to take a small bowl and share a portion with Gao Hanji and Qin Zhenjuan. After some thought, he also sent a small bowl to Yang Zhenghe as a gesture of goodwill. Just as he dispatched it, Gao Hanji promptly replied, "Wow, a quick response," Yuan teased. Gao Hanji, undeterred, sent over a box of light pink powder. "I bought this from a friend. What do you think?" Yuan examined the item, exclaiming in surprise, "Salt? Is this natural rock salt? Does your friend's shelter have natural rock salt?" Gao Hanji affirmed, "It should, but the quantity is limited, and it contains quite a bit of impurities." Yuan nodded in agreement. Regardless of the impurities, it was a rare source of salt, essential for survival. While Yuan's meat rations allowed him to absorb the necessary sodium, many survivors struggled with monotonous diets, often just eating whatever was available to stave off hunger, let alone consume meat. This situation had led numerous individuals to experience adverse health effects due to a lack of sodium and vitamins. "This is a valuable find. You should ask your friend for more. It will surely be useful," Yuan advised. Gao Hanji responded, "Sure, I'll inquire. There should be more available. They are quite generous, not only in spirit but also in character. They even want me to join their alliance." Gao Hanji remarked, while Yuan paid little mind, assuming it was a mutual aid organization. The rock salt crystals were rather large, so Yuan had to grind them down into a fine powder. Sprinkling it over the crispy lard remnants significantly elevated the flavor profile. Soon after, both Qin Zhenjuan and Yang Zhenghe sent their messages of gratitude. Yang Zhenghe, however, appeared conflicted. The fact that he is willing to share meat indicates his desire to cultivate a favorable relationship with me. It would be remiss not to reciprocate. After much contemplation, Yang Zhenghe returned the gesture with 2 premium-grade carrots as a token of appreciation. Chapter 52. Help me dig up the cassava. The night continued as usual, with heavy snow falling incessantly for an entire day and night, and temperatures continued to plummet, testing the limits of human endurance. Within an ordinary Tier 3 shelter, 5 individuals sat in solemn assembly. Indeed, this was not a video call or a group chat, but genuine face-to-face conversation. The 5 sat upright, expressions serene and composed, their short black hair neat and dignified, their gazes exuding an unspoken authority. Huang Lao, as the director of the Meteorological Bureau, what is your assessment of the current weather? The leader inquired, prompting the other 4 to remain silent. Not optimistic. This is no ordinary cold wave. Given the current trends, we are facing a significant climate shift. Rather than a cold front, I believe another term is more fitting. The elder known as Huang Lao replied, his voice bearing the weight of age yet resonating with strength. What term? A furrowed brow signaled disbelief as someone asked. Huang Lao's gaze shifted slightly as he responded. Ice Age. One person frowned, incredulously asking, is it really that severe? Are we to expect these extreme low temperatures indefinitely? No. Just as the others began to relax, Huang Lao continued, it will drop even lower. A collective gasp escaped the group. Current temperatures were already plunging towards -40 or 50 degrees Celsius. If they continued to drop, it would indeed spell biological annihilation. During the Ice Age on Earth, the lowest recorded temperature was -50 degrees Celsius, with an average temperature around 8 degrees. However, I estimate that the Ice Age in the Misty world will be even colder, last longer, and cause greater devastation. Each statement felt like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of those present, leaving them breathless. The leading elder, with a calm and profound gaze, broke the tense silence, stating, "All right, since the problem has arisen, there must be a solution. We are here to discuss solutions today." Another elder clad in a green cotton coat chimed in. Old Zhang is correct. The environment here is indeed more severe, but the strength of survivors should not be underestimated. You all must have experienced that items of good quality and above possess incredible power. What should we do? The elder in the green coat proposed. We must establish a gathering place for survivors. The strength of one person is ultimately limited, but together, we can combat this disaster. However, after his suggestion, no one responded, their expressions still heavy with concern. They had attempted similar initiatives multiple times before, none of which had succeeded. Whether it was forming mutual aid organizations, or seeking nearby survivors, or even attempting to meet using supplies, all efforts had encountered significant drawbacks. The unique environment of the Misty world and the circumstances faced by survivors were not problems that could be resolved through mere gathering. It was also highly unrealistic. Zhou Zheng, let us not deceive ourselves. This approach is utterly futile. No one will heed your call. Moreover, we lack the resources, stable housing, consistent food supply, long-term freshwater resources, and fundamentally, gathering all survivors in one place. Keep in mind that each survivor is spaced at least 50 to 100 kilometers apart. With a population of 7 billion, who knows how vast the Misty world truly is? And this only accounts for the regions occupied by survivors. No one has any clarity on what lies beyond. Then shall we advocate for small gatherings? A few dozen or hundreds coexisting? I find that equally impractical. You know how scarce resources are. How much food can you find near your shelter? Enough to sustain a few people? Indeed, it seemed that no one would take notice of them. After several hours of discussion, the debate remained unresolved. Finally, the elder named Zhang rapped his knuckles on the table and declared, "No further discussion is needed. After all, we are not on Earth anymore. We do not possess the authority to dictate the future of all survivors. What will come next is beyond our control. Dear friends, let us take things as they come." Zhou Zheng's lips twitched. Take things as they come? Then why did you gather us here, old Zhang? To witness your aged visage. Did you not just vow to find a solution? Ahem. The elderly man surnamed Zhang awkwardly cleared his throat twice and said, "We are merely ordinary individuals. What power do we possess to resolve these issues? Since we are here, might you assist me in digging up the cassava in the field? My frail old bones find it quite inconvenient. You see, a teleportation scroll is exceedingly precious." The elderly man named Zhang chuckled heartily. "Your names are either purple or blue. If I happen to take advantage of you, it is of little consequence. It is fortuitous that our group of old companions can gather. Who knows when we shall have another opportunity?" Upon hearing this, the others felt somewhat disheartened and fell into silence. Too many had perished, parents, children, friends, classmates, and lovers. The elderly man continued, "Moreover, the system appears to be guiding our development without malice. We should endeavor to follow the directives of that voice from above. Since the arrangement has placed all survivors at such a distance, we need not force ourselves to congregate. Our thoughts may not be entirely correct, and others are not without the ability to survive. The situation we face may not be as dire as we imagine. Life has a way of seeking its own sustenance. Furthermore, since the system is conducting a rating of all survivors, it must hold deeper significance. It is best we adhere to its guidance. Strive to ally with those rated S, A, and B. Maintain cooperative relationships as much as possible." Zhang's voice remained calm, devoid of any gravity, as he spoke as though conversing with old friends. The five of them engaged in light banter for a while longer before eventually returning to their shelter. Naturally, they would finish digging up the cassava before departing. Yuan was unaware that in a hidden corner of the Misty world, a group of benevolent elders engaged in such discussions. However, even if he were aware, he would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of helplessness, a gathering place. I, Qi, am on the verge of becoming immortal. Who would still wish to congregate with you? The current difficulties in survival stem from poor physical condition. What if one possessed a good, excellent, or even rare level of strength? As for the Ice Age, others may harbor such concerns, yet Yuan understood that the cold wave would not last long. The next catastrophe would be an extreme heat wave. Perhaps for the Earth, such a catastrophic event would indeed lead to a mass extinction reminiscent of an ice age. However, for the Misty world, it might merely be the cyclical change of the seasons. It is indeed true that life will seek its own path. 7 days is merely the beginning of this search for survival, as a multitude of unfortunate individuals are filtered out by the harshness of nature. The remaining survivors will possess a certain degree of survival capability. At the very least, their intelligence will not be lacking. Although the death toll among survivors will remain alarmingly high, the rate of decrease will certainly slow. Those who can endure this cold wave will gradually establish their foothold in the Misty world and discover their own means of survival. However, following this rating reward, a wave of chaos erupted among all survivors. Uncontrollable and rife with disorder. Chapter 53. Chaos in the aftermath of this rating reward. A certain type of item surged in abundance, swiftly captivating all survivors. Teleportation scrolls, good quality items, yet their functionality and significance could even surpass some excellent grade tools. The emergence of teleportation scrolls signified the dissolution of distance constraints, allowing survivors to meet one another, no longer confined to solitary survival. This sudden change left everyone feeling taken aback. The loneliness, fear, anxiety, and dread that accompanied solitary survival seemed poised to erupt at that very moment. Moreover, due to the cold wave, many could not contain their excitement, leading to a chaotic outburst among the entire survivor community triggered by the teleportation scrolls. Firstly, the chat channels were inundated with numerous messages seeking relatives, parents, children, friends, classmates, spouses, lovers, and even extramarital partners. Some were fortunate enough to locate surviving family members, utilizing the teleportation scrolls to meet one another, even relocating their shelters to be together. Of course, this did not entail moving entire shelters together, but rather transferring essential resources to a single shelter to live in unison. A Tier 3 shelter, with its 80 square meters of living space and an additional 20 square meter yard, was more spacious than many urban residences, providing ample room for families. Additionally, being in nature offered a beautiful environment, fresh air, and companionship from wildlife. Without the pressures of survival, it could indeed be a pleasant retreat from society. Moreover, the greatest advantage was the assurance of dying together, rather than spending decades side by side only to be separated in death. This transformation was, for the time being, quite favorable. However, many found themselves unable to locate even a familiar face, let alone a relative. One reason for this was the overwhelming volume of information in the chat channels, rendering it nearly impossible to discern what others were saying. Another reason was that far too many had already perished. Sometimes, the absence of news was a blessing, allowing one to cling to hopeful illusions. In addition to searching for family, many came to know each other only after arriving in the Misty world. For instance, Yuan and Junjuan became acquainted through trading. There were also avenues such as survivor mutual aid alliances through which partners could be found. Frequent transactions forged solid relationships, fostering deeper collaboration. However, the risks were considerable. Even among family, the potential for betrayal over resources existed, let alone between mere acquaintances. Carrying one's entire fortune, utilizing a teleportation scroll to visit another's shelter. One could never predict whether they would be met with a welcoming embrace or a blade. Yet, in terms of public sentiment, tales of mutual destruction were all too common. How could this be? That is my own brother. He deceived me into his shelter, laying a trap to kill me. Ha! The world is full of treachery. Just the other day, I agreed to merge shelters with an ally, only to find he turned around and bought poison. Thankfully, I have good connections and learned of his intentions beforehand. Otherwise, I might have lost my life. What is this? I had arranged to cohabitate with a friend, only for him to climb into my bed in the middle of the night, nearly leading me to a duel. Luckily, I was quick on my feet. Brother upstairs, do not be absurd. In truth, it's rather fortunate. Avoids unwanted pregnancies. You are the one being ridiculous. Sigh, dear friends. I urge everyone to exercise caution. Teleportation scrolls carry no guarantees, and there is a significant risk of losing one's life. However, I recall there exists an excellent grade ally scroll that can establish ally relationships and allows for mutual teleportation. complete with life assurance. You mentioned it's an excellent grade item. Who could possibly obtain it? TSK, let me show you all. This girl is easily deceived, running over here to cohabit with me. She brings both resources and companionship. And just look at her, fair and tender. It's quite delightful. The message was accompanied by a photograph. In a dimly lit shelter, a young woman of decent appearance was bound and thrown onto a bed. Her clothing scant, exposing ample unblemished skin. The chat channel lacked any safeguards against underage content, rendering the image fully visible. Wow, is this what it means to be deceived in online romance, losing both love and wealth? One must be cautious in online relationships. Meeting in person requires vigilance. This case, brother, you are truly fortunate. You've snagged a female companion. How depraved. Do you not owe it to others' trust? Apologies to the young lady upstairs. I am sorry for your fright. I would like to treat you to a meal as compensation. Come, I'll cover the teleportation scroll. You can visit my shelter. Get lost. 666 ha ha ha. That is hilarious. Brother, she was merely startled. But going to your place, she'll truly be alarmed. Malicious thoughts spread rapidly. Those who successfully found relatives or like-minded allies and merged shelters were ultimately a mere minority, perhaps no more than 30%. In most cases, the outcomes were tragic, resulting in loss of life and possessions. This frenzied merging of shelters lasted less than a day before it abruptly ceased, regarded with disdain. However, the chaos did not subside. Rather, it intensified. The flesh trade, gambling, and various other enterprises began to flourish among the survivor community. Yet, due to the cold wave, resource scarcity kept many in check. It was evident that once the cold wave passed, the chaos would escalate further. Such a situation served as a warning bell to all. Shelters are indeed meant to protect us. They shield not only from the elements and beast attacks, but also against the attacks of our own kind. When Yuan returned to his bedroom that evening and opened the Mist Survival Manual, he perused the chat channel, only then realizing the events that transpired that day. The public chat channel was rife with nefarious conversations and images, causing Yuan to furrow his brow. He had not anticipated that the appearance of teleportation scrolls would incite such turmoil. However, he understood that most of the chaos erupted among the lower-tier survivors. They had long been under the duress of food scarcity, cold, and beasts, leading them to desperately seek change, only to fall into some individuals' traps. Those who had managed to maintain a decent standard of living and were relatively rational would not be easily deceived. Yet, Yuan began to reflect on which relatives and friends he had. His parents had chronic illnesses and passed away during his university years. As for his grandparents, he had hardly seen them. As for classmates, after graduation, he had scarcely kept in touch with his university roommates. Though I have had a few romantic relationships, none have lasted longer than a year or two, and none have progressed to the contemplation of marriage. After parting ways, I have lost all contact with them. Reflecting on this, it seems there are no family or friends worth seeking out. The only lingering thought is of the golden years and technician number 53. I wonder if she is still alive. If fate were to allow our paths to cross again, it would be a delightful opportunity to reminisce. Yuan's mind drifted through these musings. But he quickly reined in his thoughts, redirecting his focus to the more pressing matters of survival. After all, even among the fastest developing individuals, none are entirely free from the constraints of food and environment. The primary goal remains survival. The system's so-called ratings categorize all survivors into different tiers, leading many irrational individuals to become ensnared by a mirage of prosperity, momentarily losing their senses. In truth, neither Yuan, nor Qin Zhengjuan, nor Yang Zhenghe would consider themselves free from the worries of sustenance. Rather, these astute individuals approach their survival with heightened caution. Chapter 54. Midnight noises. Having prepared the charcoal, Yuan once again hung it in batches on the trading market for sale. At this moment, the market was already bustling with numerous charcoal offerings, with prices hovering around 1.3, slightly higher than Yuan's selling price. However, he chose not to adjust his price, listing it at 1.2 instead, which he deemed a fair valuation. After listing the charcoal, Yuan decided to retire for the night, uncertain of how long the cold snap would persist, but resolved to maintain his usual routine of early sleep and early rising. He anticipated a night of comfort, much like any other, but the heavens had other plans. The stroke of midnight. A tremendous crash reverberated from the courtyard, jolting Yuan awake, instantly dispelling any remnants of sleep. What on earth was happening? Though nestled within a shelter, he remained acutely aware of the lurking dangers in this perilous, fog-laden world. Yuan had never dared to sleep deeply, always alert to the slightest sounds. He sprang from his bed, immediately chilled by the frigid air. The temperature difference between his blankets and the bedroom exceeded 20 degrees. Despite the ample charcoal in the fireplace, the bedroom remained bitterly cold. After donning his clothing, Yuan rubbed his numbed face, striving to awaken his senses. Outside, darkness enveloped the landscape, devoid of any glimmers of light. As he cautiously opened the wooden door, a wave of icy air rushed in, reminiscent of frost, prompting him to tighten his collar and peer outside. There was no sign of disturbance. Taking a deep breath, Yuan cracked open the shelter door, and a fierce gust of wind, laden with snowflakes, surged in, howling like a wild beast. The sound insulation and thermal efficiency of his Tier 3 shelter were commendable, rendering the wind's roar outside relatively muted. However, upon opening the door, Yuan was immediately taken aback. This was the most terrifying blizzard he had ever encountered, the howling winds the most fearsome he had ever heard. Merely listening to the cacophony was enough to chill one to the bone, instilling a reluctance to venture outside. Yet the unsettling noises compelled Yuan to investigate the source. Should a beast encroach upon his shelter, the manner of his demise would remain a mystery. However, upon attempting to push the shelter door open once more, he found it blocked and could not force it ajar. Yuan's heart raced, cold sweat beating on his forehead as a chill crept down his spine. What was happening? Was something obstructing the door? He took a few steps back and peered through the crack, and upon discerning the situation, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. The recent heavy snowfall had scarcely ceased, accumulating at an alarming rate. The snow outside had reached a terrifying height of 1.5 meters, nearly obscuring the door entirely. In a wonder he couldn't open it. Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. Yet suddenly, Yuan was struck by a troubling thought. If the snow blocked the entire door, how would he ever escape? Moreover, the snowfall showed no signs of abating. Eventually, it would completely bury the shelter, leaving him surrounded by an avalanche of snow, transforming the issue from mere inaccessibility to a true peril. While the Tier 3 shelter was indeed sturdy, excessive snow accumulation on the roof could pose a risk of collapse. This realization made Yuan's heart skip a beat. Such a scenario was entirely plausible. If he did not act swiftly to clear the snow, he would be living in constant danger. The earlier noises he had heard were likely the result of the beast enclosure collapsing under the weight of the snow. No longer able to fight off sleep, Yuan resolved to spend the night clearing the accumulated snow from his shelter. He returned to fetch a shovel, diligently removing the snow piled at the door and transferring it into wooden barrels. Fortunately, he had crafted a scroll for producing wooden barrels en masse. Otherwise, he would have struggled to contain such a volume of snow. Once he had cleared enough ice and snow to widen the door's opening, the task became more manageable, albeit resulting in a significant amount of melting snow water spilling into the interior. Thankfully, the shelter's floor was stone. Otherwise, the influx of water would have risked dampness and mildew. Nearly 3 hours passed before he finally managed to fully open the door and survey the outside scene. The snow now reached the height of Yuan's neck, and looking outward, he could see the collapsed beast enclosure, completely buried beneath the surrounding white blanket. Glancing up at the roof, he noted that the snow layer had exceeded 30 centimeters. Fortunately, the sloped design of the roof had allowed some of the snow to slide off, preventing an excessive buildup. However, should the ground snow reach the height of the shelter, true danger would ensue. Without further hesitation, Yuan lit his oil lamp and commenced the arduous task of clearing the snow. While he didn't aim to clear the entire courtyard, he at least needed to ensure he could enter and exit safely. After achieving a satisfactory level of fitness, Yuan found his strength, endurance, and physical prowess had significantly improved, allowing him to work more swiftly. However, his resistance to the cold remained largely unchanged, likely due to the frigid temperature. Even a body in good condition could not withstand such conditions. Once he tackled the snow in front of the door, removing the snow from the roof proved comparatively straightforward. He swiftly climbed atop the roof and began pushing the snow down from the ridge. A gentle shove would send down large amounts, and the process was incredibly relieving, allowing him to clear it in no time as he gazed at the roof, now revealed in its original form. Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed he would need to regularly clear the snow. Otherwise, it would accumulate once more in no time. Thus, Yuan added a new task to his daily routine: snow removal. Upon returning to the shelter, he noted that it was already past 5 in the morning, yet the sky showed no signs of brightening. After washing his face with warm water and soaking his feet, he felt the warmth returning to his body. He then proceeded to the kitchen, where he pan-fried a piece of high-quality pork chop to replenish the energy he had expended. Since reaching a good level of fitness, Yuan noticed a significant increase in his appetite. Previously, he could barely finish a single high-quality pork chop in a day, often feeling overly full. However, now, even a larger piece from the iron-backed wild boar could be devoured in one sitting. It seemed that after attaining a good level of fitness, his body's demand for energy had escalated, making him more eager for sustenance. It was foreseeable that ordinary-grade food would gradually fade from Yuan's diet, with a primary focus on food of good quality or higher. After finishing the pork chop, Yuan still felt no inclination to sleep and began exercising in the living room as well as practicing archery. However, due to the dim lighting, his efficiency was rather low. This was a problem he had identified the previous day but found no solution for. He had searched the trading market but failed to find suitable lighting tools. While candles were available, their illumination was not significantly better than that of an oil lamp. The oil lamp provided with the shelter was quite remarkable. It had never extinguished. It served as a metaphor for the survivors' lives. Struggling to endure in a fog-laden world, yet persisting against all odds, Yuan had considered purchasing dozens of candles to place around the shelter for additional light, but ultimately decided against it. There were no suitable candle holders within the shelter, and the walls were wooden. Should a candle tip over, it could easily cause a fire. The risk was too great, compelling him to seek alternative, safer lighting solutions. Chapter 55. 7 days as anticipated. Today dawned without the sun. In the afternoon, Yuan ventured into the yard to inspect the pond, only to find the situation quite dire. Though Qinghua algae played a role in temperature regulation, it could not withstand such frigid conditions. The heavy snow had filled the pond entirely, and the water had frozen solid. The crucian carp inside had all succumbed to the cold, reduced to ice blocks, and would need to be brought back for fish soup. The Qinghua algae, leveraging its abilities, had managed to melt some of the surrounding ice and snow, allowing it to survive for the time being. But its prospects were grim. Had he not discovered this in time, it too might have perished like the crucian carp. Yuan had no choice but to bring the Qinghua algae back, temporarily housing it in a wooden barrel, using a diluted solution to sustain its vitality and prevent its extinction. While crucian carp weren't particularly valuable, merely a good-grade food source, the Qinghua algae held far greater worth. Moreover, he would be able to enjoy a steaming bowl of fish soup that evening. Even without ginger or scallions, the high-quality crucian carp would not present a discernible fishy odor. The soup was milky white and delicious, and the fish meat was firm and tender. Clearly, the fish had been flash-frozen. Otherwise, its quality would not have been preserved. After preparing the fish soup, Yuan sent a portion to Qin Zhenjuan, knowing that his supplies consisted mostly of nuts and pork chops. With no fish on hand, it was a perfect opportunity for him and Xiao Tong to enjoy a treat and warm their bodies. As for Gao Hanji, having previously promised to provide her with food for 7 days due to the plant catalyst, Yuan hesitated to provide too much, uncertain of how long the cold front would last. He aimed to offer her only ordinary-grade pork chops, as he typically consumed high-quality ones himself. He managed to send her a small bowl of fish soup, but withheld the fish meat. Lately, he had sensed something peculiar and abnormal about Gao Hanji. Subsequently, life during the relentless cold wave settled into a monotonous routine. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 7 days. As the duration of the cold wave prolonged, the anxiety within the hearts of all survivors intensified. For a full 7 days, the heavy snowfall showed no signs of abating, and the night never relented. The entire mist-shrouded world seemed ensnared in an eternal twilight. In the initial days, everyone huddled within the shelter, free from the struggle for survival, living in relative comfort. However, as the days of idleness stretched on, their dwindling food reserves neared depletion, and restlessness began to fester deep within, leading to increasing agitation. No one could endure the solitude of remaining in a dim, frigid shelter with nothing to occupy their time and no hope of venturing outside. Many even faced issues akin to Qi Yuan's previous predicament, shelter collapses. As the accumulated snow on the roof remained uncleared, the snow on the ground piled higher, eventually matching the roof's height, causing unbearable pressure that even a level 3 shelter could not withstand in such an environment. Losing the protection of the shelter would spell disaster. Upon learning of these circumstances in the chat channel, Qi Yuan felt an immense sense of relief for having discovered the problem early. Otherwise, he might have followed in the footsteps of those unfortunate individuals. During these days, Qi Yuan maintained a very disciplined routine. Rising at 7 in the morning, he would brush his teeth and wash up before enjoying breakfast, which typically consisted of meat patties paired with clear moon algae. After breakfast, he would first hang the charcoal he had prepared the night before on the trading market, followed by physical exercise, practicing swordsmanship and archery. Thus, throughout these days, both his physical fitness and his skills with the sword and bow saw significant improvement. By midday, he usually did not take a dedicated lunch but would instead indulge in a brief rest to replenish his energy. The afternoon continued with exercise and practice in swordsmanship and archery. In the evening, he would have another meal to restore the energy expended during his workouts, typically enjoying fish soup and noodles. The evenings were then spent leisurely, reviewing the gains from the trading market and browsing for quality items. Notably, during this time, Gao Hanji seemed to have joined an alliance. According to her, a friend from her previous salt-selling venture introduced her to an alliance leader, and she had now officially joined. In truth, Qi Yuan was skeptical about such alliances, doubting their genuine goodwill and collaboration, suspecting that unforeseen troubles might arise. However, since Gao Hanji was determined to join, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Later, an incident caused a swift decline in their relationship, leading to less frequent communication. The catalyst was Gao Hanji unearthing a vial of plant catalyst from a bronze resource box. Qi Yuan could not help but marvel at her extraordinary luck. Yet, Gao Hanji had no intention of selling it to him. Instead, she planned to offer it to a friend within the alliance. Even when Qi Yuan offered 2 premium meat patties in exchange, she ultimately chose to decline. This left Qi Yuan with lingering resentment, and their relationship grew increasingly distant. Despite the unpleasantness with Gao Hanji, his dealings with Yang Zhenghe during this time were remarkably smooth. Yang Zhenghe repeatedly purchased quality charcoal from Qi Yuan, yielding him a modest profit. He acquired 3 teleportation scrolls, 10 glow stones, and a substantial quantity of unusable roots from good quality plants. The teleportation scrolls, needless to say, held considerable value and provided a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. The glow stones, a type of good quality mineral, served as a source of illumination, emitting a soft white light akin to a 50-watt bulb. Their effectiveness in the shelter was just right, alleviating Qi Yuan's need to navigate in darkness. The good quality plant roots were intended to feed the iron-backed mountain pigs and wild chickens. Thus, their relationship blossomed rapidly. Today marked the 7th day since the onset of the cold wave, coinciding with the emergence of the second bead of nourishing water. To this day, Qi Yuan vividly recalled the remarkable effects of the first drop of nourishing water, which had propelled him from an ordinary individual to a level of upper-middle quality prowess. The mere dilution of the nourishing water had also allowed the crystal rice and winter wheat to flourish. The seedlings of crystal rice had already grown to 10 centimeters high, exuding vitality, while the winter wheat had reached 30 centimeters, with green ears of grain emerging. Therefore, Qi Yuan eagerly anticipated the second bead of nourishing water. After dinner, he arrived at the shelter and retrieved a pearl-sized, milky white bead from the spring, a nourishing water bead. Although Qi Yuan now possessed upper-middle quality strength and could consume the nourishing water directly, he intended to soak in it for absorption. As before, he filled a bathtub with hot water and dissolved the nourishing water into it. Following that was the comforting time for a soak. This time, the experience was far less agonizing than the first. Although there was still a strong burning sensation, it remained within tolerable limits, overall providing a sense of comfort. Through his skin, the gentle spiritual energy cleansed his body, continuously enhancing his strength. The increase was slightly less pronounced than during the first instance, yet ultimately, he achieved the pinnacle of upper-middle quality prowess. Moreover, this time, the remaining bathwater contained minimal energy, merely serving as plain bathing water. Feeling the growing strength of his body, Qi Yuan's physical and mental states were both excellent. Truly, such a rare item had an overwhelmingly potent effect, far surpassing the benefits of consuming good quality food. As Qi Yuan reveled in his newfound prowess, His missed survival manual chimed, signaling a message from Yang Zhenghe. Yang Zhenghe, Qi Yuan, I have an urgent matter. I need to purchase a healing potion. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Qi Yuan inquired, puzzled. Yang Zhenghe, it's not me. It's an administrator from the Alliance. She was attacked by a beast and has sustained serious injuries. Qi Yuan furrowed his brow. Surprised to learn that, even under such heavy snowfall, beasts were still roaming about to assault shelters. However, this served as a wake-up call. The prolonged cold wave not only left survivors with dwindling food supplies, but also severely impacted the wildlife, compelling them to venture out in search of sustenance, Qi Yuan replied. While we share a good rapport, we must still discuss the cost of the healing potion transparently. Naturally, I'll refer her to you. You can add each other as friends and discuss it directly. With that, Yang Zhenghe pushed a contact towards Qi Yuan, revealing a woman named Duya. The friend request was promptly accepted. Duya, hello, I am Duya. Qi Yuan. I can't see that. Let us get straight to the point. Are you here to purchase a healing potion? Duya, yes, I'm seriously injured and urgently need healing medicine. What price can you offer for the healing potion? Qi Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. I'm not sure what you have, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to quote a price. Please, tell me what items you possess. Duya, in dire need of healing, engage swiftly, sending a list of items 3 minutes later. Spirit Vegetable Garden, excellent. Secondary Shelter Scroll, excellent. Quality Water Stone Mine, excellent. Teleportation Scroll, good. Upgrade Scroll, excellent. Among the items she sent, only 4 were of excellent quality, while the rest were of medium good quality. However, it was those 4 excellent items that made Qi Yuan's eyes gleam with excitement. Particularly the Upgrade Scroll, excellent. Regardless of the circumstances, this item was a must-have. Previously, when Qi Yuan was searching for good quality upgrade scrolls, he had sought excellent ones but found none. He never imagined he would encounter one here. Yet, Dia indicated she would only part with 1 excellent item or 5 good quality items. Qi Yuan was not inclined to be lenient, responding, 2 excellent items? That's impossible. The healing potion is merely of good quality. Why should it be so expensive? Dia decisively rejected him, sensing a growing sense of foreboding. She had previously inquired with others, and the prices had indeed been exorbitant. Qi Yuan stood firm. This is the price? The life-saving item is worth it. Dia felt torn, as these items were her most treasured possessions from this raiding, and she would never part with them unless her injuries were dire. Duya, 1 excellent item, plus 10 good quality items. 2 excellent items, good quality items are 2 inferior. I won't accept them. The cold words struck Duya's heart, leaving her breathless. Did she truly not value good quality items? A life is worth it. Qi Yuan continued to negotiate. Duya's heart ached as she gazed at the excellent items, feeling as if her heart would bleed. You're asking for far too much. Not too much. It's not like you have little. How can you not leverage Yang Zhenghe's goodwill? If it weren't for his sake, I would demand 4 items. You. After exchanging messages for over 10 minutes, Duya not only felt her physical wounds worsening but also suffered immense emotional distress. Faced with the threat to her life, she reluctantly allowed Qi Yuan to select 2 excellent items. Without hesitation, Qi Yuan chose the Upgrade Scroll, excellent, and the Secondary Shelter Scroll, excellent, almost causing Duya to spit blood in anguish. In truth, Qi Yuan was also quite tempted by the other 2 excellent items. But since they were friends of Yang Zhenghe, he refrained from being overly predatory. Otherwise, he would have contemplated acquiring all 4 excellent items. He firmly believed that life-saving items should not be assessed by their grade. 2 excellent items for 1 life is a fair trade. Satisfied with the acquisition of these 2 excellent items, Qi Yuan felt quite pleased. Name: Upgrade Scroll, excellent. Function: upgrades good quality items to excellent quality. Can be used once. Description: achieve the leap of life. The function of the good grade upgrade scrolls is akin to that of the excellent grade upgrade scrolls, albeit with a variation in usage frequency. A single good grade upgrade scroll can be employed 3 times, whereas an excellent grade scroll is limited to a single use. After all, the inherent value of the excellent grade scroll far surpasses that of its good grade counterpart. Even if one refrains from utilizing it on beasts and opts instead to enhance other good grade items, the worth remains substantial. For instance, elevating the beast taming scroll, good grade, to excellent grade would yield comparable results. Alternatively, upgrading the healing potion manufacturing scroll, good grade, to excellent grade. At this thought, Qi Yuan suddenly paused. It seemed there was a choice that surpassed merely using it on beasts. despite his desire for an excellent grade beast. A voice deep within him proclaimed that an excellent grade healing potion is far more precious. Excellent grade beast? Or excellent grade healing potion? In that moment, Yuan found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Half an hour later, he decided to store the upgrade scrolls in his storage box. Ultimately, he resolved to upgrade the beast. Indeed, while an excellent grade healing potion is remarkable, the materials required are undoubtedly more valuable. Yuan speculated that crafting an excellent grade healing potion would likely demand the essence of excellent grade beasts. It is quite possible that even if he possessed the scroll for creating an excellent grade healing potion, he may not be able to gather sufficient materials, rendering him unable to even produce a good grade healing potion. Contemplating this scenario, Yuan hesitated to upgrade the healing potion manufacturing scroll to excellent grade. Another item of interest was the secondary shelter scroll, excellent grade. This scroll was a first for Yuan, and after perusing its description, he discerned that it is indeed a highly valuable item. Name: Secondary Shelter Scroll, Excellent Grade, Function. 1. Construct a secondary shelter, which must be of a lower level than the main shelter and inherently possesses an allied relationship with it. 2. Can occupy other survivors' shelters as a secondary shelter. Description: A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Establishing a new shelter. Although, at present, Yuan had no intention of creating a new shelter, especially since the main one was not yet complete. In the long run, should he discover vital resources, he could utilize the secondary shelter to secure them. Additionally, in times of danger, the secondary shelter would allow for a swift escape. To some extent, this certainly qualifies as a premium item. This healing potion is worth its weight in gold. Reigning in his excitement, Yuan took out the Mist Survival Manual to check the charcoal sales for the day. Over the past few days, he had consistently sold vast quantities of charcoal, amassing over 45,000 units of ordinary grade wood, which had completely filled his courtyard. This was despite the workshop operating continuously for 24 hours, producing a mere 10,000 units of charcoal daily. Otherwise, the yield would have been even greater. Moreover, he had already exceeded a stockpile of 10,000 good-grade wood. Observing the abundance of wood, which was nearly taller than the shelter itself, Yuan felt a pang of uncertainty. Should he continue selling charcoal? What purpose did he have for hoarding such a vast quantity of wood? Most individuals only utilized wood to purchase charcoal, and even when employing other items, they were typically of little value. In recent days, Yuan had replaced nearly every household item, from pots and pans to tables and chairs, toothpaste, toothbrushes, wash basins, and even slippers, undergarments, and toilet paper. While this had indeed elevated his quality of life, he possessed no high-quality items. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan decided to enlist the assistance of Qin Zhenzhuan and Yang Zhenghe. Chapter 57. Zhao Cheng. Both Yang Zhenghe and Qin Zhenzhuan were S-rank survivors with red names, likely possessing their own trading circles. Yuan resolved to cease selling charcoal in the market and instead wholesale it directly, similar to his previous transaction with Yang Zhenghe. Upon inquiry, although Qin Zhenzhuan was somewhat of a lone wolf, he did have connections with several capable survivors who purchased meat from him. However, he did not have friends akin to an alliance leader. Nonetheless, Yang Zhenghe was acquainted with some managers from other alliances and was willing to assist Yuan in inquiring about potential buyers. After a brief exchange, Yang Zhenghe introduced Yuan to a survivor with a purple name. He remarked, "This is Zhao Cheng, the leader of the Sun Alliance, which is a medium-sized alliance similar to our Mutual Aid Alliance, primarily focused on trading cooperatively. Their strength should be quite commendable, and they have expressed interest in purchasing charcoal." The Sun Alliance. Yuan had encountered a myriad of alliance names, surely numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. Rather than considering him an alliance leader, it seemed more akin to a group chat administrator. Accepting Zhao Cheng's friend request, Yuan greeted him, "Hello?" Zhao Cheng responded, "Hello. I didn't expect you to be a big shot too. Yang Daolao only mentioned introducing me to a brother selling charcoal, and here you are, a red name big shot." Yuan raised an eyebrow, bemused by Zhao Cheng's lack of gravitas, addressing him as a big shot repeatedly, which seemed unbecoming of his status. Yet, he realized Zhao Cheng merely misunderstood him. Among the 10,000 S-rank red name survivors, they constitute a mere 0.000002 of the entire survivor population. Thus, for every 500,000 individuals, only one would fall into this category. This exceedingly low ratio led many ordinary survivors to pursue S-rank red name survivors with fervor. Nevertheless, Yuan maintained that whether among the top 10,000 or the top 100 million, anyone who had survived to this point could hardly be deemed inferior. The disparity in wealth would not be so pronounced. With a relatively calm demeanor, Yuan replied, "No need to call me Big Shot. Just call me Yuan." All right, Big Shot," Zhaoqing said, somewhat flippantly. Yuan sighed, "I can provide approximately 10,000 units of ordinary-grade charcoal and 1,000 units of good-grade charcoal daily. How much can you take?" Transitioning to the matter at hand, Zhaoqing steadied his tone, stating, "I'll take all 1,000 good-grade units. And additionally, I'll require 3,000 ordinary-grade charcoal daily." Yuan nodded. Securing such a volume indicated a commendable level of strength, of course. This charcoal was likely not for personal use, but rather a collective purchase by the entire alliance. By this reckoning, the number of members in his alliance should be at least 500. Yuan silently assessed this, yet he understood that more members do not inherently equate to greater strength. Logically, Yang Zhenghe, possessing superior strength and having established his alliance earlier, could easily attract hundreds of thousands if he wished. However, sheer numbers were inconsequential. Each member was carefully selected by Yang Zhenghe, ensuring that their prowess and character were commendable. Yuan surmised that the overall strength of Zhaoqing's alliance members likely fell short of Yang Zhenghe's. Yuan inquired, "What price are you considering?" "Yang Zhenghe should have informed you that I do not require wood. Naturally, we can exchange other resources," Zhaoqing responded. Subsequently, Zhaoqing sent over information regarding several items. Name: white pine sand, good grade, function: used for water filtration, suitable for most aquatic animals and plants. Name: ice crystal, good grade, function: ice crystals born from frigid lands, capable of releasing cold air. Once the contained ice attribute energy is depleted, it reverts to ordinary ice. Name: clear stream water, good grade, function: a good grade water source. Crystal clear and sweet in taste, possessing certain health benefits. Name: yellow-winged cicada molt, good grade, function: holds medicinal value, clearing heat and alleviating coughs. These were resources located near the shelters of other survivors within the alliance, each possessing its unique characteristics. Among them, the yellow-winged cicada molt bore the highest value and would yield a better exchange rate. The ice crystal was recently discovered by an ally situated in an extremely cold region, with a considerable quantity available. Zhaoqing elaborated on the 4 types of good-grade resources, detailing their functions and worth. After reviewing the information on the 4 resources, Yuan expressed particular interest in the white pine sand and ice crystal. He proposed, "I'll take 50 pounds of white pine sand and 100 ice crystals daily." Yuan Daolao, "You truly put me in a difficult position. That price is too steep, especially for the ice crystal, which is nearly impossible to procure in this weather," Zhaoqing replied, somewhat distressed. "Then let us settle on 50 pounds of white pine sand and 50 ice crystals." Very well. If one day I cannot gather enough, can I substitute with other resources? That works." With their conversation concluded, they promptly completed their first transaction. Yuan received 50 pounds of white pine sand and 50 ice crystals. In comparison to a massive pile of wood, these items certainly held greater value. In truth, Yuan felt he had profited, while Zhaoqing undoubtedly believed he had made a significant gain as well. He mused internally about Yuan's generosity, as he had readily given away thousands of charcoal. Although 50 pounds of white pine sand and 50 ice crystals appeared far more precious than charcoal, the actual value was relatively modest, particularly in the current situation, where a cold wave had persisted for 7 days. The consumption of food and charcoal had skyrocketed, leaving many survivors on the brink of collapse. Furthermore, the duration of the cold wave remained uncertain. During this time, the value of charcoal continued to rise, while the white pine sand and ice crystals were virtually unwanted commodities. Zhaoqing pondered why, in such frigid conditions, Yuan would desire ice crystals. Yuan remained unconcerned about these gains or losses. For him, charcoal was the most abundant resource. The wood in his courtyard was simply too plentiful to exhaust. He decided to list the remaining 7,000 units of ordinary-grade charcoal. However, this time, he specified that he would no longer require ordinary-grade materials, instead opting to accept only good-grade resources. 1 unit of good-grade wood could be exchanged for 5 units of charcoal or other good-grade resources. For Yuan, ordinary grade wood held no value whatsoever, but having an excess of good-grade materials was not an issue. Even if he ultimately found no use for them, he could always toss them into the spirit pool for transformation into spiritual liquid. although I have not extensively utilized the spiritual liquid and remain uncertain about its specific effects. Yuan firmly believes that, being a rare-grade facility, it undoubtedly possesses intrinsic value. After its introduction, sales have experienced a slight decline, yet many individuals still partake in purchasing it. Following 7 days of relentless cold, charcoal has been consumed almost continuously, proving to be significantly more cost-effective than would 0.2 pieces of wood burn for a total of 2 hours, while 1 piece of charcoal can burn for 3 hours, emitting a higher temperature. Furthermore, 2 units of good quality wood can sustain a burn for 6 hours, just as 1 unit of good quality charcoal can. Despite the duration being the same, the charcoal yields superior temperature and efficacy. Over these days, the majority of survivors have come to recognize the advantages of charcoal and have opted to exchange their resources for it. Many have even begun to transform charcoal into a new currency, circulating it within the trading market. Survivors like Yuan, who possess the ability to create charcoal-making scrolls, have profited immensely, rendering Yuan akin to a benefactor in their eyes. Without Yuan's promotion of charcoal to all survivors through the World Trumpet, they would not have been able to sell it as effectively. The only limitation lies in the workshop's efficiency, as it cannot instantly convert all wood into charcoal, necessitating a unit-by-unit production process. Chapter 58, Brother Qin. I crave fish. On the 8th day, snow continued to fall, shrouding the sky in darkness. Today, Gao Hanji unexpectedly messaged Yuan, but the content caused him to frown. Gao Hanji, Yuan. A friend in the alliance mentioned that if you were willing to join them, they could sell you some rock salt at a discount. Yuan felt somewhat helpless. Gao Hanji seemed to be under some sort of spell. Captivated by her so-called friends in the alliance during these frigid days, he had advised her several times that alliances are often unreliable and fraught with potential issues. Yet, she appeared to trust her friend implicitly, leading to some discord between them. At this point, Yuan chose not to dwell on it. After all, he had already repaid the 7 days' worth of supplies he had promised, as for the second bottle of plant catalyst. She preferred to sell it at a lower price to her friend rather than to him, which left Yuan feeling quite uncomfortable. If they wish to sell, they can directly quote and contact me. Yuan replied casually. In recent days, he had also procured some ingredients from the trading market, including salt, sugar, garlic, ginger, and prickly ash. Although his resources were limited, there were always others who possessed them, such as those near the salt lake or surrounded by sugarcane fields. With billions of survivors, what could they possibly lack? It merely came down to the value of those resources. Moreover, given Yuan's prominent red name, many were inclined to lower their prices or even give him items for free, simply to add him as a friend. However, Yuan declined all such offers, stating that he did not require such resources and preferred to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude, as for accepting benefits without adding friends. Yuan had no desire to tarnish his reputation, which would complicate future dealings. Gao Hanji. Yuan, why are you like this? They kindly invited you to join. Surviving within an alliance is certainly better than going it alone. If I were not doing well, I wouldn't have come to invite you. Yuan was at a loss for words, wanting to close the chat window. However, Gao Hanji's next statement piqued his interest. If you weren't a red name survivor, they wouldn't have invited you. If you're interested, I can help you contact them for a meeting. Yuan suddenly became alert. Red name? Meeting? In that moment, it seemed he grasped something significant. Were these individuals possibly targeting him? Yuan promptly inquired, do they know I'm a red name? What else have you discussed with them? This isn't a secret. You use the World Trumpet, and many people know your name. There are a lot of individuals in the alliance, and they are quite powerful. I thought you might be able to trade with them, so I helped promote you. At this point, Yuan's expression grew increasingly icy. He questioned her intelligence. What exactly did you promote about me? Mainly about the charcoal, as well as various good quality crops and medicinal items. They said they could purchase at a high price, Gao Hanji replied. Yuan's eyes flickered, seemingly coming to a realization, his demeanor turning serious. Gao Hanji's sudden change in character, being so open with strangers, suggested a troubling situation. After pondering for a moment, he responded, all right, help me make contact. I'll meet with them. Let us hold the meeting at your shelter. Really? Great. I'll contact Brother Pong. How about tomorrow? Gao Hanji's tone was noticeably cheerful. Fine, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll bring a friend. So make sure to inform them not to bring too many people. Yuan instructed. Don't worry, they're all good people. There won't be any issues, Gao Hanji assured him confidently. After closing the chat with Gao Hanji, Qi Yuan's expression darkened as he contemplated deeply for a considerable time. Ultimately, he retrieved the Misty survival manual and opened a private chat channel to send a message to Qin Zhenjuan. Qi Yuan, Brother Qin, are you free to accompany me tomorrow? Of course. What's the matter? Someone seems to be keeping an eye on me. Is there danger? Understood. See you tomorrow. 10 minutes later, Qi Yuan appeared in the basement with several scrolls in hand. The bee swarms, ironback mountain pigs, and wild chickens thrived within this space. Notably, the number of black tiger bees had more than doubled. Previously, he had taken bee eggs from the hive to Qin Zhenjuan's incubation room, and now a batch had successfully hatched. With the enhancement of rare-grade facilities, even during the cold wave, the new black tiger bees thrived, unaffected by the chill. The current population of black tiger bees exceeded 500, most being of ordinary grade, with only 2 reaching good grade. Qi Yuan initially planned to wait for the weather to improve before allowing the other black tiger bees to advance to good grade. However, he now intended to expedite the process. He had acquired 3 item upgrade scrolls, one of which had been used once. As 8 beams of light enveloped the 8 strongest black tiger bees. Moments later, these fist-sized good-grade bees perched majestically upon Qi Yuan's arm. The black tiger bee king sensed an anomaly, seemingly startled as it emerged. Upon seeing the row of 8 good-grade counterparts, it was momentarily taken aback. However, being the queen bee and far more powerful, it quickly regained its composure. Spotting the black tiger bee king, Qi Yuan beckoned it over and produced an excellent grade scroll from his pocket. An excellent grade upgrade scroll. Qi Yuan had previously hesitated, debating whether to use this scroll on the ironback mountain pig or the black tiger bee king. Ultimately, he decided on the black tiger bee king. The strength of the queen bee dictates the overall power of the hive. Once the queen reaches excellent grade, it becomes easier for the other black tiger bees to enhance their abilities, thereby strengthening the entire hive. Simultaneously, an excellent grade black tiger bee king could effectively intimidate the dozen or so good grade black tiger bees, preventing internal conflicts and maintaining hive harmony. A soft silver glow gradually enveloped the black tiger bee king. This breakthrough lasted longer than usual and was accompanied by greater pain. The black tiger bee king grimaced in the silver light, large amounts of yellowish-brown fluid oozing from its body, sharp shrieks resonating throughout the basement. Qi Yuan anxiously observed, refraining from uttering a sound as he awaited the conclusion of the breakthrough. After 20 minutes, a fist-sized black tiger bee body fell to the ground, covered in a thick layer of internal mucus. This was not the corpse of the black tiger bee king, but rather its molted shell. Qi Yuan was astonished to learn that adult bees could still molt. At this moment, the black tiger bee king, having successfully advanced to excellent grade, soared majestically in midair. Its size had grown from that of a fist to that of a small grinding disc, its black armor more formidable, shimmering with a dark luster. The stinger at its rear extended over 10 centimeters, exhibiting an ominous dark green hue. What level of power has the black tiger bee king attained now? Qi Yuan murmured to himself, drawing out his machete to test its strength. As the good-grade machete struck the black tiger bee king's dark armor, a resounding clang echoed. The black tiger bee king was entirely unscathed, not even shifting from its flight path. What incredibly durable armor! Qi Yuan exclaimed, astonished by the significant power increase of the excellent grade black tiger bee king. With his good grade strength and good grade machete, he found himself utterly unable to inflict any harm upon the black tiger bee king. Most importantly, the black tiger bee king did not rely on physical prowess in combat. Its true strength lay in its swarm of black tiger bees and its venomous stinger. Chapter 59. Adequate preparation. Witnessing the dramatic transformation of the black tiger bee king. Exuding a powerful aura, the other good-grade black tiger bees instantly wilted, obediently following the black tiger bee king. Observing the 9 good-grade black tiger bees and the excellent grade black tiger bee king, Qi Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him, a comforting assurance enveloping him. Now, he awaited tomorrow, ready to assess the situation. A night passed without incident, and Qi Yuan maintained his daily routine. Adhering to his usual habits, by 7:30 the next morning, Qin Zhenjuan arrived at Qi Yuan's shelter through the teleportation array. The two exchanged pleasantries, the atmosphere amicable, swiftly transitioning to the tasks at hand for the day. Qi Yuan, is someone approaching you? Qi Yuan nodded. It seems so. They likely learned some details about me through a mutual friend, but they remain unaware of my true strength. Indeed. Qin Zhenjuan nodded slightly. But then his brow furrowed. Yuan, your strength? Haha, I never expected you, Brother Qin, to see through me. Yuan chuckled heartily, shaking his fist in amusement. It seems you, my friend, have been concealing secrets. Your strength has evidently surged so rapidly. You must be stronger than I am now, right? Qin Zhenjuan jested, astonished within. He was acutely aware of the arduousness of enhancing one's strength, which necessitates prolonged training and ample high-quality nourishment. Yuan replied with a smile. Brother Qin, I am quite cognizant of your prowess. Although my physique has improved, my combat ability is nearly non-existent. I cannot compare to you. Nearly non-existent in combat ability? Qin Zhenjuan regarded Yuan with skepticism. Glancing back at the living room filled with wooden stumps marred by knife marks and arrow holes, his disbelief evident, he did not press further and instead inquired, Shall we proceed directly? Yes, let's go. With our strength, we should be able to handle them with ease, Yuan asserted confidently, picking up a backpack. Witnessing this, Qin Zhenjuan couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his eye. His usually composed demeanor betraying a hint of exasperation. Yuan, what do you need that backpack for? Yuan paused for a moment and replied, Just bringing a few gifts. Qin Zhenjuan scratched his head. Exasperated, Yuan, let us not beat around the bush. With that, he retrieved a backpack identical to Yuan's from beneath his voluminous cotton coat. Yuan's forehead twitched. Great. You are prepared 2.2 minutes later. Brother Qin, why did you secretly bring a pig? Is this iron-backed mountain pig even at a commendable level? Why did you also bring so many black tiger bees? Just in case, Qin Zhenjuan replied. Why are these 9 black tiger bees so large? Commendable level. Just broke through. They're quite weak, he explained. Brother Qin, what is this? Seasoning. Oh, this is pine scale powder. It only works on creatures below commendable level, causing ordinary beasts to become paralyzed within seconds. Wait, don't mind me. This one is a black tiger bee king. An excellent level, just barely acceptable. Let us take it out to see the world. Qin Zhenjuan's lips twitched. Excellent level, to see the world. Oh, by the way, Brother Qin, what's this? Yuan pointed at Qin Zhenjuan's dimensional backpack. Excellent level explosive fruit, used for fireworks. What about yours? Oh, this is a secondary shelter scroll. What is it for? To raid a family. Cough. Inside Gao Hanji's shelter. Pungo, what are you doing? Gao Hanji watched as a dozen people searched for hiding spots in various corners of the shelter. Under beds, behind the fireplace, in the workshop, kitchen. Seeing this large crowd, her anxiety grew, and she spoke with a hint of anger. Pungu, didn't we agree to bring only one person? A well-proportioned young man with a refined buzz cut, his face gaunt yet smiling. Responded Hanji, this is your shelter after all. In case they turn against you, it's better to be prepared. Isn't it? He is my friend, a very good friend, Gao Hanji said, her expression conflicted. Can our relationship really be that good? We are in the same alliance. We are family. Would we harm you? Yes, Sister Hanji, just listen to Brother Peng. We are all family, the closest of kin. A short-haired young woman beside her wrapped her arm around Gao Hanji's shoulder. Speaking softly, moreover, he is merely your classmate. Knowing someone's face does not mean knowing their heart. If he is so kind to provide you with commendable level food, what is his true intention? Do you understand how precious commendable level food is right now? The woman continued to persuade her. If he had no interest in you, would he be so generous? You just arrived in the Misty world. You were so scared and lonely that his kindness muddled your judgment. Qingjie, he should don't say anything more. Regardless of the situation, he is a red-named player. Shouldn't we prepare a bit? He may not attack you. But what if he has an issue with us? Exactly. We are merely protecting ourselves. Hanji, don't overthink. Given our relationship, you still don't trust us. Well, all right then. At 8 o'clock, Yuan and Qin Zhenjuan arrived at Gao Hanji's shelter through the teleportation scroll. To avoid any mishaps upon landing, Yuan had deliberately tucked the Black Tiger Bee King inside his chest clothing, ensuring he could respond immediately to any situation. Even if there were ground spike traps, he could easily use the Black Tiger Bee King as a cushion beneath his feet. Regardless of any flying needles, poison stingers, or ambushes by 100 assassins, he was confident that the Black Tiger Bee King could fend off a multitude of threats. After a minute, the two arrived successfully. The teleportation via the scroll was considerably slower than that of the allied scrolls, reflecting a significant disparity in quality. What met their eyes was a dimly lit shelter living room with very rudimentary furnishings. Even the shelter's basic facilities consisted only of a kitchen, a workshop, and a structure resembling a restroom. However, despite its simplicity, it was relatively clean. 3 individuals were already seated at the table in the living room. A gaunt man, a short-haired young woman, and Gao Hanji. Upon seeing Qi Yuan, Gao Hanji appeared quite pleased, her face radiating joy. She felt immense gratitude towards Qi Yuan and was eager to welcome this good friend into the alliance family. Qi Yuan surveyed the surroundings, entirely unfazed by Gao Hanji's gaze. Qin Zhenjuan's expression grew solemn as he scrutinized every detail within the shelter. After a thorough examination, his demeanor relaxed slightly as he muttered to himself. A bunch of Na'vi youngsters. Qi Yuan remained impassive, quietly taking a seat at the table across from the gaunt man. You must be Qi Yuan, the gaunt man stated, his voice somewhat shrill as he offered a faint smile. Indeed, that is my name is Lu Jiping. It's a pleasure to meet you, young Qi Yuan, he said with a slight smile. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, expecting him to feign politeness, yet was taken aback by Lu Jiping's unabashed confidence. Lu Jiping, right? Didn't you wish to discuss something with me? Please, go ahead, Lu Jiping's gaze sharpened as he inquired. I heard you cultivate a large quantity of commendable level crops, including wheat and rice? Chapter 60. Resolving issues. Qi Yuan remained silent, instead turning to Gao Hanji. Noticing her averted gaze, his expression turned frosty. Indeed, but you've made an error. The rice is of excellent level. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of greed flashed in Lu Jiping's eyes as he sneered. I can agree to let you join our alliance, but you must hand over those crops. The alliance will cultivate them uniformly and return them to you later. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, beginning to comprehend the situation. This man had no intention of discussing anything. It was sheer provocation. So you have no desire for a proper conversation? Qi Yuan replied coldly, though his lips curled into a slight smile. No. Lu Jiping shook his finger ominously. That previous statement might be the most sincere thing I've said. Qi Yuan shook his head. I believe you are capable of uttering even more sincere words. Unfazed, Lu Jiping retorted with a cold laugh, such as, your girlfriend tastes like donuts? Lu Jiping, what are you talking about? Gao Hanji interjected, increasingly disturbed by the conversation. Her face flushed with anger. Lu Jiping's expression hardened as he struck back. Now that I've met you, do you think I will coddle you? When I return tonight, just wait and see how I thoroughly ruin you. Qi Yuan furrowed his brow, surprised by his blatant hostility. Did he not fear that we could simply use the teleportation scroll to escape? Seemingly sensing Qi Yuan's doubts, Lu Jiping scoffed. Do you think I worry about your escape? Ha! From the moment you set foot in this shelter, your fate was sealed. Qi Yuan pondered, retrieving a teleportation scroll from his possession. The scroll was designed for round-trip use, meaning they could teleport back to their own shelter after arriving here. However, at that moment, the scroll in Qi Yuan's hand indicated it was unusable. Qin Zhenjuan also produced his scroll, which likewise displayed the same message. Ha ha ha, strange, isn't it? Don't think only you red-named S-level survivors possess high-quality items. This anti-teleportation stone is no less effective than any item. Lu Jiping tore off his facade, laughing heartily. Gao Hanji fell to the ground, her face a mask of shock as she turned to Zhao Qing beside her. Qing Jie. Zhao Qing wore a look of resignation. Don't overthink it. Just accept your fate. Serve Brother Pong well tonight, and perhaps life will be a bit easier afterward. Otherwise, if you're thrown out to entertain guests, with this group of survivors, you might not die, but you'll certainly be skinned alive. You all? Qi Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he asked, you are so confident you can deal with both of us? Let us find out, shall we? As his words fell, a dozen burly men emerged from the corners of the shelter, surrounding Qi Yuan and Qin Zhenjuan completely. Qi Yuan was not surprised, sneering, so you truly have an ambush of 100 assassins? Are you planning to signal with a smashed cup? Lu Jiping similarly scoffed. Have you grown too confident? Charge at them, bind him. At his command, the group advanced, brandishing their blades. However, before the blades could descend, Qin Zhenjuan stepped forward, severing the weapon with a single stroke. His sword was of excellent level. Qin Zhenjuan had no intention of dragging this out and aimed to strike decisively, but in the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. With a sudden thud, the man was violently hurled backward, crashing against the wall behind him. Yet, his body remained unscathed by the blade's edge. Qin Zhenjuan's expression shifted dramatically, his mind racing. Armor? No, not just any armor. Stone armor? Being well-versed in swordsmanship, Qin Zhenjuan was acutely aware of what he had struck. It was a type of armor reminiscent of stone. Yuan was equally astonished, not expecting that this group possessed such formidable strength. Lu Jiping's gaze turned icy. Did you think I was unaware? High-quality food can enhance physical capabilities, and you must have consumed quite a bit to possess such power. Nevertheless, it matters not. You shall still perish. The man who had been knocked to the ground, though temporarily incapacitated, had not sustained fatal injuries. Observing this scene, the others realized that the two could not inflict effective harm and thus lost their fear. Closing in on them, Qin Zhenjuan retreated to Yuan's side and whispered in his ear, "If you can kill, I will hold back. There are treasures within my clothing. Use the swarm." Yuan raised an eyebrow and nodded silently. He swiftly grabbed the backpack behind him, unzipped it, and hundreds of large black tiger hornets surged forth. The encircling individuals, poised to strike, were immediately struck with terror at the sight. What is that? Insects? The weapons aimed at Yuan and Qin Zhenjuan were hastily retracted and began to flail towards the oncoming swarm. Under the command of the Black Tiger Hornet Queen, 9 high-quality black tiger hornets joined the fray. Swiftly gaining the upper hand in a discreet corner, Qin Zhenjuan scattered a fine white powder, which quickly dispersed unnoticed. Lu Jiping, witnessing this, instantly panicked and shouted, "All of you are wearing clay armor. What are you afraid of? Just kill them." However, they were given little time to react. After merely a minute or two of hesitation, the effects of the hornet venom and the pine scale powder took hold simultaneously. The two toxins coursed rapidly through their blood due to their strenuous movements. And with their ordinary physique, they could not endure for long. In just a few minutes, all 10 collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized. The wounds inflicted by the black tiger hornets began to show pale spots, accompanied by clear signs of decay. Seeing this, Lu Jiping was greatly alarmed. "Why you? Stay away from me." Although he had not engaged in vigorous activity, his anxiety accelerated his blood circulation, and soon he too succumbed to the effects of the pine scale powder. Collapsing to the ground in paralysis, Yuan scoffed. It appeared they had indeed come prepared, though their preparations were evidently insufficient. Lu Jiping, was it? Now you may recount your plans from beginning to end. Why did you seek to target me? I should not know you, should I? Yuan gazed calmly at the incapacitated Lu Jiping and spoke. After the initial panic subsided, Lu Jiping collected himself and, gasping for breath, said, "Today, I, Lu Jiping, have met my match. I accept it, brother. How about sparing my life? Consider it a favor owed to you." Yuan frowned, pressing Lu Jiping's face to the ground, his front teeth resting against the stone floor, coldly stating, "Did you not hear my question clearly? Brother, please, A foot pressed down on the back of his head, causing his teeth to crash against the stone floor with a dull thud. The roots snapping from the gums, the sound of teeth shattering mingled with his pitiful cries. Bright red blood, accompanied by several broken teeth, splattered across the floor, due to the effects of the pine scale powder. Lu Jiping could only emit a wretched scream, his body rendered incapable of any reaction. The excruciating pain caused his pupils to dilate and contract uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Beside him, Qin Zhenjuan, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy and remarked, "Yuan, this is not right. You should elevate his head." Striking it directly against the flat ground risks obstructing the airway, which could lead to asphyxiation. Yuan paused, scratching his head. I learned this from television. I have no experience. That it's fine. Everyone has their first time. There are still over 10 individuals over there. The dozen or so paralyzed figures behind them all exhibited expressions of sheer terror, especially Zhao Qing, whose limbs twitched uncontrollably in fear. Chapter 61. The sequence of events. Yuan's gaze swept across the scene, landing on Zhao Qing's terrified eyes, though she immediately averted her gaze. It caught Yuan's attention. He seized her collar and pulled her next to Lu Jiping, pressing her delicate face into the blood pooling on the ground. "Big brother? I'll talk." "No, please, I'll tell you everything." Zhao Qing, her voice laced with tears, implored, "Do not rush. First, get into position. Now, place your teeth on the stone. No, please, big brother, I was wrong. Spare my life." I beg you." Having sufficiently intimidated her, Yuan finally released her, coldly commanding, "Now, explain your plan from start to finish." Under Yuan's coercion, Zhao Qing divulged the entire criminal operation in one go. Once she finished, Yuan gained a clear understanding of the situation. Led by Lu Jiping, this group engaged in trafficking in civilized society, possessing a keen understanding of human nature. Upon entering the mist world, the psychological defenses of survivors, pressured by various survival challenges, were relatively weak, making them easier to manipulate. Particularly young women, feeling lonely and fearful, could be easily swayed once induced. Thus, Lu Jiping devised a scheme to exploit this. Initially, Zhao Qing, under the guise of a caring sister, sold salt and other goods, forming bonds with young women through daily conversations and concern. As their relationship grew closer, she would introduce them to the so-called alliance group, instilling the belief that the alliance was family and allies were akin to kin through a near brainwashing process. Simultaneously, they carefully crafted a warm atmosphere of harmony and mutual assistance, completely dismantling the psychological barriers, compelling them to serve the alliance wholeheartedly. Often, they would acquire precious resources and items from these women at extremely low prices, justifying it with the reasoning that they were family. Allies. Listening to this, Gao Hanji's complexion grew increasingly pale. Zhao Qing continued, speaking rapidly after Yuan had breached her psychological defenses, eager to disclose every detail. As the cold wave approached and system ratings began to emerge, there was a surge in transmission scrolls. Lu Jiping's ambitions grew, and he started arranging meetings with the girls. They trusted Lu Jiping entirely, making it easy for him to lure them to his hideout, where he would forcibly detain them. At this point, he realized that deceiving the girls for meager supplies was insufficient, so he altered his approach. He began to lure brainwashed women from the alliance to his hideout, where he would control them and start a flesh trade. Since he selected mostly attractive and naive young women, the business flourished. On one occasion, while scouting for targets in the trading market, I set my sights on Gao Hanji, approaching her under the pretense of selling rock salt. From there, I engaged her in conversation daily, showing concern and sharing food and other small items. However, we soon discovered that she frequently possessed high-quality food. Sensing something was amiss, I gradually drew her out during our conversations, eventually learning that she had a friend with a red name, an old classmate. Initially, we had no intention of targeting you. We sought to collaborate. However, through our discussions, we realized you merely cultivated a large quantity of crops and sold medicines, indicating you were not particularly powerful. Moreover, you were merely a recent graduate, likely lacking depth in your scheming. Thus, Lu Jiping's nefarious thoughts arose, leading him to contemplate seizing your hideout. Consequently, we deliberately altered our approach regarding Gao Hanji, refraining from bringing her back to the hideout for servicing, instead ensuring she maintained contact with you, attempting to persuade you to join the alliance. However, as you know, this method was largely unsuccessful. You consistently refused to join. Lu Jiping also considered that as a red-named survivor, your intellect was certainly above average, making it challenging to brainwash you. So, he contemplated directly controlling you, utilizing your transmission scrolls to seize your hideout. Thus, this operation was born. With the entire sequence clarified, Yuan finally understood the underlying motives. Gao Hanji, hearing the full account, appeared even paler, nearly devoid of color. Brainwashing, deception, inducement, control, prostitution. A torrent of memories flooded her mind. From the moment she met Zhao Qing to the current revelations, everything crystallizing in her consciousness. All the previously overlooked, abnormal details now loomed large in her mind. At this moment, the beautifully woven dream she had once held shattered entirely. She could not fathom what might have transpired had they succeeded in luring her to the hideout instead of targeting Yuan. She pondered deeply, questioning whether she would have rejected Zhao Qing and Lu Jiping's invitation to visit, given her state at the time. The more she contemplated, the more cold sweat dripped down her back. A chill running through her as the ordinary wind swept by. Yuan had no mind to concern himself with Gao Hanji's foolishness. Instead, he was intensely intrigued by Lu Jiping's stock. Gazing at Lu Jiping, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, Yuan's eyes held no pity as he scrutinized the bloodshot gaze filled with dread, coldly stating, "Will you lead us, or shall we bind you?" This time, Lu Jiping seemed acutely aware of his inevitable demise, remarkably choosing not to plead for mercy. Instead, he became unusually defiant. "Today, I accept my fate. I know precisely who you are. You certainly won't let me off the hook today. If you possess the courage, then strike me down now. After all, I've no regrets in this life. Moreover, your little girlfriend is quite alluring. She may not have visited my sanctuary, but that doesn't mean I haven't spent the night at hers. Ha ha ha. Beside him, Qin Zhenjuan, upon hearing Lu Jiping's humiliating taunts directed at Qi Yuan, could not restrain a cold scoff, gripping his long knife, ready to eliminate Lu Jiping once and for all. However, in the next moment, Qi Yuan, with remarkable swiftness, intervened. Qi Yuan, there is no need to waste further words on him. Someone like this. Before Qin Zhenjuan could finish, Qi Yuan deftly opened Lu Jiping's shirt, calmly stating, Brother Qin, do not be deceived. He has poison strapped to his chest. If we cut it open, we will be faced with grave complications. Qin Zhenjuan's pupils contracted as he glanced at Lu Jiping's chest, where indeed a pouch containing light purple powder was bound. If the blade were to slice it open, it would immediately disperse. A flicker of relief crossed his eyes, accompanied by a profound gaze at Qi Yuan. This detail had entirely escaped his notice. Qi Yuan patted Lu Jiping's face. Do you believe that such words can provoke me? All they will do is leave you exposed. It's time to depart. With a mere thought, the black tiger bee king emerged from Qi Yuan's chest. The 10-centimeter-long venomous stinger pierced through Lu Jiping's crown with the ease of puncturing a block of tofu, fully embedded. Following Lu Jiping's agonized scream, his body fell utterly still. The other dozen men were dispatched in the same manner, efficiently and safely handled by the black tiger bee king. All the teleportation scrolls from these men were collected. Simultaneously, in the kitchen cabinet of the sanctuary, a semi-transparent stone was found, known as the anti-gravity stone. Once placed into the dimensional backpack, the previously unusable teleportation scrolls regained their functionality. Brother Qin, it is time to reap the rewards. Chapter 62. Molding clay within the sanctuary of the dozen men. Qi Yuan and Qin Zhenjuan meticulously searched, gathering all useful items. Apart from Lu Jiping, the remaining men's supplies were meager, merely falling into the average to below average category. Combined, they yielded only a collection of ordinary grade items, with few of good quality. There were just 8 teleportation scrolls, which had nearly been exhausted during their trips to the sanctuary. However, they did find a substantial amount of food and warm clothing. Albeit of poor quality, predominantly ordinary-grade. It was only in Lu Jiping's sanctuary that an exceptionally rich trove of resources was discovered. After a thorough search, Qi Yuan was taken aback by Lu Jiping's inventory. Among the ordinary grade items, excluding the useless, undesirable, and used ones, a considerable number remained. First, there were ordinary grade items including band-aids, umbrellas, sleeping bags, nail clippers, thermoses, fire starters, fishing nets, deerskin towels, along with nearly 30 pounds of sweet potato, berry, and potato foodstuffs. In addition to bedding and blankets for warmth. Among the good grade items, a few crafting scrolls were discovered. Chair crafting scroll, wooden basin crafting scroll, tissue crafting scroll. Additionally, there were 300 units of good grade charcoal, over 500 units of good grade wood and ore, 12 cans of meat, and 2 pairs of snow boots, along with various miscellaneous items that Qi Yuan did not examine closely. The only relatively valuable good grade items included 12 teleportation scrolls, 5 sanctuary migration scrolls, 1 beast dispersal scroll, a pack of insect-repelling herb seeds, and a vine. Many of these items were likely deceived from the girl's eye. In the eyes of an ordinary person, these supplies were already considered quite abundant. Surprisingly, Qi Yuan also discovered excellent grade items. Name: bait crafting scroll, excellent grade. Function: bait favored by aquatic beasts, significantly increases the likelihood of capturing high-quality fish. Name: salt mine resource scroll, excellent grade. Function: special salt mine that supplements a large amount of trace elements for the human body, enhances immunity, and possesses insect-repelling and antibacterial properties. Produces 1 pound daily. Excessive extraction may lead to resource depletion. These 2 items were likely rewards based on their ratings, boasting commendable quality. Furthermore, in the workshop, a pile of yellowish-brown clay was found, resembling the armor they wore. Name: molding clay, good grade. Function: a special type of clay that requires good grade or higher water sources for moisture. Once shaped, it becomes extremely hard, offering formidable defensive and shock-resistant capabilities. So that was it. Qin Zhenjuan played with the molding clay, expressing keen interest. I thought, how could an ordinary person withstand my strike? It turns out to be this treasure. Contemplating, Qi Yuan remarked, Brother Qin, let's use the beast search scroll to investigate. This clay may very well be a resource point in the wild. Certainly. Qin Zhenjuan's eyes lit up as he took out the beast search scroll to examine. The area surrounding Lu Jiping's sanctuary had a notably low population of beasts, and even the flora was scarce, dominated by various stones, sand, and clay. Qin Zhenjuan analyzed, the living resources here are quite limited. However, there is an abundance of mineral resources, though the specific grades remain unclear. That moment, a crisp yet slightly hoarse voice chimed in. This clay was indeed excavated from the outside. Qi Yuan turned to find a 25 or 26-year-old woman. Aside from the various resources within Lu Jiping's sanctuary, 6 young women had also been discovered, ranging from 18 to 27 years old, all possessing decent looks but marred by bruises and wounds. They had all been lured by Lu Jiping's deceitful tactics. Although initially brainwashed, upon being brought to the sanctuary and enduring the inhumane treatment and humiliation, they had regained their clarity. Do you know the exact location? Qi Yuan inquired. The woman shook her head, then nodded slightly. Qi Yuan noted her fear and reassured her, there is no need to be frightened. Just speak what you know. There is no harm in being mistaken. I do not know the precise location, but it should be south of the sanctuary. He often brought back a type of yellowish-brown stone, which, when mixed with water and filtered, yields this clay, the woman said. Shrinking into a corner, her voice barely audible. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan nodded. That seems to confirm it. It truly is a wild resource. Brother Qin, do you believe this molding clay holds value? Indeed, it is of great value. Qin Zhenjuan replied without hesitation. An ordinary person clad in clay armor could almost withstand attacks from good-grade beasts. Even I would find it challenging to cleave through with a single strike. With a definitive answer in hand, Qi Yuan made his decision. Then this sanctuary cannot be left behind. Qi Yuan retrieved a secondary sanctuary scroll and directed it towards Lu Jiping's sanctuary. Typically, when a survivor perishes, others cannot teleport to their sanctuary. However, this group had utilized teleportation scrolls to arrive at Gao Hanji's sanctuary. Their teleportation scrolls still had one opportunity to return, allowing Qi Yuan to scavenge their sanctuary after their demise. By employing the secondary sanctuary scroll to claim Lu Jiping's sanctuary, it would revert to a state of ownership. As the scroll was activated, Lu Jiping's sanctuary was entirely transformed into Qi Yuan's secondary sanctuary. The built-in teleportation array operated similarly to the ally scrolls, also usable once every 7 days. The distinction was that Qi Yuan could use the teleportation array without needing to seek permission from anyone, while others wishing to use it would require his consent. After efficiently packing the useful resources into the dimensional backpack, Qi Yuan prepared to transport the items back. However, he noticed the 5 women in the corner and, somewhat helplessly asked, Brother Qin, do you want a wife? Smack. Qin Zhenjuan slapped Qi Yuan on the back of the head, exclaiming, get lost. He then added, what would Xiao Tong think of me if I did that? Understood, understood. Qi Yuan replied with a knowing expression. So what shall be done with these individuals? Dispose of them? Or sell them? Qin Zhenjuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. What else could be done? Let them mine later. After all, Lu Jiping's group left behind quite a bit of ordinary-grade food and warm items for them to be self-sufficient. Once the weather improves, they can go mining or chopping wood. Will you expect them to engage in the flesh trade? Let's just leave them to chop wood. Qi Yuan dismissed the notion, thinking that this line of work seemed lucrative, yet Lu Jiping had been such a miser. The few girls would have to remain in the secondary sanctuary for now. Their own sanctuary had been destroyed by Lu Jiping, rendering it unusable. As for Lu Jiping and his associate's sanctuary, it could no longer be accessed the moment they perished. Qi Yuan could return to loot the supplies and, using their teleportation scrolls, once again arrived at their sanctuary. Since the teleportation scrolls allowed for round trips, Qi Yuan could access their sanctuary. After settling the 5 women in the sanctuary, the 2 men returned to Gao Hanji's sanctuary with their supplies. Apart from the scattered corpses, Gao Hanji sat on the ground, slightly dazed. What should we do about this, your friend? Qin Zhenjuan inquired. High school classmate. Let us throw them all in together, Qi Yuan casually suggested. Qi Yuan, I. Gao Hanji trembled as she spoke upon seeing Qi Yuan's return. Qi Yuan glanced at her and said, use the teleportation scroll to go to another sanctuary. It needs proper modification. Gao Hanji's expression darkened as she asked, "What will happen to my sanctuary?" It dawned on Yuan that as long as Gao Hanji was alive, her sanctuary would not disappear. However, since he did not possess a secondary sanctuary scroll, he resolved, those who need to move should relocate. The sanctuary remains. Send Gao Hanji to the secondary shelter, while Yuan and Qin Zhenjuan also return to the refuge. Chapter 63. The snow has stopped. Finally, it is time to divide the spoils. This haul is substantial, yet the majority consists of items of low quality, primarily mundane everyday goods and resources of little value. The ordinary and good quality items are divided casually into two portions, as their relationship does not necessitate a meticulous division. Only the excellent quality items and the modeling clay require careful allocation. A considerable amount of modeling clay has been salvaged from corpses, 13 sets, weighing approximately 45 pounds, while the Lu Jiping shelter has discovered over 30 pounds more. In total, that amounts to 75 pounds, evenly split between the two. There are merely 3 excellent quality items: anti-gravity stone, bait manufacturing scroll, excellent, and salt mine resource scroll, excellent. The anti-gravity stone does not need to be divided, as Yuan has already left it in the secondary shelter. Among the 6 individuals in the secondary shelter, Yuan has left them a fog survival manual. As the manual becomes void upon the death of its holder, once Lu Jiping and others perish, their manuals will be rendered useless, similar to the situation with the refuge. As for the remaining 5 women's manuals, they have also been lost, leaving Gao Hanji as the sole user. However, considering her lack of cunning, Yuan discreetly retained the anti-gravity stone to prevent them from acquiring teleportation scrolls and escaping. Of the remaining 2 items, Yuan took the bait manufacturing scroll, excellent, while Qin Zhenjuan claimed the salt mine resource scroll, excellent. Regardless, they can exchange as needed. After the spoils were divided, Qin Zhenjuan returned triumphantly, while Yuan resolved a conspiracy against himself, resulting in a mutually satisfactory outcome. Yuan took stock of all the gains from this venture. Among the ordinary items, he received fire starter, fishing net, deerskin towel, umbrella, 15 pounds of ordinary food, and 2 small blankets. The good quality items included 6 teleportation scrolls, 3 shelter relocation scrolls, wooden basin manufacturing scroll, tissue manufacturing scroll, 6 cans of meat, a pair of snow boots, 35 pounds of modeling clay, and a grapevine. The excellent quality item was the bait manufacturing scroll. This can be considered a modest windfall. This marks Yuan's first encounter with conflict since arriving in the foggy world, and it involved a life-threatening conspiracy. Fortunately, with Qin Zhenjuan's assistance in maintaining order and his own formidable strength, he swiftly resolved the matter with decisive action, experiencing a harrowing yet safe outcome. Following this incident, Yuan was thoroughly awakened to the necessity of heightened vigilance regarding his own safety. Among the survivors in the foggy world, there lies a plethora of darkness and malevolence, with many individuals unshackled from the constraints of morality due to the absence of law, leading to their complete release. This occurrence was both incidental and inevitable. Yuan recognized that he had merely been fortunate. His shelter was flourishing in all aspects, with no worries for sustenance, a strong presence, and individuals of loyalty encountered along the way. Thus, for him, the days spent in the foggy world felt akin to a challenging game from another realm. However, for many others, it resembled a catastrophic apocalypse. The scarcity of food, the encroaching cold, the menace of wild beasts, and the treachery of human hearts. No disaster in history has ever severed humanity so drastically, nearly obliterating civilization, yet such a reality has now come to pass. Only the terminology of traversing resource boxes and other phrases has lent a dramatic hue to this calamity, obscuring its original visage. Yuan sighed deeply, calming the tumult within his heart to regain composure. Reflecting on the incident where he dispatched a dozen individuals, he found it oddly untroubling, leading him to self-soothe with a touch of dark humor. At this moment, a large, rotund bee expressed its incredulity. "You are so high-minded. You are remarkable, and I am left with the burden of carrying the weight of so many lives at your command." My rear end nearly smoked. On the 12th day of the cold front, a message spread across the chat channel. "The snow has stopped." Yuan hurriedly pushed open the window to gaze outside, yet found only darkness. He extended his hand into the void. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No snowflakes fell. the snow had indeed ceased. For 12 days, all survivors had been effectively trapped within their shelters, unable to venture forth in search of food and resources. The supplies accumulated over the previous 7 days were nearly exhausted, leaving many on the brink of starvation within the sanctuary. The news of the snow's cessation was exhilarating for everyone. However, Yuan observed that the snowdrifts had risen to a height considerably greater than that of the shelter. Likely the case elsewhere as well. Given this, it was uncertain how long it would take for the snow layer to completely melt away, at least for the next week. The external conditions remained exceedingly harsh, making exploration nearly impossible. Furthermore, the possibility of continued snowfall and recurring cold fronts loomed. In truth, Yuan still had a considerable stock of supplies remaining. The good quality meat and flour had only been consumed to about 1/3 of their total. With signs of improvement in the cold front, he felt less anxious. However, remaining cooped up in the shelter day after day was becoming rather tedious. Aside from daily maintenance of the refuge, he practiced archery. For a day or two, it was bearable, but prolonged confinement became unbearable. Nevertheless, starting today, he could begin clearing the yard. The incessant heavy snowfall had rendered any previous clearing efforts futile, and only now could he finally commence the task. Other survivors likely faced similar circumstances, as idleness within the shelter was virtually non-existent. Likewise, Yuan informed the 6 individuals at the secondary shelter. Though they were of weaker physical constitution, their numbers would make the task manageable. During these days, they had not been idle either. Yuan purchased a plethora of seeds from the trading market, encompassing both ordinary and good quality, and entrusted them to the women for planting. He did not scrutinize the ordinary seeds, while the good quality ones consisted of 6 varieties: sunflower, jade succulent, purple sweet potato, gray leaf raspberry, fruit cucumber, and tomato. Each of the 6 women received one type of good quality seed, along with dozens of ordinary seeds for cultivation within the shelter's confines. The refuge already had 2 flower beds, and with the addition of numerous wooden barrels sent by Yuan, they were just sufficient for indoor planting. Since the secondary shelter was not his residence, he had no concerns about living space. Thus, he dispatched hundreds of wooden barrels to fill the shelter to the brim with crops. Concurrently, he reclaimed all the remaining food stored there, intending to distribute grain according to the harvest of the crops. Should the plants show poor growth, they would consume less. If they thrived, they would receive a larger share, adhering to the principle of labor-based distribution. However, at present, indoor cultivation was proving to be quite unsuccessful. Without spring water, diluted milk solution, or fertilizers, it was exceedingly challenging for crops to grow in the frigid climate, particularly for sunflowers, which require abundant sunlight. It would be astonishing if they managed to thrive. He could only wonder which unfortunate soul was assigned to them. Yet, Yuan was not overly concerned. This was merely an experiment, and once the cold front passed, he planned to engage in large-scale planting. He hoped that when the next calamity struck, he could reap a harvest of fresh crops. Yuan had repeatedly contemplated seeking an item akin to the shelter's protective dome, aiming to minimize the environmental impact on the crops. If one were to endure such harsh conditions for an extended period, the development of agriculture and animal husbandry would be utterly unattainable. Once the resources surrounding the shelter were depleted, relocation would become imperative to seek out a new living environment. This mode of survival bore resemblance to tribal eras and nomadic peoples, perpetually in a state of transience, unable to establish stable living and development. Chapter 64, Major System Update. Just as Yuan was mulling over the idea of a protective dome for the shelter, the system announced a new fog update. It seemed that having surmounted the most arduous phase of the cold front, the system initiated a comprehensive adjustment. Fog announcement, major update. Starting today, the fog survival manual will undergo a complete overhaul. 1. The trading market is abolished, but private trading remains. The mere appearance of this first piece of information left everyone in stunned silence. The first blow struck directly at the trading market. Moving forward, it would no longer be easy to procure various resources, nor to sell the items one had collected. Yuan was equally taken aback. The trading market had always served as the greatest advantage for all survivors. Any resource one lacked could be found within the trading market. Previously, when seeking upgrade scrolls, a global search would immediately yield all relevant information for trading and purchasing. Additionally, selling charcoal had been a significant source of income for Yuan. Without the means to sell to the entire survivor population, he could not rapidly accumulate wealth. The same applied to spring water and healing potions. The trading market was akin to a divine artifact. Even with vast distances separating individuals, resource exchanges could still occur seamlessly. Once the trading market was abolished, amassing wealth swiftly would become exceedingly challenging, posing a stern test for many fortunate survivors. All survivors would now face a pressing question: comprehensive development. In the past, discovering a good quality lake near the shelter could allow one to trade good quality freshwater for all other necessities, often without lifting a finger, effortlessly sitting atop a gold mine and counting their riches. This was the convenience brought by luck. However, from this moment forth, such a distorted, purely luck-driven, and unsustainable development of shelters would face significant challenges. The only consolation was that private trading had not been prohibited, which could be seen as a gesture of mercy. Yuan anticipated that in the time to come, the development of the majority would be substantially hampered, himself included. At the very least, selling charcoal would become difficult. Limiting sales to Yang Zhenghe and Zhaocheng, utilizing food to sweep the market clean would now be nearly impossible. 2. The introduction of a universal currency for the fog world, spirit coins, along with a public store. The second update has emerged, once again capturing the attention of all. A universal currency has appeared. Beneath this announcement lies an extensive and detailed exposition that Yuan took 5 minutes to thoroughly comprehend. In essence, it delineates the methods of acquiring and utilizing this currency. The acquisition of spiritual coins can occur through 2 avenues. The first involves obtaining them from nature. Spiritual coins are essentially coins imbued with spiritual energy. Natural occurrences of spirit stones exist, albeit in exceedingly scarce quantities and deeply buried underground, making them difficult to unearth. This revelation suddenly instilled in Yuan a sense of nostalgia, as if he had lost something profoundly significant in the past. The second method entails exchanging resources with the system, which accounts for 99.99% of how individuals acquire spiritual coins. Resources of good quality or higher are rich in spiritual energy and can be exchanged for spiritual coins within the system. As for the utility of these spiritual coins, with the cancellation of the trading market, a public store managed by the system will emerge, offering various resources that can be purchased with spiritual coins. Naturally, survivors can also engage in transactions using spiritual coins among themselves. Furthermore, the public chat channels and regional chat channels have been entirely abolished, transitioning to a forum system where each survivor may post once per week. Thus, the chat channels have been eliminated. However, this is somewhat acceptable, as the chat channels were not particularly useful, serving mainly as an emotional outlet, with messages often obscured. In contrast, a forum would provide clarity of content, albeit with only one posting opportunity each week, thereby diminishing communication among survivors. The fourth point of change left many bewildered. However, upon reading the specifics, Yuan easily grasped the concept. The so-called weakening of the system's influence on resource gathering means that in the future, cutting down trees will no longer directly yield a unit of wood. Stones will not convert uniformly into a unit of stone. When hunting beasts, the system will not convert them directly into meat and blood essence. If you hunt a wolf, you will acquire the whole wolf carcass. If you fell a tree, you will only obtain the entire trunk. Subsequent disassembly and division will need to be completed by the survivors themselves. Fully restoring the state of reality, Yuan understood that the system was diminishing its assistance to survivors, with all forms of system support gradually dissipating, until one day, the system might no longer exist. Certain manufacturing scrolls can no longer be created directly at the workbench. According to the system, the purpose of future manufacturing scrolls will be to provide crafting methods, requiring survivors to create items themselves. Yuan grimaced. At this rate, will he have to make charcoal himself? Will he need to concoct healing potions on his own? How much time will this waste? Does this imply the complete demise of the charcoal industry? The probability of resource chests appearing has been significantly reduced, and the likelihood of hunting beasts dropping resource chests has been slightly diminished. Moreover, the method for upgrading shelters beyond level 4 has been disclosed. The 7 updates left all survivors in a daze. Everything has vanished. The already arduous task of survival has become even more complex and challenging. Many rapidly advancing survivors found themselves suddenly at a loss. And Yuan was among them. He had intended to expand his territory, to grow stronger, to conquer the Misty world. And yet this sudden turn of events has thrust him back into a life akin to a forest homestead. Gazing out at the vast expanse of snow outside, Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of confusion and trepidation. Perhaps everyone had overlooked the fact that the ability to endure so long in the Misty world was largely due to the presence of the system. The system provided a significant portion of security, offering everyone a cheat code to survive the most challenging early days. But now, the cheat code has been disabled. Everyone has reverted to their former struggles. Yuan let out a long sigh, sensing that while everything around him appeared unchanged, in essence, everything had shifted. He retrieved the Misty survival manual, where the trading market and chat channels had vanished, leaving only the forum and public store. Opening the public store, he could not help but grimace at the items displayed on the shelves. Ordinary level, bottled water, coarse bread, clothing, and a few essential supplies. All priced at 1 spiritual coin, appearing quite affordable. Good level, teleportation scrolls, machetes, toilet manufacturing scrolls with splitting machines, and shelter relocation scrolls. The first 4 items were priced at 10 spiritual coins each, while the last item was 30 spiritual coins. This public store seems quite reasonable, Yuan mused. His only impression of spiritual coins was the 8 coins he had scratched off from a lottery ticket, leading him to believe that these prices were not exorbitant. Among the excellent level items, there was only an ally scroll priced at 100 spiritual coins, but he was uncertain about the exchange rate for spiritual coins. Curiously, he searched the corner of the public store and found an image illustrating the exchange for spiritual coins. Let us try exchanging some good level wood first. As a unit of wood vanished, there was no change. However, a message popped up in the Misty survival manual, stating that it was insufficient to exchange for even 1 spiritual coin. Yuan was taken aback, surprised that a unit of good level wood could not yield even a single spiritual coin. This indicated that the value of a unit of good level wood was less than that of a bottle of ordinary bottled water. Let us try with 2 units. As he continued to deposit wood, Yuan's expression darkened. Chapter 65. Level 4 Shelter. When he deposited 10 units of good level wood, a white spiritual coin appeared in his hand. 10 units of good level wood for 1 spiritual coin? And a bottle of ordinary bottled water sells for 1 spiritual coin? Yuan was infuriated, his eyelids twitching. Was the public store not exploiting its customers excessively? He continued to experiment, exchanging various good level resources, discovering that while prices varied slightly, they were generally similar. However, in comparison, the prices of finished items were slightly higher than the resources themselves, but the difference was minimal. Although the exchange rate was shockingly low, Yuan did not believe that the system would intentionally devalue resources. It was likely that spiritual coins themselves held significant intrinsic value and functioned in crucial ways. Not dwelling further on the issue of spiritual coins, Yuan opened the forum. At this moment, the forum was already bustling with numerous posts. Posts could be sorted by popularity or by time. He opted for the most popular. The highest-rated post was a comprehensive guide on survival in the wilderness, filled with tens of thousands of words, covering various aspects of survival knowledge, including finding water sources, identifying food, avoiding cold, setting traps, understanding beast weaknesses, planting crops, and raising animals. An array of invaluable information that garnered widespread acclaim from survivors. The author was a foreign player known as Chris. Yuan attentively reviewed this post, finding much of the content exceptionally useful for wilderness survival. He also gave it a thumbs up, recognizing the importance of elevating such beneficial posts for the entire community of survivors so that more could see it. He couldn't help but wonder how one could produce such an extensive work in such a short time. Continuing to browse through other posts, he found that most contributors displayed a rational demeanor. The high-traffic posts were all remarkably useful for survival, closely aligned with the challenges of existing in the Misty world. Examples included a comprehensive guide to resources, items, and scrolls in the Misty world, complete information on beasts in the Misty world, the many uses of level 18 shelters, the possibility of taming powerful beasts, and the real reasons behind the success of Red Name survivors. Is it just luck? After perusing many such posts, he noted their practicality. With almost no flaws, Yuan remarked to himself. This forum has been quite well revamped, proving to be far more useful than the previous chat channels. While casually browsing, he suddenly stumbled upon a post titled The Sinister Level 4 Shelter, the exploitation of spiritual coin exchange. This prompted Yuan to recall that following this update, shelters could now be upgraded to level 4. He slapped his forehead and immediately accessed the shelter information, checking the conditions for upgrading to a level 4 shelter. A bold line of text appeared before him. Level 4 shelter materials, 1,000 spiritual coins. Few, that's manageable. Yuan had anticipated much more stringent requirements, but this was better than he had imagined. Calculating, it would only require 10,000 units of good-level wood, which was within reach. Over the past 12 days of the cold wave, Yuan had earned a substantial sum by selling charcoal, with wood being the most abundant resource in the first 5 or 6 days. He had amassed over 100,000 units of ordinary wood and more than 20,000 units of good-level wood. Later on, as his yard could no longer accommodate the surplus, he altered the exchange rules to only accept good-level resources for trade. Now, Yuan was immensely grateful for that decision. Only materials of good quality or higher could be exchanged for spiritual coins, rendering ordinary wood, no matter how plentiful, useless. In the following 6 days, he consumed over 60,000 units of ordinary wood, yielding more than 12,000 units of good-level wood. Therefore, in terms of wood alone, he possessed 40,000 units of ordinary wood and over 32,000 units of good-level wood. If he were to exchange all of it for spiritual coins, that would amount to 3,200 spiritual coins, making him quite affluent. Yuan couldn't help but reflect that if the trading market had not been abolished, he could have entirely relied on this method to achieve wealth. It was quite likely that the system aimed to prevent scenarios like Yuan's, stopping survivors from exploiting such conveniences to amass riches, which led to the cancellation of the trading market. However, it was easy to imagine that many individuals like Yuan existed. Those selling charcoal, good-level clean water, essential supplies, anyone with ample raw materials capable of mass production through workshops would undoubtedly profit handsomely. Yet for the majority of ordinary survivors, 1,000 spiritual coins was an insurmountable sum. Assuming there exists a grove of high-quality trees adjacent to the shelter, equipped with a well-crafted axe capable of felling 200 units of timber per day, it would take approximately 50 days to amass 10,000 units of wood under ideal conditions. However, this scenario does not account for the daily struggles of securing food, which would likely have the daily yield. Hence, it is conceivable that an average survivor might require around 100 days to gather 1,000 spirit coins to upgrade the shelter. Of course, one cannot discount extraordinary circumstances, such as stumbling upon a resource cache containing 3 rare-grade items, resulting in an immediate windfall, or discovering a lake brimming with pristine freshwater, transforming one into an instant affluent individual. Yet, according to Yuan's experience, even a lake of good quality would not be overly expansive. Yang Zhenghe recounted that near his oasis, there existed a small lake of good quality, measuring less than 30 square meters, which he was reluctant to exploit extensively. Yuan, confident in his financial standing, sought to upgrade his shelter to level 4, exchanging 10,000 units of good quality wood. He was presented with a gleaming 1,000 spirit coins. Selecting the option to upgrade the shelter, the coins were enveloped in a radiant light and vanished in an instant. The next moment, the entire shelter was similarly cloaked in a brilliant glow. After 3 minutes, the upgrade was complete, revealing a completely transformed shelter before his eyes. Yuan had initially stood in the living room. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself in the yard. It was evident that with the expansion of the shelter, the former living room had now become part of the yard. Upon inspecting the shelter's details, he noted, shelter, level 4 stone house, footprint, 200 square meters, actual area, 360 square meters, a boutique shelter, significantly enhancing area, comfort, quality, risk resilience, and facility completeness. Level 4 shelter facilities, none. All basic facilities have been configured. Level 5 shelter upgrade requirements. 1. Survivor's capability must reach good quality. 2. At least 1 rare grade facility must be owned. 3. Absolute control over a 3-kilometer radius surrounding the shelter. 4.30 000 spirit coins. The level 4 shelter was markedly distinct from levels 1 to 3, justifying its costly upgrade. The first noticeable enhancement was the expanded area of 360 square meters, more than 3 times that of the level 3 shelter. Standing in the yard, Yuan surveyed the entirety of the shelter. The total land area was 300 square meters, with the yard occupying 100 square meters, the house another 100 square meters, and the basement also measuring 100 square meters. The additional 60 square meters resulted from the fence, basement, and pond, all of which were entirely encompassed within the shelter's boundaries. Currently, Yuan was in the first-floor yard, which had reached an area of 100 square meters. Previously filled with timber, it now only occupied a corner. The snow covering the ground had been thoroughly cleared. Meanwhile, The surrounding walls had been renovated, presenting a cohesive appearance of blue stone, standing at a height of 2.5 meters, encircling the entire shelter in the yard. The collapsed animal enclosure had been restored and was considerably larger and sturdier than before. Beyond the enclosure, the yard featured a pond, a spring, protective thorns, a vegetable garden, and a spirit pool, with the ground covered in soft grass. Chapter 66. Transformations of the Shelter. Looking up, Yuan noticed that while the house itself had not expanded significantly, the overall layout felt much more spacious. Upon entering the shelter, the expanse was immediately evident. Although only a handful of luminous stones provided illumination, insufficient to light the entire space. Holding several luminous stones, Yuan conducted a thorough exploration of the shelter, gaining a general understanding of the layout. The yard, aside from the upgraded facilities and expanded area with grass laid down, exhibited no further changes. Inside, the structure was constructed from good quality minerals and timber, with the room's furnishings rearranged on the first floor. There was a living room, kitchen, bathroom, workshop, storage room, and bedroom. The living room was equipped with a large fireplace and a set of wooden tables and chairs, while the kitchen had not undergone significant alterations. It had expanded considerably, although the cooking tools remained unchanged, still consisting of an iron pot. The bathroom was quite rudimentary, featuring only a stone washbasin and a toilet. Yuan was quite surprised to find that the toilet was crafted from stone and had a rather appealing design. The workshop was spacious, retaining the workbench, although many items could no longer be crafted, and some new crafting tools had emerged. In one corner, there was a small kiln, presumably for producing charcoal. Additionally, there was a wood-cutting table, along with chisels and saws, likely intended for making wooden barrels and basins. These tools appeared to have been provided in accordance with existing crafting scrolls. However, he wondered whether the system would supply new tools with future crafting scrolls. As Yuan examined each tool, he pondered silently. Nonetheless, he speculated that the system might not be so generous in the future as to equip all necessary tools. At this moment, Yuan noticed changes in the scrolls as well. Now adorned with numerous inscriptions detailing the crafting processes and specifics of various items. For instance, the healing potion scroll meticulously documented the required materials and methods, necessitating Yuan's direct involvement. Although the healing potion required only a few materials, the processing methods were complex, with meticulous proportions and an extensive procedure comprising over 20 steps. Yuan could only smile wryly, realizing that the workload ahead was substantial. Fortunately, he still had 6 free laborers to assist in crafting these items, though he needed to ensure that they remained unaware of the precious crafting scrolls like the healing potion. Lastly, he examined the storage room, which housed a considerable amount of supplies along with 5 storage boxes. The storage boxes resembled dimensional backpacks, though they appeared compact. Each contained a spacious 5 cubic meters internally. To facilitate management, Yuan painstakingly categorized all supplies and allocated them to respective storage boxes. 2 were designated for food, 1 for tools and weapons, another for scrolls, encompassing crafting scrolls, teleportation scrolls, and shelter relocation scrolls, and the final box reserved for rare resources, such as white pine sand and ice crystals. This organization would certainly ease future searches for items. Next, he ventured into the bedroom. The bedroom was simply furnished, containing only a wooden bed, a bedside table, and a small fireplace. The floor was laid with stone. There was no concern about fire hazards. Although it may sound akin to a modern house, the overall aesthetic retained the rustic charm of a forest cabin, with all facilities remaining quite basic. The original separate bathroom was now incorporated into the bedroom, allowing for convenient access. After reviewing the first-floor facilities, Yuan felt quite satisfied, with the sole drawback being the expansive space and somewhat inadequate lighting. Next, he proceeded to the basement. Descending the stairs, he anticipated discovering some surprises, yet to his astonishment, the basement was devoid of any facilities. Observing the spacious 120-square-meter basement, which was laid with massive stones appearing remarkably even and orderly, he found only a cluster of bees, wild boars, and wild chickens huddled in a corner, all gazing in bewilderment at the suddenly enlarged abode. Yuan began to suspect that the system had cut corners. Had it not promised to furnish facilities? How could there be not a single room in the basement? He harbored grave doubts about the system's integrity. At present, it seemed that the overall changes to the shelter were minimal. The basement, house, and yard had expanded in area, and the interior had gained an extra bedroom, storage room, and bathroom. Yuan's initial delight had been somewhat dampened upon this realization. However, reflecting on the matter, he recognized that for a survivor, the most crucial aspect was not opulent living facilities, but rather ample living space. This was particularly true for the expansive yard. In the forested environment, numerous wild animals still roamed around the shelter. Yuan could not cultivate plants or raise animals outside the shelter, thus he was left to maximize the limited space within the yard. This 100 square meter yard provided sufficient potential for cultivating fertile land. Moreover, with the shelter upgrade, the accumulated snow around had been cleared away, granting a broad view of the forest. Yet, at first glance, the landscape remained a desolate expanse of white snow, with many trees having succumbed to the prolonged cold. Yuan lamented the monotony of the scenery, expressing his weariness. Nonetheless, he realized that he was not entirely without tasks to attend to. The snow in the yard had been cleared, and he could venture outside to engage in various activities. Rather than remaining cooped up in the shelter, armed with luminous stones, he approached the right side of the shelter, where the protective thorns were curled up in a corner. The protective thorns were particularly resilient. Having thrived even in a frigid environment of -50°C, even the newly sprouted protective thorns had managed to survive such harsh conditions. Yuan believed that as the climate improved, the condition of the protective thorns would also recover. Afterward, he brought the bees, wild chickens, and iron-backed wild boars from the basement into the yard's animal enclosure. The iron-backed wild boar, once domesticated, had utilized the upgrade scroll to effortlessly reach good quality, growing to a size comparable to that of an adult iron-backed wild boar, towering even over Yuan. Next, considerations for breeding could be entertained. Zhenjuan's iron-backed wild boar had also achieved good quality. The two boars were of similar age, the same breed, and had grown up together, sharing a deep bond. They seemed perfectly suited for one another. Should they unite in matrimony, it would indeed be a joyous occasion, and of course, the fact that they were siblings could be set aside for the moment. Yuan wasted no time, promptly messaging Zhenjuan. Yuan, Brother Qin, the iron-backed wild boars have all reached adulthood. Shall we attempt to mate them? Zhenjuan did not immediately concur, expressing concern. Is it too soon? The situation regarding the cold snap remains uncertain, and I fear the temperatures may drop again. It was entirely reasonable for Zhenjuan to harbor such concerns, especially since he was unaware of the impending disaster. Yuan understood well that the cold wave might not yet be fully abated, and it could very likely persist for an extended period. Nevertheless, the overarching trend of the climate was undoubtedly towards warming. Thus, Yuan transmitted the information from the prophecy scroll and said, Brother Qin, take a look at this. The climate is surely going to warm gradually. There may still be wind and snow, but it will certainly be less severe than before. Moments later, Zhenjuan replied, All right, I never expected you to possess such an artifact. This will allow us to prepare in advance. Yes, while the snow hasn't melted yet, let us store a batch of ice blocks in the basement. Oh, by the way, Brother Qin, have you upgraded the shelter? I just finished upgrading. The area has expanded significantly. Bring over the ironback wild boars, let them get acquainted. I'm just worried that in such cold weather, they might lack the desire to breed, Zhenjuan expressed with some concern. Chapter 67, Making Ice Blocks Clap. Another item information was sent. Name, desire-inducing powder, good quality, effect, stimulates breeding desire in beasts. Enhancing reproductive efficiency and success rate. Introduction, an early arrival of spring. They must mate. Upon seeing the desire-inducing powder, Zhenjuan felt a wave of relief. The propagation of the ironback wild boars is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. It is a lengthy cycle. If it can commence early, Zhenjuan is more than willing. After all, the environment in the Misty world is harsh, and he cannot guarantee that he can hunt beasts every day. The sooner a stable breeding operation is established, the more secure life will be. Through the teleportation array, Yuan sent the ironback wild boars to Zhenjuan's shelter, placing the two boars in the incubation room to foster their relationship. Once they become familiar with each other, Zhenjuan would use the desire-inducing powder to enhance their breeding desire. After chatting a bit more with Zhenjuan and spending some time playing with Xiaotong, Yuan returned to the shelter. Upon returning, Yuan began preparations for the next disaster, producing ice blocks to guard against high temperatures. He deemed the prophetic scroll from the system to be credible. Therefore, after the cold wave subsides, there is a high probability that hot weather will ensue. Thus, cooling facilities must be adequately prepared. Taking advantage of the current icy conditions, he decided to stockpile some ice blocks. Using 4 wooden planks, he crafted a rectangular frame measuring 50 centimeters in length, 30 centimeters in width, and 20 centimeters in height to serve as a mold for the ice blocks. A total of 30 such molds were made. He then collected the accumulated snow, filled the molds, and compacted it. Afterward, he poured water to melt the snow. Once subjected to low temperatures, ice blocks could be obtained. The principle of ice formation is that melted snow turns to ice upon encountering low temperatures. Due to the weather, the process of making ice blocks proceeded smoothly. Within seconds, the ice blocks were successfully created. The finished rectangular ice blocks were then moved to the basement, stacked neatly against the wall. This process, however, was quite laborious and consumed a considerable amount of time. After moving a dozen ice blocks, Yuan suddenly realized the futility of his efforts and remembered that he had 6 free laborers. Thus, he contacted the 6 individuals and sent them all the molds, instructing them to produce ice blocks as requested. They did not question Yuan's demands, obediently starting to work. Compared to their days under Lu Jiping, where they were subjected to degrading tasks, working for Yuan was remarkably effortless. In the secondary shelter, 6 figures were diligently occupied, each bundled up tightly, resembling 6 rolling balloons. Their physical condition was not on par with Yuan's, making the external cold even more intolerable for them. Thus, they could only don more layers for warmth. Among the 6, the petite and youthful Zhou, only 19 years old, approached Gao Hanji, who was compacting the ice blocks. She whispered, "Sister Han, Gu left us here and hasn't he returned? Why don't you ask him what his plans are?" Gao Hanji looked up, her fair face reddened by the cold, and replied, "The fact that he didn't outright kill me is already showing him mercy. I'd rather not disturb him. Oh, I think he is a decent person. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep us around. He usually just has us grow some vegetables and make ice blocks, and we're not forced to do anything against our will. It's already quite good," Zhou responded. Having experienced the darkest of times, she felt content with her current life. Under Lu Jiping, they were not only required to serve various customers, but also to cater to Lu Jiping's twisted demands. Initially, there were 7 of them. But within just a day or two, 2 had perished under Lu Jiping's torment. This memory was one they wished to avoid. Now, with food and safety, life was indeed comfortable. However, she remained unaware that the ordinary food Yuan did not consume was primarily meant for feeding the ironback wild boars and wild chickens. Moreover, the combined rations of the 6 of them likely paled in comparison to what the ironback wild boars consumed. Nearby, a woman with a gentle demeanor interjected with a smile, "Little Yu, don't pressure Sister Han too much. We're fortunate to have survived and are living steadily here." "All right, Sister Shi," Zhou replied with a grimace, resuming her ice block production. Gao Hanji softly reassured, "You all needn't worry. As long as you don't harm him, he shouldn't treat you poorly. I just don't understand what he intends to do with us." Zhou lamented helplessly. Another girl nearby jested, "You're so curious. Why not ask him yourself? It's not like he'll bite you. Oh dear. What if he has ulterior motives towards me? How would I refuse?" Zhou pouted at that moment. Yuan, who had just arrived via the teleportation array and stood at the shelter's entrance, was instantly filled with a sense of exasperation. What are these people discussing? Ahem. Before Zhou could finish her sentence, she was startled into silence by Yuan's cough, nearly losing her balance. The 6 turned to see Yuan approaching with a stern expression, causing them to freeze in place. Yuan walked over, patted Zhou on the shoulder, and scrutinized her with a piercing gaze, saying, "You must absolutely refuse me." "And no, I wouldn't dare," Zhou stammered, her head lowered, anxiously rubbing her hands. Seeing her terrified demeanor, Yuan shook his head in resignation, deciding not to tease her further, for she was still but a child. He spoke, "Everyone, please come inside. I have matters to discuss with you." The 6 obediently entered, silently taking their seats around the table, while Yuan naturally took the seat of honor. Once everyone was seated, Yuan began, "The cold wave will persist for a while, making it impossible to venture outside, and you won't be able to gather clay. Therefore, we don't need so many people here for the time being. I will take 2 of you back to the main shelter to work. Is anyone willing?" None of the 6 responded. They all buried their heads in their chests, leaving Yuan at a loss for words. At this moment, Gao Hanji softly spoke, I can go." Yuan glanced at her, assessing her before decisively stating, "It's better for someone clever like you to stay here." Hearing this, Gao Hanji's face flushed with embarrassment. and she fell silent. With no one else speaking, Yuan grew impatient and declared, "Then the oldest and the youngest will come with me. The rest will remain here." After making his decision, all eyes turned to the two individuals, Zhou Yu and Chu Wenxi, both of whom stiffened, their expressions filled with panic as they looked at Yuan, unsure of what to do. Yuan, unfazed, handed them 2 teleportation scrolls and promptly transported them away. The shelter was in urgent need of manpower. After much consideration, Yuan concluded that the charcoal business could continue, as he still had 2 major clients, Yang Jinghe and Zhao Cheng, who had significant demand for charcoal within their alliance, especially after the update. When charcoal could no longer be purchased from the trading market, it led to a substantial shortage. They had approached Yuan multiple times, hoping he would sell them a batch of charcoal. However, such a labor-intensive and thankless task was not something Yuan could handle alone, so he had to call upon the 2 laborers. Chapter 68. Cold wave trends. Upon their arrival, Yuan finally learned their names. The older one was named Chu Wenxi, aged 26, possessing a more mature mindset as she had previously been a civil servant. The younger one, the girl who had been gossiping, was only 19 and was named Zhou Yu, a former student. The moment they arrived at Yuan's shelter, they were instantly captivated. The expansive 100-square-meter yard, coupled with an equally spacious wooden shelter, was a far cry from their own cramped quarters. Even compared to Lu Jipeng's shelter, it was more than twice as spacious. Not only was the shelter itself impressive, but the yard also boasted a plethora of lively animals. Several massive beehives were suspended from the tree trunks along the walls, surrounded by swarms of bees buzzing about. Occasionally, a bee would venture beyond the walls in search of nectar, eyeing the animal enclosure. A wild chicken with colorful feathers wandered leisurely, pecking at the grains scattered on the ground, which, upon closer inspection, appeared to be the same food they consumed daily. Additionally, a gigantic wild boar, standing 2 meters tall, lay comfortably in the enclosure, occasionally flicking its tail, exuding an air of relaxation. As the 2 beheld this scene, they were rendered speechless, astonished that someone could develop such a grand shelter with such abundant resources in such a short time. It was as if they had stepped into an entirely different world compared to their humble wooden cottage. "Sister Shi, what level of shelter is this? It's so vast. It should be level 4. I heard he is among the top 10,000 globally, part of the best developed group. How impressive." Indeed, seeing the 2 standing there in a daze, Yuan called out helplessly, "Stop daydreaming and come over quickly. Oh, right?" The 2 individuals hurriedly agreed and trotted over. Yuan led them into the studio, presenting them with the charcoal-making scroll, instructing them to learn from it. The process of producing charcoal was significantly simpler than that of creating healing potions. It merely required careful timing. As long as the 2 were not foolish and made a few attempts, they would easily succeed. Currently, the shelter possessed 40,000 units of ordinary-grade wood, all of which needed to be converted into charcoal. Good-grade wood could be exchanged for spirit coins. Thus, Yuan resolved to cease the production of good-grade charcoal in the future. For the system, regardless of how the wood was transformed into charcoal, its intrinsic value would not increase, as the internal spiritual energy remained unchanged. Once the 2 had reviewed the process, they could commence their work. However, with the addition of 2 unfamiliar faces in the shelter, Yuan naturally could not be entirely at ease and felt compelled to implement some precautionary measures. In areas hidden from their sight, 2 adult-sized black tiger bees quietly observed them. Should they exhibit any inappropriate behavior, the bees would immediately alert Yuan. She instructed the 2 that they were only permitted to move within the living room, studio, bathroom, and kitchen. Any transgressions would prompt the black tiger bees to raise the alarm and inform Yuan. This served as a safety measure. Furthermore, Yuan had already coordinated with Yang Jinghe and Zhao Cheng to continue the charcoal trading, providing each of the 2 3,000 units of ordinary-grade charcoal daily. Zhao Cheng continued to use white pine sand and ice crystals for purchase, while Yang Jinghe paid with 500 units of good-grade wood. Thus, the daily income amounted to approximately 150 spirit coins, a sum that could sustain them until the cold wave had entirely subsided. 2 days later, during this time, the cold wave continued to rage, accompanied by light snowfall, and the weather remained quite frigid. However, the intensity of the cold wave appeared to be lessening, with a slight improvement in overall temperatures. During these days, the 4 inhabitants of the secondary shelter managed to produce over 500 blocks of ice, filling a significant portion of the basement. Yuan planned to fill half of the basement with ice, leaving only a narrow pathway in the center for easy access. Therefore, the ice-making efforts had to persist. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu and Chu Wenxi were responsible for producing charcoal, and their progress was smooth with no unexpected incidents. By day, they labored in the studio, and by night, they curled up by the fireplace in the living room, sleeping on thick blankets and carpets. After all, having previously scavenged from a shelter housing over a dozen individuals, they had no shortage of ordinary grade warm items to utilize. The two managed to work approximately 12 hours a day, producing about 6,000 units of charcoal, just enough for sale. At this moment, Yuan truly appreciated the value of free labor. She needed not lift a finger, and spirit coins flowed in abundantly. However, she did not neglect their needs, providing ample food and drink and occasionally offering good-grade provisions. During these days, Yuan continued her orderly life, managing the shelter, exercising, practicing archery, and occasionally browsing forums. On the 15th day of the cold wave, a delightful surprise finally arrived. The sky brightened at last. The night gradually receded, and sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the pristine white snow, rendering the world aglow. The sun had emerged. Yuan felt the light streaming through the window and turned her gaze in astonishment. She had never anticipated that seeing the sun would evoke such exhilaration within her. Having grown accustomed to prolonged darkness, the sudden brilliance of sunlight compelled Yuan to squint, unable to gaze directly at the world outside. The eternal night had ended. It seemed the cold wave was nearing its conclusion. In that moment, all survivors rejoiced, as if they had glimpsed hope for survival. For half a month, the majority of survivors had endured hunger and cold, their stored supplies dwindling to a mere few, on the verge of subsisting on dirt. If the cold wave did not cease, many would not be able to endure. Yuan retrieved the Mist Survival Manual, checking the total number of individuals in the forum, discovering that it had plummeted from 5.3 billion at the onset of the cold wave to 4 billion. It was difficult to ascertain whether to feel sorrow or relief. Sorrowful, for over 1 billion survivors had perished, lost in the obscurity of the misty world. Relieved, for this ferocious disaster had claimed only 1.3 billion lives. Yuan had originally believed that a super low-temperature cold wave of -60 degrees Celsius would be insurmountable for the majority of survivors. She speculated that the total number of survivors would likely be halved post-cold wave. Yet the reality was that many had tenaciously survived. Of the 5.3 billion, 1.3 billion had succumbed, equating to approximately 24. A figure still within an acceptable range. Alas, let there not be too many casualties. If, in the end, only a few tens of thousands remained in the entire misty world, that would truly be terrifying. Yuan could not help but lament if, one day, a civilization dwindled to a mere few thousand souls, would life still be able to find new hope? As she gazed at the sunlight, her eyes gradually adjusted to the brightness. Observing the 2 to 3 meter high snowdrifts beyond the walls, she felt a sense of despair. How long would it take for this snow to melt? Surely not less than 10 or 8 days. She could only wait a few more days until the snow had lessened before devising a plan to venture outside. However, at that moment, an unavoidable issue loomed ahead. Flooding. Such a vast accumulation of snow, once melted into water, would inevitably trigger widespread flooding, an event far more terrifying than the cold wave. Yet, Yuan found this peculiar. The prophecy scroll indicated that the next disaster would be high temperatures. This suggested that flooding would not pose a significant threat, or perhaps, flooding would not occur at all. Regardless of the speculation, Yuan needed to prepare adequately for the potential disaster. Chapter 69. Fishing, however. In the following days, Yuan soon realized that her concerns were unwarranted. She had assumed that such a ferocious cold wave would severely impact the natural environment, making a catastrophic flood unavoidable. Yet, in reality, the natural ecology of the misty world had easily withstood this disaster, and there had been no flooding whatsoever. Firstly, despite the cold weather, the rate of snowmelt was astonishing. Except for a few particularly frigid areas, most places began to see the snow melting away. Secondly, the vast amounts of melted snow water were absorbed by the forests, nourishing the revival of flora and fauna, thus preventing the formation of floods. Within just 3 days, more than half of the snow had melted, leaving only a 30-centimeter layer remaining. Perhaps due to the land absorbing too much snow water, a frozen soil layer had formed, causing the final remnants of snow to melt at a slower pace. Yuan could not comprehend how, with temperatures still hovering around -10 degrees, the snow could melt so rapidly. Perhaps the natural laws of the Misty world differed greatly from those on Earth. Yuan was not an expert in natural sciences and thus did not delve into these matters. She only knew that, at present, survivors could venture outside in search of food. Many had already begun attempting to leave their shelters, scouring nearby areas for sustenance. However, the results were disheartening. Having just endured the cold wave, there was no food to be found. They might even encounter famished large wild animals, becoming prey themselves in the process. Recently, a post titled 18 Questions for Finding Food in the Snow had gained significant traction on the forum, detailing how to locate edible food while ensuring personal safety in such an environment. Yuan had read through it carefully, only to find that a substantial portion of the content revolved around how to convert tree bark, roots, and weeds into consumable food. Astonishingly, it had garnered hundreds of thousands of likes. It was impossible to critique. It truly was a pitiable situation. Nevertheless, Yuan recognized that, given the current circumstances, locating food was indeed challenging, and exploring the wilderness was fraught with difficulty. Yet, just then, she stumbled upon a post titled "What Can We Do at the End of the Cold Wave?" The title seemed rather unremarkable, unlikely to attract much attention. However, after reading the content, Yuan was profoundly inspired. The post offered numerous valuable suggestions, one of which was particularly well suited to her. Fishing. Yuan recalled that she had previously procured a fishing rod but had never put it to use. Later, she had acquired excellent grade bait from Lu Jiping's stock, perfectly suited for fishing. Thus, Yuan began her preparations. She unearthed the long-neglected fishing rod and set about crafting bait. Being of excellent quality, the materials required were costly, necessitating the innards of excellent grade beasts, which Yuan could not gather. Therefore, she had no choice but to make do with good-grade food instead, and to her surprise, she succeeded, yielding bait of good quality. This was in large part due to the system's updates. Since she was personally involved in the crafting process, it allowed for greater flexibility and adaptability. Had it been in the past, she would have been unable to succeed. Yuan donned snow boots, a thick cotton coat, padded clothing, cotton pants, a sweater, and a scarf, wrapping herself up snugly. She then gathered her fishing rod, net, bait, and a wooden bucket, leaving the shelter to head towards the creek. Accompanying her was a swarm of 500 black tiger bees led by the iron-backed queen. As the food supply in their hive was critically low, they too needed to venture out in search of sustenance. Today, they coincidentally accompanied Yuan, ensuring her safety while also seeking food in more distant locales. Yuan arrived at the small creek adjacent to the shelter, where the waterway was too narrow for fishing. However, the flow of water in the creek was evidently expanding, suggesting the presence of a larger current upstream. Following the creek, she ventured deeper into the forest. After walking a kilometer, she discovered that the creek had indeed widened considerably, now resembling a small river. Continuing onward, the river became even broader, the surrounding terrain increasingly flat, and her field of vision gradually opened up. Was this a plain? Could she be nearing the edge of the forest? Yuan felt a twinge of confusion, as the environment here bore little resemblance to that of a forest. Upon careful reflection, it dawned on me that when I previously utilized the Beast Search scroll, the terrain had been revealed, indicating that the surroundings were still enveloped in forest. Gazing towards the woodlands flanking the riverbanks, I observed that the forest remained exceedingly dense, with an even greater number of trees. It was evident that this area continued to be a part of the forest, which was indeed vast beyond imagination. But why was the riverbed so flat and wide? The answer was singular. This had once been a great river, significantly larger than the current stream. Now, the frozen riverbed spanned a mere 2 meters in width, whereas the dry, flat riverbed had been at least 10 meters wide. I pondered quietly. It seemed my hypothesis was correct. There should be a substantial river at the source. Continuing onward, after traversing approximately 5 kilometers, I finally reached the terminus of a river, which connected to a larger waterway. Clearly, the small river adjacent to my shelter was a tributary of another grand river, flowing forth from deeper within the forest. This larger river now measured 10 meters in width, with depths far exceeding that of the tributary. Even with the lake's surface frozen, the dark, profound waters were still discernible beneath the ice. With a splash, I leaned down onto the ice, confirming my suspicion as I faintly heard the sound of rushing water beneath the ice. This was the spot. I resolved to fish here. Approaching the center of the river, I attempted to break the ice with my iron axe, only to discover that the ice was exceptionally thick. at least 50 centimeters. After pounding for over half an hour, the blade of my axe dulled, but I managed to create a hole roughly the width of my arm. Exhausted, I pulled myself up from the ice, stretching my limbs to relieve the strain. Had it not been for my formidable physique, I could never have broken through such thick ice. An ordinary person would have succumbed to fatigue long before. I retrieved my fishing rod, affixing a bait rich in scent to the hook, and lowered it through the hole in the ice. Typically, employing quality bait significantly increases the chances of attracting desirable fish. However, this also depended on the specific conditions of the river. If the waterway was too small, it would harbor only ordinary fish, making it impossible to encounter anything of higher quality. Conversely, in a vast lake, especially one of good quality, the likelihood of encountering superior fish was greatly enhanced. Nevertheless, attempting to catch quality fish also entailed corresponding risks. Wild aquatic creatures, much like the beasts of the forest, exhibited fierce aggression. For an ordinary individual, even great strength might not suffice against formidable fish, and they could easily be dragged into the water. Prepared, I commenced my fishing endeavor. Lacking a chair, I found it impractical to sit directly on the ice. After some contemplation, I decided to use the black tiger queen as a cushion, providing a makeshift seat that would spare me from the cold. Naturally, I could not simply wait idly for fish to bite. That would be a waste of time. Thus, I brought along the Mist Survival Manual, perusing the forum while awaiting a catch. The differences between trading markets and public stores. Current market price comparisons in the Mist World, a comprehensive guide to the beasts of the Mist World, powerful creatures unlike Earth's animals. Quality foods. What are the differences? Understanding spiritual energy. How to navigate the Mist World. A plethora of threads, filled with the experiences of fellow survivors, offered me a wealth of new knowledge. I learned about unique plants from other regions and encounters with formidable beasts by other survivors. Chapter 70. A hand for a date amidst the myriad of posts. My attention was inadvertently drawn to a peculiar thread titled Eerie Creatures Beyond Human Comprehension. Accompanying the post were several blurry photographs, vaguely depicting an enormous beast standing within the forest. A figure towering over 5 meters and stretching several meters in length, far surpassing the biological limits of Earth. It was akin to the height of a small building. Though the creature was indistinguishable, just glimpsing its colossal shadow sent shivers down one's spine. This thread was not particularly popular, garnering only a handful of comments. Was this genuine? Could such a massive creature truly exist? I believe it's false. I've encountered many beasts before, and while their sizes are considerably larger than those on Earth, they could never reach such proportions. Could it be that your survival thus far has been mere luck, due to never having encountered one? That might be true. Yet, I remain skeptical that it's far too blurry. One can hardly discern anything, don't you know? UFOs, aliens, and unsolved mysteries always come with such poor quality images. In the comments section, some believed, some doubted, and others scoffed at the notion. I furrowed my brow, scrutinizing the creature in the photograph, waves of unease washing over me. Unlike other survivors, I possessed a deeper understanding of beasts and their terrifying nature. My fear did not stem from the prowess of ordinary or quality beasts. After all, my physical abilities had reached a commendable level, and I was quite strong. Furthermore, with my black tiger bee swarm and iron-backed mountain boar, the typical quality beast was merely my quarry. What truly concerned me was the potential for beasts to grow increasingly powerful, as well as the existence of other formidable creatures lurking deep within the Mist World. Within just a month of entering this realm, I had already attained quality-level strength. Were there beasts in the Mist World that had existed for decades or even centuries? What level of strength might they possess? Excellent, rare, or even stronger? Ordinary beasts bore little resemblance to Earth's creatures. Quality beasts already surpassed the so-called lions and tigers, both in strength and size. Yet, the Mist World surely harbored more than just ordinary and quality beasts. I firmly believe that excellent, rare, and even more powerful beasts existed. This was a matter all survivors must heed. I contemplated silently, etching the need for vigilance against beasts deep into my mind. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, the fishing rod before me emitted a crisp sound, snapping me back to reality. The fish had taken the bait. My heart leaped with joy as I straightened my back, gripping the rod tightly with both hands, leveraging my forearms against the downward pull of the line. Through the tension, I gauged the fish's size, concluding it likely wasn't too large. After an initial fierce struggle that nearly wrenched the rod from my grasp, it began to tire. I was no expert in fishing, but I had a modicum of knowledge. I allowed the fish some leeway before gradually reeling it in, bringing it closer to the hole. At that moment, however, I realized a grave oversight, wishing I could slap myself in my eagerness to create a hole merely sufficient to insert the line. I had completely neglected how to extract the fish. The result? The hole was too small, and the fish could not escape. Damn. How foolish could I be? I cursed under my breath. Release, it would be a shame. After all, it was my first catch, and I couldn't bear to part with it. I pondered whether I could dissect it underwater, but the hole was so small that not even a hand could fit through. Reluctantly, I could only watch helplessly as it swam away. Stowing away the fishing rod, I retrieved my iron axe once more and I began to widen the hole, expanding it to a diameter of approximately 30 centimeters. However, recalling my earlier experience, I was still apprehensive and decided to enlarge it further to about 50 centimeters. Only then did I feel at ease, my burdens lifted, and I resumed fishing. Yet, it seemed that the previous fish had consumed all my luck. I waited a full 30 minutes without another bite. In the frigid wilderness, the biting wind chilled me to the bone. I shivered and pulled my neck in closer to my body, but the thought of a steaming seafood feast spurred me to endure. As dusk fell, the temperature dropped once more, and the wind across the river stung my face. My gaze remained steady, my grip on the rod unwavering. I had made up my mind. Once I caught a fish, I would return home. 30 minutes later, with a grim expression, I rose silently, gathering my empty wooden bucket and the fishing rod from the water. As the hook broke the surface, I was struck with a shocking realization. I had forgotten to attach the bait. My face contorted uncontrollably. With a resounding slap, I chastised myself. Thankfully, my face had gone numb from the cold, so I felt no pain. Clutching my chest, I felt a knot of frustration welling up inside me, and upon seeing the black tiger queen sprawled on the ground, I kicked out in exasperation. Its round body slid across the smooth ice, coming to a stop only after colliding with a tree at the riverbank. Clearly, the black tiger queen's simple mind could not grasp the complex implications of my frustration, as it shook off the snow from its body and returned to me. Sighing, I felt a sense of relief wash over me and called back the bee swarm to return to the shelter. Just as I turned, a glimmer of silver caught my eye on the ice, causing my heart to race. A silver resource box. Ha ha ha, that slap was not in vain. Overcome with joy, I eagerly collected the silver resource box. Indeed, a slap led to a sweet reward. With mixed emotions, I made my way back to the shelter. By the time I arrived home, night had fully descended. Once inside, I found Wincy and Zhou Yu had prepared dinner. My meal consisted of quality-level pork chops, dry mixed noodles, and boiled quinoa algae. Wincy and Zhou Yu were dining on some ordinary-level food, thanks to the rock salt discovered earlier in Lu Jiping's shelter. The flavors of the food had significantly improved. However, as I sat down, Wincy presented a bowl of soup, which turned out to be crucian carp soup. Chef Chi, you mentioned you were going fishing today. So I specially made fish soup, Wincy said gently. After spending these days together, the three of us had grown quite familiar, and the atmosphere was no longer so stiff, as Yuan aptly articulated. They can be regarded as his employees. Yuan provides them with shelter and sustenance, while they are merely required to perform their duties diligently, without overthinking the rest. His lenient attitude has indeed allowed them a degree of relaxation, compelling them to voluntarily extend their working hours. However, the times have changed, and upon observing this catch, Yuan evidently felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, considering the merits of the silver resource chest, he refrained from dwelling too much on it. That evening, Yuan returned to his chamber to rest, simultaneously opening the silver resource chest. It was the first time he had stumbled upon a silver resource chest in the wild, and his luck seemed exceptionally fortuitous. Yet, the surprises appeared far from over, as an even greater astonishment was imminent. With a resounding snap, the silver resource chest opened, revealing a blinding golden radiance. A rare grade item? Yuan squinted, his eyes almost unable to bear the brightness. But he still discerned that although there was merely one item within the chest, it emanated a golden glow. Faced with the choice between 3 excellent grade items and 1 rare grade item, which would he select? Yuan felt an unwavering certainty. It had to be the rare grade, however. The moment he beheld the item within the resource chest, his confidence wavered. Chapter 71. Fish, shrimp, crab, turtle, name. 100 Waves Fishing Rod, rare grade, function. Crafted from deep-sea blue essence iron. The fishing line is made of ice silkworm silk, significantly enhancing the rod's strength, portability, resilience, and durability. Due to the rich water attribute power of the materials, its allure to aquatic creatures is greatly amplified, thereby reducing the likelihood of errors. Description: even without bait, one can still catch fish. Baiting is recommended. Yuan was instantly struck with frustration. Was this a slap followed by a sweet treat? No, it was as though the sweet treat had been molded into the shape of a slap. The 100 Waves Fishing Rod, a mere flimsy rod. For the first time, Yuan felt as though the system in the Misty world possessed a life of its own. A soul. This instance was particularly evident, a clear collision of souls, laden with historical significance. Yuan solemnly vowed that should he ever fish again, he would have to devour the fishing rod. The following morning, Yuan, clad in warm attire, set out with a wooden bucket and the 100 Waves fishing rod, accompanied by the Black Tiger Bee King, braving the wind and snow towards the stream. At the same spot as yesterday, Yuan resumed his position atop the Black Tiger Bee King, calmly baiting the line and casting it, displaying the finesse of a seasoned angler. Stung by the humiliation of the previous day, Yuan was unwilling to retreat, thus rallying his spirits for another attempt. The outcome was exceedingly favorable. Empowered by the rare grade fishing rod, he was as comfortable as a fish in water in merely a few minutes. Several sizable fish were caught, albeit of ordinary quality. Suddenly, the rod jerked again, and Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he sharply retracted the line. Such formidable strength! Yuan's heart raced. It must be a substantial catch. Moreover, its quality was undoubtedly high. He understood that a creature capable of matching his strength likely possessed a good quality as well. Remaining composed, Yuan skillfully managed the tension, alternating pressure as he and the creature engaged in a tug-of-war for several minutes, ultimately emerging victorious as he dragged it forth. To his surprise, it was a large crab. This crab, with a pale blue hue, was the size of a grinding stone, its shell adorned with sharp black spines, and its massive claws larger than his face, with 8 robust and elongated legs. Although its information was obscured, Yuan could ascertain from its physique and strength that it was indeed a good quality crab. While it wasn't a fish, he was nonetheless quite satisfied. He had never tasted king crab in his life, yet here he was in the Misty world, with the opportunity to feast on an even larger crab. With a beaming smile, Yuan proceeded to sever the crab's 8 legs and 2 claws, discarding them into the wooden bucket. However, given that it was a good quality beast, he strategically assigned a good quality Black Tiger Bee to keep a vigilant watch over it to prevent any escape. With his first successful catch, Yuan's confidence soared. Shortly thereafter, the fishing rod once more conveyed a tugging sensation. This time, the force was relatively gentle, allowing him to easily reel in the catch, a translucent blue shrimp, approximately 12 centimeters long, considerably larger than the usual market variety. Upon surfacing, the blue shrimp thrashed vigorously, its powerful body splashing a considerable amount of river water. Without hesitation, Yuan placed it into the wooden bucket. Once back in the water, the blue shrimp quickly calmed down in the ensuing period. It seemed he had stumbled upon a shrimp nest, as he consecutively caught 8 similar blue shrimp. Yuan estimated that these few blue shrimp would suffice for several days' worth of meals. Clearly, the rare-grade fishing rod was indeed effective, far surpassing the capabilities of yesterday's ordinary ROD. It was no wonder he had failed to catch fish the previous day. The equipment was likely to blame. Not only that, but the weather, environment, and even the feng shui must have contributed to the poor outcome. It certainly wasn't a matter of technique. With fewer missteps today, he enjoyed a longer fishing duration and superior equipment, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Merely 2 hours had passed, and the wooden bucket was nearly full. He had observed that while fish were scarce in this river, the blue shrimp were exceedingly abundant, with over 20 already gathered in the bucket. Originally believing this trend would persist, he anticipated perhaps 100 blue shrimp by day's end. However, come afternoon, the situation took a turn. The quantity of blue shrimp dwindled rapidly, as if the shrimp had migrated elsewhere, leading to a sharp decline in Qi Yuan's haul. For a full 40 minutes, the fishing rod remained utterly still. What was happening? Why had the fishing suddenly ceased? Qi Yuan furrowed his brow in confusion, contemplating whether to change locations and bore another hole. Just then, the once calm surface of the water began to ripple. The fishing line tightened abruptly, yanked forcefully underwater. Qi Yuan, quick on the uptake, grasped the fishing rod firmly. Yet, the creature beneath the ice possessed immense strength. Despite his best efforts, he could not reel it in, finding himself in a stalemate. Noting his opponent's endurance, Qi Yuan attempted to release some line, gradually wearing down its stamina. Could it be a significant catch? Qi Yuan braced the fishing rod against his chest, holding his breath, anchoring his feet, and secretly exerting strength. Maintaining steady control of the situation. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Unbeknownst to him, the creature exhibited remarkable endurance, steadfastly resisting for 20 minutes without yielding. Qi Yuan held his position, persevering through the biting cold. Sweat dotting his brow, he had silently resolved to endure for another 10 minutes, but if he still could not succeed, he would have to concede. Time was precious. It was not worth expending excessive energy on this creature. Yet, perhaps due to the fishing rod's enhancement, the opposing force gradually diminished in the following minutes, and Qi Yuan began to gain the upper hand. Soon, a dark figure emerged from beneath the ice. As it broke the surface, Qi Yuan finally discerned its form. A deep blue turtle, its shell exhibiting a regular hexagonal pattern, adorned with exquisite blue markings, its colors profoundly striking. To his astonishment, this turtle was no larger than a baby's head. Appearing adorably clumsy, with its round, dark eyes exuding an air of innocence, it bore no resemblance to the fierce fish Qi Yuan had anticipated. He had not expected that the creature he had grappled with for nearly 40 minutes would turn out to be such a diminutive turtle. Qi Yuan regarded the turtle, feeling its size was too small for soup, as it lacked any substantial meat. Yet, its beauty and charming demeanor made it a delightful candidate for a pet turtle. Qi Yuan paid little further attention, tossing it into the wooden bucket as well. However, an extraordinary scene soon unfolded. Previously, the fish, shrimp, and crab in the bucket coexisted peacefully, only occasionally thrashing about. But upon the turtle's entry, they seemed to encounter a nemesis, huddling together in a corner, trembling with fear and exhibiting signs of extreme distress. And no matter where the turtle ventured, the fish, shrimp, and crab hastily retreated to the opposite side. Too frightened to approach, Qi Yuan quickly noted this phenomenon. He realized that this blue little turtle was undoubtedly of significant status. However, due to system updates, survivors could no longer access information about wild creatures, leaving Qi Yuan unable to ascertain the specifics. Nevertheless, given that both sides could coexist peacefully, he presumed there should be no major issue. Yet, since capturing this turtle, Qi Yuan's luck seemed to have soured. He failed to catch any more fish or shrimp. As twilight descended, he found himself still without a single additional catch. Reluctantly, Qi Yuan decided to temporarily halt his fishing endeavors and return to the shelter. However, while en route, an urgent notification suddenly appeared, the incessant beeping echoing around him. What? Had something occurred? Chapter 72. The destruction of the secondary shelter. Qi Yuan halted his steps, retrieving the Misty survival manual. A red alert message was flashing incessantly. Warning, warning, the secondary shelter is under attack. Warning, warning, the secondary shelter is under attack. Warning, warning, the secondary shelter is under attack. The continuous stream of red warning messages caused Qi Yuan's brow to furrow deeply. What was happening? The secondary shelter was under attack. Qi Yuan immediately sent a message through the private chat channel to Gao Hanji, inquiring about the situation. However, after several minutes, there was no response. Qi Yuan's expression turned grave. To facilitate constant communication regarding the secondary shelter, he had required Gao Hanji to carry the Misty survival manual at all times. Thus, under normal circumstances, she would respond immediately upon receiving a message. Clearly, something had gone awry. A sense of unease crept into Qi Yuan's heart as he quickened his pace back to the shelter, his mind racing with thoughts. What could have transpired? The other survivors have discovered the sanctuary? That's inconceivable. The sanctuaries are separated by hundreds of kilometers, and I have yet to hear of anyone locating another's refuge. Or could it be that someone utilized a teleportation scroll to access a secondary sanctuary? This too seems implausible, for without Qi Yuan's permission, no one can teleport to a secondary sanctuary. Alternatively, could they have deliberately sabotaged their own refuge? It is a possibility, yet Qi Yuan has a nagging sense that this is not the case. Eliminating all impossible factors, a semblance of an answer began to form in Qi Yuan's mind, and all that remained was to verify it. He hastened back to the sanctuary, disregarding the puzzled expressions of Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu, and immediately produced the teleportation scroll, gathering the black tiger bee swarm, preparing to teleport. However, just as he was about to activate the scroll, he abruptly halted. He hesitated. A sudden realization struck him. The secondary sanctuary is imbued with anti-teleportation stones, rendering teleportation scrolls unusable within their vicinity. This implies that should Qi Yuan teleport there and encounter danger, he would be unable to return immediately, with uncertainty about the situation and no means of timely retreat. The risk of this undertaking had undoubtedly escalated. To go or not to go? Qi Yuan's mind flashed with the image of Gao Hanji, alongside the other three girls. Ultimately, he remained indecisive. With his left hand clutching the Mist survival manual, which displayed his private chat channel with Gao Hanji, and his right hand grasping the teleportation scroll, he could activate it in a mere 0.01 seconds. In that moment, Qi Yuan felt remarkably composed. He could sense that something significant had transpired in the secondary sanctuary. Excluding human factors, what could be the greatest improbability? The vague image of a colossal beast from the forum yesterday suddenly invaded Qi Yuan's thoughts. Breathing heavily, he sat quietly on the living room chair, the cool air filling his nostrils, stimulating the thoughts swirling in his mind. Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu stood nearby, watching him curiously, too apprehensive to utter a sound. They had never witnessed such an expression on Qi Yuan's face. He had always appeared adept and unflappable, with an analytical mind that never faltered. This made them feel as though he was far from an ordinary youth. Qi Yuan continued to sit quietly, glancing at the time on the Mist survival manual. After a full 10 minutes had passed, the chat channel remained unanswered. 10 minutes. In that span, everything that could have happened should have already occurred. Qi Yuan rose, murmuring to himself while mentally revisiting the location and range of the anti-teleportation stones. Tio returned promptly. There were two options. Either locate the anti-teleportation stone immediately and secure it, or flee beyond its range. Having made his preparations, Qi Yuan activated the teleportation scroll, accompanied by the swarm of bees, transporting himself to the secondary sanctuary. Shielding the black tiger bee king against his chest, he held the nightlight stone and the teleportation scroll tightly. Qi Yuan's nerves were taut, his palms slick with sweat. In the next instant, he found himself amidst ruins. Qi Yuan swiftly surveyed his surroundings, assessing the situation while sprinting towards an open area. Once he had completely exited the range of the anti-teleportation stone and confirmed the absence of immediate danger, he finally felt a sense of relief. What had transpired? Qi Yuan quickly scanned the sanctuary's condition, gathering any useful information. The entire secondary sanctuary had collapsed completely. Half of the building appeared as though it had been crushed by a colossal force. With debris strewn across the snow-covered ground, a terrifyingly large chasm sliced through the once tranquil snowfield, dragging on for dozens of meters. The original form of the sanctuary was unrecognizable, with only the remnants of fallen walls indicating that it had once been a refuge. As for the four individuals who had been inside, Qi Yuan saw none of them. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Qi Yuan comprehended the gravity of the situation. This could not possibly be a man-made disaster. Such overwhelming destruction could not be wrought by mere survivors. Of course, there remained a 1 in a billion chance that survivors had simultaneously obtained superior-level upgrade scrolls, exceptional crafting scrolls, and rare crafting scrolls, then found a normal-grade beast and transformed it into a rare-grade creature. Alternatively, they could have used a rare-grade beast taming scroll to directly tame a rare-grade beast, but such probabilities were exceedingly low. Qi Yuan preferred to believe that this was the result of a wild beast rampage. Approaching the shattered remains, he discerned the original form amidst the fragmented debris. Large pools of blood stained the snow, indicating a significant volume of blood loss. In inconspicuous corners, he spotted dismembered body parts that made his heart lurch, compelling him to avert his gaze. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged from beneath a piece of wood. Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's eyes brightened, swiftly scanning the area and finally locating a barely conscious figure in a corner. It was Gao Hanji? Her lower body was trapped beneath the rubble of wood and stone, her upper body drenched in blood, with numerous wounds and bite marks. Her face was pallid from excessive blood loss, and her body was marred by countless abrasions. Yuan's heart raced as he hurried forward, bending down to retrieve a healing potion from his dimensional backpack, ready to pour it into her mouth. However, unexpectedly, Gao Hanji pressed her lips tightly together, imperceptibly shaking her head while her gaze shifted to her lower body. Yuan furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to comprehend her actions. Drink? Otherwise. But in the next moment, Yuan's realization struck him, and he quickly glanced at the rubble pinning Gao Hanji's lower body, his pupils dilating in horror. A copious amount of blood seeped from the debris, shimmering crimson under the illumination of the nightlight stone. Yuan gasped sharply, immediately reaching out to clear the rubble, striving to remove the stones that pressed against her body, hoping to avoid further harm. Yet at that moment, Gao Hanji extended her hand, grasping Yuan's arm, a bittersweet smile gracing her face. "What is the matter?" he thought, perplexed by her actions. Nevertheless, he followed her gaze downwards. In the next instant, Yuan's hand froze mid-motion, his pupils contracting to their limits. His heart racing as he sank to the ground. Sitting there, Yuan felt a dryness in his throat, his body stiffening, his head spinning. Below Gao Hanji's abdomen, at the waist, lay a series of large, neat bite marks. Beneath the blurred flesh and blood, he could discern the jagged impressions of enormous teeth, but further down, there were no legs to be seen. Yuan's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, and he found himself momentarily speechless. Perhaps beneath the rubble, there was simply no body left. Yuan's trembling hands turned to Gao Hanji's pained expression. He finally understood why she refused to drink the healing potion. Grasping the meaning behind her bittersweet smile, she was acutely aware of the nature of her injuries, ones that a mere potion could not heal. Gao Hanji attempted to speak, but as soon as she opened her mouth, a torrent of crimson blood erupted forth, spilling onto the ground like a fountain. Streams of blood flowed from her mouth, staining the earth around them. Yuan pressed his hand against his chest, but it was of no avail. He longed to offer words of comfort, yet his trembling lips parted repeatedly, unable to articulate a single word. Regardless of Gao Hanji's wishes, Yuan endeavored to pour the healing potion into her mouth. But the mixture of potion and blood simply spilled out once more. Gao Hanji made several attempts to speak, yet her efforts were in vain, only causing her injuries to worsen. Ultimately, she could only manage a resigned smile. Abandoning the thought of speaking, her gaze silently fixed on Yuan's face. Whether it was a farewell, reluctance, guilt, regret, fear, or solace, a complex tapestry of emotions flickered within her eyes. Minutes passed, and Gao Hanji's gaze grew hazy as she weakly raised her hand. Trembling as she pointed towards a pile of rubble, Yuan turned to follow her finger. Her hand fell limply to the ground with a soft thud. When he looked back, he found her eyes had dimmed. She no longer had the strength to endure. Yuan's head spun, kneeling on the ground, unable to recover for what felt like an eternity, his vacant gaze fixated upon the cold corpse. It was not until several minutes later that Yuan finally closed his eyes, struggling to stand up, only to realize his legs had gone numb. Wiping his forehead, he found it slick with cold sweat. Laboriously, he took a step forward, dragging his numbed feet towards the place where Gao Hanji had pointed before her demise. Blood-stained white sheets and bedding lay in disarray on the ground. This must have been the former bedroom. As he lifted the sheets and bedding, a wooden box was revealed beneath. After a moment's hesitation, Yuan decided to open it. Under the glow of the nightlight stone, he discovered a bottle filled with a shimmering liquid, quietly resting within. This was the plant catalyst. A great fire ignited amidst the ruins, consuming the remnants of the sanctuary entirely. Along with it, Gao Hanji's body was also engulfed in flames. Within the debris, Yuan found no other intact bodies. Only dismembered limbs and pools of blood remained. In the vast chasm dragged across the ground, he stumbled upon remnants of a grayish-white giant snake's skin and an overwhelming earthy scent. All evidence pointed to the fact that a massive python had been out hunting. Based on the traces left on the ground, Yuan conservatively estimated that the python's diameter reached a terrifying 4 meters. Proportionately enlarged, its length would be at least 50 meters or more. Such a colossal creature could not be combated by human strength. In O's sanctuary, no matter how fortified, could withstand an assault from such a beast. Merely witnessing the traces it left behind sent a shiver down Yuan's spine. Leaving no room for thoughts of resistance. One can only imagine the profound terror the four women must have felt when confronted by such a ferocious beast. A single, fatal strike might be acceptable, but to endure a situation akin to that of Gao Hanji would be utterly despairing. Standing silently in the snow, the flickering flames reflected in his eyes could not dispel the chill that gripped his heart. He pondered within himself. If such a colossal creature were to assault not a secondary shelter, but his primary one, would he possess the strength to withstand it? The answer was crystal clear to Yuan. This would not be a battle. It would be a one-sided massacre, a complete annihilation of the weak by a top-tier predator. In terms of strength, speed, and size, humanity appeared as feeble as an infant in a cradle. Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if a 1,000-pound weight were pressing against his chest, making it difficult to breathe. After the fire died down, he lingered for a moment before using a teleportation scroll to return to the shelter. The unexpected incident at the secondary shelter shattered Yuan's tranquil life of fishing, compelling him to make premature adjustments. Upon returning to the shelter, his heart raced uncontrollably. He was engulfed in fear. He needed to take action to quell his anxiety. He ventured into the courtyard and began transforming a tame tree bee into a well-bred tree bee queen. Initially, Yuan had intended to allocate all resources to cultivating a black tiger bee colony. For the tree bees were simply too weak, vastly inferior to the black tiger bees. However, he had since changed his mind. Although the black tiger bees were powerful, their population was significantly lower than that of the tree bees, and their growth rate was comparatively slow. In contrast, the tree bees were numerous. During the cold wave, their numbers had more than doubled, exceeding 5,000. Yuan resolved to substantially increase the colony's size, allowing them to encircle the shelter and remain perpetually vigilant against any anomalies in their surroundings. The existing tree bees were also dispersed around the shelter, always on guard. Should an overwhelming beast appear, they could promptly alert Yuan, preventing him from being caught off guard. Additionally, he aimed to gather more plant nutrients for the guardian thorns, assisting them in their rapid expansion around the shelter, not just near the walls, but over a broader area, ideally extending beyond a kilometer in radius. For if a supergiant python, akin to the one that decimated the secondary shelter, were to truly materialize, he might not even have the time to flee before being struck down. Thus, this incident left Yuan profoundly unsettled. He even contemplated relocating the shelter to a safer area, though he ultimately dismissed this notion. After all, he could not foresee whether he would find a suitable location first or encounter a formidable beast. Furthermore, he could not afford to squander the more than 500 black tiger bees. Yuan devised a plan to enhance their strength and survival capabilities to some degree. Clay. By mixing water with the clay, he could fashion small armors to cover the exoskeletons of the black tiger bees, thereby augmenting their defensive capabilities. After a few attempts, he discovered that this was indeed feasible and yielded satisfactory results. However, he needed to be particularly cautious not to use too much clay, as it would impact the bees' flight speed and agility. He summoned Wensi and Zhou, instructing them to temporarily set aside their tasks and assist in outfitting the black tiger bees with clay. Each bee required approximately 35 grams. Once the clay was fully utilized, they successfully equipped all 500 black tiger bees. However, following the destruction of the secondary shelter, there would be no further source for clay, making it challenging to obtain more in the future. The black tiger bee colony would also be scattered around the shelter, foraging for honey while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. During this period, the guardian thorns had regained some vigor, although several vine shoots had perished in the cold wave. Fortunately, the mother guardian thorn still thrived. Taking out a bottle of plant-catalyzing liquid, specifically, the one left by Gao Hanji, Yuan felt a lump in his throat. His tumultuous emotions refusing to settle. With a sigh, he tilted the bottle slightly, allowing the crystalline liquid to transform into a fine thread that dripped onto the guardian thorn. Like an infant experiencing rebirth, the guardian thorn unfurled its curled body, gently swaying in the frigid wind. As the energy was absorbed, the mother thorn grew taller, reaching approximately 2.5 meters, matching the height of the walls. Yuan noticed a splash of red as a tiny red bud blossomed atop the guardian thorn. Simultaneously, small offshoots began to emerge around the mother thorn, rapidly absorbing nutrients and growing. The effects of the entire bottle of plant-catalyzing liquid did not disappoint Yuan. In addition to the mother thorn, Over 20 half-meter-tall offshoots sprouted, their bodies covered in sharp thorns, exuding a menacing aura as they nestled near the walls of the shelter. With the strengthening of the guardian thorn, they soon set their sights on nearby creatures. Numerous tree bees flitted about the walls, and as they passed near the guardian thorn, they were deftly ensnared by the vines, plummeting to the ground to become nutrients in the soil. Upon discovering this phenomenon, Yuan promptly instructed the tree bee queen and the black tiger bee queen to maneuver their swarms away from the guardian thorn's vicinity to avert any conflict. Once everything was arranged, he felt reassured and returned to the shelter in the courtyard, passing by the empty pond. Yuan recalled the fish he had caught that day, prompting him to refill the pond with water. He released the fish, shrimp, crabs, and turtles he had caught into the pond, simultaneously adding white pine sand and Qinghua algae to optimize the ecological environment. Lacking oxygenation tools, he could only sustain the aquatic life temporarily. Over time, they would likely perish. Nevertheless, being of good quality, they should survive with relative ease. Particularly, the crabs, shrimp, and turtles could surface to breathe, ensuring a high survival rate. As for the ordinary fish, Yuan was not overly concerned. Initially, he had intended to indulge in a feast of crabs that day, but the incident at the secondary shelter had dampened his spirits. He hastily asked Chu Wenxi to prepare a simple meal, concluding the day rather abruptly before retiring to his bedroom. Yet thoughts of the giant beast loomed in Yuan's mind, like a thorn in his throat, preventing him from finding peace that night. As he lay in bed, tossing and turning, sleep eluded him. The scenes from the secondary shelter, Gao Hanji's broken body, and the massive drag marks on the ground incessantly churned in his mind. Ultimately, Yuan made a decision, taking out the Mist survival manual to send a message to Qin Zhengjuan. Just as Qin Zhengjuan was about to sleep, he read the message and furrowed his brow in concern. After a moment of contemplation, he calmly replied, "All right, you can rest assured I'll come over tomorrow." A night passed without incident. Snowflakes drifted down, and the cold wind howled. The following morning, Yuan awoke around 6 o'clock, rising from his bed despite the frigid air. Exiting the bedroom, he found the fireplace in the living room still aglow, with 2 pieces of charcoal burning within. On the floor before the fireplace lay a modest bedding arrangement where Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu were curled up together. Yuan chose not to awaken them. Instead, he added more charcoal to the fire and settled in the living room. Retrieving the Mist survival manual, he navigated to the private chat channels of Yang Zhenghe and Zhao Cheng, sending messages to both. Expecting them to still be asleep, he was surprised when they quickly replied, "Yang Zhenghe, brother Yuan, what prompted this sudden invitation to dinner? Yuan, the cold wave has ended. Let's meet to discuss cooperation. I've also invited Zhao Cheng." Yang Zhenghe hesitated, aware that using a teleportation scroll came with no guarantees of safety. Subsequently, he proactively sent over an ally scroll, stating, "If you truly wish to deepen our collaboration, we can sign this." Upon seeing Yang Zhenghe's message, a smile crept across Yuan's face as he traded the already prepared ally scroll back to him. "I'm all set. Just sign it." The ally scroll. Yuan had prepared this the previous day, intending to gauge Yang Zhenghe's attitude today, and he was quite satisfied with the outcome. Yang Zhenghe indeed approached the matter sincerely, willing to strengthen their collaboration. After signing the ally scroll, a bond of allyship was successfully established between them. Yuan messaged, "Come over soon. I'll treat you to seafood." "Are you serious?" Yuan winced at the response, but chose to ignore it. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng's reaction was similarly cautious. "Brother Yuan, why the sudden invitation to dinner? It's making me a bit anxious." Zhao Cheng was more straightforward, openly expressing his concerns. Yuan replied, "I want to discuss cooperation and treat you to a meal. By the way, Yang Zhenghe is coming too. Yang Degu is coming as well." But Zhao Cheng was tempted but still apprehensive. Noticing his indecision, Yuan added, "What, are you afraid I might eat you?" Zhao Cheng sighed, torn between not wanting to offend Yuan and the risks involved. After much deliberation, he finally responded, "Brother Yuan, it's not that I don't trust you, but I genuinely can't bring myself to go. How about we sign the ally scroll?" Seeing the ally scroll, Yuan felt relieved and promptly sent over the prepared scroll. Upon realizing Yuan was well prepared, Zhao Cheng exhaled in relief. "Brother Yuan, you had everything ready? Why scare me like that?" "No worries, come over for a meal. I'll treat you to seafood," Yuan replied with a smile. However, he found himself at a loss for words upon reading Zhao Cheng's next message. Zhao Cheng inquired, "Seafood? Is there abalone? If not, I shall bring 2 along." he chuckled. Scram. Opposite him, Zhaoqing wore a perplexed expression, uncertain of what he had said wrong. The conversation between the two was also a test of their intentions. On one hand, it was to gauge whether they genuinely wished to ally with him. After all, the ally scroll was a high-quality item, exceedingly valuable, obtainable only by the most formidable individuals. If they lacked an ally scroll, it indicated their capabilities were rather average. If they hesitated to propose an alliance with the scroll, it suggested a lack of genuine interest in forming a partnership. Fortunately, both of them promptly produced their ally scrolls, expressing their willingness to ally with him. Qi Yuan's presentation of his pre-prepared ally scroll further signified his sincerity, conveying to them, "Fear not, I come with genuine intent." During this process, Qi Yuan deliberately mentioned to Yang Zhenghe that Zhaoqing had returned, and conversed with Zhaoqing about having invited Yang Zhenghe. This was Qi Yuan's way of probing their relationship. Should Yang Zhenghe and Zhaoqing be too closely acquainted, it could pose challenges for future endeavors. However, the outcome suggested they were not particularly familiar with one another. Had they been close, upon hearing Qi Yuan mention Yang Zhenghe's return, Zhaoqing would undoubtedly have contacted him immediately, rather than hesitating for so long. Of course, Qi Yuan did not presume his considerations were entirely comprehensive, but he still endeavored to discern suitable allies for the future. Once the two were confirmed, Qi Yuan rose to prepare the seafood ingredients. At this moment, Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu had also awakened, and Qi Yuan naturally would not disregard these two laborers. The day's ingredients included blue crabs the size of grinding discs, blue prawns, meat slices, Qinghua algae, and noodles. All the ingredients were of good quality or higher, exceedingly rare and precious. Qi Yuan placed great importance on this conversation, as it pertained to future developments. Soon, Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu began to busily wash the various ingredients and prepare the tableware. The crab legs had been severed and placed in a wooden basin, chilled with ice. The crab body had been opened. Its shell was exceptionally hard, which Qi Yuan decided to keep for potential future use. The remaining crab body was placed in a pot to steam, after which all the crab meat was extracted and poured over the already cooked noodles. The inherent sweetness of the crab, complemented by the savory richness of the crab roe, required no additional seasoning to be deemed a delectable dish. Furthermore, the finely chopped Qinghua algae added a layer of flavor, enriching the taste of the crab roe noodles. 5 blue prawns were taken out, each speared with a bamboo skewer, their bodies fully stretched out to a length of 20 centimeters. Lastly, there was the good quality meat slice. Having been left outside overnight, it was now frozen solid. With Qi Yuan's meticulous knife skills, it was sliced into thin pieces and arranged in a wooden bowl beside him. Meanwhile, Chu Wenxi had prepared the tableware in the center of the living room. An iron grill and a massive iron pot had been set up. The crimson charcoal in the grill emitted tendrils of blue smoke, the intense heat rendering the air almost illusory. Beside it, the iron pot simmered over the coals, the chicken broth brewed from wild fowl boiling vigorously, producing a tantalizing aroma and bubbling sounds. Chapter 75. Qi Yuan's invitation. By the time all the ingredients were prepared, it was already past 9 in the morning, and the sun began to rise, casting its warm glow. The first to arrive was Qin Zhenjuan, accompanied by a tall woman whose figure was graceful and curvaceous. Her beauty was not stunning, but she bore a mole on her forehead that lent her an air of charm. Qi Yuan stood to greet her, smiling as he welcomed. "I have long heard of you from Brother Qin." Miss Zhong. This woman was Zhong Maiyun, whom Qin Zhenjuan had recommended to Qi Yuan when they discussed allies. Long heard of? Zhong Maiyun's gaze was skeptical, a half-smile playing on her lips as she regarded Qi Yuan. Is there a problem?" Qi Yuan blinked, reflecting on his words, and found nothing amiss. Ahem. Qin Zhenjuan coughed awkwardly, saying, "I have only known Miss Zhong for 3 days. Qi Yuan was taken aback, looking at Qin Zhenjuan in disbelief. "You vouch for her after only 3 days of acquaintance?" Seeing Qi Yuan's embarrassment, Zhong Maiyun merely chuckled lightly, saying, "I understand. It must be that we hit it off instantly." Indeed, Qi Yuan replied, scratching his nose. "Miss Zhong, Brother Qin, please take a seat. 2 more friends will be joining shortly." Just as he was about to turn away, he was called back by Zhong Maiyun, who unexpectedly handed him a small box, saying, "One cannot visit without a gift." Qi Yuan looked at the present in surprise, not expecting such a delightful surprise, and graciously accepted it. Not long after, Yang Zhenghe and Zhaoqing arrived in succession. To Qi Yuan's astonishment, both of them also brought gifts. Yang Zhenghe presented a bundle of excellent grade leeks, demonstrating genuine intent. Zhaoqing brought with him an equally excellent grade item, a large abalone, roughly the size of a head. Upon entering, Yang Zhenghe froze upon seeing the table laden with crabs and prawns. Real seafood? This statement left Qi Yuan bewildered. Yang Zhenghe, do exercise some caution? No wonder you brought leeks. It all makes sense now. At that moment, Zhaoqing noticed the leeks in Yang Zhenghe's hand, his eyes blinking in confusion. Qi Yuan, momentarily at a loss, thought, the abalone you mentioned. Is this it? No. What else could it be? Qi Yuan felt a wave of exasperation. It turned out the seafood was indeed real, and the abalone was genuine as well. However, the ambiguous remarks from the three left everyone else momentarily stunned, particularly Zhong Maiyun, whose beautiful eyes were fixated on Qi Yuan, curiously inquired, do you frequently indulge in unconventional seafood? An abalone? No. Today is the first time. First time? Zhong Maiyun's expression grew even more peculiar as she surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was the only woman present. Seafood? This remark, laden with implications, left Qi Yuan feeling overwhelmed, hastily explaining, No, don't misunderstand. Chu Wenxi, Zhou Yu. You should hurry and bring the seafood out. Two women? In the face of Zhong Maiyun's skepticism, Qi Yuan felt increasingly trapped, urging them to serve the seafood. The glistening prawns and vibrant crab roe noodles were unveiled. Zhong Maiyun ceased her teasing of Qi Yuan. However, upon seeing Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu emerge, the expressions of Yang Zhenghe and Zhaoqing became subtly charged. Zhaoqing nudged Qi Yuan's shoulder, whispering, impressive, hiding beauties in a golden house. You misunderstand. I understand. I often engage in unspoken agreements with female allies. It's a normal requirement. Yang Zhenghe remained silent, instead pressing the excellent grade leeks into Qi Yuan's hands, patting his shoulder with earnestness. Even Qin Zhenjuan's gaze conveyed a mutual understanding among men. Having all resided in a secondary shelter, it was hardly surprising that Qi Yuan had chosen two individuals to stay with him. Seeing this, Qi Yuan could only shake his head in resignation, refraining from further explanation. With everyone gathered, a total of 5 individuals, all familiar with Qi Yuan and Qin Zhenjuan, took their seats. Afterward, Qi Yuan said little, refraining from detailing the purpose of their gathering, and simply invited everyone to dine. The other 4, experiencing such a plethora of excellent grade ingredients for the first time, were irresistibly drawn to the exquisite flavors. Juicy, grilled prawns, savory crab roe noodles, fresh and refreshing boiled crab sticks, and rich, tender hot pot meat rolls. Qi Yuan's generosity far exceeded everyone's expectations. His affluence left them in awe. For survivors, even possessing one of these delicacies was akin to treasuring a rare gem. Unafraid to indulge. Yet Qi Yuan treated them to a grand feast of such fine food. This prompted curiosity among the group regarding the true purpose of Qi Yuan's gathering. Could it merely be to celebrate their alliance? If that were the case, it seemed unnecessary to go to such lengths. He could have employed a simpler method without expending such precious ingredients. The meal did not last long, concluding after approximately 30 minutes. All present were not ordinary survivors unfamiliar with the world. They had all savored excellent grade food before and understood that indulging in such fare would diminish its effects for some time. Thus, the 4 chose their preferred dishes, eating to satisfaction before stopping. Throughout the meal, Qi Yuan quietly observed the others. By gauging their appetites, he could surmise their current capacities. Zhaoqing ate the least, stopping after about 20 minutes. Having consumed only a small bowl of crab roe noodles, 1 grilled prawn, and a crab leg. This was still a result of him forcing himself. Qi Yuan estimated his strength to be close to good grade, yet still lacking somewhat. Next was Zhong Maiyun, who ate slightly more and appeared more at ease. Her strength likely reached the early stages of good grade. Following her were Yang Zhenghe, Qi Yuan, and Qin Zhenjuan. Yang Zhenghe consumed a substantial amount, leading Qi Yuan to deduce that he possessed mid-tier good grade strength. Qin Zhenjuan likely hovered around late good grade, but his actual combat power was likely greater. Conversely, Qi Yuan himself had reached the pinnacle of good grade due to the 2 watermilks. Not only was Qi Yuan observant, but each individual also paid attention to the others. They were all intelligent individuals, possessing the requisite acumen. Especially in Zhao City, he was the first to finish his meal, and thus was acutely aware of the distinctions among the crowd. He was also painfully cognizant that he might be the weakest among them. To a certain extent, An individual's strength could entirely reflect the level of development of the shelter. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, noticing that everyone had paused, Yuan also set down his chopsticks. He called upon Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu to clear away the unfinished food and dishes from the table. Subsequently, the five gathered closely together to commence their formal discussion. In fact, it was only from this moment that the primary objective of today's gathering truly began. The five of them sat upright, and Yang Zhenghe was the first to speak, smiling as he addressed Yuan. Brother Yuan, you wouldn't simply invite us for a meal, would you? If there are serious matters at hand, please do share. Since we have forged an alliance, it is imperative that we enhance our cooperation. Such conversations are indeed essential. Chapter 76, Life Were Only As It Was at First Glance. Yuan surveyed the group, brought out the survival manual in the mist, and located some photographs, sending them privately to everyone. The content of the photographs depicted the events that transpired at the secondary shelter. Once everyone had viewed the images, Yuan spoke. The contents of the photographs illustrate the calamity that befell my secondary shelter. As you can see, it has been utterly destroyed, and this occurred just yesterday. What caused the destruction? Beasts. Upon hearing this, several individuals furrowed their brows and leaned closer to examine the photographs. Yang Zhenghe frowned deeply, asking, what kind of beast could possibly devastate a level 3 shelter to such an extent? Zhong Maiyun squinted at the images, tentatively speculating. Half of the building has been completely obliterated, thoroughly destroyed. It must have been crushed by sheer force. The contours of the destruction, it appears to have happened all at once. Yuan nodded, flipping to another image that showcased the massive gouge left in the ground by the giant python. This is a riverbed? Zhao City asked uncertainly. No, it is not a riverbed. There are drag marks. Yang Zhenghe decisively refuted. Yuan did not keep them in suspense, stating, to be frank, this mark is the trace left by a giant python when it departed. At the time of the incident in the secondary shelter, there were 4 individuals present, and after the giant python attacked, none survived. Moreover, this occurred despite having teleportation scrolls available. They were killed in an instant, with no opportunity to escape. Not a single person managed to flee? A giant python? Except for Qin Zhenjuan, who had prior knowledge, the remaining individuals were all profoundly shaken. Zhao City questioned with skepticism. Brother Yuan, you must be joking, right? This gouge is so wide, how could it possibly be made by a snake? I am serious, Yuan reiterated with certainty. One of the 4 was my classmate. When I arrived, she had already been bitten in half by the snake. The area where she was bitten bore clear marks of snake fangs. Pausing briefly, Yuan continued, furthermore, within this gouge, I discovered a discarded piece of snake shed. As he spoke, Yuan produced a gray fragment of snake skin. Each scale on the enormous shed was the size of a watermelon, presenting a shocking sight. Upon witnessing the evidence firsthand, everyone fell silent. Though it was hard to believe, they could not dismiss it. Looking again at the gouge in the photographs, an inexplicable feeling of suffocation washed over them. Qin Zhenjuan spoke in a somber tone. Yuan, how wide is the gouge exactly? Over 4 meters, Yuan replied solemnly. Whoa! Everyone gasped in unison. Qin Zhenjuan's expression darkened. According to standard proportions, a snake with a 4-meter diameter would have a length of at least 50 meters. With this statement, images of a 50-meter-long supergiant python involuntarily sprang to everyone's minds, causing their hearts to tighten. Yuan remained calm and continued. But that's not all. I have also discovered numerous posts on the forum that mention similar terrifying beasts. As he spoke, Yuan navigated to several threads, each accompanied by images of horrifying creatures. The photographs on the forum could not be fabricated, so the information therein was likely true. At this moment, everyone present realized that this disaster was undoubtedly not an isolated incident. If various catastrophic beasts had already appeared elsewhere, what might lurk around their own shelter, in places they could not perceive? Were there also terrifying giants hiding? Yang Zhenghe took a deep breath and spoke. Yuan, please tell us your true purpose for summoning us here. Yuan surveyed the group and spoke steadily. I have always believed myself to be sufficiently strong, capable of surviving without forming alliances with others. However, after this incident, I realize I was overly optimistic, or rather, we all have been. We must acknowledge that relying solely on individual strength is insufficient to withstand such formidable beasts. Hence, I have gathered you all here. Some of you are my friends, some are Brother Qin's friends, but without exception, all are individuals we believe we can trust. While we have previously collaborated, it has been limited to resource trading, without deeper cooperation. Therefore, this time, I wish to seek your opinions on strengthening our collaboration and forming a closer collective of interests. After listening to Qi Yuan's words, the group processed his statements, their minds swirling with myriad thoughts. After a moment of silence, Yang Zhenghe was the first to break the quiet. Since I agreed to use the ally scroll, I am prepared for deeper cooperation. I support this. Immediately following, Zhao City eagerly chimed in, I am the weakest. And since you all are willing to include me, I certainly want T refuse. With the agreement of the two, only Zhong Maiyun remained. Everyone turned their gazes toward her, awaiting her decision, and the atmosphere grew suddenly tranquil. After pondering for a moment, Zhong Maiyun smiled and said, I have no objections to joining. I genuinely need allies. However, I did not have enough of the crab roe noodles earlier, so you must let me take some home. Of course, Qi Yuan responded affirmatively, a relaxed smile breaking across his face. The process was remarkably smooth, exceeding his expectations. However, Qi Yuan, do you have a concrete plan for cooperation? Qin Zhenjuan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly inquired, I have some rough ideas. Qi Yuan cleared his throat, taking a sip of spring water, and continued. This will require Brother Qin's assistance. Please, elaborate. In truth, the greatest concern for everyone was the security of the shelter. If such formidable beasts were lurking near the shelter, it posed a significant threat, Qi Yuan stated, and others nodded in agreement. Thus, I believe we should take the initiative to collaborate in clearing the beasts near the shelter. After a pause, Qi Yuan added, with our strength, we should be able to handle good-level beasts, and we should also manage to deal with slightly weaker, excellent-level beasts. What about rare-level ones? Zhao City asked. Then it's time to use the shelter relocation scroll and move. Yang Zhenghe nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, if there are rare-level beasts nearby, we should relocate as soon as possible. We will deal with what we can and avoid what we cannot. If it is too dangerous, we can simply move. Qin Zhenjuan also chimed in. Certainly, we must rationally avoid enemies we cannot contend with. Moreover, I suspect that the giant snake Qi Yuan encountered may very well be a rare-level beast. Excellent-level beasts shouldn't be that powerful indeed. The strength of the Black Tiger Bee King is quite weak, Qi Yuan remarked, glancing at the Black Tiger Bee King by the fireplace with some disdain. Black Tiger Bee King? The others looked on with curiosity, having not noticed any other creatures in the living room during their time there. Chapter 77. Guardian Puppet. Since the Black Tiger Bee King reached the excellent level, its intelligence had significantly increased, often venturing into the house alone to bask in the warmth by the fireplace. Due to its pitch-black appearance, covered in a layer of plasticine, it resembled nothing more than a lump of charcoal. Only when Qi Yuan mentioned it did they notice the large black bee, which was as large as a grinding disc, lying in the shadow beside the fireplace. Yang Zhenghe expressed his astonishment, asking, Qi Yuan, is this bee an excellent level one? Qi Yuan nodded, lifting the Black Tiger Bee King from the ground, saying, yes, this is my pet, the Black Tiger Bee King. You may also call it the Big Black Fatty. It possesses excellent level strength. Coincidentally, let us take this opportunity to introduce ourselves. It would be best to provide some specific details. The foundation for deeper cooperation surely lies in understanding one another better. At Qi Yuan's suggestion, everyone took turns introducing themselves, emphasizing their individual strengths and capabilities. The aim of their collaboration was primarily to combat formidable beasts, to huddle together for warmth, and to elevate their strength thresholds. Zhao City, being aware of his weaker capabilities, was the first to speak. Allow me to begin. My personal strength is quite lacking. Although I have consumed quite a bit of good-level food, I have barely touched good-level strength. However, I have tamed a good-level forest wolf, which is fairly capable and should be classified as mid-good level. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement of his strength. Yang Zhenghe followed suit, calmly stating, my personal strength is roughly at the mid-good level. However, my actual combat ability may fall short compared to good-level beasts. In other respects, I also possess a guardian puppet, which is quite strong within the good level, likely in its later stages. Guardian puppet? The others looked over curiously, as they clearly had not heard this term before. It is an item obtained from the secret realm, of excellent quality, yet its combat power is good level. It possesses basic intelligence and can comprehend commands. Yang Zhenghe introduced directly and without pretense. Qi Yuan was equally astonished, having never encountered such puppet-like artifacts before. Suddenly, He recalled something and inquired, Brother Yang, I remember you should possess a guardian thorn, right? If I recall correctly. It is of the earth attribute? Yang Zhenghe raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, how did you know? I did indeed raise a guardian thorn in the past. Qi Yuan chuckled, responding at that time. The woman had a total of 3 guardian thorns, selling one to each of us. Yours was of the earth attribute, while mine was of the wood attribute, I see. Yang Zhenghe replied, I should thank you, Brother Yang, for when she sold me the guardian thorn, she also shared news of the secret realm. Yang Zhenghe laughed heartily, exclaiming, what a twist of fate. I didn't expect our paths to cross back then. But speaking of which, is your guardian thorn still around? Qi Yuan looked puzzled. Shouldn't it still be here? He pointed out the window, where a greenish thorn, about 30 centimeters long, swayed above the wall, adorned with a small red flower. Qi Yuan, you actually had a beast-taming scroll back then? You managed to tame it? Yang Zhenghe exclaimed, increasingly impressed by Qi Yuan's affluence. It was noteworthy that this guardian thorn had been acquired long ago, merely a day after Qi Yuan had arrived in the Mist World, and he had already obtained an excellent tier scroll to capture it. Upon hearing Yang Zhenghe's statement, Qi Yuan was taken aback. A beast-taming scroll. It seemed he had not used one on the guardian thorn. Noticing Qi Yuan's expression, Yang Zhenghe was equally astonished. Qi Yuan, did you not utilize a beast-taming scroll? If my memory serves me correctly. I did not. It has always been quite obedient. Obedient? Yang Zhenghe's lips twitched as he spoke with a frown. After I acquired that guardian thorn, I intended to raise it to protect my shelter. I fed it various high-quality earth stones. However, to my surprise, shortly after it regained its vigor, it burrowed into the ground and vanished. Yang Zhenghe felt somewhat helpless. This was indeed a significant loss for him. Yet, curiously, Qi Yuan had not used a taming scroll either, and yet his guardian thorn consistently safeguarded the shelter without any signs of rebellion. What could be the reason? Qi Yuan too was bewildered, wondering if it was due to his own charm, though that seemed implausible. Zhao Cheng chimed in to console. After all, they were triplets. Perhaps their temperaments differ, and Qi Yuan is the gentler one. Yang Zhenghe looked at him in astonishment, as if he were a fool. Do you genuinely believe that reason? However, upon reflection, it did seem somewhat plausible. Perhaps, he conceded reluctantly, then added, by the way, I possess a rare tier artifact that should be beneficial for everyone. If anyone needs it, feel free to borrow it from me. As he spoke, Yang Zhenghe shared the details of the artifact with the group. Name: Appraiser, rare tier, function, identifies information about wild resources, below rare tier. Description: know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. This artifact, wasn't it just the system prior to the update? After the first update, creatures discovered in the wild could no longer display specific tiers, information, or functions. For instance, when Qi Yuan went fishing, he had no way of knowing what he caught, relying solely on his experience to estimate its tiered AT that moment. Everyone understood the extent of the system's assistance to survivors. Without the system's advantages, their understanding of this world became blurred, leading to more uncertainties. Who would have thought that merely a fragment of the system's capabilities could rival a rare tier artifact? Qi Yuan couldn't help but marvel. He hadn't noticed it before, but now, without the system's help, he realized the immense value of this artifact. Presently, it was a treasure. Should they encounter rare tier beasts, they could understand their characteristics and flee more effectively. Yang Zhenghe made an unusual jest and assured everyone, if you ever need it, just come to me. Everyone agreed. Yang Zhenghe's overall strength was a significant boon to the group. Next, it was supposed to be Zhong Maiyun's turn to introduce herself, but Qin Zhenjuan preemptively spoke, leaving Zhong Maiyun behind. Qi Yuan was somewhat surprised, realizing that Brother Qin intended for himself and Zhong Maiyun to conclude the introductions. Qin Zhenjuan's introduction was straightforward. He briefly outlined his strength. He indeed had reached the late stage of good tier, proficient in combat techniques, and his actual battle prowess was likely even stronger. Additionally, he had raised a good tier ironback mountain pig and a good tier hunting dog. Qi Yuan was familiar with the hunting dog from his previous visit to Qin Zhenjuan's shelter. It was a black hunting dog. Legend had it that Qin Zhenjuan discovered it the day after he arrived in the Mist World while hunting. The mother dog had just given birth and was in poor health, making her a target for other beasts. Upon discovering her plight, Qin Zhenjuan rescued her. Unlike other similar tales where the mother, on the brink of death, entrusted her pups to someone, this mother dog survived. while all her newborn pups sadly perished. After recovering, she remained with Qin Zhenjuan until now. After hearing Qin Zhenjuan's self-introduction, Yuan noticed that he deliberately omitted crucial information, such as his incubation chamber, indicating he wasn't entirely trusting of the others. Chapter 78. The game of strategy. Qin Zhenjuan's personal strength impressed everyone, elevating their regard for him. Next came Zhong Maiyun. Her introduction left everyone astounded. While her personal strength was modest, lacking in formidable beasts or powerful artifacts, she possessed a very special crafting scroll. Name: Spirit Arrow Crafting Blueprint, Rare Tier, Function. Can utilize beasts' essence, blood, bones, and powerful organs through a special method to create potent arrows. Different tiers of beasts yield arrows of varying power: good, excellent, rare. Description: one beast, one arrow only. Yuan's eyes lit up. It was yet another type of artifact he had never encountered. And it was incredibly powerful. Qin Zhenjuan interjected, I have previously used these spirit arrows. Their power is quite remarkable and significantly enhances combat capability. Yang Zhenghe furrowed his brow and inquired, does crafting spirit arrows cause considerable damage to the beast's carcass? Will it affect the meat's usability? In response to this question, Zhong Maiyun explained, only the essence, blood, and sturdy bones are required, which does not affect the meat's edibility. Upon hearing her response, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If crafting the spirit arrows necessitated consuming a large quantity of meat like healing potions, their value would diminish significantly. However, if it only required essence, blood, and bones, its value would increase exponentially. Yuan concurred, stating, while our physical attributes have improved, aside from Brother Qin, it is challenging for the rest of us to fully exert our strength. If we utilize the spirit arrows for range support, our overall margin for error will increase considerably. Yuan couldn't help but reflect on how his diligent practice with the bow and arrow over the past 10 days had finally borne fruit. Zhong Maiyun also added, in the future, if we hunt beasts, I will gather the materials needed for crafting spirit arrows and distribute them among everyone after they are made. Agreed. Let's all practice with the bow and arrow to enhance our shooting skills. Once everyone had concluded their introductions, Yuan smiled and said, my strength is at the peak of good tier, though my actual combat prowess is not particularly strong. The others were taken aback. Although they had anticipated this, they were surprised at how high Yuan's physical attributes were. They could hardly fathom how he had managed to elevate his physical prowess so rapidly in just half a month. Even with a daily diet of good tier food, achieving such a level seemed arduous. Qin Zhenjuan's eyes flickered. He understood that Yuan's enhancement in physical attributes was certainly not solely due to consuming good tier food. Although he harbored doubts, he refrained from questioning him publicly. Yuan continued, in addition, I have a good tier ironback mountain pig and a swarm of bees. A swarm of bees? What is their specific strength? Are they similar to this large black honeybee? Zhao Cheng inquired curiously. Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Not quite, not quite. The black tiger bee queen is the strongest at the excellent tier. The rest are several good tier bees. Overall, their strength is commendable. Although Yuan did not elaborate further, the others understood that the strength of this bee swarm must have reached the excellent tier. None of them had ever encountered beasts above the excellent tier, their only impression being that of a gigantic python. Thus, they found it difficult to gauge Yuan's strength, but they were confident it was formidable. Moreover, Yuan had kept the strength of the guardian thorn outside the wall to himself. It possessed good tier strength, but was often overlooked due to its immobility. After the 5 of them had introduced themselves, their understanding of one another deepened, and the foundation for a cooperative alliance began to take shape. The previously mentioned plan to clear the beasts around their shelter was scheduled to commence in 5 days. With the cold snap just passed, the beasts remained weakened, making it an opportune time to clean them out with relative ease. Additionally, it would provide a chance to replenish their meat supplies, compensating for the significant losses incurred during the cold spell. After discussing all matters, the 5 enjoyed a pleasant conversation, feeling as though they had known each other for ages, and returned contentedly to their respective shelters. However, unbeknownst to the others, Qin Zhenjuan once again used a teleportation scroll to return. Upon entering the room, Yuan had already composed his expression, casually seated in a chair in the living room. Qin Zhenjuan entered with a familiar demeanor, taking a seat opposite Yuan. With a tone laden with significance, he inquired, Yuan, do you truly intend to collaborate? Yang Zhenghe, shrouded in profound thoughts and possessing a deep-seated cunning, appeared contemplative. Zhao Cheng, seemingly frivolous, concealed his own stratagems to it. Should be apparent to you that neither of them is forthcoming nor genuinely inclined to partner with you. I understand, of course. It's only natural given the lack of shared history. Qin Zhenjuan maintained a calm tone. Then what are your intentions? If it is merely for strength, the two of us are sufficient. Let us not forget that we possess a hatchery and upgrade scrolls. We are not in need of a few capable allies. Qi Yuan's expression darkened, and rather than providing a direct answer, he posed a question. Brother Qin, what do you think will be their first course of action upon returning? Qin Zhenjuan was taken aback, revealing a puzzled expression, and refrained from responding. Qi Yuan continued. If my conjecture holds true, Yang Jinghe and Zhao Cheng will undoubtedly summon their true allies within their respective factions to deliberate on today's events. In a desert oasis, within a sanctuary enveloped by a white force field, Yang Jinghe sat upright, his hands gripping the fog survival manual, displaying the faces of 6 individuals. This encapsulates the entirety of today's occurrences. Does anyone have something to express? Yang Jinghe's demeanor remained placid, devoid of any emotion. Brother Yang, Qi Yuan must genuinely wish to ally with you. Otherwise, he would not present the ally scrolls or offer such a generous supply of quality provisions. His sincerity is quite substantial. The rugged man, Zhou Lai, was the first to speak. Yang Zhenghe nodded, encouraging others to voice their thoughts. Another refined young man, and Yuetang, tapped the table and remarked, recently, some brothers within the alliance have mentioned encountering formidable beasts around the sanctuary. Their claims should not be dismissed in light of the threat posed by such powerful creatures. Seeking assistance from other survivors is a perfectly logical course of action. Yang Jinghe refrained from replying and instead turned to one individual. Duya, you have interacted with Qi Yuan before. What is your impression of him? Upon being asked, Duya quickly gathered her thoughts and remarked, he is an astute individual, somewhat calculating, yet ultimately still a child. Yang Zhenghe smiled faintly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, he is rather youthful, under the impression that merely inviting a group of capable friends to a meal and offering gifts will compel them to willingly become his allies. His sincerity is evident, yet his methods fall short. Does he truly believe that he can persuade us merely by threatening us with a giant python and showcasing his own strength? He underestimates both me and Zhao Cheng. We are leaders of our own alliances. After all, is he blind to the subtleties of our intentions? In truth, he might as well have inscribed his ambitions upon his very visage. His relationship with that notorious survivor, Qin Zhenjuan, appears to be quite extraordinary, and their combined strength is formidable. Should they form an alliance, it would undoubtedly revolve around them. His design is straightforward, to gradually assimilate us into a collective that serves their interests. So, Brother Yang, does this imply we should reject their overtures? One of the others ventured. Yang Zhenghe shook his head. You have noted that they harbor no malicious intent and are indeed seeking cooperation. As for their desire to assimilate me into their alliance, little do they know. I too aim to leverage their strength and resources for our own development. Whether they join us or we directly seize their resources, we have the means to accomplish either. Chapter 79. Who holds the reins? Moreover, let us consider this. The threat posed by the giant beasts is undoubtedly real. Their willingness to assist in clearing the beasts surrounding the sanctuary is nothing short of fortuitous. Not only I, but you all can also seek their aid. At worst, we can share the spoils. Given your own strengths, you would struggle to contend with those beasts. Thus, let them assist in the clearing. Even if we forego the beast carcasses, you will not be at a loss, and we shall eliminate the danger. Duya interjected. Will they agree? Upon hearing this inquiry, Yang Zhenghe responded with unwavering certainty. They certainly will. Moreover, I suspect they would never dare to confront the beasts surrounding their own sanctuary. Why is that? The other 6 inquired, astonished. Have you perused the information regarding the secondary sanctuary scrolls? The others glanced towards Duya, as this scroll had indeed originated from her. After a moment of reflection, Duya replied, one option is to seize another sanctuary, while the other is to establish a secondary sanctuary of one's own. Yang Zhenghe's gaze deepened, his voice steady. The primary utility of a secondary sanctuary lies in the acquisition of precious resources. As for seizing another sanctuary, that is only plausible if one knows that there are valuable resources nearby, and that the owner is a fool willing to allow others to utilize the scroll to enter and ultimately conquer their sanctuary. Such a scenario is exceedingly rare. I believe the greater likelihood is that this secondary sanctuary is situated in proximity to their main sanctuary. The others exchanged knowing glances. the logic appearing sound. Transporting to another sanctuary necessitates the consent of its owner. How many fools would permit others to enter? Upon Yang Zhenghe completing the logical chain, Zhou Lai suddenly grasped the situation. So, the terrifying serpent resides close to their sanctuary, and they are utterly afraid to venture outside. Indeed, they not only fear exiting to clear the beasts, but are hesitant even to gather resources. They can only rely on us to procure resources near our sanctuary. Yang Zhenghe's mind was exceptionally clear. He had meticulously arranged his reasoning and believed that all assumptions were devoid of flaws. If his strategy were to be executed, Qi Yuan's efforts would not only prove futile, but would also subject him to the governance of Yang Zhenghe's alliance. Nevertheless, all of this required validation. The question remained, would Qi Yuan dare to clear the beasts in proximity to his own sanctuary? At Qi Yuan's sanctuary, he stated, "We must firmly assert that the beasts surrounding our sanctuary have been eradicated, and that we require no further assistance from them." His voice was steady and calm. Why is that? Qi Yuan grasped the black tiger bee king and explained, "Elite beasts possess a certain degree of intelligence. Should we fail to eliminate them completely, we will inevitably face relentless harassment. We are not afraid of losing. Even if we are defeated, we can always regroup. What we fear is our sanctuary being targeted. Should it be destroyed by beasts, it would spell our complete demise." Qin Zhengjuan's eyes reflected contemplation, and he did not oppose this notion. For survivors, a sanctuary is paramount. Lacking its protection equates to death. As for relying on another's sanctuary, to live under someone else's roof or to take the initiative, neither is viable. I understand now. Qin Zhengjuan nodded and inquired, "What is your specific plan?" "The plan must serve our needs." Qi Yuan's steady voice carried an air of strategic mastery. "Our needs have always been simple: resources and strength. Previously, we could roam freely, confident in our strength. However, with the emergence of elite and rare beasts, our development has become constrained. We lack knowledge of the strength of beasts above the elite level. Should we venture out blindly and encounter these formidable creatures, what then? Fight. If we prevail, all is well, but should we lose, it would mean being pursued by a beast we cannot contend with, leading to endless troubles and excessive risk." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhengjuan smiled knowingly. "So, we hunt near other sanctuaries. If we cannot win, we flee, letting others shoulder the risk? No, it's not merely our desire. They are the ones pleading for us to go. Not only must they provide the transport scrolls, but all the spoils must also be ours." Qin Zhengjuan's lips twitched with amusement. Collecting resources from the wild, stockpiling meat, gathering intelligence on elite beasts, and avoiding the risks posed by powerful creatures, and in the end, you want to erect a monument? That is not a monument. It is a stele of merit. Qin Zhengjuan sighed as he gazed at the young man before him. Initially, he had harbored concerns that Qi Yuan's ambitious nature might lead him to be outmaneuvered by the cunning Yang Zhenghe. However, it now appeared that from the moment the secondary sanctuary was destroyed, Qi Yuan had likely experienced a profound shock, prompting him to devise such plans. "Yet, we face a significant problem," Qin Zhengjuan queried, perplexed. "What is it?" "Zhong Maiyun. Her spiritual arrows are exceptionally suited for us, yet we lack the means to effectively restrain her." Qin Zhengjuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Creating spiritual arrows requires hunting elite beasts or above. This presents a challenge for Zhong Maiyun. Indeed, previously, during the existence of trading markets, one could purchase them directly. However, back then, there were few capable of hunting elite beasts, and the market had little to offer. Now, while many possess the ability to hunt, the trading market has been abolished. This is indeed quite unfortunate for Zhong Maiyun. Our strength is sufficient. Collaborating with us would be of great benefit to her. Qi Yuan shook his head, dismissing the notion. That remains unreliable. We must devise another strategy. Just then, Qi Yuan suddenly raised his gaze, looking intently at Qin Zhengjuan, and solemnly asked, "Brother Qin, may I pose a serious question to you?" Upon witnessing Qi Yuan's solemn expression, Qin Zhengjuan felt a jolt in his heart, realizing the gravity of the situation. He immediately adjusted his posture, sitting up straight and even lowering his previously crossed leg, responding earnestly, "Ask away." Qi Yuan took a deep breath and slowly began, "Brother Qin, do you have any plans to find a stepmother for Xiao Tong?" Slap, bang. Qin Zhengjuan delivered a resounding slap, which struck the Black Tiger Queen in Qi Yuan's hand. The unsuspecting Black Tiger Queen was instantly swatted into the fireplace. With a dark scowl, Qin Zhenjuan rose to his feet, casting a wordless gaze at Qi Yuan. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Since you have it all planned out, go ahead and execute it. With our combined strength, we can manage the risks. Xiao Tong is still waiting for me at home. I shall take my leave now." Qi Yuan ceased his jesting and, with a cheerful demeanor, stood up, retrieving a handful of milky white granules from his pocket and offering them. "Save these for Xiao Tong. They will elevate her directly to a good level. And as for the seafood, since you are hesitant to bring her here, take it back for her to enjoy." Qin Zhenjuan, taken aback by the items presented, accepted them and waved his hand before activating the teleportation scroll to return to the shelter. Yet, at the last moment before his departure, he suddenly spoke with profound significance. "Qi Yuan, in the struggle for survival, the law of the jungle is undeniable. However, as fellow humans, let us not go too far in our actions." As his figure vanished, his words reverberated throughout the living room. Qi Yuan remained standing for a long while, and after an eternity, a barely audible voice escaped his lips, "I will." Yet, whether it be Qi Yuan or Yang Zhenghe, despite their profound thoughts and belief in their ability to orchestrate events, they could never fully control the grand scheme. There would always be someone capable of breaking free from their grasp through unique thinking, someone who could employ disguise to accomplish feats that left all in awe. Zhao Cheng was precisely that individual. Chapter 80. Qi Yuan's first time beside the ice river. Within a shelter, Zhao Cheng's expression was grave as he fixated on the Mist Survival Handbook, murmuring to himself, "Hemph, regardless of whether you are Qi Yuan, Yang Zhenghe, or Qin Zhenjuan, none of you could possibly fathom my true intentions. Should I succeed, you shall lose your most treasured possessions." Zhao Cheng's downcast gaze lifted slightly, revealing his profound eyes, as if one could glimpse the stars and the ocean within his pupils. In his hand, the Mist Survival Handbook buzzed with a flurry of messages in his private chat channel. The content was exceedingly cryptic yet laden with meaning. "Zhao Cheng, my Yuan, our meeting today feels like a long-awaited encounter. May I have a word with you, dear lady? Zhong Mayun, Zhao Cheng, Mayun, in our first meeting, why did you wish me harm? Zhao Cheng, you have made me quite fond of you." Heart emoji. Zhong Mayun, are you ill? Zhao Cheng, indeed. Ever since our meeting today, I have been afflicted with stomach troubles. Dio, you know why? Zhao Cheng, because I think of you time and again. Zhao Cheng, my affection for you is akin to a tractor climbing a mountain. Fervent and unstoppable. Message failed to send. Please add friend first. Zhao Cheng smirked mischievously. This little girl is blushing. Let's see how I will treat you tomorrow. After forming their alliance, each individual harbored their own ulterior motives. Yet this alliance ultimately proceeded according to Qi Yuan's plan. Having contemplated future strategies, Qi Yuan hastened to his bedroom to rest. However, this night would not be one of tranquility. As midnight approached, a slow-moving figure stealthily traversed the silent shelter. Crawling along the ground like a drifting specter, it silently made its way across the yard and towards the interior in the darkened living room. A pair of black eyes surveyed everything around them. The fireplace crackled with burning charcoal, casting flickering flames that danced upon the bed ahead. Two women nestled beneath the warm glow, deeply immersed in slumber. As the shadow passed by them, its dark pupils lingered for a few seconds, yet remained unchanged in their icy gaze. It appeared that these two were not its target, and thus, it merely glanced before turning away. Its gaze finally fixed upon a specific door, the bedroom, drawing closer. Its sharp claws effortlessly breached the door, allowing it to enter with ease. At this moment, Qi Yuan, sprawled on the bed, remained blissfully unaware of the unusual presence in the room, continuing to sleep soundly. The shadow crawled silently, its intentions clear, moving directly towards the bed. Utilizing the sheets draped over the bed's edge, it scaled upward with ease, piled high with 3 layers of cotton blankets and 2 thick winter comforters. The bed radiated cozy warmth. The shadow pressed on, crawling up from the foot of the bed, slipping beneath the covers along Qi Yuan's parted legs. All the while Qi Yuan remained oblivious. Heel, ankle, calf, knee, thigh. It climbed higher. Finally, it seemed to encounter an obstruction, halting its advance. Lifting its head, its small eyes glimmered, gazing intently at an object ahead that bore a resemblance to its own head. After a moment of contemplation, it tensed its neck, aimed at the target, and slightly opened its mouth. In an instant, It sprang into action with the swiftness of lightning. Ow! What the hell? The once silent shelter erupted with a piercing scream. 10 minutes later, Yuan clasped his lower body, his face as dark as a cast-iron pan, his eyes ablaze with fury. In his hand, he held a small blue turtle, which had retreated into its shell, its limbs and head withdrawn. This was none other than the turtle he had caught from the river earlier. How it had managed to escape the pond and make its way to the bedroom, only to launch an assault on Yuan's private parts, was beyond comprehension. An egregious act indeed. Yuan's expression twisted in rage. This seemingly harmless creature, with its endearing demeanor, had revealed its malevolent intentions. Frustrated, he hurled the turtle to the ground, only for it to emerge unscathed, leaving a dent in the floor. When tossed into the fire, it crawled out unperturbed. When placed in a pot for soup, it punctured the lid and emerged again. Clutching the turtle tightly, Yuan glared at it for an extended period, his anger boiling without an outlet. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out, "Boss Qi, while I am uncertain of its wrongdoing, it is merely a turtle, surely not acting with intent." Yuan's forehead throbbed with veins as he thrust the turtle into Zhou Yu's hands, exclaiming, "Here, take it. You keep an eye on it. If it gets away, the pain I endured, you shall experience in kind." Zhou Yu accepted the turtle nonchalantly, assuring him, "Rest assured, boss, it will be fine." After this incident, Yuan could no longer find any semblance of sleep. Returning to his room, he retrieved a bottle of healing potion, carefully applying it to his wounds, wincing in pain regardless. Truly unfortunate, he mused. He had committed no transgressions. He was simply a law-abiding citizen, of upright character and mild temperament. Yuan was utterly speechless. Never would he have imagined encountering such an event. Who would believe it if he recounted the tale? After bandaging his wounds, he left the house to practice archery in the yard. With the recent rise in temperature and 2 days without snow, the conditions in the yard were bearable. It was not until the faint light of dawn that Yuan finally ceased his practice. After relentless training, Yuan's energy was severely depleted, and he decided to return for breakfast. Upon entering the house and heading to the storage room, he retrieved a box of food, intending to take out some frozen meat. However, he suddenly realized that, at this point, good-grade food offered limited benefits for his improvement. Even the water and milk would hardly elevate his strength in the short term. Thus, he released his grip on the good-grade meat and instead picked up a handful of crystal rice. Having acquired the crystal rice over half a month ago, Yuan had yet to taste it. Initially, the ample energy from the good-grade food had made it difficult for him to absorb, so he had not considered consuming the superior crystal rice. Furthermore, the quantity was limited, and he had hoped to sow it for a greater harvest. However, given the current circumstances, the first batch of crystal rice was thriving and entering the heading stage. Ensuring a bountiful harvest was imminent. Therefore, the remaining crystal rice no longer needed to be hoarded, and he could indulge in a few grains. The most precious ingredients often require the simplest of cooking methods. After removing the outer shell of the rice and washing it clean with water, he placed it directly into the iron pot to steam. Merely a few minutes later, an incredibly rich aroma of rice wafted from the kitchen, permeating the entire shelter. Just the scent of the cooking rice invigorated Yuan, igniting his appetite. Chapter 81. Yunshi Bamboo Forest. Yuan even felt that the fragrance of the crystal rice was more enticing than that of the water and milk. Eagerly, he retrieved the rice. The grains were as large as his palm. Filling the entire bowl with just one piece, Yuan took up his chopsticks and placed a bite into his mouth. The flavor was subtly sweet, soft and slightly sticky, fragrant and refreshing. The rice grains glistening with a glossy sheen, radiating allure. No seasoning was required, not even vegetables, as it could be consumed directly. The inherent taste of the rice, transformed by the accumulation of rich spiritual energy over time, rendered it a gourmet delight without the need for culinary skill. With just 2 bites, the abundant energy flowed down his esophagus into his stomach, and as it was digested and absorbed, it surged into every cell of his body. The energy he had expended was replenished in a short time, alleviating the soreness in his muscles and restoring his mental state. Having consumed half a crystal rice grain, Yuan's sole sensation was, why does the superior grade crystal rice feel even more abundant in energy than the water milk? Logically, given that Yuan can absorb rare grade water milk, the superior grade crystal rice should pose no challenge. However, after personally tasting it, Yuan felt that the crystal rice was evidently more filling. He speculated that the quality of the crystal rice must be infinitely close to the rare grade. In contrast, the water milk, being merely a condensation of superior grade spring water, while it may have reached the rare grade, is still the least impressive among them. Nevertheless, water milk possesses a significant advantage that crystal rice cannot rival. It is remarkably pure and delicate, easily absorbed, and does not easily harm the body. Thus, even beings of ordinary strength can absorb its most refined energy through medicinal baths. Conversely, despite Yuan's excellent peak strength, he found it challenging to easily digest the crystal rice, requiring extensive physical exercise to do so. This is akin to the difference between consuming coarse grains and glucose water. As strength increases, the efficacy of water milk will diminish. In contrast, once Yuan possesses sufficient physical resilience, consuming crystal rice will significantly enhance the energy required by his body. After finishing 1 grain of crystal rice, Yuan felt exceedingly full, sensing that his stomach was unable to absorb the rich energy quickly enough, leading to a blockage. He could only resort to high-intensity exercise to swiftly expend energy and digest the remnants. An hour later, the sky brightened completely. After this period of training, Yuan finally ceased his strenuous activity, and the feeling of bloating subsided. Simultaneously, his physical condition exhibited a marked improvement. Noticing that the sky outside had already brightened, Yuan resolved to commence his tasks for the day. According to his original plan, the 5 days reserved before the commencement of the beast-clearing operation were primarily designated for enhancing his own strength. During this interval, the bee colony should mature further. The developmental process of bees, from egg to emergence, takes approximately 20 days, with some requiring as little as half a month. The egg stage lasts about 3 days, the larval stage around 6 days, and the pupal stage about 11 days. Thanks to the special effects of rare-grade facilities, the incubation chamber can considerably shorten this time frame, as long as sufficient food is provided during the incubation process. The hatching cycle for a batch of black tiger bees can be reduced to around 10 days. Calculating this way, the 5 days would allow for a new batch to hatch. Meanwhile, Yuan contemplated whether there were other methods to enhance his strength. After deep reflection, he could only conceive of one method to augment the power of the guardian thorn. The guardian thorn draws energy from other plants as nourishment for its growth and reproduction. Moreover, as its strength increases, it also demands higher quality plants for absorption. Currently, the guardian thorn is at an upper level of good quality. However, if it were fed ordinary grade food, it would yield no beneficial effects on its growth. Unfortunately, during the cold wave, plant life is scarce, making it difficult to gather a substantial amount of good quality plants. However, Yuan possessed a treasure capable of providing abundant rare-grade plants, the bamboo grove. The rare-grade Yunshi bamboo grove. Previously, the severe cold wave made it inconvenient to venture outside, and the excessively low temperatures hindered the growth of Yunshi bamboo shoots, thus it had remained untouched. Now that the cold wave was nearing its end, it presented an excellent opportunity to enhance his strength, if not now, then when? Furthermore, ordinary low temperatures are beneficial for the growth of bamboo shoots. If one were to ask which bamboo shoots are the most delectable, certainly, it is the winter bamboo shoots. Retrieving the long-sealed Yunshi bamboo grove resource scroll from his storage box, Yuan selected to use it, enveloping the shelter in a radiant white light. Instantly, a vast area of ordinary weeds and trees vanished under the influence of a mysterious force, revealing a 2-acre bamboo grove before him. Name: Yunshi Bamboo Grove Resource Scroll, Rare Grade Effect. Occupying 2 acres, this rare bamboo grove produces Yunshi bamboo and Yunshi bamboo shoots. A large-scale harvest at once may affect future yields. Upon witnessing the bamboo grove, Yuan's gaze was immediately drawn to 2 critical aspects: the variety of bamboo and the quality of the soil. Aside from the intrinsic value of the Yunshi bamboo itself, these 2 factors are of paramount importance. Different bamboo varieties exhibit significant disparities in size, to the extent that some can be deemed absurdly large. Ordinary ornamental bamboo may only be as thick as a thumb, reaching heights of about 2 to 3 meters, and weighing merely a few pounds. In stark contrast, if one were to consider the largest bamboo on Earth, the giant bamboo, its diameter can range from 20 to 36 centimeters. With heights reaching 20 to 45 meters, equivalent to a 10-story building, a true behemoth among bamboos. Given the fixed area of the bamboo grove, the taller the bamboo, the greater its value. Additionally, the soil quality is a pressing concern. Yuan surmised that soil capable of supporting a plethora of rare-grade plants is likely to be rare-grade soil itself. Upon observing the Yunshi bamboo grove, he immediately focused on these two aspects. The Yunshi bamboo's size can be classified as medium. Its diameter ranges from 10 to 20 centimeters, and its height spans 15 to 25 meters, categorizing it as a medium to large bamboo. This size should provide a considerable amount of plant energy, as for the soil beneath. After careful examination, Yuan was thrilled to discover that it was indeed rare-grade soil. The concentration of spiritual energy within the soil was extraordinarily rich, even manifesting as wisps of spiritual mist drifting throughout the bamboo grove. The entire bamboo grove appeared lush and verdant, with the green bamboo leaves rustling gently, creating a soothing sound that enveloped the air. Due to the ample spiritual energy, the bamboo grove seemed to exist in a paradise, enveloped in a milky white mist intermingled with the fresh scent of bamboo leaves, an aroma that brought immense joy and tranquility. Following the direction of the Yunshi bamboo roots through the forest soil, he could find mounds of earth, with cracked soil sprouting pale green bamboo shoot tips. Excitement and joy surged within Yuan, almost causing him to forget the tragedy of the previous night, as his thoughts were wholly consumed by the thrill of discovery. Once his emotions stabilized, Yuan began to contemplate how to manage this entire bamboo grove. Should he allow the guardian thorn to absorb it all? Wouldn't that be too wasteful? After all, he was unaware of the Yunshi bamboo's properties, and blindly destroying it would be unwise. Chapter 82. Yunshi bamboo shoots. Alternatively, should he leave it undisturbed? To keep or not to keep? Ultimately, Yuan decisively resolved. Since there were 2 acres of Yunshi bamboo grove, he would allow the guardian thorn to clear 1 acre while preserving the remaining acre in its natural state. This way, he could retain a rare-grade bamboo grove, enhance the power of the guardian thorn, and free up a patch of rare-grade soil for planting crops. Truly a triple benefit, however. Before clearing the bamboo grove, Yuan needed to excavate the bamboo shoots. The unique feature of the Yunshi bamboo grove lies in both the Yunshi bamboo and the Yunshi bamboo shoots, making the latter's value equal to that of the bamboo itself. Moreover, having never tasted this rare-grade delicacy, Yuan was determined not to waste it, one of the 2 most valuable rewards in the rating system. He had long anticipated this moment. Retrieving an ordinary grade hoe from the shelter, the origin of which he could not recall, he found it among a collection of common quality tools in the warehouse. He designated the area of the bamboo grove closest to the shelter for clearing, as it would be more convenient for future crop planting. Subsequently, Yuan began the process of digging for shoots. Although he was not an expert at harvesting bamboo shoots, he had heard enough about the general methods and principles. First, he needed to locate the shoots. To find bamboo shoots, one should select soil that is relatively loose and observe the cracks in the ground, as well as the direction in which the lowest bamboo branches extend, which should be roughly parallel to the direction of the bamboo rhizomes. By examining the ground along this trajectory, any areas of soil that appear slightly raised and cracked are likely to conceal shoots. However, given that this is a dense bamboo grove, the process of locating shoots was relatively straightforward. Next came the digging point. One must gently excavate downward along the shoot tip, carefully removing the soil until reaching the base of the bamboo shoot, at which point a firm strike is required to detach it cleanly. Winter bamboo shoots typically reveal only a pointed tip, with the majority hidden beneath the soil, making the digging process quite laborious. After laboriously clearing the surrounding soil, he was just a final step away. Bang! Crack! The ordinary grade hoe shattered upon striking the root of the bamboo shoot. Yuan's eyes widened. How tough is this bamboo shoot? If a hoe can't break through, how can it be consumed? However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, this was a rare grade plant, and its high spiritual energy content endowed it with some self-protective abilities. While it wouldn't emerge from the soil to bite, it certainly would not yield easily to an ordinary grade hoe. Had he used a rare grade guardian thorn, it would have simply devoured the shoot. This also illustrates the distinction between economic crops and biological crops. The rare grade Yunshi bamboo poses no threat to humans or animals. Yet some aggressive rare grade plants possess strength comparable to that of rare grade beasts. Yuan, feeling helpless, discarded the broken hoe. It seemed the tool was inadequate for the task. He then sought out the ever-reliable Yang Degu to borrow a good quality hoe, well, technically a spade. With the vast array of tools available, even Qin Zhengjuan, who had opened many resource chests, could not guarantee that all tools would be at his disposal. With the proper tool in hand, the subsequent task became significantly easier. Leveraging Qi Yuan's extraordinary strength and endurance, he dug for shoots at an impressive speed. Within a day, he had excavated half an acre before collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted. Yet, gazing at the mound of bamboo shoots beside him, he could hardly contain his joy. Under normal circumstances, half an acre of wild winter bamboo shoots can yield approximately 50 pounds. However, given that the Yunqi bamboo grove is a rare-grade bamboo grove, even half an acre had already reached a weight of 50 pounds. Excluding the weight of the bamboo husks, the yield rate would be around 60. In other words, this acre of bamboo forest is expected to yield approximately 60 jin of Yunqi bamboo shoots. Qi Yuan smacked his lips. Were it not for the pressing need to enhance his defensive prowess against the thorny adversaries, he would truly hesitate to disrupt this verdant grove. It is worth noting that bamboo shoots flourish throughout the spring, summer, autumn, and winter, with the winter growth being the slowest and the yield the least. During the spring and summer, the output could very well reach several hundred jin. One can only hope that the remaining acre of Yunqi bamboo forest will also yield bountifully in the future. As twilight descended, Qi Yuan tidied his tools and returned to the shelter, distributing 5 jin of bamboo shoots to Brother Qin. He then brought back the remaining 45 jin of Yunqi bamboo, summoning Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu to assist in peeling the shoots. However, Qi Yuan soon felt fatigued and, after peeling only half, he fled to the bathroom for a relaxing soak to alleviate the day's weariness. If it were not for the feeble strength of Chu Wenxi and Zhou Yu, they might have struggled to unearth the bamboo shoots, and Qi Yuan would have certainly assigned them the task. At present, it seemed that the two laborers were woefully insufficient. The production of charcoal requires hands. The creation of ice predominantly necessitates manpower. Even routine chores around the yard demand assistance. With just Zhou Yu and Chu Wenxi, they often found themselves overwhelmed. Their help in peeling the bamboo shoots today did not absolve them of their usual duties. They had been forcibly summoned to work overtime after finishing the charcoal production. As Qi Yuan lay in the bathtub, his thoughts began to drift, and a pang of guilt washed over him. Should he perhaps augment the workforce? For instance, could he teach the Black Tiger Bee Queen to handle some simple tasks? After all, it possessed a degree of intelligence. Assisting with meal preparation, washing dishes, or tilling the ground should not pose too great a challenge for it. Just as Qi Yuan pondered how to exploit the Black Tiger Bee Queen, a familiar, palm-sized shadow slowly crawled into the bathroom. Its movements were slow yet remarkably resolute. However, this time, it had evidently misjudged the situation. Previously, Qi Yuan had been caught off guard, suffering a grievous attack to his vital points, which left him severely weakened. But now, with his mind sharpened, he would not fall victim to a surprise assault. As the shadow climbed onto the edge of the bathtub, it was seized by a pair of large hands. Qi Yuan's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that this little rascal would dare return. He called out, "Zhou Yu, check if the turtle has escaped. Just wait. You shall face the consequences." 5 minutes later, Qi Yuan, clad in a nightgown and wearing a stoic expression, shoved the turtle into Zhou Yu's hands. Zhou Yu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt over her mistake and spoke, "I'm sorry. I failed to keep an eye on it. Don't worry. I promised I would go through what you experienced, boss." Qi Yuan's calm demeanor suddenly took on an odd quality. This girl, could it be? TSK. Yet, after all, humans and beasts are worlds apart. Moreover, individual constitutions varied. A peculiar image surfaced in Qi Yuan's mind, reminiscent of a creature from a cinematic spectacle, walking upright, bearing a shell, muscular, capable of speech, and donning a mask. Fierce in combat, a shiver ran down his spine, and no harm done. Thankfully, it did not escalate into a grave error. The blame is not so severe. Qi Yuan dared not linger, snatching the turtle from Zhou Yu's grasp and, under the bewildered gazes of the two women, fled the scene. He feared Zhou Yu might say, "Boss Qi, please feel free to punish you." As for this large turtle, Qi Yuan was genuinely at a loss for how to deal with it. Eat it? There was hardly any meat. Keep it? A looming threat. After some contemplation, Qi Yuan considered perhaps gifting it away. To whom, though? Just then, the Misty survival manual emitted a series of beeping sounds. Oh, who might be hurrying over? Chapter 83. Uncle Qi Yuan is a good man. Zhongmaiyun. Qi Yuan, could you possibly rein in your friend? Has he transformed into a drug-addled teddy bear or a wild monkey? He has been tormenting me for an entire day and night. What on earth does he intend to do? Yuan was initially taken aback but quickly regained his composure. In mere seconds, he pieced together the sequence of events. He mused to himself. Brother Qin may outwardly appear stern, yet he possesses a tender heart. Although he claims otherwise, he truly prioritizes the greater good, even to the extent of self-sacrifice for our cause. Impressive. Given that this is Brother Qin's grand plan, Yuan naturally felt it unwise to intervene. Rein in? Only a fool would do so. If we can subdue this woman, the blueprint for the swift arrow's manufacture will be ours. Yuan. Miss Zhong, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea my friend would act with such callousness and engage in such outrageous behavior. Yuan. I genuinely extend my apologies to you. Miss, to make amends for your losses, I am willing to offer you a quality pet, and I hope you do not hold my friend accountable. Subsequently, a blue turtle was traded to Zhong Maiyun. Upon receiving the quality blue turtle, Zhong Maiyun was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected Yuan to be so generous as to gift her a quality combat companion. Yet, the turtle appeared rather small. She wondered if it could even fight. Since Yuan had been so accommodating, Zhong Maiyun felt it inappropriate to say much more. Zhong Maiyun. Actually, it's not entirely your fault. The main issue lies with your friend. He is simply too shy. Yuan, understanding her sentiment, comforted her. Miss Zhong, please do not take offense. After all, he is raising a child alone and truly requires a partner to assist him. He has a child. Zhong Maiyun nearly choked in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that such a shameless individual existed. Yuan was about to send a message saying, though he is older, he possesses great stamina and is quite fierce. He noticed Zhong Maiyun's tone was off and realized he might have misspoken. He promptly deleted the message, deciding it best not to cause further trouble for Brother Qin. In a certain shelter, Qin Zhengjuan suddenly sneezed 3 times in quick succession, startling even himself. His constitution was remarkably robust, and he rarely fell ill. He could not fathom why he was sneezing now. Dad, are you coming down with a cold? Should I ask Uncle Qi for some medicine? A little girl, her fair and rosy face slightly furrowed, inquired with concern. Qin Zhengjuan wiped his nose and replied gently with a smile. Though Uncle Qi is a good man, we shouldn't trouble him too often. I just have an itchy nose. It's nothing serious. After dealing with the little turtle, Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. No longer needing to remain in a state of constant apprehension, he could sleep soundly that night. However, in the dead of night, the protective thorns by the wall suddenly emitted a faint green glow, their sturdy branches trembling slightly. Simultaneously, new protective thorns began to break through the soil. Tiny protective thorn shoots started to extend towards the forest outside the shelter, forming a straight line of thorns, with the direction of their growth aimed squarely at the Yunqi bamboo forest. The protective thorns seemed to be exhausting their own strength to nurture more vine shoots, drawing closer to the Yunqi bamboo forest to absorb its nutrients. After several hours, the first protective thorn shoot made contact with the nearest Yunqi bamboo. The delicate thorn vine coiled around the bamboo's main trunk in a serpentine manner. However, this protective thorn shoot was too frail to extract energy from the rare Yunqi bamboo. Observing this, the protective thorn vine radiated a green glow, channeling energy through the connecting shoot into the final protective thorn. The thorns clinging to the Yunqi bamboo, under the supply of energy, gradually thickened from the size of a finger to that of an infant's arm. As the thorn's size and strength increased, its aggressiveness soared, firmly binding the Yunqi bamboo. At this point, the protective thorn was capable of extracting minuscule amounts of plant energy from the Yunqi bamboo. As the energy absorption intensified, new protective thorns began to sprout within the surrounding bamboo grove, entwining the nearby Yunqi bamboos in the same manner. The Yunqi bamboo swayed gently, producing a rustling sound as if resisting the invasion of the protective thorns. However, despite the Yunqi bamboo being of rare quality and the protective thorns merely of good quality, the disparity in their life forms was vast. Faced with the unrelenting invasion of the protective thorns, the Yunqi bamboo had no means of defense as the first Yunqi bamboo fell, encircled and engulfed by the surrounding protective thorns. It was covered, invaded, and consumed. The entirety of the Yunqi bamboo, its trunk, leaves, and slender branches, was entirely absorbed by the protective thorns, leaving no trace behind. With the complete absorption of a rare Yunqi bamboo's plant energy, the proliferation and expansion rate of the protective thorns accelerated dramatically. 1, 2, 3. All the absorbed energy was partially fed back to the mother vine of the protective thorns. while another portion continued to be used for reproduction and population growth. In less than an hour, the protective thorns covered several hundred square meters, a dense mass of spiky protective thorns now commanded by the mother vine, conducting an invasion akin to a well-disciplined army at war. Initially, the mother vine of the protective thorns stood a mere 2 meters tall, but after absorbing a significant amount of plant energy, it rapidly grew in stature. It now reached heights of 7 to 8 meters and continued to grow. The diameter of the vines exceeded half a meter, considerably thicker than ordinary trees. The protective thorns, akin to a sponge submerged in water, voraciously absorbed the plant energy and life from the Yunshi bamboo forest. When the half-acre of bamboo forest, designated by Yuan, was entirely drained of its vitality, the protective thorns had already reached a height of 10 meters, equivalent to a 3-story building. The stem was equally astonishing, with a diameter exceeding 1.5 meters. The 2.5-meter wall could no longer support the 10-meter-tall protective thorns, unable to bear its weight. The protective thorns actively detached from the wall, their massive forms standing tall, with only the uppermost vines being relatively slender, dangling freely on the drooping vines. A small red flower had blossomed to the size of a palm, with a tiny green fruit nestled at its center. At this moment, the protective thorns radiated a potent and rich life energy, their strength reaching the pinnacle of good quality, a mere step away from excellence. The guardian brambles swayed their branches as if imbued with wisdom, orchestrating the surrounding guardian bramble vines that encircled the remaining Yunshi bamboo, refraining from further absorption. Yet now, the guardian brambles stood merely a step away from transcending into excellence. Every creature harbors an unparalleled yearning for the leap of life. How much more so for the not-so-astute guardian brambles? The branches of the guardian brambles oscillated with increasing velocity, causing the delicate red flowers to sway in unison. It was evident that the guardian brambles were in a state of turmoil. In the next moment, they made a decision that defied their ancestral lineage. The stout branches of the guardian brambles emitted a rich green luminescence, shimmering in the darkness of night. Simultaneously, all the guardian bramble vines sprang into action, extending towards the remaining half-acre of Yunshi bamboo. Chapter 84. Excellent grade, guardian brambles. The roots of the guardian brambles, seemingly conscious, intertwined with the underground bamboo shoots until they snapped, subsequently thrusting forth from the earth. Even in areas previously excavated by Yuan during the day, a plethora of undiscovered bamboo shoots were unearthed and brought forth by the guardian brambles. One by one, the Yunshi bamboo shoots were extracted, intentionally coiled and set aside near the wall. Observing the pile of rare-grade Yunshi bamboo shoots, the guardian brambles appeared somewhat reluctant, playfully toying with a few before selecting the largest shoot with utmost care to absorb its essence. Having resolved the bamboo shoot dilemma,